You start to look at the defense. Defense is pretty.
Defense is good. But you want a legit pass rusher.
I want a legit edge rusher.
Yeah, what would you rather as a Patriots fan? Hoping you landed an edge rusher in the first round or trading that pick for Max Crosby?
Max Crosby all day long.
And so why wouldn't the Patriots they have more money than God? Like, what are we doing?
Hungry for one?
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from beautiful and safe Brighton, Massachusetts.
It's go, 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 go time.
It's
You're a cool hill man.
the Greg Hill Show.
We're up and at it, Greg. Don't worry about that.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring the biggest foodie on the planet,
To me, food is the most important thing.
White bread is succulent.
Greg Hill.
Does your concierge bring the food right up to your door at your place?
No,
We have that as a built-in benefit of Echelon. Not to brag. Not to brag or anything.
That is the bougiest, douchiest question ever asked on WEEI.
Featuring the parlay playboy himself,
This tickles my fanny. Does that math make math? I did not know that.
Wiggy.
Man, I used to love the box at night.
Yeah, I'm
Call
sure.
in. Can I get Me So Horny by 2 Live Crew?
Oh, you used to call in requests to the video box?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get one good video.
Was that on the rotary phone or what?
Oh,
was
yeah, that was definitely, well, it was the cordless.
Joined by Boston's #1 linguist,
Criminal mischief and arson have become this kind of tangent. Pete Buttigieg.
Courtney Cox.
Date now costs, according to the National Retail, deferration.
The National Retail what?
Deferation?
I've never.
Federation.
Federation.
Very sorry. I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you?
Well,
Is it the
I'm pregnant.
pregnancy
It's just
thing?
like it's over for me.
And accompanied by two big brains behind the glass.
Don't put salmonella with your yams.
I'm on Shime Island.
Talk to me, Daddy.
You are both morons.
Curtis and Shime.
Greg, right now, I view you as the modern-day Paul Revere.
Didn't Paul Revere say one in the pink and two if by sea?
No.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
Time to party!
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Morning. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors!
On Boston Sports Original,
WEEI. It's on my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, Greg Hill, show. All right.
It's go, 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 go time.
The games begin.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What's popping?
Happy Friday.
Yes, thank God.
Finally, Friday. Good morning, Curtis.
Hey, Greg, how are you?
Did anybody watch the the Team USA hockey game yesterday?
They won 5-0, but I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch any? Oh, my Lord. I have watched a lot of hockey in my life, in my 59 years. I would argue, Shime, I may have witnessed the filthiest goal of all time in professional or Olympic hockey yesterday.
It's a bold claim, Greg.
That Brock Nelson goal was, you got to go look at it.
Is that the one with all the passes?
Yes.
I just watched it.
Yes. It's like, started as like a 2-on-1, then it was a 3-on-2, 5-on-3. A beautiful goal.
Yeah.
It was disgusting, as the kids would say.
Yeah.
Gross, as the kids would say, Sean. Beautiful goal.
We can't show it because it can, but Mitch is going to reenact it right now.
The only Winter Olympic sport that I watch is hockey. No offense, Courtney.
That's crazy.
I know you watch everything.
It's also crazy because there's like a massive scandal going on in the skating community right now, the figure skating community.
Yeah,
Madison Chalk and Evan Bates were absolutely robbed of the gold medal for the French. And the French, so if you watched Glitter to Gold, the Netflix series that followed the Canadians, French, and Americans as they get ready for the Olympics, you would know that the French team has scandals of their own.
Oh, okay.
All right. Is that what they do?
I saw something about this. So one of the judges.
The French judge.
Who's a French judge.
Yep.
Basically fixed the thing and the French team had no business winning the gold.
They needed an absolutely perfect routine to be able to even compete for gold against the Americans, and they did not have a perfect routine. And the French, the scores were nuts when you look at them compared to the rest of the scoring panel.
Greg, were you on the air at AAF during the Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding stuff?
Great question.
I believe I was, yes. What year was that?
92, Lillehammer.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
That was 92.
Like, I can't imagine the media and like how you cover that. That's Curtis. What a great question.
Thank you.
Yes.
That is, I mean, that's one of my earliest sports memories was like seeing the guy freaking wail on Nancy Kerrigan, and then the Why Me was
I know.
a drop plate on the Big Show from 93 to 2016.
That was one of the more bizarre scenarios, and the dude that they hired to do it,
Gillooly?
Yeah.
Wasn't Jeff Gillooly the husband?
Oh, that's right.
Of Tanya Harding. They later went on to make a porno and to sell it. But the guy that they hired was such an imbecile, and so I mean, you should not be hiring hitmen or people to whack Olympic skaters in the knee with a stick, but
long to knock someone in their knee.
But in this case, they hired the wrong guy. Yeah. Like he couldn't get out of his own way.
But do you believe that Tanya Harding did have something to do with it?
Of course. Yes.
Well, you know, she still remains her innocence.
Yeah. Well, she does. She does maintain her innocence. But I think it's possible that the husband just did it on his own.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
No, she knew what was up.
And Greg, talk about no consequences. Not only does she do that, avoids any real jail time of any kind, and then when the movie comes out, Margot Robbie is Tanya Harding.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said it was a good movie, too.
It was.
They said it was a good movie. I ain't see it.
All right. Well, so we have our first Winter Olympic scandal of this Olympiad.
All right.
And if you need more information on that, Courtney has all of it.
Yeah.
She is in tune with that.
Go watch that Netflix series. It's very good.
Keep us up to date.
Ken sent Mago to cover it in Milan, so if we need somebody on.
As long as they get the little the downhill where they go on that little thing, and what is it, the slalom? Is that what they call it?
Yeah.
As long as they get the slalom and
I thought you liked the speed skating.
I like, but the slalom too. You've seen the slaloms all the rage. Them bodysuits are spectacular.
The skeleton yesterday was great.
The bodysuits.
Wait, which one is a skeleton?
So it's the luge, but instead you're facing head first on your stomach.
Yeah, that's the one I saw.
That's crazy.
You're flying.
But it is so pathetic. The Winter Olympics are not even in the same stratosphere as the Summer Games. Think about how many people on the planet have access to half pipes and snowboards versus how many people can run.
Yeah.
Or swim.
Also figures that Chime enjoys an event where you're lying head first on your stomach.
It's not a bad event when you're watching the latest.
I'm not normally a stomach sleeper, so that doesn't quite work.
Have you seen the one where the dudes are on skis going up a ski
and they're sprinting
a mountain, sprinting up a mountain on skis?
That guy ran a 6-minute mile.
I was just gonna say
it skis uphill.
It's wild sauce. Like I cannot believe it. Physically, I have trouble when the elevator goes down in the building. I have to go up a couple sets of stairs.
Yeah,
I'm winded.
No,
the guy is going up a hill on skis at 6-minute
miles.
What?
It's Wiggy.
I gotta look.
It's insane.
It's nuts.
And you look
so
at him,
stupid.
and he's like kind of in the suit. He looks kind of skinny. Like he doesn't look like a massive, bodybuilder athlete. Like the fact that he's able to do that,
he just looks like he's running on an elliptical. Like it's.
But don't some of these events look like what people have the loser in their fantasy football do as punishment?
Yeah, they do. Well, I think they have to. Because they have to create new ones every once in a while, and the Olympics have been around for a couple hundred years or whatever since the dude ran the marathon in Athens or whatever to tell everybody the war was starting or the war was over. They have to come up with weird events, so they keep going farther and farther. Do they still do the one? It's probably you probably can't do it now, but where you're on the skis and then you shoot
Is that the biathlon, right?
Do they still do that?
I think so.
Because I would figure that one would be outlawed.
I believe you can still do that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they got break dancing in there for the summer, so.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think they got pole dancing coming on
They keep
strippers.
saying that,
Yeah.
but I don't.
I think America will dominate that one.
My favorite is when the American Olympians apologize for our country. That just makes me feel warm.
Wild sauce. You cannot. You can't count Canada out when it comes to the pole dancing, Wiggy. I mean, let's be fair.
No,
America
is...
ever been to Montreal?
Yeah. Have you ever been to anywhere?
I've
Atlanta,
never been to
Texas,
Atlanta. No, I've never
Florida.
been to Atlanta.
It won't even compete.
Have I told you, Greg, I went to Magic City once?
Yes, with Wiggy. And he loves the wings there.
Yeah, these are the dumbest events. I'm watching it.
Lemon pepper wings.
You can't unsee things.
So what do you say to your buddies? Like, yo, I won the uphill ski running event.
Yes.
And they're like, what a loser.
You're an Olympian.
That is true, Wiggy. They should have different gold medals depending on the what you're doing for it.
Who wants to be that type of Olympian?
Being an Olympian in general would just be very cool. To have a gold medal?
Okay, so you'd be cool with like being the Olympian gold place for winning checkers?
Yeah.
That's so stupid. It's not even a real thing.
All right. Well, we have an awful lot that we would like to talk about with you this morning, and that includes our leads coming up in about 10 minutes. And then they said it at 7:20, and that will include what Alex Cora said yesterday in sick brag bro mode about his outfield. So Alex Cora overpromising, I think, in some areas, but maybe he will deliver on. Maybe this team will deliver on that promise. He seems very confident, Chris Curtis, Alex Cora, about his baseball team.
Well, I will say this: the Cora that was non-existent at the winter weekend appears to have been given a talking to, because that was because he was pissed, I am sure, the day that the polar bear went to the Orioles. Was that the same day? What was the big signing was going on when we were at the winter weekend? But either way.
I think it was the Alonso signing, I think. Yes.
And he was nowhere to be found. He did that interview 5-6 years in a row, as long as Ken and I have been doing that broadcast. And the one that's down there does have a different mindset, but I don't buy a second of it.
Well, he cannot stop, for whatever the reason is, gushing about this baseball team. So we will get to some of that they said it at 7:20 this morning. And a reminder that we will be there in Fort Myers a week from Tuesday for 4 straight days of hot stove baseball talk with virtually all of our beloved Boston Red Sox, who will be on the show from JetBlue Park in Fort Myers, Florida, and cannot wait to get down there. So news with Courtney coming up at 7:45. Speaking of Florida, that includes Florida not like the rest of us today, and how a pickleball kitchen dispute led to senior citizen violence in Port Orange. And we are obviously going to play your best Hill Notes back at about 9:20 or 9:30 today. So leave one of those at any time during the show on the Odyssey app.
Courtney, how scared are you today?
Scared.
Oh, Friday the 13th?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Does anybody pay any attention to that anymore?
No.
I think some people do. I believe there's also one next month.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Huh.
Because I just
Interesting
booked a
thing to
doctor's
know.
appointment, and
You booked a doctor's appointment
and,
on the
and she
3rd.
said, "Oh, Friday the 13th," and I almost there's another one in March.
That's a comforting thing for the medical people to say, like, "Ooh, Friday the 13th."
I know.
Don't come to our doctor's office on that day. Things don't go well around here.
Oh no, a scalpel might fall.
You better grab a marker and draw a giant circle around your belly, so they understand they don't remove the wrong thing.
And for those keeping score at
That's
home,
not how the baby comes out for most cases.
the next one will be November 13th this year. So
right.
keep them coming.
You're okay. You should be okay.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right.
Thank you.
If you would like to be on today, you could call 617-779-7937, or you can text on the Subaru of New England text line, which is 37937. And here now, to get us started this morning, is Courtney with what is trending.
WEEI Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson. Weekdays 2 to 6. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by In the Game Peabody. According to sources, the Patriots are opening their defensive coordinator position by moving Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season, of course, after he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, to a high-ranking role on Coach Mike Vrabel's staff. So we will be seeing a new DC. Do you think that they'll just keep who they had
Zach Core?
Yeah, to fill in for him this season? That worked out.
I would.
Yeah.
Dude did an incredible job stepping into that role and calling the defense. I'd keep him.
I think that's why they're making this move. It's because they don't want to. It's tough for Terrell to lose his job because of a health scare. So that's why they're going to elevate him to a higher quote-unquote ranking position, and then you just elevate Zach Core to your official DC.
Are you nervous about that happening to you at your school with the backup coach coming in and taking your job?
I mean, if I'm getting elevated, Curtis, I'm fine. You know, it's great.
Yeah.
That means progress.
Amen.
The Red Sox continue to add to the pitching staff. Yesterday, they signed 6'7", 240-pound right-hand pitcher Harrison Blum to a minor league deal. That is a big boy.
Yeah.
Toss of the weekend.
And we talked about it yesterday, but Liam Hendricks is officially headed back to Minnesota on a minor league deal. So long to our Australian friend. The U.S. men's hockey team take the first game of the Olympics, final 5-1 against Latvia. Brock Nelson had 2 goals for the red, white, and blue, while Brady Tkachuk, Tage Thompson, and Austin Matthews also scored. And that was brought to you by In the Game Peabody, where families don't just play, they compete and experience the new Gel Blaster and Human Crane, only at In the Game Peabody. That's what's trending. Our leads coming up next.
WEEI.
reminder that you can watch the entirety of this show on Twitch or on YouTube, and you can do that every day. And it is brought to you on both by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and for 155 years, they have been New England's trusted jeweler. So if you need to make an emergency run, let me be the first to remind you, don't be that guy. You have to, tomorrow's the day. I'm sure you've received subtle reminders. I received one yesterday about the flowers, which I don't understand that. It's the same thing every year. I don't, and if you remind the person, is the gift still as good? Like why the reminders? I don't understand why.
I also think, and this may be shocking to some of you, but like Valentine's Day, I think it's nice to get flowers for your for your gal or your guy in your life. But do you need to go above and beyond from the normal flower places that you may just scoop them up on the way on a random Wednesday? No. Like if you live near a Trader Joe's or a Shaw's and Star Market, like you should be able to just bring those flowers home, and they mean just as much. Like I don't think you need to do something way different than your norm just because it's Valentine's Day. Add in a card. Say words mean so much. Write a nice card, give them some flowers or their favorite candy.
All right. Well,
call it a day.
Go see our friends at Springer's, and they will take care of you for the big day tomorrow.
Isn't it just women, though? Like, the reason women want it is because their girlfriends will see that they didn't get it or they get it. Like, does that make sense? Like,
Yes.
It's a bit of a competition with women about their spouse being properly trained.
That's about what it is. That's why it is recommended. Courtney?
No, I want a nice piece of jewelry from Springer's. I don't need it to tell my best friend that you got it for me. It's for me.
If it was just guys and women couldn't show other women their Chanel bag, nobody would ever own a Chanel bag.
Because you're going to go right to IG and post it.
No, I'd never do that.
The majority of you are going to go right to IG and post your bracelet.
No.
No?
No.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
What do you do? Because you know how to love forever.
Yeah.
What do you do for Mrs. Wiggins
tomorrow?
tomorrow?
I'm flowers and card, but I'm flowers all the time. Like randomly. So
Okay.
I mean, you don't like. I'm in the Courtney group. Like you don't. And my wife is not like reminding me for this, reminding me for that. Like, it's like.
Well, listen, I spent some quality time with the two of you, third wheeling it in San Francisco. There's a lot of love there.
Yeah.
I mean, that relationship is cooking.
Yeah, you just like you have fun.
Decades into it, by the way.
You just have fun. I don't think you have to go above and beyond.
They keep the fun alive. The two of them, Curtis.
That we do.
I think you meet Wiggy and Talina for 2 minutes and you know that love is real.
Yeah, we're late for the party. We love to talk about people when people watch.
Same. But like you guys.
That took a weird turn. The relationship is great because you love to talk about people?
Yeah, people watch. I mean, that's part of it. That's like our connection. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My favorite is when my mom would shush my dad at dinner at a restaurant because she wanted to hear the rest of the conversation.
Well, listening to other people.
Right.
That is fun. It is fun when you sit down next to a couple too and you're like, what's the deal here? Like, is this a first date? Have they known each other for a long time? Do they hate each other?
That's what we do. We'll be looking like, we go, their bedroom life is boring.
Is that cubic zirconium?
Here is inside the warped female brain question for Courtney 774 text on the Subaru of New England text line. Is it acceptable to use Chat GPT to write the note for the card?
Come on.
There you go.
Come on.
I told you. Wait till you hear my lead. Wait till you hear my lead with Valentine's Day coming up. With regard to those who have fallen in love with a person who is created by artificial intelligence. Wait till you hear the point that we have reached as a society with regard to those who are in love with a bot. That's all I have to say about my lead coming up.
Are people going to stop procreating?
Oh, we already have.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
but like all together?
But like, a population is waning.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing.
It's not a good thing.
Not a good
We're
thing.
already overcrowded.
It's not a good thing.
The United States is barren. We have so much land. We could put like another 100, 200 million people here without even noticing it.
Really?
Yes.
Huh? Well, it's, every time I hear something, they're like, we got too many people in this world. Let's, bring it down a little bit.
From Pennsylvania to Utah, there's plenty of space.
I mean, who the hell wants to live in Pennsylvania?
I didn't say I wanted to live there.
That's why.
I don't remember this on the show, but a texter from New Hampshire, hello, New Hampshire, good morning, thank you for listening, being loyal to this show, says flashback to when Courtney said that she and Santo were people watchers and she thought Curtis had polite sex.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I said that.
that's right.
Polite sex.
I didn't remember that
Yeah.
about Curtis.
I think you can tell.
Polite sex.
Polite sexers. Wiggy and Talina, beach sexers.
Yeah, beach sexers.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with polite sex.
Shime, furry sexer.
Shime's a freak.
Hey, you get it however you want it, baby.
He's a
Shime
freak.
is a freak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with being a freak,
No,
brother.
no, nothing.
God.
That was
Let
a
your freak
compliment.
flag fly.
Yep.
Enjoy
Triple
every
F.
second of it.
Yep. You only get one life. So you might as well freak on out.
Yeah, and people that are like, I can already see people coming at me being like, you've said different things about Valentine's Day. I'm talking about flowers specifically. If you're only going to get flowers, you don't need to go somewhere crazy to get them.
Yeah.
Just get the flowers.
I
think you should do something else, but
I'm just saying I would obviously get flowers. That's the most obvious thing. I'm going to do that anyway. So I kind of ruins it if you remind me about it. That's all.
Did you say it like tongue in cheek though?
Probably. Yeah.
If you have
I'm not specifically calling out Lindsay. I'm just saying in general. What?
if you
Good save.
hypothetically, if you had a significant other whose birthday was within 4 days of Valentine's Day, can you combine the two?
Nah, you kind of got to.
It's like Christmas and a kid's birthday.
That's a good question.
Hypothetically speaking of Lauren?
No, just hypothetically, entirely hypothetically.
Yeah, you could probably double up. Yeah, you could probably do it all in one day.
There you go.
All right. Let's get right to this, Sean.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Lord, I can't change. Won't you fly free bird, yeah.
All-time great one, Sean. I noticed you chose maybe the most important part of Freebird, Leonard Skinner.
Of course, you have to choose that part of Freebird. The rest of it, the beginning is slow. It's a 9-minute song.
It is. The live version, I believe, is 14 minutes long. So that was a song that you could play as a DJ if you had to go and do number two.
Oh, that's smart. I didn't even think of that.
You don't have to worry about that now because it's all digital, and so one song runs into the other. You don't have to cue it up on the record.
Do you like to listen to a song that long every once in a while?
I like to listen to all kinds of different, wide variety of music. My musical taste is broad. Way broader than my guy Wiggy.
Well, stop it. We've been on this road a million times.
He's
Greg.
a hater.
You know a couple of genres.
You don't know any. You hate country. You hate country music.
Yeah, but I know
you
country music.
You hate Noah Khan.
Yeah, but I know country music.
You actually said something on this show.
Right.
That Noah Khan repeated on social media.
Right.
And hates us because of it.
What I say?
Thank you for that.
What I say?
What did he say? Do you remember, Shime? Noah Khan was like, even though some people, Courtney, you remember this?
Even
though some people say my music all sounds the same or whatever.
Oh,
that's right.
Yes.
When he was here.
Nothing wrong with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know who he is, though.
Thank you.
You know? Do you know who?
Big X the Plug?
No, that's too easy for
Young
him.
Breezy?
Huh?
Young Breezy?
Yeah.
Did you see?
You know Yellow Breezy?
I know Old Breezy.
There you go.
What? That's
Did you
what
see, by the
Lindsay
way-
calls me, Curtis. Old Breezy.
Amen, brother.
You missed the fart joke there. What?
Did you hear Noah Khan has a 4th day
Yes.
now at Fenway?
4 shows at Fenway now.
All right.
The guy gives
So-
back.
It's unbelievable. I don't know an artist, recent memory,
All right.
who can sell out 4 shows at Fenway Park. You'd have to tell me who.
Well,
I mean, it's bonkers.
Honestly, he could probably do an entire week.
yeah.
I guess. Huge. So it's now the 7th, the 8th, the 10th, and the 11th, I believe, of July.
Correct.
At Fenway
Which
Park.
makes it easier for you to get tickets for your family than Shime and myself.
Correct.
That's
right.
made it much easier
I will be
for you.
endeavoring to get tickets for everyone.
Thank you.
That's one of my obligations. So leads this morning are brought to you by Subaru. The Subaru of New England, Washington's birthday sales event is happening all month long. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Greg, good morning. And I just want you to know, I'm fine even if you want to just stick me in like the WEEI suite. I can kind of stand in the back and hang out.
Okay,
That's fine. Yeah, very simple. No problem. I won't even eat the snacks, I promise. So we mentioned it in trending, but the Patriots have elevated Terrell Williams in order to open up their defensive coordinator position, which is exactly to hire Zach Core, in my opinion. And it's specifically because now they saw Zach Core's potential. He was excellent as a play caller this year, and they don't want to lose that. You can't afford to lose that, I think, at this point, especially with how well your defense was the best part of your team the entire playoff run and into the Super Bowl. I don't think that's a question. I think we can all very much agree on that, and in large part because Zach Core was really good at calling the defensive plays. And with that, though, I also think that this is it's not like a slight to Terrell Williams or anything like that. They're glad he's back. They want him still around. That's why he's staying in the organization, and they're simply elevating him. But it's the right thing to do to reward Zach Core because he earned it. He deserves it. He is one of these young upcoming kind of defensive minds that maybe we don't necessarily have a ton of in the NFL, but seem to be coming in vogue. You look at Mike McDonald, you look at Chris Shula out with the Rams, guys like that, the younger defensive minds. Jesse Minter got hired by the Ravens, starting to kind of rise up the ranks a little bit to challenge some of these crazy good offensive minds. So I really like that for the Patriots. I think it was the right decision. I'm glad Terrell is staying around with the organization, but promoting Zach Core will be the right decision.
I'm not bringing this up to say anything but positive things. This isn't like a coded statement. Look at all the coaches that are being hired. Look at the defensive importance in the NFL now, and the fact that the guy that has the greatest game plans in the history of the NFL didn't even get an interview. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jesse Minter over Bill Belichick?
Right.
It's insanity.
It is.
I think he lost. I'm telling you, the league is like Bill lost his fastball. They just think.
But Jesse Minter has never had a fastball.
Yeah, but Jesse Minter was good when he was in Michigan.
When they were cheating.
I mean, listen, he was good. He was good when they were in Michigan, and then he went to with the
Ravens.
The Ravens.
Or no, was it the Chargers?
Was it the Chargers or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, he was at the Ravens and then went to the Chargers because I forget, like the brother took him over there.
Right.
So he's been good. Like I think that the league looks at Bill Belichick, and when I say league, the owners go, he's 73 years old.
Yeah. I just think in general they're going away from old coaches. I think the younger coaches can relate to this generation of players, and the old guys can't.
Yeah, and they last longer, Greg. If they're good, you can keep them around forever.
Yeah.
The continuity is important.
This defense was really, really good this season.
Yes.
How much of the credit when it comes to that do you give to Mike Vrabel?
I give him some,
Just
definitely.
some.
Yeah, I mean, he gets a good portion just because the week-to-week game planning, I think, is in large part Mike Vrabel. But I also think that, on a down-to-down basis, Zach Core is calling the plays just like Josh McDaniels gets credit for a good offensive game plan. So does Zach Core. Because I think Zach Core, the timing in which he was blitzing, I think is mostly him. And I think that was kind of the thing you saw really excel in the playoffs.
Okay. Shine, thank you. Curtis, good morning.
Good morning. So I apologize, back-to-back days, non-sports, but yesterday I talked about cancer taking Dawson's Creek star James Vanderbeek too soon. And last night, there are certain things that happen that I don't know. I don't know if there's like there is something going on in all of our lives where we make decisions.
Well, there's something going on in the ocean.
There is. And I live on the water. So
yes.
I was just going to the corner store, and there's a mom with a couple kids, and she passes me and she says hello and asks if I'm with EEI, and I said yes, and she started talking to me about how she was there with her son Thayer at the radio telethon in 2019 or 2020, I'm not sure the exact year. And I was like, oh my God, is that the Thayer with the Fenway pick with Courtney? And we have that here. So that's Thayer at Fenway Park with Courtney. And I said, because I asked how he's doing, and you're bracing because I don't know. And she said, he's amazing. He's at South Boston Catholic. He's currently in chess club. And I just think it is so amazing. We don't hear as much about the great stories because sadly, one child dying from cancer is too many. But I felt such gratitude for the show, for her to say hello, and for their life to now be she's got 3 kids. One's at school. They're walking to pick them up, considering where they were, the hell they had to endure with his cancer diagnosis and treatment at the Jimmy Fund. But a very good ending to that story. He's doing phenomenally. He has 2 siblings that are doing great, and she wanted to express her gratitude to the show and WEEI.
That's incredible. And those of you who listen to this show in this station are so generous every single year. We hit a new high when it came to the Jimmy Fund Telethon last year when it comes to the amount of money that you guys gave us, and it's extraordinary. It's incredible. You're changing. You have changed Thayer's life and that whole family's life, which is amazing.
I followed the mom ever since that Jimmy Fund, and so I've been able to watch Thayer grow up through her lens, her camera lens. And it's crazy that young boy who was a little shy when he first came on the show, but really opened up, is now a full human. When you're little, when a child in your life turns from a little toddler to a human, he looks just like a normal kid. And to think back to that, there's certain people that just stick with you, and he was the person for me. So,
all right, excellent lead, Curtis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lead from Courtney coming up next, and what a former Patriots coach said about the responsibilities of new fathers has our pregnant coworker very heated this morning. Very, very heated this morning. So we will get to that during Courtney's lead next.
The Fort Myers First Pick.
Well, if you don't want to work, hopefully you got a long weekend. President's Day is Monday. We will actually be off, but back on
Not
Tuesday.
all of us.
Oh, you working, Shime?
I sure am, Greg. I'll be hosting with Mego on Monday morning, so feel free to tune in like you normally do, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m.
All right.
Hardo.
Excellent. All right.
How would you feel, Greg, speaking strictly hypothetically, if that show did really well and they put a graphic on social media showing how their show was just as good without you?
I don't know how. Has that occurred?
Yeah.
I would never do that to you, Greg.
What?
I knew people were going to come.
What happened?
Well, because there's no other way. There's no other way to read
the Jaylen Brown. I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because I know this. I know your lead subject today is very important to you.
Yes.
But I'm sure you debated talking about.
I did.
Because you were a Jaylen Brown stan.
I am.
We'll talk about Jaylen Brown coming up.
Love it.
All right.
We have to talk about Jaylen Brown coming up. But anyway, Shime and Mego here Monday. And then we are in the studio all next week before we head to the Fort Myers, Florida, for a week of spring training excitement on this show. But leads left, including this one from Courtney. Hello.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. If you're on social media, you probably already heard this audio or seen the quotes at least. But Trinidad Chambliss had an injunction hearing about he was fighting the NCAA about eligibility in 2026 for Ole Miss because
doesn't he want to play for a ninth year? Or something.
He had respiratory issues in 2025,
Yep.
and so he was fighting with them on that. He won. But during that, Joe Judge, former Patriots assistant and quarterbacks coach at Ole Miss, took the stand and was asked about how, because of the respiratory issue that Trinidad was dealing with, his sleep was hindered from this, and how important it is for athletes to have sleep. Instead of Joe Judge just saying, like, yeah, it's important for athletes to have sleep, he decided to go down a whole different road. And here's what he had to say.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have. It's not going to be a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season. That father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in season, he's got to have a different priority.
Okay. I don't even know where to start here. And I know that people are going to be like, well, he's a football player and, it's a job. It's a full-time job. Okay. Well, at Ole Miss, I looked it up, and the average for NIL deals now are like between $100,000 and $200,000, which is a lot of money. But you're also talking about college kids. You're not talking about people that are playing in the NFL right now. You're talking about college girls who are getting pregnant. They may be having to work or be a full-time student or so on and so forth. It takes two people to get pregnant. It does not just take the woman. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, but if you are not prepared to welcome a child into the world and be up with said baby throughout the evening, both mom and dad, then you should not be having said child. I am so, and you know what? And because I saw on social media, there were some, there were some people that were coming at to Joe Judge's defense, being like, he's an unbelievable family man, an unbelievable dad. I'm sure he is. Mm-hmm. The issue with saying this is you are now giving an out to this group of impressionable men that they do not need to do the same as the woman in the relationship after she gives birth. She is the one who is physically doing the work throughout the 10 months of pregnancy and then pushing said child out of her body. She's recovering.
But
and now
she's home on leave.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Stop. My lead. Let me finish. You are giving him an out that he is more important. Football is more important than having to help out your significant other and your child. If you are not able to do both, be a football player and be a dad, then you shouldn't do it. I'm sorry.
Well, Courtney, I agree by and large. I think it's not the greatest of advice, but you need to have money to raise a family.
Yes.
And if your play is being impacted, then you are actually being a father in a different way by providing.
Okay, so if you're a doctor and you all of a sudden are tired because you're a doctor and you're working 1 million hours a week and you just had a newborn, don't you think that hinders their ability?
Well,
like, it's not just football players that live in this world and get a pass when they have a child. Everybody is tired. Everybody has long hours. There are tons of jobs that work just as hard as football players. I saw this, and it more hit me because of the age in which the player is that he is speaking to. Mm-hmm. And I think that if you are an adult enough to have sex unprotected, have a baby, and decide to continue on with that pregnancy, you need to be a dad when the baby comes into the world.
I would say about the doctor, he is much later in his life. He's not in medical school. If you're in medical school and you need to pass the MCAS to get the job out of medical school, you're going to have a disproportionate amount of your time working on that degree, which will ultimately yield benefits for your family.
I love your sis, but you're out of your mind on this one.
Oh,
yeah.
I know it. This is why I didn't even want to do it, because I love Wiggy, and I like when Wiggy and I are simpatico.
Yeah, you're out of your
mind. But I knew we were going to be on opposites here.
No, it's got nothing to do with mansplaining. It would be no different, right? And I think I've seen it before, whether it's actresses or musicians that perform and do shows and stuff like that have kids, where the man is like, okay, I have to take the baby because my wife or my significant other has to do these shows, and she has to get a rest, and she has to make sure she's not talking.
But you're making my point. That's a conversation between two people that are in a relationship with a child. This isn't a head coach telling these moms.
No, he said the significant other.
Correct.
So I think he was just talking about like people that might be engaged or whatever. Like, if your livelihood, and he said after the season you go Full Metal Jacket, if your livelihood and the way you support your family is a physical of like you're playing a sport and the importance of getting 8 hours of sleep and I'm dead ass, like if you're not getting if you're getting 4 hours of sleep because you're up with the baby, and then you're trying to go play at a high level professionally, or you're trying to make it to the NFL, you're not going to get to where you want to be. So you're not going to be able to support the family the way you want. He's saying like, okay, you as the wife or the significant other.
Exactly. That's nuts, Wiggy.
You have to say, like my wife did it.
But that was a conversation. Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells was not coming to Talina and saying, hey, you have to stay up all night with your child. That's a conversation that happens.
But I think he's just saying it,
though. No, he said he used to have that conversation with expecting moms. Okay. That is effing bananas.
Well, maybe he has to have the conversation with expecting moms because they don't get it.
That is overstepping.
It's not if they don't get it.
That's crazy.
If you don't get it, like say Trinidad Chandler, so we're just talking about him. He has
nothing to do with the baby part.
But we're just talking about him in general, right? When he's having a kid with his significant other, his girlfriend. And Joe Judge says, like, okay, you have the talent where you could potentially get drafted in the first round or second round, whatever. You could play at the NFL level. And the girlfriend or the significant other doesn't really understand. Then Joe Judge sits down with her and says, hey, listen, your boyfriend or fiance, whoever he is, has an opportunity to set you guys up for a very long time, but here's what he needs from you.
Now, have you and Santo discussed how are you going to do the midnight feedings and such?
Yeah, we've discussed. We have a plan. And I know that things get thrown out the window and stuff. But
Yeah.
I've said it before, so I'm fine saying it. But I'm not breastfeeding just for personal reasons.
Right.
And so Santo and I are splitting the nights.
Splitting the nights.
Yeah.
Okay, even though he's going to have to get up and go
Correct.
to work.
Right. But his job
This is the modern
right,
couple.
But his job isn't a job where he might be able to be like, oh, if I'm not getting 8 hours of sleep, I can't produce at the same level.
And I understand what you're saying there, that it's a physical job.
If he was a doctor that was on call, you might be like, well, all right, I get it. You're going to need your sleep at night. You stay asleep, and I'll take the baby.
And that's a conversation that happens internally in a relationship, not by
also,
a coach.
You don't know, Santo might have a very important squash match that is scheduled for the next day.
Or the that boat
That is true.
And I get what you're
Heavy Achilles injuries in squash.
I get what you're saying. Internal.
It's overstepping. For Joe Judge to say that, it's overstepping.
See, what you're not realizing is that at 22, 23-year-olds, what he's doing is he's educating them that might not be aware of this situation. But it's the same way I tell my kids, or if I step in for somebody who's 22 years old and I say, here's what you need to do. They might not have enough knowledge to know, like, the importance of that. It just could be like, oh, guess what? He has to get up at night because I'm doing it too.
You don't think the mom also needs the rest?
After just pushing out a baby?
No, but when... She can get the rest. So when he's at
practice?
No, when he's
at training?
When the off season.
When he's at lift?
When he's at the off season. He's Full Metal Jacket.
Off season. We're talking about 4 months. The baby's now 4 months old.
Okay, and guess what? You'll be able to recoup all your sleep.
If you are a football player,
yes,
and you have sex with your significant other or whoever, and you decide to have a baby, and it falls in football season at your big age with your big penis, you should know that you need to step up.
No, you know what this sounds like?
No, it's
this,
so I'm
you know what this?
now.
I'm gonna say what this is. This is selfish on the woman's part. When she knows, when walk off. It don't matter. When he's trying to explain to her whatever Joe Judge is trying to explain to, like, your opportunity to make millions and millions of dollars to support your wife, your girlfriend.
You should have wrapped it up and not had the baby during football season.
But guess what? Some people have kids.
If you don't use it, you lose it.
So what would you say? So he's basically saying that, hey, you might be in a position where you have to do more at night because of the importance of what the guy needs to sleep for.
All right, I'm going to let this cool down. Take a quick break.
I'm like,
wow.
Great
lead, Courtney.
I'm like,
it
wow.
Is a great lead.
I'm wow.
Like, wow.
This is
because let me just say this one thing. Wiggy is an unbelievable husband and an unbelievable father, and I know he worked his ass off both in football and fatherhood. So I'm just shook that this is your take.
No, like I said,
he was an unbelievable father. Unless he needed rest. His 8 hours.
No, but my wife did that, though.
He's actually told me he
doesn't
but when
I played football, my wife did that. You got to understand what your job entails.
Yeah, she wasn't told by a grown man that she needed to do it.
But if she was...
I know your wife. She's a strong woman.
But if she was 23 years old and didn't understand
I would have laughed in the guy's face.
I think we should celebrate one part of this, and that is that Joe Judge is saying something that will be unpopular, but he believes it to be beneficial for the athlete.
Yes.
And I think we live in a world today where nobody ever actually gives honest, difficult opinions because of their fearing backlash, and I at least support that he thinks this is the best way to do it.
We are going to take a break. We'll be right back with the rest of today's leads next.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
93.7 WEEI.
Now, more of the Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
I can't recall the last time that we talked about anything but looking out for cops. We got cigarette burns in the same side of our hands. We ain't friends, we're just morons. We'll same spot. But I've never seen you take a turn that wide. And I'm high enough to still care if I die. So I tried to read the thoughts that you'd worked overtime to start. You set back off and I said nothing for a while. You know I think about you all the time. And my deep misunderstanding of your life is how bad it must.
Well, Shine mentioned it earlier, but now 4 Noah shows at Fenway this summer, and I'm pretty sure they will all sell out, which is pretty amazing. All right, lively debate about Joe Judge, who is coaching for Ole Miss and tells the significant others of players who are pregnant that the dad needs his sleep, and so they have to handle the feedings at night. And that was Courtney's lead, and it's led to a giant debate.
Well,
about that.
I think there's a great opportunity for us to ask somebody who understand that's better than anybody else, and I think that's you, because you work a shift of having to be up at 4 a.m. or whatever it is, right? And you had kids when you were younger, right?
Yes.
So the importance of your wife at the time, understanding like, I need my sleep.
Yes.
Because
I would get up and do every single nighttime feeding.
Didn't you say you didn't change a diaper?
But what was that like for you?
No. When Julia was born, we had this very discussion. I had to be up at 4:30, whatever it was.
Right.
During the week, Jen would do the nighttime feedings. On the weekend, I would handle the nighttime feedings.
Right.
Now,
right.
That was something that she was in tune with and okay with doing.
And can I ask a personal question?
Yes, of course.
Was Jen working during the time?
No.
Okay. So I want to say this as clearly as I possibly can, because I'm battling in Twitch right now.
Right.
We are not talking about people that are working in the NFL everybody's just assuming that these are stay-at-home moms or on leave or whatever. We are talking about college-age kids that he told this to people who are expecting moms. We have no idea if these women are not married to this man and they are working, they are going to school, they are getting their own education. They may be college athletes. There's a lot of times where athletes end up with other athletes. You have no idea what the circumstances are here. The difference here is Greg and Jen had this conversation when Julia was born. Mike Thomas didn't call Jen and say, hey, Jen, Greg is really important to us, and you need to be up all night with the baby.
You know what? If Greg was 23 years old and he was lacking and he just didn't sound like he sounded asleep on the radio, and Mike Thomas said to Greg, hey, Greg, what the hell's going on? Why do you sound like you're barely getting any sleep? And he's like, oh, I've been up all night with the baby.
Mike Thomas still would not call Jen.
But if he had a relationship like a coach does with a player, he might step in because the girl doesn't understand it. And who's to say that these girls, because you're bringing up the girls in college, right? Just like with women that are working, you get 6 months leave.
No.
Well, you don't, but there are a lot of women, like my daughter, I think she gets 6 months, right? So there are a lot of women that get 6 months, 3 months leave, whatever it is. Who's to say that in college that this girl has the ability to say, okay, because she's dating one of these athletes who's making the money, and I'm talking about people that are in a relationship here. I'm not just talking about flings. The guy saying like, listen, I'll take care of all the bills, that kind of thing. The school's probably going to work with her when it comes to classes, so she maybe has to only do online classes, so she probably could set up her schedule where she doesn't.
You're making a lot of assumptions here.
But so aren't you, though.
No, I'm really not. If you get pregnant at BYU by one of the athletes, guess what? You're kicked out of BYU and the athlete gets to stay. So we're not talking about all colleges here.
But that's one school, and that's the way they do it, the Mormons over there. We're talking about a school that you can't even. I heard Puka Nacua say you can't even have sex at BYU.
No, you can't.
Right. So they're talking about one school.
I'm just saying you're making a lot of assumptions
but you
about
are too, though.
I'm really not. I'm saying Joe Judge made a massive.
You said the girl had. How do you know the girl doesn't work? How do you
don't know. That's me not making an assumption. That's me saying we have no idea. So
I'm saying you don't have an idea.
My main point here is that Joe Judge overstepped. It's crazy to me that you can't accept that.
Well, because he didn't overstep.
Let me get Tyler. Tyler from New Hampshire. Hey, Tyler.
How you doing? Good morning.
What's up?
So I just think it's a lame excuse for a man who doesn't want to get up with their wife in the middle of the night. My son was born premature. I had to wake up every 2 hours to make sure he didn't miss a feed. And I didn't miss a beat with my wife.
Yeah, but you know how tired you get at work? I mean, it's Curtis, what did you do? Curtis,
it is a I don't know how to describe this. The score that is kept is unbelievable. How each party everybody says don't keep score. That person needs to be punched in the face. Everybody keeps score. You know how much you slept. You know what the worst thing for a relationship is? Knowing your Fitbit sleep score and trying to tell that to somebody who just gave birth. But no, the reality is that I don't know. I feel like I do the best I can. I think that Joe Judge was trying to impart wisdom that he wished he had when he was that age. It's by no means telling specific couples what they should or shouldn't do. It's offering advice like he would do on all matters of your life. And I am beyond fortunate to have these hours. I get to be with James every day from 10 a.m. until he goes to bed. And I don't take that lightly. And I don't know how long I'll have this opportunity, so you might as well take it. But I do hate that whenever a guy offers what he believes to be beneficial advice for a young parent, that they're dragged because they just don't get it.
Right.
Like if I said to a woman, you don't get it, that I'd be, punched in the face, rightfully so. But it's just, these guys are in college for 4 years. They are the elite of college football. They're playing in the SEC, getting a full ride at Ole Miss, and they only have a couple years to potentially make generational revenue for their family. And I think that this advice is well delivered.
Right. He's doing something. And what do they say about college coaches? They are basically what to these kids?
Dads.
Right. So if I was a dad and it was my son's girlfriend, fiance, whatever it is, wife, right, but I'm saying I don't know what it is, right?
If my father-in-law came to me, and if Santo was a professional athlete and my father-in-law came to me and said, Santo needs his sleep, I would actually have to take a long walk before I hit someone.
But that's selfish on your part.
Okay.
If you
then
know,
I'm selfish.
I'm
not going to fight.
But that's the keeping score thing that Curtis is talking about.
No, it's not keeping score. I just didn't marry a loser.
No, it has nothing to do with being a loser.
Yeah, no.
Wait a second. You want the good lifestyle, but yet you want your soon-to-be
I
potential.
work my ass off, so stop with the good lifestyle
But
thing.
that's what you
I'm
want.
so sick. People in Twitch right now being like, the only reason Courtney bought her house is her husband. No, actually, I make money on this show. No.
Don't go to the people in Twitch.
No, because I work my ass off. So guess what? I'm having a baby. I've been pregnant. I know I'm not the first. I'm not the last to ever get pregnant. But I'm working my ass off right now till I give birth. If then on the other side of it, some grown-ass man who's never been pregnant came to me and said, hey, Santo's job's more important than whatever you've got going on right now.
It's more
you
important.
got to be up with the baby all night.
That's why you can't have this type of conversation. It's not an excellent point because he's not saying it's more important.
That's what he did.
No, he's just. It's just like my buddy just texted me.
Okay, it's always a buddy texting you. Have them call up. I'd love to talk to them.
He's a police officer.
Yes, I know. So he texts you every time that something comes up to back you up.
When his wife went on leave from work, he was working day and night shifts.
Yeah.
It was understood that, and she knew it. She realized.
And did the police chief tell the wife that she needed to be up all night? No, he didn't. Okay, thank you. That's my point.
But if he was 22 years old and didn't understand it, what do you mean it wouldn't happen? I told you I would tell my son who's 23.
There are plenty. You would
my
tell
son
your
said it's 23. I would tell his girlfriend.
No, that will.
Let me get Shane.
It's the same conversation. You're upset because Joe Judge, a father figure, told a 22, 23-year-old girl, hey, listen, this is what your boyfriend or fiance needs for him to be at his best. Gave that person advice.
She is upset about that.
Right. So
hello, Shane. Hi, Shane.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up? What's up?
Not much. So I just want to preface this by saying I'm not a college athlete, so I can't speak on it from that side. But I am a proud husband and father of 3 with another one on the way. And I got to say, I'm with Courtney on this one. At that point, it kind of sounds like you're putting yourself before your family. And once you have kids, like you come last. Everybody else comes first. When my wife had my second child, I was working full-time and going to school full-time, and I still got up and did what I had to do with the baby. She gave up her whole life, her body, everything for me. I can give up a couple hours of sleep for her.
That's a winner right there, Shane.
Yeah,
That's
but if
not
the
a
roles
loser.
were reversed,
Not a loser.
No.
I'm just glad to know that not all of our listeners
Yeah,
are
but
losers.
why are they losers? Because if the roles were reversed,
Curtis, are you reading the Twitch right now? Those are losers.
Courtney,
I'm not.
if the
And not all
I
of
love
them,
you.
but
I'm
there
not getting
are
in the middle of
specific
this.
ones that
No,
are saying
but you-
wild bananas
Well,
things.
maybe the wild banana stuff. Don't look into that.
Well, they're like, if the mom
role-
can abort the baby without the dad's signature. What are we talking about?
But if the roles were reversed,
I'm sweating.
if the roles were reversed and the wife
Who cares about Roe v. Wade? Let's talk seeds.
and the wife had that job where whether it's like Greg, if the wife, like in your situation, if the roles were reversed and you had the job where you had to be up at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
and Santo had the ability to be able to be up a little bit later, 7, 8 o'clock, then he should be the one doing the nightly duties.
And guess what? We've already had the conversation without Mike Thomas or Ken
Right, but
calling.
some people
calling
need it,
Santo.
though.
And that's probably going to happen
And
because
it
you're
is.
going to come
I'm
back
going
to
to
work.
wake up at 2 a.m.
Right.
Santo's going to be up till 2 a.m. and I will just be up for the day at 2 a.m. with my baby.
Yeah, see, and that's a good. And the two of you worked that out. You didn't need Joe Judge
Correct.
to tell you how
Right.
to do it.
But guess what? Some people, and this is the thing, Greg.
If you need
some
somebody else to step in
20-somethings
and do that, then you shouldn't be having a
You
baby.
make it sound like your parents had never given you advice as
Yeah,
a
my parents
22
give me
or
advice a lot.
23 because you didn't
They still
understand
do.
the situation.
They still give advice.
So why are you coming down on somebody giving advice to young people that might not understand the situation?
Because-
That's the only reason why you're mad.
No, it's not the only reason.
You
I
just
did
said
it.
it.
I did it.
You said if it was me and I did it to my son and I stepped in.
I dated a college football player my entire time
Right.
at BC. If I got pregnant while I was there
Right.
and one of his head coaches said to me, hey, you have to be up all night with the baby because he's so important, I would
You
have
keep
a really...
taking it left. He's so important. Stop it.
Okay,
Now you're
because
twisting the
because
conversation.
because he's a football player?
No, because
But
he said.
also, did anybody warn you about the potential for weak legs after the MDB with him?
No.
No.
Nobody told him that.
Is that why we got killed at the Fight Hunger Bowl?
They should have blamed you for that. That would have been your fault. All right.
I knew I should have done the Jaylen Brown lead. I knew.
No, it's a good lead.
I like it.
A
We'll get
plus,
to Jay.
Courtney.
We're going to get to
But
Jaylen Brown.
Curtis is 100% right. This is where it comes down to keeping score. That's all this is.
That's all
really
it
not.
is.
Oh, yes, it is. It's like, wait a second. I have been carrying the baby for 9 months, and how long does it take for my body to bounce back? And it's about keeping score. That's like the guy going, you know what? I'm the one who pays for everything in this damn house. Hey, how about this? I'll stay up all night with the baby, and guess what? We'll be living on the street somewhere because we can't afford to pay the rent.
Again, you're making an assumption.
A texter
Doing
says
what you're doing.
A texter says you're going full blown Neanderthal.
It has nothing to do with being Neanderthal.
Opinion on this.
No,
That's what they say.
I'm saying there are certain jobs in the beginning where if the young person doesn't understand the significance of the importance of sleep because of that job and how that person needs to, make sure they're on their best, and somebody needs to step in and give that person advice.
Yeah.
That's all that is.
Yeah.
I think he would have been better served. I don't think Joe Judge is a Neanderthal and Wiggy is not. But if he said, this is why you should do whatever you can to avoid a pregnancy in college.
That would have been better.
Yes.
Because that would be
might have been
advice
better.
that would not be, for many reasons. it
But
would
Curtis,
be better.
that's not the reality of it, though. You know what I mean?
Well, I preached abstinence.
All right. We got more leads coming up. Great one, though.
Yeah.
Lead of the year?
Yeah.
It's a great debate.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
really
No, it is.
Yeah.
I hate disagreeing with Wiggy.
You do?
Wiggy is my least favorite person to disagree with because I love just when Wiggy and I are bro sissing it. I hate
got your
being
back.
on the other side.
I got your back, but just sometimes
I
we
like
go
when
down that
Curtis
lead.
and Wiggy are going at it, not me and
Never
Wiggy.
happens.
Yeah. All right. We're going to get to They Said It, but we have leads coming up also. And it's a Friday, so we can.
My God.
And Courtney's
Start at
lead is
7:20?
spectacular.
We can free form it.
It's a free all Friday.
It is.
Free for all
Yes,
Friday.
it is. Yes, it is. Let's get to Courtney and what is trending right now.
Jeez.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by the Nash Casino. According to sources, the Patriots are opening their defensive coordinator position by moving Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, to a high-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff. Now, the Red Sox continue to add to their pitching staff. Yesterday, they signed 6'7", 240-pound right-hand pitcher Harrison Blum to the minor leagues. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but it is official. Liam Hendricks is headed back to Minnesota on a minor league deal. The U.S. men's hockey team took the first game of the Olympics. Final score 5-1 against Latvia. Brock Nelson had 2 goals for the red, white, and blue, while Brady Tkachuk Tage Thompson and Austin Matthews also scored. And if you're looking for more, visit the Nash Casino with over 1,100 gaming machines, 36 table games, and 19 poker tables. You'll see why the Nash Casino is New Hampshire's home for more. The Nash Casino at the Pheasant Lane Mall. Dash to the Nash. Gambling problem? Call 603-724-1605. That's what's trending. I guess we're gonna do the leads.
Yeah, we'll get a couple leads, and then eventually we'll get to They Said It.
Yeah.
All of that coming up. And a reminder that we will play the very best Hill Notes that have been left by you at about 9:20 this morning. So you can leave one on this topic on the Odyssey app. You will see the microphone right there in front of you when you get to the app and talk away on this topic or any other.
Jones and Keefe.
In terms of the Patriots being non-competitive, barely showing.
how much you love me. Having my baby, what a lovely way of saying what you're thinking of me. I can see it, your face is glowing. I can see it in your eyes. I'm happy in knowing that you're having my baby. You're the woman I love, and I love what it's doing to you.
Shine, perfect one. Great job by you.
Shout out to a 508 texter on the Subaru of New England text line, Greg.
Paul Anka. That's a jinx scenario if Paul Anka is still with us, if I've ever heard one or seen one. He probably is not with us any longer.
How do you spell that last name?
Anka, Paul Anka.
84 years old.
Oh, boy.
Yikes.
Okay. Thoughts and prayers. We have leads left, and then we will get to They Said It and what Alex Cora said in a sick brag bro way about his outfield yesterday. That is coming up in about 15 minutes. Could we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis, though, before the rest of the leads? All right, Curtis. By the way, I saw yesterday, so far, the coldest winter we have had since
77.
Oh, I saw 1994 yesterday.
1977.
Wow. Wow.
There's a big story in the Globe about it. And you know the culprit for the cold?
What?
Global warming.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep.
Yes.
So,
I got to tell you, it was like 37 or something yesterday afternoon. Felt like 70. It was glorious.
Well, it's going to be in the 40s, I think, from now till next week, right, Curtis?
It sure will be. Right now, it's chilly, 15, but light winds, only 5 miles an hour out there. Today, 34. Then we're going to be near 40 tomorrow, Sunday, mid-30s. Next Tuesday, I would say maybe go to the beach, 44 in Boston.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. You can get a whole house full of windows installed for just $99 a month from Window World of Boston. So go to windowworldofboston.com. Finally, we get to Wiggy's lead.
Yep.
Wiggy, hello. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. So here's what I'll say this, and I'll make my lead quick. If you're Adam Silver, you have a great opportunity to capitalize on this All-Star game this weekend, especially with, the world versus Team USA Stars and Stripes. I would tell NBA players that this game we are going to take serious because there's been a lot of talk, and I saw some of it, over the sports world about hockey's, not the Olympics, but last year, whatever they were calling that, I forget the name of that tournament that they had.
The Four Nations?
Yeah, the Four Nations. Yeah. And how the intensity level and how cool that is for the fans. And you have a great opportunity to get the All-Star game back to the competitive nature that, we used to grow up on.
I mean, you can tell NBA players what they have to do all you want. If you're Adam Silver, I don't think they're going to respond.
Well, I'm not saying that they will, but I'm just saying I would say, hey, and I would say to Team World, I would say go out there and dominate the ish out of Team America. Show everybody why the best players in the NBA are not from America. And if I was Adam Silver, I'd go to the American team and I'd say, listen, go out there and dominate the world and show the rest of the world why the best players come from America. Yeah. And that's what I would do because you have a great opportunity to capitalize because I think this potentially could be really fun if they play their asses off.
Have all-star games in general outlived their value?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
certain ones.
I was thinking about this yesterday because it's the annual rite of passage where we get to this time of year and we're like, how do they fix the all-star game? The ratings have been awful. The NBA All-Star Game has gotten about 4 million. It's get doubled by baseball. And I will not watch a second of it. I find it to be as dull as can be. There's no defense. And I just think they should go to one of those just skill competitions. Like they should do stuff where the best players in the world can showcase their talent without actually having a game where they can get injured.
Well, you know what I think they should do? And I know it's the injury part, but you got to look past that. The thing is you have to make it where it's gonna move the needle and ignite people. That's why I think in the NHL, Americans versus Canadians versus Russians, right? You have to do something and where people like almost pick a side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it
It's
becomes
like Rocky.
Yeah, it becomes a political thing, right? So, but the intensity level.
Rocky ended communism.
That's
Right.
correct.
But
Yes.
but the intensity
It's
level.
back in New York. I don't know if you're paying attention.
But the intensity level will ratchet up, just like we saw in the Four Nations, right? You always want to show why we're better than, Canada, Russia, or wherever.
But that requires the best players being incentivized to play. Like, if
Right.
LeBron 6 years ago was like, I want to do this, everybody would have done it. But those guys don't even play regular season
But
games.
I think it's not about that. I think it's more about guys wanting to not be embarrassed because if the world team, Giannis, Luka, the Joker, those guys come out and they say, we put our foot to the pedal. And they're absolutely whopping.
Did he just say F?
No, I said shh. I caught myself.
Sounded like you said it.
Did you dump out or no?
Yeah.
I
you
said
did? You
I
dumped
said
out.
shoot. I started to say,
Oh, God.
but I caught myself. But if they come
He's
out,
like, shh.
you know why? And this is the great part of
Oh, fiddlesticks.
social media is because people will then embarrass all those American NBA
Wiggy,
players.
what you need to have that is the players actually giving 100% so they get embarrassed. What they just will end up doing is
Right.
playing half-ass and not care.
Right, but if you can get,
But they're not going to.
We don't know that yet. We'll find out.
When have
I
you
feel like
seen
Giannis-
anything that they would
even,
do that?
Even when they put something on the line, like, and I don't think it's the same anymore. But Major League Baseball, for instance, when you got home field for the World Series, did that matter to the guys?
No.
That
I mean, it did in a way, but it's. I mean, if overwhelming majority of the guys in those games aren't going to be impacted by home field advantage in the World Series.
Right.
Wiggy and I were talking about this off air, though, because the Stars and the Stripes, like the U.S. having two teams, it does feel like the Stripes are the better team against the Stars. So I'm wondering if they're going to play their ass off even against each other to prove, like, well, why did I get put on the Stars? Why did I get put on the Stripes? Et cetera, et cetera.
And to answer Curtis's question, when does this happen? It happens every single year, all the time, especially in the summertime. Just follow some of these professional basketball players when they play in these pickup games. And there's this basketball court in New York. The level of intensity that they give in some of these pickup games is so high, but we don't see it because it's not video, like it's not filmed the whole time.
not broadcast.
But they will do, and they're doing that for no money.
Right,
Curtis.
and that's the off season to get in game shape. They're in game shape right now.
All right, but you will be watching.
Yes, I'll be watching to see if
this
they
weekend.
take advantage.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Wiggy.
You got it, brother.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, which is tomorrow, a new type of restaurant has opened in New York City where one can go on a date. It is called the Same Wine Bar, and it is the world's first restaurant where you can take your AI chatbot on a date.
No.
All right.
And if you're watching the show on Twitch or YouTube, you can see a woman who was there on Wednesday night with her soulmate. And so there she is sitting at a table with her headphones on.
Oh.
Okay.
And her chatbot, her AI chatbot that she's fallen in love with, is there sitting across from her on the phone.
I don't like this.
Me neither. Who picks up the tab?
That ain't it.
I'm gonna bet she does.
Do you remember, Greg, when we had those big arguments about people having the silhouettes or the fake superstar that they could talk to? Remember, and I said that, and Wiggy and Courtney, I think, were like, "This is great. It's a way to keep somebody's memory alive."
Oh yeah.
This is the logical next step from that, where you're like, "Oh, it's okay. It feels like a date. We're talking to someone, even though it's not a human.
Right.
Let's just hang out and I'll have a drink." That is the most pathetic picture I've ever seen.
Isn't it sad?
Now talk about how Wiggy said that he and Talina, and I enjoy this as well, like to people watch and listen in on conversations.
Yeah.
I would like to go to this restaurant and hear the conversations that they're having with their chatbots.
It's probably, she's probably sitting there talking about how much she loves him or her or it or what. I feel like she's never gonna. Is she ever gonna meet a human being and have a I hate to say normal, but a normal relationship with an actual human
There's
being?
a pot for every lid. I don't think so, but I think we've gotten to a place now with technology and other things where like people don't feel the need for human connection. Like they
Yeah, but you think it's that? Because she
but
probably wants human connection. She just, I'm going to bet dollars to donuts on this. She probably has no social skills when it comes to interacting with people in dating world.
This certainly won't help though, but I'm saying
No, I know
more
that.
so like when you look at commercials or ads and stuff and they're, you know, like sex toys and stuff, things have gotten so crazy in the world where people don't feel like they need to have intimacy with another person.
Yeah.
Like they only need it with themselves.
Yeah,
Like they
but
can
they-
do everything themselves, which is
That's more, I think that's a different thing. Like when you see this, it's because, and yeah, this is my opinion. She doesn't know how to talk to men, doesn't really have the confidence.
Well, because she's lived her whole life on her phone.
Yeah, but there are plenty of people who live their whole lives on their phone that are in relationships and could talk to people. There are just some people, Greg, in the dating world that have zero confidence, and their best way, it's no different than a guy who goes out and, you know, pays some girl to cuddle with him at night because
It is different. It's not. She's sitting there,
right,
in love with artificial intelligence,
Right.
not a real thing, on her phone,
Right.
having a drink with her headphones on.
Right.
Like a texter says, I don't know if you guys agree. This is one of the saddest things I think I've ever seen. Is
Same.
what the texter said. You feel like that
well,
too?
and if this is going to become the norm and
Yeah.
people are going to be dating their phones, like what?
I have
that
a question.
is-
Zero confidence, though, Courtney, you know.
You know how if you're seated at a table, you have to order food? Does that mean they have to get 2 entrees?
No, as long
That'd
as she
be
gets
tough
one.
for Wiggy's one meal a
Yeah.
day.
As long as she gets one. She's got zero. She's got zero confidence when it comes to the dating world. And so the best way that she feels like, because guess what? You know what the AI bot won't do to her? It won't reject her.
True.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. It's the walk of shame. That's why some guys in a club, they'll stand there holding up the wall all night long because they're afraid of the walk of shame.
Yeah.
Just go over there and talk to the girl if you like her.
When she says phone eats first, she really means it.
Good menu at this place too. Let me tell you,
Is the menu
the
good?
menu's pretty
Okay.
good.
All right. Well, anyway, those are our leads. That
Wow.
is the world's first restaurant where you can bring your beloved AI chatbot on a date has opened in New York, and this could signal the end of society as we know it.
Greg, you know what we need to do? We need to bring back speed dating.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. We are going to get to They Said It coming up next.
You can watch the Greg Hill Show live stream every day on Twitch and YouTube.
of the night, and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. Could've sworn I was dreaming, for her I was fiending, so I had to take a little ride. Backtracking on these few years, trying to figure out what I do to make it go bad. Cause ever since my girl left me, my whole life came crashing, and I'm so lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody to call my own girl. So lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody to call my own girl.
Texter wants to know if your chatbot lover contributes when it comes to the tip, or is that all on whoever asked the chatbot to go to the date? It's probably on the whoever asked for the date.
I don't think the chatbot's tipping anything.
It would make that. We were talking the other day about the average cost of a date. I guess it's less if you don't have to buy the chatbot food.
Right.
Or at this restaurant in New York, do they come out with a fake plate of food for the chatbot?
That's a good question. I only saw real food when I looked at the menu and drinks.
And drinks.
Well, Greg, I know exactly what the chatbot eats.
Yes.
It eats cookies.
Give yourself a little.
Not bad, Sean.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to this.
It's time for
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans.
Would not say that I'm Mona Lisa Fido of the football world.
They
want you to cook the dinner. At least they ought to let you shop for some of the groceries.
said it.
Wake up the Del Bambino and have me face him. Maybe I'll drill him in the eye.
They said it.
I'm just going to say it.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they don't just work here, they live here. Their attorneys and staff are your neighbors standing beside you during your toughest moments, and the results are really good. Over $3 billion won for injured New Englanders. So if that is you, go to catcheslaw.com, the official law firm of the New England Patriots. What is up first this morning, Sean?
Well, Greg, I believe we have to start with Alex Cora. We heard Alex Cora at the beginning of the week talk about how this roster is better than last year's roster. And now Alex Cora is maybe even one-upping himself and raving about the Red Sox outfield. Here was Alex Cora.
Are you looking at that as like a challenge or a problem? Or
It's not a problem. I bet there's 29 other managers that would love to have this outfield. You know, when whoever is out there, I truly believe we have Willie, Sedan, Jaron, or Roman is probably the best outfield in the big leagues.
All right.
You agree?
I would say so.
Curtis, you're the savant. Best outfield in Major League Baseball here at Fenway Park. No, you don't?
No, not at all.
No, okay.
God in heaven. What are we talking
You got the
about?
best center fielder. Probably. Abreu's a pretty good defender.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure about Durant because he makes a lot of bonehead plays out there. And, they say Roman Anthony's a pretty good fielder. So, I mean, I think you got a really...
Roman Anthony is yoked.
15 pounds of muscle.
seen
Oh,
him.
my Lord.
You haven't seen the photos of him?
No, I haven't
It
seen
looks like Popeye.
Yeah.
He looks like Nomar on the cover of SI.
They are super athletic, though. I'll give them that.
Yes.
They got an athletic, outfield. So,
Yeah, if a flag football game breaks up, they're in good shape.
all right, let me
Well,
see Roman
I
Anthony.
will say Alex Cora is setting the expectation pretty high when it comes to the Boston Red Sox. And so he will, when we are in Fort Myers doing our show week after next, he will do that with us down there. So.
You know why he's doing it, though, really?
Why?
If you want to go
Why?
Kurt Spiracy on this one.
Yes, why?
Because he's trying to build up that trade value for a guy, probably potentially
one of the outfielders is what you're saying.
Yeah, but I would say the main one being, why am I drawing a blank on his...
I have no idea.
He just said all four of them. So.
I know.
You just mentioned everybody.
Jaron Duran, maybe?
Duran. He's probably like trying to build up Duran to potentially be somebody that they move at the trade deadline.
Okay. All right, what is next, Shine?
Well, Greg, from the outfield to the pitching staff, Sonny Gray, new Red Sox, was talking about watching Brian Bayo pitch for the first time, and Sonny Gray loves what he sees out of Brian Bayo.
I've seen highlights or a game here and there, but as far as being able to, today, watching it live was one of the first times that I've got to watch from behind, and I've gotten to see what he does. And I mean, he's gross. He's gross. I came away with that impression. That impression today was I'm gonna say crap. Holy crap, he's gross. Yeah, I saw that he was throwing a curveball. I didn't know that that's new. So thank you for that information. Sinker is disgusting. I don't have any. Like I said, I just have to watch and listen and be around. And if he has a feel or something, then I have input. If it happens, but it has to organically happen. I can't like watch one thing, go up to him like, hey, you need to do this. It just doesn't work that way, or it's just not beneficial.
Well, if baby Pedro can be what everybody thought he was going to be, then your rotation, Curtis, is disgusting.
Yeah,
it's gross.
Did he give a warning that he was going to say crap?
No, he did. Well, yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
Well, because he had to censor himself, unlike Wiggy.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's not somebody that uses those filthy words.
That's like when Dale told Andy to get the dump button ready.
508 texter says, Curtis, enough with the negativity about the Red Sox.
No, thank you. I'll do whatever I want. Thank you very much, though. Appreciate it. Plenty to be negative about, and they haven't even arrived yet.
Bale's just got to be consistent, and I think his biggest thing is consistently being good in those bigger games postseason, because he was pretty good throughout the season.
This team was a wild card team last season. Have they improved the team?
They improved the pitching staff. They haven't
but
improved.
that's improving the team. So
if you want to say
yes, they have.
Yeah, then I would say
the lineup's not as good as last year.
Holy crap, he's gross.
Yeah, the pitching staff I would say is better than last year. They improved that. You have a lot of guys there. I agree with Curtis. The lineup isn't as good as last year. So, however, your fielding's probably a little bit better. So I don't know if that says the whole team is improved.
Yeah.
But, positive have.
I think Brian Bayo would be a great opportunity for a sell high kind of guy if he has a good start to the season, considering their depth. Like, teams get all horned up for young pitching.
Yeah.
He had a decent regular season last year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll ever be what everybody thinks he is. So if he starts off hot, maybe you get a lot in return.
All right, what's next, Sean?
Well, Greg, strap in, because I think Wiggy's leads all of next week might be locked in here. Jeremy Fowler is reporting A.J. Brown may actually be available. Here was Jeremy Fowler.
Well, some people I've talked to around the league, some executives with other teams, do expect that the Eagles will at least entertain a trade for A.J. Brown, who was unhappy on numerous fronts. I mean, name the counts where he looked like he was miserable out there, body language wasn't good. So something has to give. That's sort of the feeling right now. He would create a haul for the Eagles if they do go that route. Nothing has happened as of yet, but there are a lot of changes coming with the Eagles. We've seen them revamp basically their entire offensive staff. Do they pay Jalen Carter? One question around the league is, do they draft a quarterback maybe in day two to apply a little bit of pressure on Jalen Hurts, who I believe is at a crossroad right now?
So Patriots were in or tried to do something with him when he was disgruntled. Am I correct about that? Didn't they offer them something?
So I saw a guy, Matt Couture, I think his name is, said he reported earlier in the season around the trade deadline that the Patriots offered a second-round pick for A.J. Brown.
You would have to offer clearly more.
No.
I'm assuming that.
No, I don't think so. I think
they didn't do that deal.
I don't know why they didn't do it. Do you think A.J. Brown's value went up or down based on his performance this season? I think it went down as far as when it comes to trade value. Yeah. I think,
but if it wasn't a 2 at the time, then maybe now it's a 2. But
yeah, that's my point. I don't think it's going up for A.J. Brown. If you want A.J. Brown, I think a 2 gets it done.
So here's the issue you run into, right? And you kind of find yourself at a crossroads. Do you want to send a
Bone Thugs rejoin?
Sure. Do you want to send a second-round pick for A.J. Brown, or would you rather send like a first and a fourth for Max Crosby?
How about we do both?
I don't think you can.
Why not?
You need to continue to bring in young players in the draft. Like you can't give up 3 of your first 4 draft picks.
Here's what I would do. This one could be expensive, but you're getting young, and these opportunities are out there. So George Pickens. If you go George Pickens and Max Crosby.
You're fascinated with him.
George Pickens.
He's 24 years old.
You're obsessed with him.
They're saying the reports right now, Wiggy, are George Pickens would be a second-round pick as well. So would you rather have Pickens or A.J. Brown?
I'd probably rather have Pickens.
Because you also have to give Pickens a contract.
Yeah, he had 1,400 yards.
Somebody in the Twitch chat is worried about A.J. Brown attitude-wise if you get him here. But I think he has a great relationship with Mike Vrabel. Yeah. So
I don't think if they don't even have a relationship. Like I told you, him and Steph Diggs didn't have like this relationship. He might have recruited him in high school 10 years ago, but I think it's Mike's Vrabel his personality is enough, and I think there's enough players in that locker room. So I'm all on board for George Pickens.
Yes.
I'm all on board for A.J. Brown.
I love the New England's Patriot.
I mean, why wouldn't you do that? He's 24 years old. Give me Pickens all day long.
I do not want A.J. Brown. I think Pickens maybe, but A.J. Brown and his behavior on a championship team was not at all what you want.
Mike's Vrabel.
I think you also, though, when talking about Pickens, have to take into consideration that he was doing a lot of that opposite CeeDee Lamb. He's not going to have that luxury here, so he's going to face far more double coverages than he did in Dallas.
Greg, where do you fall on Lamb?
I like it. Lamb lollipops.
Oh, that's right.
Capitol Grill.
The best.
Oh, yeah.
That is the best.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the balsamic drizzle.
Oh, man, yes.
That does, right?
That does it. Hey, that does the trick because they put that on the prosciutto mozzarella wraps.
Oh, boy.
That is like one meal not for a day, but one meal for 2 days.
That is,
you know what I mean?
Wild
sauce.
That is the.
There's some, by the way, there's some GLP-1 news for you coming up.
All right.
Yeah, big news.
All right.
When it comes to the GLP-1s. And also in the news next, Florida not like the rest of us, and how a pickleball kitchen dispute led to senior citizen on senior citizen rage in the anything goes state. So that is coming up next.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
I'm Mario.
I call it the fat pill or the fat drug.
The news.
Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
I don't think that you're a fat kid, but this is the fattest kid take of all time.
The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Before we get to the news, I would just like to take a moment and thank today's Dress Greg partner, and it is Honeydew Donuts. And I think I mentioned a few weeks ago, huge fan of Honeydew. And they are they go all the way back to 1973, 125 locations, first store in Mansfield, Massachusetts. And Bob Bowen, his family, a big part of Honeydew, and his son Bo listen to this show every single day when they are on the way to Bo's school. So wanted to thank those guys for making a big donation to the Greg Hill Foundation. And that is why I am wearing my Honeydew shirt this morning as a part of Dress Greg. So
thank you for what you do, Honeydew.
Great donuts, sneaky great coffee.
Their coffee is fantastic. Fantastic. Huge fan.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Let's get to the news.
We're going to start with Patriots wide receiver Steph Diggs. He will be scheduled to be arraigned at 9 a.m. this morning at Dedham District Court for the assault charges with the personal chef. Steph did change his legal representation yesterday, moving on from Michael DiStefano, and he hired Sarah Silva. Now, I was wondering if he hired the same woman who was representing a lot of famous people for a period of time. He is not. Sarah Silva won like a lawyer of Massachusetts in 2020. So a good resume there. He faces charges of felony strangulation or suffocation and misdemeanor assault and battery.
All right, we'll see what happens there.
Yes. A Roxbury school is investigating after a student was able to walk out of school of the school building and wandered off unsupervised. The student wasn't found for several minutes, was finally found by some worker at the school on school grounds still, but outside the building. This happened on Tuesday. Here's one resident's reaction from WHDH.
I wouldn't want that to happen to my kid. I'm very protective over my kid, so I would want the teachers and everybody to be aware. I feel like, there should be more security because, they're kids, so we don't want nothing to happen to them.
Yeah, you would like to hope that the kids are not able to wander out and not be noticed.
We used to walk out all the time. Yes. You find that right door.
Yes, you did.
You could find that right door that didn't have a chain on it.
And go over to Santarpio's, or what would you do?
No, there was a little corner store that sold subs. We'd go to.
Oh, you
that
go
kind
get
of thing.
yourself a sub. Well, you didn't like the lunch at school?
Nah, hell no.
And the teachers, you wouldn't get in trouble for it?
I mean, they wouldn't know.
I used to leave school all the time.
Yeah.
What about Pizza Friday? Didn't you like?
Nah. Eastie had their school lunch was terrible.
Were you a singles or doubles kid?
Oh, double. I doubled up on the pizza and I doubled up on the chicken patty sandwich.
Nothing better than a chicken patty. God, those were so good.
So good.
I did not a fan of American chop suey.
Well,
preach, Greg. Tell the people.
You agree?
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, not a fan of that.
Our Pizza Fridays were great because it wasn't made at the school. It was it was Sal's.
Oh wow!
Really?
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Oh, excuse me.
Bougie.
Yeah. I like
not bougie. It's just like
brag, Coco.
Sorry.
I only like two things from the school lunches: the burgers that used to come in the plastic that were like flat, where you had to fold it over, and then the fries. They used to come in these little plastic bags with holes in it. Were pretty good, but that was like. That was a rare occasion they would put that up.
At Rivers, Greg, on Wednesdays, Wolfgang Puck Wednesdays.
Not bad.
Police are looking for a man with a backpack that is similar to the Ring camera footage in the Nancy Guthrie case. So they're asking anyone within a 2-mile radius in Tucson, Arizona, to Nancy Guthrie's house to check again their Ring cameras for this backpack. They've found another Ring camera in the neighborhood where a man with a similar backpack and build as the one seen on Nancy Guthrie's surveillance video was trying to get over a wall of another house.
Yeah.
And so they're seeing if there's a connection there. They're also asking anyone within that 2-mile radius to pull video and see if they have a truck, a gray truck, and if they know anyone with a gray truck, and to let somebody in law enforcement know if they know anything about a gray truck in the neighborhood.
Do you think this was just a random kidnapping, or you think there's some? You think that?
I think this is an inside job.
You do.
The way in which this is unfolding, and it's also the reports yesterday, like the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department. They don't know who's in charge here. Like, it seems like it's a disaster behind the scenes. But to me, I mean, this is an 84-year-old woman who they said couldn't walk without a walker 500 feet. And so you can't get pretty far with that woman.
Right.
And the last part of this yesterday is that TMZ said that they received another ransom note.
That's weird, too. Like, why are they sending them to TMZ?
Yeah, that is strange.
I don't know. And there's only been one person who's been identified as like an imposter ransom person in California, and they were arrested. But this TMZ one, this is like somebody who knows who the kidnapper is. Then they received another one yesterday that said, like, I'm not being taken seriously, and it seemed more aggressive. It just...
Are they still like, is there like communication with the alleged kidnapper about the six? Wasn't there like a money?
They're communicating with TMZ. That's how they send their ransom.
Yeah.
Notes,
and the police are communicating because
they're not communicating back. It's just they keep getting these ransom letters. And there was movement in the Bitcoin account that they had asked for the $6 million to be dropped into. It was like $300. The whole thing just rubs me the wrong way.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange.
It defies logic that here we are entering the second week of this search with the mother of one of the most famous TV personalities in an area that is not exactly like one that you can blend into. And there's nothing. Like, not even any. The only break in the case was the images of the Ring camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did end up going down a rabbit hole of how much does Savannah Guthrie make, because the ransom being $6 million.
She makes $8 million a year.
That's
wow.
Yeah. Pretty impressive.
Oh, her net worth is $40 million, so she could pay it.
Right.
But she said, I'm willing to pay.
Yeah.
So just do what they did in Man on Fire. You know,
meeting at the bridge.
Yeah, and then like
what a sad ending.
and then you set it up or something like
the
you think.
Saddest endings to a film ever.
You know that they're doing
crazy.
You know they're making a TV series. Man on Fire. Yep.
Without Denzel, I won't watch it.
Yeah, it's
and Dakota.
Oh, did you see the trailer for Paradise season 2?
Yeah.
February 23rd.
It's very good.
Looks very good.
Very good. Also,
I cannot wait.
Man on Fire, one of the best twists in a movie. Like a twist I did not see coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very, very good film.
Very good. Amazon has dropped plans to partner its Ring doorbell cameras with the police surveillance tech company Flock Safety. Now, this was my favorite Super Bowl commercial.
Yes, it was. I told you that everybody other than you was freaked out by it, so now they're not going to do it?
They are not going to do it. After the Super Bowl ad went live, a lot of people, not myself, thought that it was going to be a security breach and was
privacy concerns.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it had yet to launch, but if it had, the partnership would have given Ring customers the option to share videos from their doorbell cameras with police. So yeah, they're not going to do that. Save the dogs. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have a Pervert Teachers Association inductee.
Jesus, haven't they taught you these things in school?
What things?
The Greg Hill Morning Show presents
We were meant to be, I know it. How else could sex be that incredible?
Pervert Teachers Association.
That is appalling. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
37-year-old mom Julie Rizzatello, who's an English teacher at Wall Township High School in New Jersey, has been accused of having an inappropriate relationship with not one, but two students, and had told one of her victims that she'd gotten pregnant after convincing him to have unprotected sex with her on his birthday, then telling him she terminated the pregnancy. So Rizzatello, who pled guilty last year to 2 counts of second-degree sexual assault, abused each of her victims for months at a time. The first victim, the one that she told she got pregnant with, was a freshman when this all went down.
These teachers, man.
So
look at her.
Yeah.
I mean, look at. I told you they got to go back to the days of when we were in school, Greg.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand. Is the husband staying with her?
So I don't even know. All they call her is a mom in the articles that I've read.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, they would have definitely got me as a freshman or sophomore in high school.
Yeah.
But I mean, talk about that poor boy who was 15 when it happened, and then
I'd have been bragging like a mofo. I'd be like, Danny, you ain't gonna believe what happened. I was in detention.
Shime, let's go to Florida.
And now,
It's one of those only in Florida type of stories.
another edition of
Come to Miami.
Florida. Not like the rest of us.
The people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns.
On WEEI.
Oh, they don't close Florida.
Well, a bunch of Florida seniors got into a pickleball brawl on Sunday, and this one's intense. So it started over an argument about someone stepping in the kitchen during the game.
Oh,
not allowed in the kitchen.
Not allowed.
Hell no.
A 63-year-old man swore at a woman, then hit her husband with the pickleball paddle, then punched another guy in the nose, and then pushed a 70-year-old woman to the ground.
Wow.
Yeah, so not good.
No.
We have the call to police
okay.
after this happened.
Okay.
Hello, we're First Creek Pickleball Court, and there's a fight that's broken out, and we need help. Come quick, please.
Okay, how many people are fighting?
There's about 20 people.
Okay, any weapons?
They're breaking. No. I mean, somebody hit somebody with a pickleball paddle, hit somebody in the head. Please. Oh, my God.
Is anybody bleeding?
Okay, it's breaking up, but we need help.
Yeah.
Any weapons? Yes. Somebody is hitting somebody else with their walker.
Right.
Like what?
Wow, that's crazy.
These people lose their mind over pickleball. It's not good for the country.
Well,
It's their whole future.
Yeah.
I guess it is their whole life.
Like when you are in Florida for the winter and
Oh,
you're
I
not in
imagine.
pickleball, like that's social suicide.
We know Dante Scarnecchia loves it. Stay out
It's
of
a
the kitchen.
piercing sound. It's pop, 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 pop.
All right.
McDonald's, Wiggy, is testing GLP-1 friendly menu items.
Okay.
So during a Wednesday earnings call, McDonald's CEO Chris Kempinski said the fast food giant has been testing high protein menu items for customers on GLP-1 drugs. So options could include grilled chicken strips or nuggets, cauliflower tortilla instead of wheat or corn, and smaller burgers with lettuce wraps.
Oh, all right. So that's where you can go for your one meal a day, Coach, to Mickey D's.
I don't mean to be judgmental,
Oh,
but
gosh.
why would you go to McDonald's to eat healthily?
Because now they got the
Because the food demon is whispering in your ear, going, "Go back to McDonald's."
But like, there's a million other places you can go. You can buy lettuce. It's cheap.
Well, they got now
the food demon.
They got the lettuce wrap from there. Are they gonna put some of the mac sauce on?
No, Coach, no. No mac sauce.
Oh, you can have mac
You're
sauce.
You're on the GLP-1s.
GLP-1
You just need protein.
means you could still eat normal, but it controls you going overboard when
Portion
you're eating.
control.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
does.
Right.
And it helps you break down the food, like the blood sugar, insulin part.
Isn't it shocking? Like, there's a Burger King on West Broadway. I don't think I've ever seen anyone there.
I've been there multiple times.
Really?
Yep.
But like,
Chicken fries, like if you're having a bad day and you're going down Broadway, I go
Is the
right
Taco
in.
Bell still there?
Over near Lincoln?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay.
There's a pliable there too,
Oh,
so
there is?
you
Yeah.
have healthy
All right,
options.
Okay. All right. Is that it news-wise?
Just quickly, affiliate news. Hello to our Cape Cod listeners tuning in on 96.3.
Yes.
The Sagamore Bridge reconstruction is now projected to be completed in 2037.
What?
2037.
That's 11 years from now.
That is correct.
wait, in Baltimore, didn't they rebuild that thing in like 6 months?
Yes.
Remember we went to Sanibel?
Yes.
And they had been decimated by the hurricanes.
Yes.
It had already been rebuilt in like
Yeah.
8 weeks.
Yep. 2037, Curtis.
And that's what they're saying, which means it's 2050.
Yeah, they're saying that the takedown of the full bridge will be 2027, 2028. The new bridge will go up in 2033. All traffic will run over that bridge while the northbound span is constructed in the years following. Like,
My God,
that is
what
going to be
nightmare.
a cluster.
What are people going to do when it comes to going to the Cape this weekend and up until 2037?
Like, could they put a
It's going to be a
ferry?
cluster F every single weekend.
Could they put a ferry right there?
I guess.
That would be hellish.
I know, but
And be like, all right, we're going to Carson Beach. We're going to Revere Beach.
I might not even be alive then.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably a good bet.
that's crazy.
I will be 70 years old then.
Yeah. James will be
Oh, my God.
13, 14.
14.
I'll have an 11-year-old.
Wow.
Wiggy, your grandson will be 11.
Oh, yeah, right.
Nuts.
Crazy.
Nuts.
All right. Well, good luck with that, Cape Cod. And thank you for listening down there and being loyal to this show since we started. And we got a date. We are back at the Beachcomber. If you want a heads up on road shows, we have a date for it. And so we're going back to the Beachcomber. We may have 2 road shows on the Cape this season.
We did last year, too.
We did. Yes, we did. We may go to, we may be in Vermont for a road show.
Oh.
This road show season. So,
Vermont's beautiful in the summer.
All right. Let's get to what is trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by Shaw's. According to sources, the Patriots are opening their defensive coordinator position by moving Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, to a high-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff. The Red Sox continue to add to their pitching staff. Yesterday, they signed 6'7", 240-pound right-hand pitcher Harrison Blum on a minor league deal. We talked about it yesterday, but Liam Hendricks is officially leaving Boston. He's headed back to Minnesota on a minor league deal. The U.S. men's hockey team take the first game of the Olympics, final 5-1 against Latvia. Brock Nelson had 2 goals for the red, white, and blue, while Brady Tkachuk, Tage Thompson, and Austin Matthews also scored. And that was brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Shaw's and Star Market make grocery shopping easy. Just order online or on the app, and they'll have your groceries ready for you curbside or delivered to your door. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. Choose free curbside pickup or delivery.
Did you watch that Brock Nelson goal like I told you to?
Yeah, I watched it a couple times.
I mean,
the passing was ridiculous.
Disgusting.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Filthy.
Yep.
Gross. Double gross.
See if USA can win. Is the last time they won? I'm not sure. What is it? The Miracle on Ice?
No. I think they won
At Lake Placid.
It was?
I believe so. I think I heard Jones and Keith talking about this yesterday. That was the last time they won. They made the gold medal match twice in the early 2000s, but lost both times to Canada, I believe.
I watched the Netflix documentary on the Miracle team on the aeroplane out in California. It is excellent. I don't know if anybody else watched it.
No, I didn't see that. So 1980 is the last time the men's U.S. hockey team won a gold medal?
Yep.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right. Go USA, and we will be right back. Jaylen Brown took to Instagram yesterday for a sick brag bro, and some are bothered by it.
A lot of people are.
A lot of people are upset about it. We will get to what that might mean when Jason Tatum returns, coming up next.
Jones and Keith.
Yesterday, Jaylen Brown took to Instagram to compare this team's current productivity to last year's squad. And in the post, shared a post which examined the similarities between both Celtics teams by using their record, their playoff seed, their offensive rating, their defensive rating, and net rating at the All-Star break. And some are asking why the need for Jaylen Brown to do that in the absence of Jason Tatum. I would start with the stan in the room. You have been a long-time Jaylen Brown stan.
And I continue to be one.
You continue to be one.
He posted this, and I immediately jumped to the defensive. And I said, oh, people are going to hate this. God, people are going to run with it. And I sat with it. And I really looked inward. And my guy, like, why do we need to post this? Let the numbers speak for themselves. There was an article about this yesterday before he posted that were comparing the numbers. I think the main one that he did it was for the offensive numbers. But, for him specifically, when all eyes are on you and you're the leader of this team and there's so many questions about Jason coming back and you have the haters that will continue to belittle your working relationship, the two of you, just let people talk instead of putting these numbers on your story.
You don't post that if you're friends with the guy. You don't.
Nah.
Yeah. You just don't. It's a D move.
Oh, I know, Curtis. You're right.
And this brings it to last week or whatever that was, Wiggs, when he did the sit down talking about how he didn't want to interrupt the chemistry.
Right.
Jaylen Brown has been on a mission to prove that he's no Robin. He's Batman.
Yep.
And this post is his way entering the weekend. There's no games between now and Tuesday of next week. It's the All-Star break, and this is a way of saying, F you guys, we don't need anything. I'm not a backup dancer. This is it. And he doesn't give a flying F how it makes his buddy Tatum feel.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I was wrong. I said we talked about Jason Tatum, and what I felt was a needy plea for love when he said he's not sure how coming back will affect the chemistry of the team. I was wrong. It's not him being needy. It's the fact that he gets the vibe from Jaylen Brown that Jaylen Brown would, clearly thinks he's the alpha and doesn't necessarily need Jason Tatum around on this team. Of course. You agree?
I agree. And then the performance, I told you, the performance of Jaylen Brown, who's had a tremendous year, does not help. This is we all went to driving school when we were younger, right?
Yep.
And
driver's ed.
Yep. And remember in that one car, the other guy had the instructor had a steering wheel and brakes and everything.
Yes.
This is two people trying to drive that vehicle, and unfortunately, I know they won a championship, but unfortunately, I think this ultimately is headed for disaster because in order for you to keep something going like this in basketball, one guy has to be willing to concede that the other guy, it's his team.
And I also think, devil's advocate, Jaylen Brown could be posting this as hey, F all of you. You guys thought that we were going to be terrible this season. And look, we were able to do it. We were able to come together.
You don't need to do that, though.
I agree. But I'm just saying the issue here is that it's one guy who has not been on the court with you all season long, who has been the main storyline. Take Al Horford out of it.
Yeah.
Take
Porzingis,
everybody else out of it.
Whatever.
It immediately points to the one guy who we're waiting to see when he's going to come back, and people will immediately start drawing lines to, Jaylen doesn't think that he needs him back.
And you guys know what's going to happen next? He's going to be asked about it. He's going to be petulant, being like, why are you reading into this? I didn't mean anything by it.
Right.
It's you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, it's vague booking, as we used to call it, when people were on Facebook and going, you really can't trust some people. And, and they just post that so that you reach out and go, oh, wait a minute, who can't you trust?
Well, just like your Nema post on the roof.
Subtweeting.
So, here's a 617 text that says Jaylen, the East is weaker this year. Your inferiority complex is maddening. And do you feel like he has an inferiority complex?
I don't. I don't. I think that, and this is, again, could be a Homer Stan take. I'm fully aware. I just think that Jaylen Brown holds himself to a high level, and he's been doubted for so long. I understand his want to show everybody, like, look, I can prove everybody wrong. I can put this team on my back, and he has, and he's done a wonderful job. But at the same time, you can't do this at this point of the season when the star of the stars is expected to make a comeback.
It's, whether you want to call it the inferiority complex or the jealousy complex, because you got to understand, this goes back to you got to go back to the beginning. So they draft Jaylen Brown number 3.
He gets booed.
The very next year, they draft Jason Tatum at number 3.
Yeah.
To be the guy. So you drafted a guy. You didn't draft a big man the next year. You didn't draft a point guard. You basically drafted a guy who was very similar to my skill set to kind of like maybe replace me or be the guy. And then ever since then.
Who's the better player?
Jason Tatum. Right.
But who has been the better player? Jason Tatum.
Right.
Except for the championship run.
But even in the championship run, you could make that argument.
No.
If you look at in that championship run, I believe Jason Tatum was like the only player or maybe one of 5 players to average, I want to say something ridiculous. Not a triple-double, but close to a triple-double.
Double-double.
The whole it was like the whole NBA playoffs. So, and I know Jaylen Brown he got the MVP, but we've been talking about this from day one. You can't have 2 Batmans.
But we also have been talking about for a while how Jaylen Brown would be exposed because Jason Tatum got all the best defenders. He always got doubled.
Right.
And that is the opposite of what has happened.
Right.
And I fully respect Jaylen Brown being doubted, saying this is BS. I just think the timing, the way you're doing this, like let everybody else. That's what people are going to be talking about this weekend. They're going to say, what an unbelievable year for Jaylen Brown and Joe Mazzulla. They're going to praise them, rightfully so, up and down.
Right. Now it's the worst. It's the worst nightmare possible for the Boston Celtics front office.
Yep.
Because what happens, probably not this year, but when Jason Tatum is healthy next year. And now Jaylen Brown has already proven, like, I can put this team on my back. I can be the guy that has the ball in his hands 90% of the time and have our team at
Do you think the two of them can continue to coexist?
No. I don't
forward.
Believe,
you don't think so, Curtis?
No, I think I said it sort of flippantly that it would be a good time to trade Jaylen Brown right now because of before the deadline.
Yeah.
But I mean, we all know Chisholm likes shedding contracts. Maybe they do that at the end of this year. I'm telling you, what does Jason Tatum say this morning? How did he read that?
He's going to say that I was just proving people wrong. It has nothing to do with Jason. And I think that they can have...
No, he's saying what does Tatum think about How does Jason Tatum feel about it?
He has to internally feel some type of way.
Yes, I'm sure he does.
But I think that they can have a working relationship. Like, I think that this could...
Not in the world of basketball, Courtney. You can get away with it in other sports, but in basketball, there's one ball, and generally there's one superstar on every team, and everybody else knows their role. Mm-hmm. And when you have 2 guys... It don't work.
One of the best basketball players in the world.
How is this a media creation? This is his social media account. He put this on there. You can't get misquoted in your own interview.
This is Tariq from Boston. Hey.
It's that time of year, Wiggy, the annual spanking. The annual I Know Basketball. You just said that there's no way that these 2 guys can both have one hand on the wheel and be successful. Post the championship, you're saying this. Yeah. So stop for a second.
They won one championship. One.
Hold on a second.
One. That's possible for
Wiggy,
one.
Wiggy,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Wait a second. You're acting like they're bringing back James Harden.
No, I'm not.
They're bringing back a guy who – stop for a second. Let me finish. You're acting like they're bringing back a selfish – a guy who demands the ball, who screams in the media, who berates his teammates and acts like it's all about him. Have you looked at the character profile of every single player they brought here, of every single player that they've brought here? There's a character level to those players. This is not an issue for anybody but y'all. And that's why JB can say the things. That's why JB can say the things that he's saying, because he understands the character of the guy he's riding with. And the only people that don't understand that is you.
So let me ask you a question, Tarek. Let me ask you this question.
Ask me a question.
Okay.
I can't wait.
When you watch them win a championship, were the roles defined on what they did with the basketball?
Yes.
Who was the ball dominant player when they won a championship?
Oh, let me guess. Jason Tatum.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Hold on. If you say you know basketball, who's the ball dominant? Who's the ball dominant player with the basketball this season?
Jaylen Brown.
Okay. So when they both come back, and they're both healthy, who's the ball dominant player?
Point guard.
Who's the point guard? And you just said the ball dominant player when they won the championship. Hold on, no, you got your time.
So
they won the championship was Jason Tatum.
Tarek, he's feisty today.
No. Okay,
road,
so who's the ball? I
alley,
asked the
Wiggy.
question.
So let me ask. I'm going to go down your dark, stupid road.
Go ahead.
Let's go down there. We're in the dark alley, and Jason Tatum is the primary ball handler.
Yes.
What is JB's reaction to that? Does he quit?
No, I know he's not going to quit.
Does he start a fight? No, answer the question. Does he start a fight?
No, you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you what he does? Can I tell you? Can I tell you what he does?
Joe Mazzulla's face.
Tarek, can I tell you? Can I tell you what he does? No, here's what he does. And he's done it before. I mean, if this is the role I got to play, I'll do it.
I had to change for the fit into their
I'm
way
going to
of
have
playing.
to change who I am to fit into this role. All I'm saying is Jaylen Brown has proven he can carry a team, and he's proven he can do it from being the ball-dominant player. And Tarek's like a point guard.
That was a masterful performance by Tarek, not answering the only thing that matters, which is why the hell did he post that? Why? If you're saying they're fine, if you're saying they're good friends, you never in a million years are compelled to post that.
And the only people that don't understand that is you.
When is the last time, and he said the championship, and I give him that, they were able to coexist for that championship. But Tatum was the ball-dominant player. Jaylen Brown played his role, but we all know he wasn't a huge fan of that role.
This is David. David, good morning.
Good morning, guys. So this is a great topic because this is the only thing I have to say. If the Celtics go all the way deep into the playoffs, and if they win, then what are we going to argue about? Because at that point, it proves Jaylen Brown has proven that he is Batman.
You mean if they go all the way without Jason Tatum? Yes.
Correct.
Is it likely that they go all the way and win it without Jason Tatum? No, I don't.
But he doesn't have to go all the way. He's already proven he could be Batman. Like this year alone, and, Courtney's been spot on, but I'll give him his credit. This year alone, he's already proven he can be the guy.
I also think, we have to remember that them winning the championship, it didn't just fall on Jaylen Brown. It didn't just fall on Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown, I think, was the better player throughout, but I don't think they win that championship without Jason or without Jaylen. So it's not just Jaylen Brown needing to prove himself without Jason Tatum to win a championship. I don't necessarily know if Jason Tatum, if he was the player on this team and Jaylen Brown was out hurt, that he could win a championship without Jaylen.
Yeah, but to use Wiggy's analogy, you can't have two Batmen.
No.
But we did, and we won a championship.
You won one championship.
Right. Shaq and Kobe got along for a bit.
Right, and then sooner or later...
Somebody has to be Scottie Pippen.
Yes.
Right. Or you could be Luke Longley.
Right. But that's even Scottie Pippen didn't want to be Scottie Pippen. Yeah. That's all these people that try to jump into the basketball world of okay, I get what you're saying. You can win a championship. They won one, but Jaylen Brown is not the type personality to sit back and go, okay, I can be Robin, because he believes, and he's proven it, that that's not who he is. So when somebody has that mindset, they're going to tell you every chance that they get, hey, I know this is my role. It's not what I want to do, but this is what I have to do.
More likely, the Celtics win another championship with Jaylen and Jason on the same team, or they trade Jaylen Brown.
That is more likely.
That is more likely.
From my perspective, unfortunately.
Right, I think they win the title this year.
Right. Well, and if they do win, they'd have to get to Oklahoma City's balling, right? And
the only team, Wiggy, to blow, I think they were double-digit point favorites in 8 games that they've lost this year.
Who are you talking about?
Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
So they've been big favorites in games and lost many a bunch of them, more than anybody else ever has.
No, I'm just saying
What's their record on Thursdays?
The West
record overall is pretty good.
Hey, listen, I love the Celtics. The West is loaded, and I think the Celtics can get to the NBA Finals with just Jaylen Brown, but it would be extremely difficult to beat one of those Western Conference teams.
Wiggy, a texter says if you're a teammate, you don't post what he posted on Instagram, which is a comparison of the stats without, this year without Jason Tatum to last year.
Right.
You post something which says, everybody said we weren't a contender and we're right there, and we'll be even better when Zero gets back.
Right.
That's
Maybe
what
he texted Tatum before he posted it. And Tatum said, do it.
believe
Do
that?
it. Maybe.
Courtney is such copium right now.
I think she's like, listen, she's a stan, she's a sheep, but I think the best analogy was from Chris Curtis this morning.
Thank you.
And he said, what if you're out, Shime's running the show, and
he says the ratings are better and without me or whatever.
And imagine if he did that for
Shime wouldn't have a job the next
No, but
right. But just work with us.
Why do you think I didn't mention me and Bradfield's great show over Christmas break?
Oh, what'd you guys do over the Christmas break?
I think it was like either Tuesday or Friday. We had like a 9. It was great.
Oh,
me and
nice.
Bradfield.
It was that spicy thing that you ate.
Wasabi challenge day. That's exactly what it was.
I hope Shime shines in a lead role.
Greg, that's what I appreciate about you. You encourage me.
Right, but that's your personality. Imagine Greg had to go on paternity leave for 3 months, and Shime was dominating, and then
Men don't need paternity leave.
And then every
Are you saying he's pregnant?
Men deserve paternity leave just like women do. Hold on a second.
I was saying it as a joke.
I don't know if
I
you
was.
were or not.
I absolutely was.
I don't know if you were or not.
We know
I
she
hope
wasn't.
Santo isn't listening right now.
Santo has paternity. That you are taking that completely out of context and twisting my words, just like people were doing earlier this morning.
We heard her this morning with Joe Judge. She believes Santo. Get your ass to work.
No,
I'm the one having the baby 9 months, 6 months afterwards. You need
you
to
guys
get
are
your
gonna twist this.
No.
It's fine.
Get your
you
ass to
twisted
work.
earlier too.
Work and get up at nighttime to help me out with
Men's
this damn
jobs
baby.
are more important. I was told that earlier.
But if Greg was out for his paternity leave and Shime was shining, and then every chance that Shime got when asked, like, hey, how do you feel? Well, I don't like the role that I'm in as a producer now, but I know I could do more. But unfortunately, I have to do it. People would look at it and go, Shime doesn't like to be.
Wiggy, I do like the sound of that Rise and Shime on WEEI.
Okay. Hey.
Also, now people in the Twitch chat are asking if I'm with baby. So great. Thanks a lot.
Keep you guessing. Greg, I have a question for you.
Fat. What?
Mitch, I got this from the Mitchuation room.
Yes.
That Mitch works every night at the Garden, every home game. He's there.
Yes.
And he said he has never seen them once near each other on the bench. They are always not together.
Really?
Yeah.
Mitch, come on, bud.
Yeah. Other than
he's a Jalen stan too.
Yeah. Other than the other night, they were sitting next to each other.
All right.
But
interesting.
It is very,
developments.
very interesting.
And I don't think it's going to get better.
No.
We are going to wrap the week up with acrobatic next.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
It's time, the Greg Hill Show on WEEI in association with ILoveBostonSports.com and Acrobatic bring to you our duck boat parade dreams are dearly departed. Cause Super Bowl 60 was over before it started. My brother Brandon said congrats for trying, man. But he the one that should be crying, he a Lions fan. Drake May got neutralized, but it wasn't only his fault. Cause everybody got scrutinized. Everybody jumped in, why stop? He said our old line was serving up pancakes like IHOP. Nobody was open, the run game was stagnant. Seattle's D played like their gloves were made of magnets. By halftime, our bubble was burst. And the second half was even way worse than the first. The Pats kept running the same plays repetitive. And by the fourth quarter, it was no longer competitive. Coaching staff looked shell-shocked and on sedatives. But with all of that said, it is not all negative. We got an amazing halftime from Bad Bunny. And whatever Kid Rock was doing was mad funny. But yo, we all needed a reality check. 2026 belongs to Seattle. We next. So just take a deep breath, man. Let your lungs expand. That game was a mess, fan, but at least we not Jets fans. Add a few pieces, let the young guys develop, and watch everybody's confidence start to swell up. There's no need to feel hopeless, ruined and helpless, cause now we switch focus to the Bruins and Celtics. They both putting up impressive stat lines. The C's beat the Heat after being down 22 at halftime. They couldn't hit the side of a barn against the Knicks, but the other night against the Bulls it all looked fixed. 19 from Vucevic and 26 from Pritch put us right back on track in the playoff mix. Now we got the All-Star break in the Olympics, so the schedule feels like it's on Ozempic. But once it gets popping again, it's gonna be epic, and I'll be here to rep it every week with a record. Turn it up!
That unbelievable. That is Acrobatic weekly wrap-up, covering everything.
Yeah.
From the Super Bowl loss, which is still lingering, I think, in many of our minds, to the Celtics, to the Olympics, all of it from Acrobatic. Well done. What did you? Speaking of the Super Bowl and reading into things, Wiggy, you played in the NFL. They released some of the mic'd up stuff yesterday. What did you make of Barmore and Milton Williams talking to each other and saying over and over again, it wasn't us. It wasn't us, twin.
I know exactly what he's saying.
It's not wrong.
Is he talking about the offense?
So he's talking about, hey, we did our job. I mean, and you do that when you're in the NFL. Like, that's just a natural thing that you do. Offenses, think about how many Patriots the offenses are like, God damn. I mean, shoot, we putting up 30. And can you stop somebody?
Yeah.
So right?
And we talked a lot about how during the actual game, like the fumble recovery and the pick, like when the camera went over to the defense on the bench, they looked like, are you kidding me?
Right. Yeah. I don't want to say something that'll bother Scheim. I love him a lot, and we got about an hour left in the week. But the Drake May on the ground needing to be, convinced to sit up by Vrabel was a horrific look.
I don't think he needed to be convinced.
Okay, I would just recommend everybody watch it, make their own decision.
Well, how would you explain it, Shai?
I mean, I don't know. He was a football player. He's on the ground. Taking a second.
Well, Mike Vrabel's over there going, do you want to keep going, is essentially what he's saying to him.
And he's just, he has no, he just sits there.
But do we know exactly when that was in the game? Because was it not in the fourth quarter when they were down 17 or whatever, and there was 2.5 minutes left?
Yeah.
What, so he should have just laid on the ground till the end?
No, I think he's asking him, hey, do you want to just
finish?
call it?
He was saying, do you want to finish?
Yeah, do you want to just call it? And Drake's like, no, I'll go back in, and gets up and trots in.
Right.
I mean, that's coming off the field. That was the end of the
then we're talking
drive.
about two different moments then.
No. He gets basically his head knocked off out of bounds, and he's lying there. And Mike Vrabel goes over and says, "Hey, do you want to finish, or
do you want to keep going?"
Yeah, and so
Drake's like, "Yeah, the hell with it. I might as well go down with the ship. I'm the captain, and we weren't playing well." But I definitely think the Milton Williams and the Barmore thing, that's just that's what NFL players do. I mean, NFL players, college players, if one unit is doing really well and the other one, it's like, man, what are we doing? Pick it up. How many times can we hold them to field goals. And when you look at it and you go like, and I think everybody said it, I just think those two guys, and they happen to say it on a hot mic or whatever, but everybody said the defense did their job.
Yeah.
This is all about the offense.
And Wiggy, you're absolutely right. Like, how many times did Joe Burrow talk about it last year with his defense not being able to get a single stop?
Right.
Like, that happens in the NFL all the time. And they're right. I mean, Christian Barmore, as much as, he says it over and over and over again, but he's right. Like, it is what it is.
And you know what you should be doing? You know what I would be doing if I was an offensive player and I was on that team? I would be saying to the defense, man, it's us, man.
Yeah.
We effing this up for us.
Yeah.
Like, and I would be like, we need to do better, man. The defense is holding us here. What are we doing? Like, and now I would be holding the offense accountable for our poor play.
And to be fair, I had to say that very same thing to Amen Corner during the Newport Roadshow after the night before.
Heroic.
Do you want to finish?
It was the most.
Are you gonna be okay? You wanna? You look
good?
a little. You look.
You
green.
guys, I've never heard of this name in my life.
I've never seen a comeback like that.
It's unbelievable. The epic comeback.
I said,
Better than 28-3?
Yeah.
He had 12 Manhattans the night before.
Oh, yeah,
He was
It was
talking.
unbelievable.
He was talking a different language.
That's the
And-
one when he was on the bus with us,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Well, because there were two tables, and it was me, Wiggy, Santo, and Eamon at one, and then a bunch of people at another.
Yeah.
And I finally,
good.
I wasn't drinking, so I'm like, time to go.
Yeah.
I said I can't
We
do
gotta
the
get outta
gibberish.
here.
How did
All
you
right.
guys not record any of that? That would have been
I know,
awesome.
we should have. All right, we are going to play some Hill Notes back coming up in about 20 minutes, so still plenty of time to leave one of those on the Odyssey app.
You're listening to the Greg Hill Show on
Drake May's attorney, Drake May's spokesperson, Chris Scheim, wants a word.
Yeah.
On Drake May.
Real quick, that's all. I'd just like to say that video that you saw of Vrabel saying to Drake, "You good? You want to finish?"
You want to finish?
Came with 39 seconds left in the game after Drake May took a hit where he fell on that right shoulder and was probably grimacing. We can't see his face, but that's my guess. And there were 39 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, that's great. I, in a million years, you will never see historically great quarterbacks in Super Bowls needing to get a pep talk from their head coach to get up off the field.
It's not a pep. What?
What?
I can say it again.
Does it say anything to you not to stir trouble?
Unbelievable.
Not to stir trouble with you, but when coupled with him sitting on the bench in the snow and saying this is hard. Does that indicate anything to you, or you would expect a quarterback to say that?
I mean, a 23-year-old quarterback being in the biggest game of his life in the snow, where his shoulder is hurt at that point, not shot up. Okay. Yeah, that I totally think that's okay for him to say to his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there before as young professional athletes, and you're like,
I haven't.
Well, I mean, you're
Yes.
the one.
You said that about the bench
rule.
you were sitting on, Craig.
You're the one exception to the rule where you're in position.
No, I mean, I haven't been a professional.
Oh, okay.
You said we all have been.
Yeah, but
you've been.
But it's like where you're like, man, I feel like I can't block this guy. Like it's or like when Sam Darnold said he was seeing ghosts. Like I wasn't like overly concerned.
Patriots fans thought that was totally okay. They said,
that was a tough look for him. That haunted him.
No, I know it. I know
for
it
a
did.
very long time.
But I'm
Good
saying,
one, Court.
as a former player, we've all been there before. We've all been there before.
Then
Like,
why was that a punchline here for 5 years?
well, it's gonna be a punchline because fans are going to take it as a punchline, but as players, we all been there before going, man, I feel like there's nothing I can do to get it right. Like I've been in positions where like I just can't block this guy, and it's like I'm ready for this thing to be over because for whatever the reason is, I'm a young player, I don't understand just yet. I bet Will Campbell was saying the same thing. I get it as a former player. The fans are going to take it and run with it.
781 text, I usually enjoy Chris Curtis's takes, but he has been a dink this week. Well, I mean,
well, good morning.
He is entitled to his opinion.
I feel like Curtis has been very even keel this morning.
I mean, think about it. Belichick said it on that 2009 documentary. Like, I don't know what to do. I can't get them to figure it out. So as a coach and a player, you've been in that situation before where you're like, everything you're trying, or maybe you're dealing with the pain and you're like, oh my God. And in that moment, it seems overwhelming. And you might say, I'm like Sam Darnold, I'm seeing ghosts, Drake May, this is hard for me. Like, it's just, that's the nature of the beast at times.
It's not like he said he can't do it. All he said was, it's hard.
I mean, that's great. I think he's a great quarterback. I'm glad he's here. If that were an opposing quarterback in a game the Patriots won in the playoffs, they would be mocked mercilessly. It's just a fact. It's okay. I mean,
what do you mean they'd be mocked for saying it's hard?
Yes,
they won. They ended up winning that game, by the way. So that one they won.
No, I know. I'm saying if there was a player on the opposing team, every comment I make about Drake is not directed at you. Just so you know, it's just like an opinion.
No, I know, and it's a terrible opinion, which is why I bite back so far. Or so hard.
You're hard.
This is hard.
No, I bite back so hard. Use your ears, Curtis. Open them.
This is hard.
It would help in a discussion.
Can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis, please?
I love it.
I don't know, Greg. This is hard.
Well, Curtis, stick your head out. Is it hard to stick your head out in the middle of the cold weather? It's hard.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Greg. Somebody was talking there. 25 degrees, mostly sunny sky. Afternoon high of 36. Going to be lovely. Maybe the little Granite Links tomorrow, Greg. 38.
Ooh, we're getting up there.
Yep. Crossing Nines, they have great, delicious hummus. I'll tell you that.
They do.
Even the greatest of all time did it. The GOAT, TB. We had him on this show, and him going 8-0. We just can't figure it out on offense, right? You know what I'm saying? So like I get when people get in that mode, like you know what I'm saying? Like it's just sometimes you feel like everything you're doing, you just don't have answers for the test. You can't get the answers right. So I would get what Curtis is saying. Fans ripping him. I get that's the fans' perspective, but for people who've actually played the game, they understand it and they know exactly. But don't you remember when Brady was like, I can't figure out what we're doing with this offense?
No, I don't remember that.
They were 8-0.
I remember he told Chris Collinsworth he was the most miserable 8-0 quarterback.
Right. And why was he miserable? Because of the offense.
Because they traded AB.
No. They
released AB, however the hell they got rid of him.
Because he was miserable because the offense couldn't get it right. So here's a guy who's the greatest quarterback of all time on a team that's 8-0 halfway through the season talking about, I'm the most miserable guy right now because we can't get it right on offense.
Yeah, and I also remember Super Bowl 51 when they were down 28-3.
No, but
Belichick said, "Come on, man, get up."
Curtis, but we're not talking about we're just making the comparison, or I'm just making the comparison that all players do this. Right. And it's, it doesn't make them any less of a player.
Little breaking legal news from Mego, who is at Dedham District Court this morning, and Steph Diggs has pled not guilty.
Yeah.
And his attorney, Mitchell Schuster, says that he will be exonerated. Yeah. So,
well, saw that coming.
That is the news there.
I was told that this was all just a cash grab and it was going to go away.
Who told you that?
You did.
It is a cash grab.
Well, would they? Why didn't they settle it? This is a while now. They're actually going to trial?
Of course, because he don't want to pay her. Wow. If it's a cash grab and somebody don't want to pay, you know what? Let's go to trial. Let's bring out the receipts. Show me where I was physical to you. Show the jury or whoever where I put my hands on you. Yeah. Some people just because they got a lot of money.
You mean the receipts for the beef stew or whatever she was making for dinner? Or are you talking about different receipts?
Well, I mean, whatever it is. But
I think there are receipts between Cardi B and she as well.
Yeah. But I'm saying
to back him up.
Yeah, there are plenty of rich people.
Well, Cardi B probably deleted those receipts, I would assume.
It doesn't matter if you delete. You can pull those right from the cloud.
But there are plenty of rich people who are like,
I'm not paying you. Can they access a Ring camera on this baby or a Nest? Any Nest footage?
I would imagine.
Yeah, I bet they can get all types of stuff. But there are some people like, I'm not paying you just because you're saying this. I'd rather, prove it in court and obviously exonerate myself.
It's Worm. I always think about you, Worm, on Valentine's Day because you were a part of the blind dating game, and unfortunately that woman didn't choose you.
That's all right, though. It gave me an alley-oop to find my true love, Greg.
Yeah.
So
Daddy did.
That's great.
That's so nice.
We met her.
It goes on this year. It was tougher than it looked.
What's up, Worm?
I just wanted to talk about the Patriots for a second. It was a great season. Obviously did way better than expected. I love the idea of the A.J. Brown addition, but, wide receivers are such divas, and it looks like that room is, really vibing right now. I would lean heavily towards adding, a killer tight end, like Kyle Pitts or the guy from the Browns, David, I believe you pronounce it, Njoku. They're really good. I feel like they're going to help catch balls, too, add to Drake May's progression. And obviously, the number one thing I would go heavy after is Max Crosby. You get him up there with Milton Williams and Barmore, we're talking about, Ravens-type defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want Kyle Pitts. I think, Hunter Henry can do the job fine. If you want to get a younger tight end to push Hunter Henry a little bit in the draft that you can see in a couple years that maybe could be the guy, I'm all good with that. I want the legitimate playmaking wide receiver that I know can make plays.
This is Richard from Rhode Island. Hello, Richard.
Good morning. Great show. Sean, perfect rejoin with that Led Zeppelin. Outstanding.
Credit that one goes to Greg. Greg deserves the credit for that one. It was his suggestion.
I did want to hear that.
I told Greg about it.
It was in my head this morning for whatever reason.
Cheers all around. The reason why I'm calling is I just want to comment. I was following a conversation earlier about I didn't hear specifically what Joe Judge said, but Wiggy talked about 6 months or 3 months from maternity leave.
Yeah.
I can't speak to that. I'm a teacher, right? I was in the classroom for 45 years. I started teaching in 1979. Just before I started teaching, if a woman got pregnant, she had to resign her position. By the time I got well into my career, women were planning to have their children because the only maternity time they got was accumulated sick time. So we used to have 25 days a year, then we negotiated down to 20, then negotiated down to 15. Women were timing their pregnancies so that they could have their children in the summer. And then what would happen is when they came back in September, they were taking babies the size of loaves of bread to a local daycare center who specialized in watching teachers' children.
Yeah.
So I can't speak to, all I know is that 6 months or 3 months, it didn't exist for teachers. And if I could say one more quick thing. When I used to take my daughter to daycare because it was on my way to school. And every single morning I took my daughter to school. When I would drop her off at daycare, she would start to cry. And there were like 4 windows on the way out the parking lot. And she would go to the window and I'd wave to her. She's crying. 3rd window crying. By the time I got to school, I was a wreck. This is 8 o'clock in the morning. And so when it came time to leave, 2 o'clock, by 2:15, I'm at the daycare. And you know what she said to me every single day? Can I stay longer? And so that's how I became empathetic to what a lot of these women were going through, because when we had my son, my wife stayed home.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, Courtney had a great lead on this morning. It led to I was a little anxious because it was a big argument between.
And it just got posted on X and Instagram. I'm going to stay off my phone for the rest of the day because I'm already getting like token female on the show. It's like, I've been here for 5 years. Like, get over it.
Yeah.
Don't let that stuff bother
But
you.
Joe Judge, do you have that audio from Joe Judge? So Joe Judge, who is the quarterback's coach at Ole Miss, was testifying in court and said that he oftentimes speaks to when a player and his significant other are with child. He speaks to the mother to be, and says you need to understand that the player needs sleep. The father needs sleep. Mm-hmm. So you're going to need to handle all of the parenting duties.
Correct. Throughout the night.
Throughout the evening hours.
No midnight feedings.
Here is Joe Judge.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have, and it's not a popular thing, but this is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season or going to have a baby during the season. And you'd have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached. You have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's Full Metal Jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority.
So it becomes an issue of there's somebody who has to, make the money, somebody who has to take care of the child, or can that be done by both together? All of those things.
I just think that, and if I may just speak fully without getting cut off by anybody, in a very toned down manner, I think Joe Judge is overstepping here because it is discounting the fact that the woman who just carried the baby and birthed the baby may have to be getting an education at school, having a job. It doesn't necessarily, not everybody that plays at Ole Miss, hate to break it to them, is going to make it to the big league and be making millions of dollars. So this woman also needs to be making sure she's setting herself and the child up in case things don't work out with the father, or financially doesn't work out for either of them when it comes to the NFL and football. I think it's wildly inappropriate for Joe Judge to have that conversation with any woman who is pregnant at Ole Miss.
Is it sexist?
It has
From
nothing to
your
do.
perspective?
No, it has nothing to do with sex, because I saw people in there. If I had a job that I was the breadwinner and Santo had a job or was out of work maybe, then yes, I understand people need to make sacrifices when it comes to raising a child, especially when it comes to providing for their family. This is a completely different conversation because it is a head coach, or it is a quarterback's coach of a football program that is now telling a woman, inserting himself in the middle of this relationship. It took 2 to tango, 2 to get pregnant, and he's now telling the woman that she needs to do something much more difficult throughout the night during the football season because her significant other chose to play football.
And see, the one thing I'll say, you're more upset that it's Joe Judge giving this woman advice. And then, like he said in the beginning of that audio we heard, sometimes you have to educate people, young people who don't understand the difficulties and what might come with being new parents and what somebody might need.
Well, he's assuming that the father was not going to take parenting more serious than he's going to take football.
No. See, I think you guys are twisting
why is he
his
assuming that?
No, I think you're twisting his words. He's saying that for this guy to perform at the level he needs to perform, to support the family during football season. You as the woman, the wife, the girlfriend, the fiance has to understand that he probably isn't going to be able to help you at night. That's why he said once the season's over, it's Full Metal Jacket.
That's not what he said, though. He said, like, he needs to be in a different room.
Yeah, but
he cannot be disturbed.
Right. But that's what he's saying. He's saying that this person cannot be disturbed because they have to get up and they need 8 hours of sleep to perform at the level that they need to perform at to be successful and to hopefully set the family up for life.
And Courtney, I would say this, like, I agree with a lot of the points you make. It's kind of odd that he's giving this advice. It's not really his business. But we're watching the Olympics, right? You're into it right now.
Mm-hmm.
In the 18-month buildup to an Olympics, you spend, if you're vying for a gold medal, you spend every second, I would presume, thinking, working towards that medal. And if you get a gold medal, that will change the rest of your family's life forever. So you would make some sacrifices in time with kids and family because you are pursuing something professionally that will change the trajectory of your life. And I think what he's telling these kids at Ole Miss is, if indeed you do something, the first message should be, don't get a girl pregnant when you're in college before you have the ability to properly care for it. But after that, it would be, you have to sacrifice something to get to the NFL where you will be able to pay for your family's life for generations. Like, he doesn't want his players to be 30 being like, oh man, I missed out on getting drafted because I was, missing practice to be with my newborn. And that sounds counterintuitive, but it would, I'm sure, change their life.
But that's also different.
Hold on. Here's a text that says sports definitely more important than raising a child.
No.
Like, that's what's crazy to me. I just think that we're talking about these kids that are all trying to get it into the NFL and provide for a family.
Right.
And I understand making a sacrifice for a few months to make millions and millions of dollars makes all the sense in the world. Unfortunately, that doesn't work out for everybody.
No, I understand.
And so
that.
there also has to be a part of you that wonders what sacrifices are the women making during the season as well.
Right, but how would you feel? Because I could see this go the other way. So you would be upset with a coach going to a guy and saying to that guy, hey, listen, you have to take care of the baby for the next 6 months because Lindsey Vaughn needs to be completely focused on.
Yes, I would.
So
it's not a
No, I'm not saying it's not, and that's what I'm saying.
But people want to do that.
No,
people
but
want to
that's
make
why
it
I'm
a
saying.
guy versus girl
I'm not
thing.
saying it's a
no,
sexist
I think
thing.
it's overstepping.
Right, but see,
if my mom went to Santo and said, Courtney gets up really early for the radio show, you gotta really step up, and I would say, Mom, mind your business. Yeah. That has nothing to do with you.
I think that's your bigger issue. But
Correct. That was my issue from jump.
But there are people in this world that realize that some young people in college, they're not educated or they don't have enough experience or they need advice from people who know how this can turn out badly.
Then talk to your athlete. Do not talk to their significant other.
But sometimes you have to talk to the other person.
You don't.
But that's where I think we disagree, because Courtney said if it was her son, she wouldn't talk to her son's girlfriend or fiance.
I'm guessing that Mike McDonald's advice would be you need to spend 30 minutes at least with your child in a week.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. That meme that Part of My Take put out there when his son on the dance where it said, met my child.
That's great. All right. Anyway, it's interesting. Yeah. We are going to get to Hill Notes coming up. Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. But right now, Courtney and what is trending this hour.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now brought to you by Subaru of New England. And before I get into trending, I do want to say one thing, because we did the whole Jaylen Brown, what he posted on Instagram story. And I just want to make sure that nobody thinks we're not giving the full context, because on X, he did have a comment along with the graphic. And he said, I'm proud of this group and staff office. Looking forward to the second half. Go Seas. So if you, on Instagram, it was just the graphic. Right. On X, he is giving a lot of credit to the team and just how proud he is of everybody and how they got there.
Except for Jason Tatum, who hasn't played at all.
Correct.
He said, looking forward to the second half, parentheses, as long as JT doesn't come back.
Now, wouldn't that have been a great opportunity to say, wow, what a first half we've had, and think about how great we're going to be once Tatum returns, right?
once my guy comes back.
Yeah.
Once Zero is back here.
That would have been nice.
Eyeball emoji.
Look at these numbers we're having without JT. We're gonna be spectacular, kid, when he comes back.
Well, according to sources, the Patriots are opening their defensive coordinator position by moving Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, to a high-ranking role on Mike Vrabel's staff. The Red Sox continue to add to their pitching staff. Yesterday, they signed 6'7", 240-pound right-hand pitcher Harrison Blum to the minor league deal. The U.S. men's hockey team take the first game of the Olympics final 5-1 against Latvia. Brock Nelson had 2 goals for the red, white, and blue, while Brady Tkachuk, Tage Thompson, and Austin Matthews also scored. In the Subaru of New England, Washington's birthday sales event lasts all month long. Feel the freedom of driving a brand new 2025 Subaru with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
My takeaway on Joe Judge is that this is the first successful offensive thing that he's done. Come on, Kevin.
That was excellent.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Good. All right, we're back with Hill Notes next.
WEEI.
WEEI.
Well, Monday, you get Shime and Mego. Or Mego and Shime. How does that work? I don't know how
Mego and Shime.
Okay.
That's a gentleman right there.
That is full class.
My name sounds better at the end anyway.
Chivalry. So,
I just
take the win.
Thank you. I'm just saying, like, when you say it, it doesn't sound as good. Mego and Shime sounds better than Shime and Mego. That's all.
Excellent. All right. And then we are here all the rest of next week and then off to Florida and JetBlue Park and spring training with the Boston Red Sox. And so cannot wait to get down there. And we got a couple meet and greets going on. All the Florida people who come out every time we go. Unbelievable people.
So nice.
And so looking forward to that. And we'll keep you updated next week on where we can hang out together while we were in Florida. I think we got a little boat cruise planned on Wednesday with the Barton and Gray people out on a Hinckley having a little lunch on the water down there. Courtney, sorry you
don't
won't
call,
be,
don't text.
We'll send you lots of
Please
videos.
don't. The worst part too is it's going to be like, oh, Courtney, can you post this on the Instagram account? I'll be like freezing in my home. Like, yeah sure.
Can we do a fun prank when Ken falls asleep by the pool? We write out "Go Sox" with sunscreen.
Please do that.
Is Len Laird coming?
I don't know. He's always
he usually does, right?
I think he probably will be there. Yeah.
Do you have like the elite of the elite Red Sox weekend on either end of it?
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah, so that's at the end of that, baby.
If there's any extra merch.
I'll take care of you on
Thank
the
you.
merch.
I'm still waiting on the invite from Sam. I don't think I'm on it this year.
Listen, you are about to undertake the most important responsibility that anyone can ever undertake, and that is parenting. So
a lot of people excited to see me go in the Twitch today.
It'll be worth it.
Yep.
It'll be worth it. All right, let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
it's electric.
Greg starts off the show saying, anybody watch Team USA yesterday? And the great Chris Curtis says, yeah, they won 5-0. Hey, Curtis, they won 4-1, you donkey. Sounding douchier as ever. Have a good weekend, buddy, you loser.
Just for reference, by the way, he's also wrong. Yeah. It was 5-1.
Can we play that one more time? He couldn't even get through it.
Everybody starts off the show saying, anybody watch Team USA yesterday? And the great Chris Curtis says, yeah, they won 5-0. Hey, Curtis, they won 4-1, you donkey. Sounding douchier as ever. Have a good weekend, buddy, you loser.
Everybody misses that last empty net goal.
I mean, it's set up, I think, bracket-wise for the U.S. And Canada. I think the only time U.S. and Canada will play is should they both make it to the gold medal round. Yeah,
all right.
So, it's exciting.
Yeah.
I love Olympic
Do you think
hockey.
the Russians go, this is fake because Team Russia not in the finals, not even in the tournament.
I didn't know you did a Russian.
I like the Russian accent.
Yeah.
I think the Russian accent is the scariest thing ever.
Did you hear Wiggy break out his impressions when we were at Radio Row?
We did talk about that, yes.
Oh, we played it on the show.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
You out Kelly-endo'd Kelly-endo.
Yeah,
I think you got a little nervous with being with a professional, though.
No.
It wasn't your best work. I'm just saying.
He said it was great. And then he said afterwards, like I saw him afterwards, he actually, like, you know what? That was a pretty good Trump and a pretty good Tony Montana. You know what I mean?
He didn't know it was Tony Montana, but he thought it was pretty good.
Because he was being
No, you
Trump.
literally had to tell him.
Oh, no, because I don't think he, like, he's Scarface. So he thought I was, I can't remember what he said, but he was being Trump. So
his Trump was really good.
Yeah, his Trump was good, but my Tony Montana was even better.
Yeah, it was good.
Not gonna lie, at the heat of Courtney's lead, I was waiting to hear the fight scene between Peter Griffin and that chicken. Between Courtney and Wiggy. I also find it funny that Shime kept his mouth shut the entire time, because he still stinks! Have a good day!
I did notice that. Shime?
Yeah, I didn't open my mouth because I have no opinion on it. I'm not a soon-to-be parent. I'm not a parent.
Right.
I don't have kids. I'm not having kids anytime soon.
Yeah.
So I don't want to weigh in on something I have no stake in.
Ever going to have kids?
Maybe.
Or you don't
we'll
know?
see. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll adopt.
Oh.
Who knows?
That way you avoid, like, adopt like a 14-year-old or something. Avoid all the diapers and all that stuff.
Or Jackson.
Yeah, maybe Jackson.
I don't have to put my body through birth, so I'm not. I have no problem adopting or not having kids. That's fine by me.
Yeah.
They don't come out of me.
Yeah. Right.
Very smart.
But I'm guessing, based on some of your intimate proclivities, if you were to reproduce, it would be a litter that you would have. Am I right? Am I right about that?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's how that works.
All right.
Blood as a father is boiling right now because of a grown man told my daughter that she needed to take care of the baby after she just gave birth so his son could sleep. I'm catching jail time, and that's that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Courtney and I talked about people are from different worlds. Like, she's from a world where she feels like, and I even asked her, when her son gets older and there are certain things that she sees like, okay, he might be in a relationship and he has an experience, or maybe he might not have enough, education on it enough, or she won't insert herself and give advice to his girlfriend or fiance.
Yeah, and that's how, my parents, he was like, your dad's never given Santo advice? I said, no. My parents are very much, if they see something going on and they want to talk to me about it, or if I go to them for advice, that's one thing. But as much as my parents have been helicopter parents and we joke about them, they make sure that it's my relationship, and they do not overstep when it comes to me and Santo.
Right.
And his parents the same. Like, I think it's... in my opinion, and I understand that's not for everybody, I think it's massively inappropriate to go to a son or daughter-in-law and insert yourself.
Yeah.
Talk to your own
Wiggy
child.
gets right down in there and tells them how to live their lives.
No, I don't tell them how to live their life.
That's
but
right
if
down in there.
If I see something that could be very detrimental to their future, then yes, I will step in and say, hey, here's what I think, right? Whether that's to my son or that's to his, girlfriend, whether that's to my daughter or her husband. Here's what I think, because I've seen life before. I've been through some of those ups and downs. I don't want you to make that same mistake, especially if I know if it's detrimental, if it's taking out the trash and like the small things. But when you talking about raising a kid and those type of things and trying to provide, these are things that I don't want my son in 5-10 years going, or my daughter in 5-10 years going, damn, I wish we would have did things differently. That's why I'll insert on major things.
That could end up being a problem between the couple, though.
Right, but that's just we're from a different world. Like, if you take it as, like, if Talina's dad came to me and gave me an advice about certain things, and I took it as a disrespectful way rather than trying to see, okay, what's he explaining to me, then that's on me making it a problem. But if he's inserting himself for something that he's like, hey, this could affect your future.
Yeah, but off air, you were like, well, because they may not be educated enough.
Which
and I'm
is
like,
true.
if my father-in-law came to me and said, you're not educated enough, let me tell you, he would
true.
never do that.
No,
but
he
like,
would never do that.
I would.
But it's
that would
true,
be a
though.
problem with me and Santo.
But you get the point of it being true. If somebody, if he's been married for 30 years and you have only been married for a couple years, he's saying you might not be educated on some of the pitfalls.
Tom Brady on Instagram just now, I'll read it verbatim, heard the Wiggy Courtney argument about Joe Judge this morning. Don't have a dog in the fight, is what he said. So,
nailed
it. Wanted to be clear about that. Go ahead, Shine.
Don't you just love when old people make up their own lingo? I just heard Greg say, "That's wild sauce," 3 times in the same 5 minutes. You start to get to that age, you start making up your own lingo to sound cool.
I love how people don't realize that they're drops the other 2 times.
It's wild sauce. It is. I think that might catch, though, with the kids.
I like it.
Like, think about it.
Yeah.
Wild sauce.
Right.
Like, nobody's probably ever said it before.
Oh, well.
And it's a good way to describe it.
And you could bottle it with Eamon's face from Newport.
It's wild sauce. How did you describe what Jaylen Brown did, Shime?
Oh, he was aura maxing, as the kids would say.
Where is that?
When, so maxing is this new thing. You can basically toss it on the end of anything, and it's like you're being a super tryhard about it. And so he's trying to, he's like aura maxing, like trying to make himself basically like beating his chest, like I'm the best.
Okay. So
I'm the alpha.
So that's called aura maxing.
Yeah, or like if he was in a picture with Tatum, but he had his shirt off, he'd be frame mogging.
Mogging?
Yeah, he's trying to make himself look better in the picture than the guy next to him.
All right.
Good morning and welcome to Principal's Perspective. 2 years ago at Bernie's Beach Bar, I was belittled for my take that the Celtics would not repeat as champions, even though I wanted them to, and they didn't. Well, here's a take. Since 1990, there have been 19 quarterbacks who've gone to the Super Bowl for the first time and lost. Do you know how many made it back in one? That's correct. One quarterback. That's 5% of them. I truly want the Patriots back. I want them to win, but I think they peaked too early. I'm not sure. I hope they can defy the statistics and the odds. I hope you're well, numbnuts. I worry about your well-being. Have a great weekend, everybody. Numbnuts!
Wow.
It's interesting he used 1990 as a cutoff because I'm pretty sure it happened like 4 times before then.
Yeah. I mean, I suspect they'll get back there. Drake stays healthy, and they are willing to invest in the football team and all those things. I think they'll get back there.
Yeah, they got
I don't
enough
know,
talent.
maybe not next season, but
but they got enough talent. I think now the expectations are you can perform at that level, right? And we all look. Drake May is young, so we all have expectations that wait a second, you were runner-up when it came to MVP. You're just going to get better.
There's a lot of things broke their way this season. Who would guess that the Chiefs weren't in it? Who would guess that Josh Allen didn't make it to the AFC Championship?
That Sean Payton wouldn't take the points and go up 10-0.
That Bo Nix wouldn't be playing. Like, all those things kind of broke their way. So,
but you
have to have some luck.
What do you think about Stiz's take that went viral?
What was that?
That the Patriots would have been better off losing to the Broncos as opposed to getting demolished in the Super Bowl.
Isn't that the classic Volan take? Like, you're better to lose in the AFC Championship game than losing a Super Bowl?
Funny you mentioned that. He actually quote tweeted and said, "I agree."
No,
I swear to God.
Really?
I think going into that game, a lot of fans I talked to said, like, I would have rather them lose in the AFC Championship game than have a really bad game in the Super Bowl. I don't agree with that. Like, make it to the Super Bowl.
I couldn't disagree more.
It would have been way more embarrassing to lose to Jarrett Stidham. Yeah. Let's be honest.
And then you're one game away and you lose. You had it right there on your fingertips.
You got a new head coach to this organization.
Yep.
You got a quarterback who didn't even play a full season last year.
Right.
And a ragtag core of wide receivers. Like, you got there. I think it's a massive accomplishment.
Oh, yeah. It's a huge accomplishment.
I wasn't, like, embarrassed by their performance. I think Seattle was a better football team.
Yeah. They played it. They had a.
You said that. Ninkovich said that.
They outplayed you that day. Your offense didn't show up. The thing I will say about them getting back, who is the dominant team in the NFL? Like, I don't like. Not that I'm saying that they could make it back next year. But when I look at the NFL. There's not a team that scares me, and there's like, oh, man, you got to be perfect to beat them. Yeah. Like, I don't think Kansas City.
Josh Allen always scares me.
He always scares you, but
he's got a guy that he wants as his head coach.
Right, it's the same guy who called the same 6 plays this season.
I understand that, but I don't think it matters that much to Josh Allen.
Right, but is Josh Allen Mahomes or Brady? You're like, man, we got to be on our A game in order to beat them.
In the regular season, yes. In the playoffs, no.
Right, that's my point. So, like, if you get to the postseason, there's no Mahomes, there's no Brady type of team where you go, man, we got to be perfect to beat this team.
And I know you can go back and look at individual games and pick out a play or two that changed the outcome, but in hindsight, beating the Bills in that game, you were up 21-3, would have given you a bye. You then are not playing, because I think a huge part of the Seahawks' success, they were fresh. They only played 2 games.
It's a great point, Curtis.
You went 3 straight games, go to Denver, Mile High, and then you're in California for the game. I think had they had the bye, it would have been a much closer game.
Yeah. All right, we're up against it, Chime. I see you.
That's correct.
Flipping the light on.
That's Hill Notes for today,
okay.
Greg.
All right, thank you.
The Fort Myers First Pitch. 8 days.
Jones and Keefe coming up next. You can not only listen to them, but you can watch their show on Twitch or on YouTube, presented by Springer's Jewelers. And they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Been there for 155 years. And so, if a last-minute emergency Valentine's Day present buying trip is in order, go see Springer's in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. A little bit of breaking Olympic news this morning from Courtney and the Winter Games in Milan.
Yeah, crazy. Free condoms have run out at the Olympic Village. Athletes used up 10,000 condoms in a record 3 days.
And you guys made fun of me when I said they were like rabbits.
Yep.
That is extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
How many Olympic athletes are there?
Oh, that's a great question. I'm not sure, but they are saying that back in 2024 at the Paris Olympics, they gave out 300,000 free condoms.
Huh.
So
it's all those bodysuits. That'll do it to you.
You seem to be obsessed with
Oh,
those.
have you seen the videos on social
I
media?
haven't.
You might want to take a gander at some of the downhill, what they call bobsledders or luges.
I have a question for the room. You can only pick one. One, have sex with
I thought you were
somebody.
saying condom or raw dog.
God in heaven.
Okay, so what?
Can we just please get through this idiotic question
We have
I
like
have?
a minute left.
So you either can have great sex one night, but no Italian food the entirety of the trip, or no sex, but you eat out in Milan every night.
I would take the food.
Totally.
I would take the food.
Wiggy,
Food
very
is
quiet.
extraordinary.
Food
in
or sex,
Italy.
Wigs?
the GLP-1's working right now.
Yo, give me the sex.
Save that.
Ain't much of mine.
I control the food demon.
10,000. They went through 10,000 condoms
3
in
days.
3 days.
That's impressive.
How do they have time for their actual Olympic competition?
Well, you got to remember, like some of them are there early, some of them compete really early, and then they're done, and they're just at the Olympic Village.
Yeah,
it's a party scene. For a
No
lot
jelly
of these.
legs for the guy running uphill on his skis.
that guy probably abstained.
Makes a lot of
All
sense
right.
about the guy who said that he cheated on his girlfriend earlier. in the week.
Is Joe Judge going to be having a lot of conversations at the Olympic
Probably,
Village?
yeah. Joe Judge would like to weigh in on that. All right, well, that's going to do it. Have a great weekend. Hopefully it's a long weekend for you, as it is for most of us.
Yep.
But we will be back on Tuesday morning at 6. And Jones and Keith are next. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving, and now we shall return.
This hour, Jones and Keefe is brought to you by Eagle Bank.
This is Jones and Keefe.
Zach Core, a name that fans should probably get to know, even though that his name sounds nothing like it's written. It's Core, like Coors, but with no S. That's just a fun fact for you right there. He is a coach who had a meteoric rise since moving to the defensive side of the ball, was an offensive assistant for most of his career. I'd say 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a little more, went to the defensive side, was the inside linebackers coach this year. All he did, Mike, was call a Super Bowl participating defense, really did an incredible job. They're going to do some interviews. My understanding is he is the leading candidate, which I would add very, very leading candidate. I might add to that, very, very, very leading candidate. He's done an excellent job. He deserves the full-time job. The Patriots are certainly doing right by 2 of their excellent coaches and doing a real search, but then being able likely to keep them.
Jones and Keefe right now on WEEI.
Happy Friday. Are you
Are you ready to talk Patriots defense,
Yeah! Yeah, I am. Talk some Pats defense. Well, this is a question we were asking kind of off and on for a couple of weeks, right? You're like, oh, this is going to be a decision, after the Super Bowl, but let's sort of see how this goes because the defense obviously was pretty good this year. And the guy that you thought was going to be calling plays, the defensive coordinator, very unfortunately wasn't able to do that. But the guy that took his spot was really more than up for the challenge.
And I think where the Patriots have settled is the right move. Like as harsh as it is. And if you missed any of this news yesterday, that was Ian Rappaport talking about
like Coors.
Thank you.
Zach,
honestly,
now I get it.
Honestly, that's kind of helpful. I've called him Kerr. I've called him Core.
Coors.
Cures.
It's the coldest beer in the world.
It's like a Coors without an S. Now I get it.
Are the mountains blue?
They're on their way.
They're
if they're not blue yet, they're on their way. He tweeted this out yesterday. Patriots are moving defensive coordinator Terrell Williams to a high-ranking role on staff. I'd imagine that means assistant head coach, associate head coach, something like that, where hopefully he gets to keep his salary as a coordinator. Like, hopefully the Crafts aren't busting balls with this, and I can't imagine they are. Hopefully they shift the title to assistant coach, associate head coach. They might even give him a raise. So he's not taking a demotion pay-wise in any way. But Zach Core deserves to keep calling the plays. I just don't get why Rap Sheet won't just say he's the guy. Who else would the guy be?
Yeah, it better not be anybody else. That's really strange. That would be insane if it was anybody else.
Is there a chance he might get hired somewhere else? Like, is that the only reason why you're saying very, very, very favorite?
But then Williams would just be the D coordinator.
Good point. So, yeah, why won't he say it?
I don't
do they
know.
have to
this might
do
be
the interview process? But I thought with an internal promotion, they don't have to do that.
No, but maybe. There might be something like that going on. That's a good theory.
You have to post the job to Monster, and then people can go on there and apply for it, and then see it, and then if they make a LinkedIn post.
That's what it is.
Like, oh, D coordinator? I'll apply for that.
That is definitely what it is.
I agree it's the right call for the team, although it sucks. Like, if you're Terrell Williams, you've wanted to be a D coordinator your whole life, and then you get a job with the Patriots, you're there for a game, and then cancer removes you from the team for a while. You then beat cancer, and then it's like, is my job there? Like, no, your job's gone. We don't have your job anymore. I mean, life's not fair, but
no, that sucks. But I'd imagine he's still getting compensated at the same rate, maybe even a pay increase.
So maybe there's something. And I guess we don't really know the full answer from him. Like, it'd be up to him. Like, it was his thing. Like, man, this is going to be the year. This is my defense. I've been a D-line coach for a really long time. I've been in the NFL for a really long time. Here's my opportunity.
I do bet he felt that way.
Yeah,
but let's face it, and that is unfortunate and it's not fair. But he coached for one game and they lost to the worst team in football.
Yeah, I know.
And Geno Smith lit him up. Yeah. And it's a tiny, tiny sample size.
No Gonzo.
First game with Milton Williams, but just the one game we got to see, they lost to the worst team in football. And Geno, who was horrible last year, lit him up.
No, I know. That wasn't a great first game.
The other guy called plays and you got to the Super Bowl. And the defense played really well in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
No, I know.
But you want to win football games and you want to not have a Super Bowl hangover and you want to continue to push forward and be a high-level team. Who would I rather have calling plays? I'd rather have Coors.
No,
Coors Light over there.
I'm just looking like from the other side of it. Like, I'm not saying that they
made the wrong decision. You know, because somebody, I know it's apples to oranges, but people might be like, well, like Brady and Bledsoe. Like Bledsoe lost his job due to injury. And you're like, yeah, but, you know, Brady also went on to win the Super Bowl. And then that also becomes a completely different story when you're talking about like contracts and like all this other stuff and like what you can get from one versus the other. Like in this scenario, you're retaining both guys. You didn't retain Brady and Bledsoe. You ended up choosing, you traded Bledsoe, you got your pick, and then you kind of moved on with what ended up being the greatest quarterback ever. This one's a little bit different, but I mean, if he's okay with it, and who knows, I don't know if he had really much of a choice, but if he's okay with it and he's still going to be a part of the staff, you know, I don't know, maybe play calling, maybe we're overrating play calling. Like I would think a lot of these guys would really want that as their responsibility. But maybe he's still just happy to be on the staff. And if you said if the money's the same, then you know what? Maybe, you know, I don't want to make a huge deal out of it if he's not, but I just wonder if he's maybe questioning that a little bit.
I bet he feels slighted a little bit. Yeah. And I bet that wasn't an easy decision for Vrabel.
No.
But I think it's the right call. And maybe there's a way to, I think you brought this up earlier this week when Vrabel had the press conference. Maybe there's a way to kind of soften the blow and say, look, T.
Yeah,
you're getting this title in the meantime. If Zach Core keeps calling plays like this, he's not going to be around here for a while. He's going to go get his own job. And when he leaves, you're the guy in waiting to call plays. We know you want to call plays. You're still the next guy up here. And maybe there's a way to massage that situation. But it sounds like Zach Core is the guy.
He is the leading candidate, which I would add very, very leading candidate. I might add to that very, very, very leading candidate.
Which is it?
Come on.
Is it?
No, he said very, very, very at the end. He's very, 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 very.
Well, no, but he said I might say very, very.
Yeah.
And then he said, I might even add very, very, very.
Imagine if they open it up to for job applications and then Terrell Williams applies. He's like, guys, I'd like that job.
Guys,
back.
I would actually like to have my job still, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the Patriots defense here today on Jones and Keefe. You can dial us up 617-779-7937. You can interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Keep an eye out there for our top 5 Winter Olympic events.
There's a lot of good ones. I have some on the cutting room floor that I think deserve mention.
Some honorable mentions.
Oh, a lot of them.
Okay.
Most of them are honorable.
I think I might have fewer honorable mentions for this than any. This is cut and dry top 5 for me.
There's not a million events, but I feel like they're good. I feel like most of the winter ones are worth watching. Like there's very few that pop on, and then you're like, nah, I want something else.
So that's a top 5 Friday for us at 10:45. Top 5 Winter Olympic events. We'll count those down. Friday 4-pack at 11:30. We also have the week in review at 12:45. So stay tuned for that. You can watch along and chat twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We're going to get to Stephon Diggs and his future in New England coming up about 20 minutes from now. Some interesting comments from Andrew Callahan, among others, about Diggs and his spot on the team. I thought Diggs gave an interesting answer after the Super Bowl about, well, hey, it's up to the Patriots if I'm back or not. It's also potentially up to the legal system.
Oh, boy.
About a half an hour ago, Diggs was released on personal recognizance after he pleaded not guilty to charges of hitting and choking his personal chef. So you have that to deal with.
Yeah.
You have Barmore's legal situation to deal with. You have both of them not really on the books for a ton of money, ton of guaranteed money. You have the Gonzo situation looming over all of it, meaning his contract, not legal situation, but his contract. So a lot to get into here today on Jones and Keefe. That's the latest on Steph Diggs. We'll have more on that coming up again about 20 minutes from now. Meanwhile, when you're building the team this year and knowing now that it's Zach Core calling plays, not Terrell Williams, which is, I guess, really not a change from where it ended last year outside of week 1, where should the focus be on this team this offseason in terms of upgrading the roster, offense or defense?
So I think offense, although, you know, yesterday we were doing our plans for the team, and I still really want to be involved in any kind of Max Crosby trade discussions. If they're willing to trade him, and if they're willing to trade him to you, I feel like you should offer a first-round pick and then bring this guy in. So, like, he would be actually the best player. But as far as other upgrades, I would look to the offense and say offensive line, wide receiver. You're in a similar situation to last year with the exception of you're actually okay. Like, you'd be in an okay spot if you didn't. Last year, it was a must. Like, last year, there were, like, you got 4 new starting offensive linemen, and you got, 2 of your top 4 wide receivers were new. So that was, like, there wasn't a question about it last year. This year, though, I still think there is room to upgrade both of those spots. You and I would rather have a new starting left tackle and move Campbell into guard. That doesn't seem like what they're going to do.
Oh no, I don't think
in fact,
it is.
they're not doing that. So let's say, like, realistically though, they should add another lineman that can make competition for all those guys. At least give them something to consider. Maybe it's not Walker from Green Bay and it's not $25 million. But is there someone that's pretty good that's knocking on the door?
I have a name.
Oh, who you got?
Oh, like in free agency, you mean?
Yeah.
So I almost considered this on my list yesterday because Vrabel was in Cleveland for a year, and I think he's contemplating retirement, but maybe this is the kind of guy where you are a destination because he's played in Cleveland, it's a losing franchise, and he can come to New England and have a chance to win. He's guard.
Okay.
Joel Bitonio.
Oh, Joel Bitonio. He's like an all-pro all the time.
Really high-end player.
Yeah.
Maybe because Vrabel spent a year there in Cleveland. If you're going to have Campbell at tackle, you put a real veteran next to him. You can kick Wilson inside at center.
I don't hate that.
That's a name I considered. Where if you're going to leave Will Campbell at tackle, maybe that's a high-end guard you can bring in. I ended up, for my plan, signing a tackle. But, that's the kind of move where they're committed to Campbell at left tackle. Maybe Joel Bitonio wants to win and wants to come to a place like New England to play for Vrabel.
That's a good one. Is there a Morgan Moses type player out there who ended up being really good for him? So is there somebody like that where you're going to need extra linemen? We even saw it this year, right? I mean, Wilson missed games, Campbell missed games, so you're going to need some depth. So I think offensive line. I also think they should upgrade receiver, and they're going to have to grab another tight end because Henry's back, which you and I are fans of.
But Hooper's a free agent.
Yeah, so you need to. Can you get somebody better than Hooper? So when you're running some 2 tight end stuff,
so I don't want Pitts. You don't want Pitts. I think Pitts is getting franchised in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Do you want Njoku? I think he's the next name. I would. I like him. Ooh, that was a thumbs up from Nick.
Oh, no, I'm just saying he's a free agent.
Okay, I thought that was
he's
like
available.
I would like him. He's very good.
I thought Nick was all the way in.
Yeah, I would take him. That's an upgrade over Hooper. I just feel like with the receivers specifically,
that's another Vrabel overlap in Cleveland.
Yeah. But to me, that's also like an obvious upgrade. The receiver one, I think it's a little bit more dicey. Like, how many guys out there are definitely better than Diggs or Booty that are going to be available? And just to sort of slide them
free
down the depth
agents,
charts.
none.
Right.
Alec Pierce.
So
trades. No. I'm saying he's not better. I'm saying he's.
Oh, but he's like the top free. He and Jennings.
I think those guys aren't better than Diggs.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
So that's why that might also have to be in a trade, and that's why as much
AJ Brown, George Pickens. Like if you want to go to the trade market.
Well, actually, is Pickens a free agent?
He is, but I think Dallas has already said they're tagging him. They might tag him to trade him. Rap sheet in the same string of reports he had with Zach Core last night.
How do you think he would work here?
Bit
of a wild card.
He is. I wanted him last year.
He's really good.
He went for a 3rd round pick. That was one of my big targets when we were planning things out for the Patriots in the offseason last year. So, he went for a 3rd round pick. They passed. Rap sheet said he thought they'd take him for a 2nd round pick this year if they decided to tag and trade him. So those guys are better than Diggs, but there's not a lot of options better.
So
than
that
Mike
one,
Evans, Christian Kirk, Debo, Juwan Jennings, Rashid Shaheed.
Maybe Evans. Evans might be better than Diggs.
These are just UFAs. Wan'Dale Robinson, he's going to get paid a ton of money.
Sure, but who's actually better? Who's actually better than Diggs? Maybe Evans. I just can't imagine he leaves Tampa. But
no, me neither. So if right now you still have, Matt Collins and Steph Diggs as your veteran guys, and then what will be year 3 or 4 of Booty and Pop Douglas, and then you still have Kyle Williams, if they're trying to develop him. So out of those 5 guys, if you bring somebody else in, you're removing one of them, and they're all under contract. So you're kicking one of them out. So maybe it is more of a really good offensive lineman and an upgraded tight end, and maybe you kind of take your chances from there.
So I think you can prioritize a high-end player on defense. We've talked about that. Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson. I like Jalen Phillips quite a bit. I don't know that he quite fits into that group. But at a position of need like that, I said yesterday, I like Kevin Byard. That's another Vrabel reunion. That's from Tennessee, not from Cleveland. And I know Vrabel ran the show in Tennessee. I don't really know how connected he was to guys like Bitonio and Njoku, who we just mentioned, when he was in Cleveland. But he was there, so I imagine there's some overlap.
They know Ashton Grant.
True. They definitely know him. Yeah. So, I think you can upgrade at safety. I think you can upgrade it as an edge rusher. And I think those are targeted strikes. I think the focus in free agency should be on offense, ultimately, is where I would focus for the Patriots, because I think the defense is pretty good with a couple of targeted strikes here and there. And that might be your biggest ticketed player is on defense. Yeah. But most of your focus is on offense. I could see that playing out. So your thoughts on Zach Core calling plays, Terrell Williams getting the shaft?
Yeah.
And on top of that, where should they focus in free agency, offense or defense? Let me add a couple more things to the defensive discussion.
Okay.
Keith. Think Christian Barmore's a lock on this team?
No. I just mentioned with Pickens, Barmore also feels like a wild card. You see he's got off-field issues as well. And just from hearing from him,
and you said it right, plural. Off-field issues, plural. He had the incident last year in Providence. He has this latest domestic accusation.
Yeah, and then when we do have a chance to hear from him, you're always like, I don't know. And it was pretty jarring, I feel like, when at the time the Steph Diggs situation and the Barmore situation came out at roughly the same time. Both spoke. I feel like one came across a lot better than the other. And the lawyer who represented both of them at the time also spoke. And it really kind of, just from like listening to what he said, he had more confidence and support, if you will, for Stephon Diggs than he did for Christian Barmore. I
think the team statement, sorry to interrupt, but I think the team statements on both players echoed that as well. That doesn't make Diggs innocent and Barmore guilty, but the way the lawyer and the team via statement spoke about those two incidents was strikingly different. Yeah.
Plus, it's football, so there's very few players that are guaranteed to be back on any team. Like, that's just the way it works. And let alone when you have somebody like Barmore. So, no, I wouldn't bet my salary that he's back next year.
I find it interesting, too, because the Vrabel video emerged first where he's like, hey, guys, let's all stay on the same page. And, one team pissed off together or whatever he said.
Yeah.
Now that more footage has come out of Barmore and Milton Williams, have you seen that video?
I have seen that, and Milton Williams looks like the man.
Yeah,
which we already knew that, but he is trying to calm Barmore down and be like, because Barmore basically, are you gonna say it? Or,
he's like, it wasn't us.
It wasn't us,
guys. It wasn't us. It wasn't us.
Because
over and over and over
when
again.
Vrabel was talking to Moses and Hawkins, and we were playing that audio yesterday, he's like, listen, we got to all do this together. We lost together, and I think specifically he's talking about, I don't want the defense getting mad at the offense, and then we go into the offseason with a mini civil war in our hands.
Well,
you don't want that.
Maybe he knew some of it was already going on the sidelines with Barmore.
Probably did.
And maybe others. They showed Barmore. So maybe he already knew that was going on.
I mean, if there was ever a game for the defense to turn on the offense, it was the Super Bowl.
100%. So you have off-field stuff with Barmore. Now you have stuff where within the team, is he a problem? He had the weird benching during the season. You have that in the Super Bowl where I get emotions. That's the biggest game some of them might ever play in. So I get that. But Vrabel specifically to multiple players on the team. We're one team. We're all pulling the same direction. We're pissed off together. And I don't know that Barmore fit into that. So I don't know that he's back. And if he's not, does that change your focus in free agency on the defense?
Because he's very good, and that's one of the reasons why we like the defense so much. We gave them the check mark every round because of the interior defensive combination of Williams and Barmore. So, just from a talent standpoint, I want him back on the team. But he does feel like of all the guys, and maybe it's no coincidence, the two guys that are dealing with the legal process right now, it seems like they're a little bit more up in the air.
Let me give you one more. This caught my eye today. Because how have we been phrasing it about Christian Gonzalez? Are the Crafts going to pay him?
Yeah.
That's how I've framed it.
Yeah, right.
That's not how Reese framed it today. All the different beat writers at ESPN had a draft question for all 32 teams, right? So that's how it's termed. So, the Bills, how will the defense be built under Jim Leonard, their new defensive coordinator? For Miami, how critical is it for Miami to find a quarterback this offseason? For the Jets, how will the Jets reset at quarterback? For the Patriots, their draft question from Reese is, what is Christian Gonzalez's approach with a possible contract extension? Not the Kraft's approach to him.
What is his approach?
What is his approach?
I would just show him the video of the Super Bowl or the playoffs.
Here's what Reese writes. This is the first time in his career he's eligible for an extension, even though he's technically under contract for one more year. So I wonder now if it's I told you the Crafts aren't going to make this easy. I wonder if they're starting to get there and to go, well, he's not even a free agent. He doesn't have any leverage. He's under contract for next year.
Well,
so he's on the team either way.
And so we always thought that was a Bill thing, didn't we? When Vince Wilfork had to play 5 years on his rookie deal, they didn't extend him to the bitter end. Or Gerard Mayo, I want to say McCourty. There's a bunch of guys who they eventually did pay, but they took to the bitter end. Logan Mankins obviously getting a big dispute.
You said Wilfork. Wilfork was pissed.
He
was pissed. He was tagged, and then they ultimately worked out a deal with him. Yep.
So
was Dante Hightower his 5th year, or was that after?
Might have been.
I don't remember. To the Steelers and then come back.
Go take a look at what else is out there.
Oh, right.
There was a lot of examples of that. Some of those guys did end up getting paid here. Obviously, the Mankins one went real south, and they ended up trading him. But with Gonzalez, he's probably like, I don't really care what you did with Vince Wilfork. What is Derek Stingley and Sauce Gardner and Patrick Surtain? Did those guys have to wait 5 years? No.
Reese continues. Does Gonzalez? No, in fact, Stingley got paid. Stingley got paid in March last year, so like, you didn't have to wait like a month. Never mind years.
That's the way to do it.
So does Gonzalez force the issue? Reese writes, or will he be patient and let the process play out?
Well, I mean, I think
Alex Cora.
Yeah.
Alex Cora, what do you think? Is Christian Gonzalez going to be patient and let it play out?
No.
Minicamp, what was it, 10 weeks? Vrabel had the line the other day where he's like, I'll see you guys in 10 weeks. And they're all like, wait, what? If he doesn't have a contract, is he at minicamp?
No.
If he doesn't have a contract, is he at training camp?
No. Well, maybe. That's mandatory, isn't it?
Then you start to get fined,
yeah,
right?
so like,
but okay.
The volunteer OTAs and minicamp and all that? No way.
All right, let me change it. Is he participating at training camp?
Oh, no, he might. His hamstring might hurt again.
He'll be there, but Hammy will be barking at him.
Hammy will bark at him on day one
100%.
again.
And I don't even blame him.
How about that? Mike Reese, not how will the Patriots approach things with Gonzo? How will Gonzo approach the negotiations? And will he, quote unquote, force the issue?
I feel like he probably will.
So get ready for that. That's going to be not an easy negotiation because the Crafts don't want to give him the money that he wants, and he is going to force the issue, is what I think. On top of that, is Barmore back? And how does that all factor into their approach this offseason on defense in free agency? Should they prioritize that or the offense, especially with their play caller back in Zach Core and Terrell Williams getting kicked into a different role on Mike Vrabel's coaching staff? 617-779-7937. Top 5 Friday, top 5 Winter Olympic events at 10:45. We have the Friday 4-pack at 11:30, and we have the weekend review at 12:45. Busy Friday here on Jones and Keefe. Billy Lanny with all the latest in trending. And when we come back, Stephon Diggs pleaded not guilty earlier today in court. Will he be back with the Patriots next year? That's next.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. U.S. men's hockey got the 5-1 win over Latvia yesterday. Brock Nelson scored twice, and Jack Eichel, Jack Hughes, Matthew Tkachuk, and Quinn Hughes each had 2 assists in the victory. Up next, the United States will play Denmark tomorrow afternoon, followed by Germany on Sunday afternoon. Puck drop for both games is at 3:10, and these games can be seen on the USA Network. The United States is currently in third in the medal count with 14, 4 golds, 7 silver, 3 bronze. According to Ian Rappaport, the Patriots are moving defensive coordinator Terrell Williams to a high-ranking role on the staff, with Williams now cancer-free. They've opened up the DC position with inside linebackers coach Zach Core, who called plays during the Super Bowl run, a top candidate. Today, Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs was arraigned on felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery charges stemming from an alleged dispute with a former private chef. Diggs pled not guilty and was released without bail. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, Boston College will be in North Andover taking on Merrimack. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and puck drop from Lawler Arena is at 7. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The Fort Myers First Pick.
is what a flag bearer he was for Mike Vrabel and this culture and this team, which alone is not going to get Mike to be, sappy about this or precious about it, because he's got the whole locker room under his will and his vision. But there's something to be said for you lose that guy in that room. Who's filling the void? Matt Collins does his own thing. Keyshawn Booty's more mature. That's cool. They're a little bit redundant, as I see it, in their skill sets. And you don't have a guy in Diggs that had such a connection with May that I have no idea where this goes. But I do think it's a good question to bring up, because it's not a guarantee that he'll be back, because they've got reasons to part ways. He's got reasons to say, I want more money, and they're totally justified.
The faster we're falling, we're stopping and stalling, we're running in circles again. Just as things were looking up, you said it wasn't good enough, but still we're trying one more time. Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head instead of going under. Instead of going under.
So that was Andrew Callahan on the Pat's Interference podcast. You heard a quick cameo there from Mike Giardi. He asked him, do you think Diggs is back? He's like, I don't know. Callahan, in the midst of that, is making a football argument and a contractual argument on Diggs, who earlier today pleaded not guilty to felony strangulation and other criminal charges stemming from an alleged dispute with his personal chef. If you forget some of the details in that, the chef told Dedham officers, and this is 2 weeks after the incident occurred on December 16th, she told officers that her and Diggs argued about money that he owed her for work during the December 2nd encounter at his home. She said he, quote-unquote, smacked her across the face and then, quote-unquote, tried to choke her using the crook of his elbow around her neck and leaving her feeling short of breath. This arraignment was moved from, I think it was right before the AFC title game, to today. So, again, pleads not guilty, but that's looming over everything with Diggs as well.
Well, yeah, it was one of those things where at the time, remember, we were like, all right, well, that's going to get picked up after the Super Bowl. Well, here we are. We're after the Super Bowl, so there was already, they had on the news him walking into the court, pled not guilty, and then leaving. So I guess it's still like a to be continued from there. But yeah, add it to the list. Both he and Barmore were like, all right, it didn't impact them playing in the games, right? We talked about at the time, like, the information didn't come out like on like a Thursday or whatever it was.
It was like back-to-back days.
It was like back-to-back days of like a game week, and then we both played in the game. And we're like, okay, I guess that's that.
We were off, so I was not super dialed in. I was not super dialed in on the news. So the Diggs thing happened, and I was late to it. My phone was blowing up. I see it on my phone. I'm like,
it was like
wow,
Christmas. That's right.
And then the next day, a buddy of mine texts me. He's like, oh man, there's another incident with Barmore. I'm like, I think you're talking about Diggs. That was yesterday. You missed it. He's like, no, dude, there's another one. I'm like, oh god, I got to pay attention to the news.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were off when all that was going on, but no, they were back-to-back days, like 24 hours apart.
So, I mean, I guess, obviously they're going to have to let the legal process take place with this one, but the question posed was, like, would you guarantee Steph Diggs is back next year? I really don't know, outside of, like, Drake May, how many guys you can guarantee are going to be back. Like, on an NFL team, it's such a short list. It really is. There's so much turnover.
Is Gonzo even a guarantee?
Right.
He should be, but is he a guarantee?
Else, but he might sit out a couple games, or who knows where that goes. All the money is usually pretty easy to get out of, or whatever. There's surprise cuts all the time, whatever. I would like him back, and I know he's dealing with some stuff. I'm not trying to make light of this incident. I'm just saying, like, on the football field, I would like him back. He was a 1,000-yard receiver coming off an ACL injury. Even at his age, he was very productive. Yeah, you would have liked more in the playoffs. He had that awesome touchdown catch against Houston, but really quiet in the Super Bowl, really quiet in the AFC Championship game, although he had the most catches in that game, but they just for 0 yards.
They went nowhere.
At the line of scrimmage and really nothing else. So unless you're telling me you have a really great replacement up your sleeve, and it would have to be somebody to the caliber of like an A.J. Brown, then I would say I'd like him back. Mike Vrabel seems to love him. His teammates seem to love him. Drake May seems to love him. I understand with this player, there's been a honeymoon period in the past, and his 3 other stops. This is his 4th team. And so I guess eventually it kind of, burns too hot, and then you have to move on. But at some point, like, this might be his last stop. Like, he just at his age, and like maybe he realizes that. He overall was very good for the team this year, so I would like him back. But again, like Barmore, I wouldn't guarantee it.
Okay, here are the numbers, and I think you have a pretty good way to work around this. I don't pretend to know what's going on with his legal situation. I mean, if he's found guilty, and I have no idea. If he's found guilty, then I don't think he'll be on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Duh. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Barmore. Mm-hmm. And I don't know enough about that. I do know the team talked about them very differently. So, like, if I feel better about one being back, I feel better about Diggs being back via the legal system than Barmore. But here's the contract situation for Diggs, okay? He has a $20.6 million base salary for 2026, but it's $1.7 million guaranteed. And then another $6 million are guaranteed for injury at signing, fully guaranteed on March 26th. He has a per game roster total or per game bonus total of $1.7 million. So parse that out over 17 games, $100,000 a game. He has a workout bonus of $200,000 for 2026, and that's all the money. So just know they can get out of the deal very easily. It's why Diggs said after the Super Bowl when he was asked if he wanted to be back, he's like, it's not up to me, it's up to them. Yeah. I'm basically on a year-to-year deal.
Yeah.
He's aware of that. Never mind the legal situation with him. So I think you've kind of come up with the best situation or solution to this. If they want him back, they restructure the deal. They give him more guarantees, they lower their cap hit, and everybody wins if they want him.
Yeah, so do you think the question that they're having on whether or not they want him is based on field or off field? And you can even include off field as just like not even this specific incident, but like, is he a distraction or this, that, the other thing?
He's
like,
got facing multiple lawsuits.
Yeah.
He has a bunch of kids with different women, and you have the Cardi B distraction, which maybe now is no longer a distraction since it sounds like they're broken up, although I don't pretend to know.
Yeah, I don't think that's
so
right. A problem.
So file that, not just the legal stuff, but file it under like off-field distraction. Look, I would say it's most 90% that.
Yeah.
Maybe like 10% is he didn't do anything in the playoffs. He had one catch. You highlighted it. The touchdown against the Texans. I know
he had a big catch.
It was a huge catch, and it was an awesome catch and a great play.
No, but he played 4 playoff games and had 110 yards receiving.
It's a little about on field too.
But he also in the regular season had 85 catches, 1,000 yards, and he played in all 17 games.
Look, I'm not telling you it's mostly about on field.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the last thing you saw with him, I said this about the rookie class, I'll say it about him too. The last thing you saw with him was a pretty unproductive veteran in the postseason.
That's true. But also, if you are going to say, hey, we're good with Booty, Pop, Hollins, and Kyle Williams.
You need to bring in Evans, or you need to trade for
A.J.
A.J. Brown
yeah.
or George Pickens, or you better draft a stud at 31. Like you need more in that
risky.
room. Yeah, it's super risky.
That's risky. So I would say I would like the player back, but I know he's not without his flaws. I'm not even talking about like on the field.
I think what Callahan highlighted to me is maybe the hardest thing to move on from with Diggs, even beyond the on-field production, which I would say was good. I mean, 1,000 yards for a receiver who plays 17 games is, let's face it, not crazy. It's more than I expected out of a guy whose first year back from
60
ACL.
yards a game, basically.
But that's not crazy. So I almost think the thing they'd miss the most is we're all we got, we all we need, firing up the boys before the game, gang on 3. Like, he's a leader on this team. And that is, in my wildest dreams, I never saw that happening with him on this team this year.
And I think it also helps when you look at the dynamic of the team where Drake May is not really that fire you up crazy maniac like some quarterbacks can be, some leaders can be. So it's almost like when you're just looking at the offense, they almost needed that guy because they have a lot of kind of quieter type guys, right? Like Hunter Henry's not going to get in your face. Ramondre's not getting in your face, but Steph Diggs will. And so sometimes you kind of need that. And we were celebrating it during the season, so that's a good point. Let's not forget that. That was also a part of their sort of team chemistry and dynamic.
And that makes it difficult if he's got legal stuff and distractions off the field, that now he's your leader and he's tied up in other things. But I think there's value in that. And again, I that was the thing I think I was most wrong about with Diggs. The guy was an absolute leader for the team on the field.
Yeah.
Fred's in the car on Steph Diggs. Go ahead, Fred.
Hey, guys. Actually, you just kind of made my point. I mean, here's the thing with Steph Diggs. I love him as well. But here's the easy question. Is he a 100% number one receiver? The answer is no.
No, but
I don't believe.
What's the replacement, though, Fred? I guess is my question. He's the closest thing to a 1 on the current roster.
And he's the closest thing to a 1 they've had since Edelman in 2019 or whatever. Yeah.
I agree, but this offense is not going to go to the next level unless they do get an A.J. Brown. I want Steph Diggs back. I just want him back as a number 2 with a contract that reflects that.
Okay. I mean,
that would be great.
It would.
I don't know how realistic that is, but I like the idea. That'd be awesome.
Is he on board with that? Oh, now it's me and A.J. Brown, and I might not be getting the ball as much, and you want to pay me as a number 2 and not a number 1 when I just put up 1,000 yards again?
Yeah,
is how he's going to look at it.
No, I know, but he also went from being targeted 12 times a game in Buffalo to whatever it was this year, and so he had games where he was pretty quiet, games, and you never heard a peep about it.
True.
And
is that going to happen based on his track record? Is that going to happen 2 years in a row? I think you're really lucky it didn't happen this year.
Did it happen the second year in Buffalo? Well, he was in Buffalo for 4 years. So I would say the 4th year in Buffalo is where it really went south. Still had 1,100 yards, 8 touchdowns, and 107 catches, but that's where it kind of went a little bit south. But yeah, I don't know. Does he look at himself now where he's like, all right, I am gonna be 33 years old, so maybe maybe having another guy take some of that attention away. He and Thielen kind of thrived for a couple seasons in Minnesota as sort of co-number 1s, although both younger at the time. In Buffalo, it was just him. In Houston, he only played half a season, but it was obviously with Nico Collins there too. So, yeah, this year he was the number 1, but, there were games where he had, 20 yards. And you're like, oh, okay.
There was, a month at a time where he just kind of vanished.
So, I don't know, it might even help him. I don't think it's realistic. I don't think they get A.J. Brown and keep Steph Diggs, but if they did, I think it might even help him. He might even be just as productive.
617-779-7937. That's the latest on Steph Diggs. Pled not guilty earlier today. Was arraigned. Something that was supposed to happen before the AFC title game. On top of that, we talk defense. Where should they focus this offseason? And Diggs ties into it. Gonzalez's contract ties into it, which according to Mike Reese is apparently on him, and whether he's going to push it and not on the Crafts paying him. Apparently it's on him. Plus Christian Barmore in his future. Very similar discussion to Steph Diggs. 617-779-7937. A lot going on with the Patriots. We'll get to the Red Sox at 11 o'clock. We'll get to an ominous tweet from Jaylen Brown, which we were going through some of these numbers off the air yesterday, Keith. I didn't expect Jaylen to tweet them out himself. So we'll get to that next hour. We got the Friday 4-pack, and on the way next, Top 5 Friday, Top 5 Winter Olympic events, according to Jones and Keith. Again, that's next.
The Greg Hill Show will be live at
Delirious like Eddie Murphy. I got more growing pains than Maggie. Cause homie snagged me to take the dank out of the bag.
Top 5 Friday, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. We'll get you the Friday 4-pack at 11:30. Weekend review at 12:45. Thoughts on Jaylen Brown next hour. Thoughts on the Red Sox next hour. We'll get into all of it with your phone calls, 617-779-7937. Good discussion on the Patriots defense and some players that may be back in the case of Barmore and want a new contract in the case of Christian Gonzalez. We also got to all the latest on Stephon Diggs, pleading not guilty earlier today. What's his situation like with the Patriots next year? Doesn't sound like Callahan or Giardi are sold he'll be back. If you missed any of that, Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can get it on your phone. It's free. It's easy. Take it with you wherever you want. Just use the rewind feature. You won't miss a second of Jones and Keefe.
Good question on the text line as we're about to do our Top 5 Friday. Over under 3.5 identical selections between you and I. Because we don't tell each other ahead of time how many that we have.
Under.
Okay, interesting.
3.5. I think it's going to be like 3, but I'll take the under.
Take the under.
Yeah.
Because we famously do not tell each other what our top 5s are, and then are always shocked when both have Tenacious D doing the halftime show.
No, this
at the
is
Super Bowl.
it's organic reactions. It's very much an organic reaction.
Yeah.
You know,
Uh-huh.
I don't want to know what's on your list. You don't want to know what's on my list.
God, no.
If there's overlap, that's how we really feel.
I had a lot of honorable mentions this time. I'll save them for the end.
All
but
right.
I really kind of love every Winter Olympic event. I kind of do.
I kind of like them
It
all,
would have
man.
been more difficult to come up with or a different type of difficult to do top 5 worst. 5 worst events.
Bottom 5.
Bottom 5 events.
Bottom 5 Friday.
I don't even know if I could come up with 5.
All right. Let me get first ups. I like taking first ups in the
All right.
top 5s if you could, Nick. Let's count this down. Number 5, figure skating. Figure skating, high drama. You can say what you want. Johnny Weir and Tara were going on and on Traders last night.
I do like
about
them.
How competitive their sport is and how competitive they are. But
It's
there's
competitive.
there's
Did
big.
you know they didn't have normal childhoods?
Dude,
big-
Lipinski had a rivalry with Michelle Kwan.
Oh, big time.
They hated each other.
Big time. There's laying on a little thick. But it's a high drama. There's high drama going on right now with the U.S. and France in these Olympics.
They're
and
allowing
the figure
backflips
skating.
now. You see that one guy's doing backflips.
Quad God?
The quad god does backflips.
Quad fraud is what I started calling him early when he wasn't doing so hot at the trials, but he's doing pretty good now.
Did you see when he didn't do well in the team event? And he was like, "Yeah, it's just the team event." And his trainer or whatever had to come out. He was like, "No, he's trying."
Quad fraud.
Quad fraud.
Quad fraud is what he is. But anyway, that's figure skating at number 5.
Number
4, biathlon. I was watching this today,
The one with the
Keith.
gun?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
It's Nordic skiing.
Yep.
Plus a gun. What could go wrong?
It's like Survivor, man.
It's a lot. It's a lot of endurance.
Yeah.
You're out there. You're Nordic skiing around. Breathing's very important with firing that rifle. Apparently, that's what they say.
Hunt for your own food.
Biathlon, number 4.
Coming in at number 3rd.
Doubles luge.
Oh.
Some call it the 2-man luge.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Number
2. Curling. I enjoy curling. Curling's a good watch. I feel like that would be my Olympic sport.
Curling?
A lot of slipping and sliding around, but I feel like my best ticket to the Olympics is curling.
I think you would hit the deck pretty quick. I don't know if you'd make it down one length of the ice.
I said my best shot.
Okay.
Is what I get those crampons. Is what I'd wear on my feet where you can climb
I
around
think
on the
our
ice.
best shot would be doubles luge.
Are you going to get down on one knee and ask me?
I think so.
It's a
I think
doubles luge.
That might be our play.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's number 2.
Number
1, ice hockey. Even watching yesterday, the U.S., it was kind of a struggle with Latvia. Some of us bet a shutout. I lost it immediately.
Yeah.
Kind of a struggle with Latvia. They hung around a little longer than I thought before the floodgates opened. U.S. had 1 million goals wiped out.
Right.
Ice hockey number 1 in the top 5 Winter Olympic events, according to Jones. Let's count them down according to Keith.
Number 5. Curling. Curling number 5. And this is one of those events that every 4 years is very exciting. I don't think I would want to see it even every 3 years. But every 4 years, I am all in on. And I'll sit and watch it for way longer than I should. And you just get kind of like mesmerized by it. Plus, some of those female teams, some baddies. Number 4. Short track speed skating.
Oh, I like that.
This is wild. These guys, how they... First of all, there are a lot of crashes, but how there's not even more crashes is beyond me. Then you mix in a relay race. You ever see that? They got people floating around in the middle. Then they get like a head start. Then they push each other, and then they go around, and they collide. It's wild.
Well, I don't know if this is a short track one, but the longer one, they got to like switch lanes too, and there's like a merge. Yeah, it's like a 4-way stop. You got to have somebody's got to right away.
Short track's crazy.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Coming in at number 3.
Downhill skiing. So that gives you like a super G. That gives you a couple different ones. But that's also, they're going like 80 miles an hour. They wipe out, or they almost wipe out.
This is where
super
Lindsey
intense.
Vonn fake tore her ACL, that one, and then really tore it.
She did something.
Yeah,
she
yeah.
airlifted out of
She
there.
had a little bit more than tore it.
Yeah.
She had to get something done there. But I love it. Edge of your seat stuff with the downhill skiing. Number 2. Well, hockey 2, and the reason why it's 2 is because
hockey as well.
Hockey is second.
Oh,
No,
hockey
it's
number 2. I see. I thought you were saying hockey 2 like me. Got it. Hockey's number 2.
The number 2. Dos.
Got it.
For Bad Bunny. Dos. I would have hockey 2 because it wasn't always best on best, right? For the last however many Olympics, it's not best on best. And eventually we're going to get US-Canada, and that will be the best. That'll be the best event. But like USA-Latvia is fun, but it's also USA-Latvia. And there are like games today that you're watching, and you're like, oh, Germany-Denmark?
Don't care.
Not as good as like
bunch of non-NHL players.
But if you're like, oh, I have like somebody from Norway and somebody from Austria like doing downhill skiing, I'm like, yes, give me that. So that's why hockey was a tough one, because like the best version of it is better than anything, but there's enough that's not. Number 1. Going luge. This is kind of cheating. Just all luge in general.
Luge?
All luge.
Not the
Singles,
two-man.
doubles, men's, women's. Just luge. It's super fun.
You're not going to discriminate with the
No,
luge.
solo. If you want to do it solo, you can. If you want to do it with a friend, you can. But it's super fun to watch because it's another thing sort of like curling, where I wouldn't want this all the time. This doesn't need to be a yearly event. But when it pops on, I don't change the channel when luge is on. It's great.
Well, especially the 2-man. I specified, yeah.
One of my 2 of my honorable mentions are in the same like area. Would be bobsled. I like the bobsled, Jamaican or otherwise.
Yeah.
And the skeleton. Skeleton's wild.
Skeleton's crazy.
But I like luge. Maybe I'm more of a traditionalist that way.
Skeleton, I just feel like we're waiting to watch someone die. I feel like that's just rubbernecking, waiting for someone to die.
Definitely. But I also like snowboarding. I like the slope style skiing where they go down, they're doing tricks on their skis and they're like going into jumps like backwards, like all that stuff I'm in on.
I'll tell you what I didn't much care for. This would be a bottom 5, Keith.
Oh, okay.
Is that alpine snowboarding where it's just a race?
Yeah, that's not as good as the tricks.
No, I need some tricks. Your snowboard. I didn't play cool boarders to just race down the mountain.
No, it's true.
I'm doing
giant
tricks.
half pipe.
Yeah. Misty into a fakie.
Oh,
goofy style.
Oh, nice.
Something like that.
McTwist.
Yeah, 1080.
A little McTwist.
A little Benihana. A little melon.
Thank you. Something like that. That's what I'm waiting for.
That's more skateboard terms. But either way, I think it probably crosses over to that.
Okay. Those were all your. Did you cover all your honorable mentions?
I think so. Yeah. Oh, ski jumping. Ski jumping's fun to watch. I'll watch that for a while.
Yeah, Ski Free was a good game.
Ski Free?
Yeah.
Oh, was there jumping in that? I don't remember.
Yeah, you did the jumps, the little rainbow jumps.
No, I'm talking about like the long ski jump. Like the guys that were injecting their penises. Those guys.
Yeah, you get air like this off the
Those
rainbow
guys.
jump.
Yeah.
Until you ran into the abominable monster or bear or whatever he was at the end. He'd get you every time.
And I'll tell you what, I would have said cross-country skiing would have been boring until I saw that absolute monster rip up the hill like 100 miles an hour.
Well, you need
so now
biathlon.
that's kind of fun.
You mix in a little guns, a little danger.
Yeah.
You know, a little what could go wrong here.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that's right. Okay, that's our top 5 Friday here on Jones and Keefe. Top
What are
5
yours? You can text them in.
Winter Olympic events. People are. By the way, we did hit the under on 3.5. I think we had 3.
Three are the
overlap,
same.
if I'm not mistaken. This is a good text here. 617-779-7937. Terp, we need, all caps, a graphic of Jones and Keefe's double losing, please.
I was just about to come up with something.
Oh, he's going to talk to his mortal enemy.
I got to talk to Grok.
Yeah, Grok, get that done, would you?
Grok's a real son of a gun, but when you need something, he'll help you out.
All right. We'll get into your phone call, 617-779-7937. I think I know the answer for most of you out there, but my answer is going to be important on this. Do we collectively believe in my guy, Craig Breslow, with this Red Sox team. Let's get into that next.
No.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
WEEI.
Hour 2, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Just wrapped up our Top 5 Friday. If you missed any of that, at Jones and Keefe, we counted down the top 5 Winter Olympic events. Less overlap than usual this week.
Still a good amount.
We both had ice hockey. Yep. We both had the luge, though I specified I'm a fan of the doubles luge.
I hear you.
We both had curling on there as well. Go seek that out at Jones and Keefe if you missed any of it. Odyssey app, AUDACY. Get it on your phone. It's free. It's easy. Take it with you wherever you go. Keith, you had Grok do your bidding, and you have us in a couple of...
Yeah, we look ready to go doubles luge. Took the helmets off so you can see the moneymakers, but you see us in the skin tight.
We're looking good.
Yeah, real good.
Honestly, that's... I'm keeping it tight in that picture.
That looks real sharp. You fly in those outfits.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to have
I would take an injectable, though. Oh, no, you don't want an injectable
No,
in that
no.
one.
Well, we have the very uncomfortable conversation now. Do you want to be on top or on bottom?
Where do you want to be?
Of the luge.
Yeah, where do you want to be?
Rotate it.
Ready, say it on 3. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Bottom.
Oh. Power bottom, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the answer.
I mean, you're allowed to rotate it? Like, you allow, like, one race you're on top, one race you're on top. You know
I think that's fair.
That's actually a good
Balance,
idea.
You know?
I think that's fair.
So this is what we do.
We going head to toe?
No.
That's not how they do it. Oh, okay.
Me and Nick were talking about the person on the bottom is going to be terrified because you can't see anything.
Can't see a thing. You're along for the ride, literally. As I guess is the person on top.
Skeleton on top, luge on the bottom?
Yeah,
maybe some of that. Maybe a little bit of that.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's a new sport. I think we just
sort of like
invented a new
Borat
sport.
Nazamet in the hotel. Kind of like that. So I wonder, maybe they do alternate and then they're like, all right, whatever the faster time was. But like, we're actually a lot faster with you on top.
Right.
So you got to kind of stay there.
You want me to, good point by the Twitch chat. Do I want to take my injectable before or after? I think that's.
Well, if you're on top, do whatever you want. I don't care what you're doing at that point. That was really out of my control.
No, it is. That's for sure. Anyway, go seek that out at Keefe21. At Jones.
Where are the
WEEI.
2030 games? Because we need to prepare for this winter game.
Summer's in LA. Where is 2030?
France, I think.
Nice.
All right, we'll go with France.
You been to France?
I've never been to France.
Me neither.
Okay, that'll be a
All
first.
right, start our training. So Mike and Ken, keep our jobs while we're at the Olympics, if you don't mind.
Just a brief month off.
Yeah. Just a month sabbatical. You're giving Courtney 3 months off. Give us a month off.
But we'll put like an EEI thing on our helmet so you can see that on the luge helmets.
Yeah.
It's free advertising.
An Avellino sticker.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. We'll really
look like a NASCAR.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We're all sponsors.
We'll whore ourselves out like nobody's
Sportsbook
business.
Rhode Island on like the sled. Like you guys can't do that. Like why? It's great.
That's
Shaw's
fine.
across the chest.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, Shaw's and Stars. Shaw's across the chest. Star Market across the back. We're doing good.
Love it.
Okay, we'll get to your phone calls. 617-779-7937. Friday 4-pack on the way. About 20 minutes from now. 4 questions every Friday. Week in review at 12:45. We were talking about Steph Diggs earlier.
Yeah.
Pled not guilty earlier today in court. The arraignment was very quick. He pretty much went in, pled. His lawyer talked to Fox 25, maybe among other stations. I saw this from Fox 25 here in Boston. Here's what his lawyer had to say.
Just tell me what you told everyone.
That Mr. Diggs will be exonerated. We believe he is completely innocent. And same thing I've been saying. It's a shame that this had to happen today. It's procedural. It's not indicative of guilt. But when the evidence is presented, we expect he'll be completely exonerated.
It's a shame it had to happen today. You guys moved it. It could have happened 2 weeks ago before the game against the Broncos.
Well,
what does that
It
mean?
would have been more of a shame like Super Bowl week.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess it it happened. But
is this the new lawyer?
I was gonna say it's odd timing, isn't it? Like I don't know much other than the true crime documentaries that I watch, but I feel like changing the lawyer like the day of or the day before is strange.
And the other lawyer was pretty adamant about his innocence.
So is this guy?
No, it's true, but like it's not like the other one was like, we'll see.
Yeah,
I don't think they typically are.
No.
But,
They're usually pretty.
But it was the same lawyer. Was like,
Yeah.
if anybody was going to fire that lawyer, I think it's Barmore.
Right. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess we'll sort of wait and see on that, but procedural, and so they'll just push it down the road again.
Okay, there's the latest on that. You can jump in on Steph Diggs and the Patriots, 617-779-7937. Will he be back? How much does his legal situation have to say about that? Again, we'll circle back to it later on today. Okay, let's go to Johnny in Brooklyn. We're going to talk about our confidence level in Craig, specifically
Your guy, Breslow.
My confidence level in Craig Breslow. I know most of you out there don't believe. Johnny in Brooklyn, hello.
Hey, things I believe in more than Craig Breslow: UFOs, the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, those are real. No, the guy Durbin that they traded for, is he going to be any good given what they gave up for him? I would think not, but you guys know more than me. Well, let me know. Thanks, guys.
Okay. All right, well, Caleb Durbin, unfortunately not a home run hitter, which they need. He's just a little guy you can put in your pocket, but he's good defensively at third base. He was third in the Rookie of the Year last year in the National League.
I'm not a fan of that move, though.
I know, but I'm saying it's not nothing. Like, I wish they got a home run hitter. I still think not getting Pete Alonso is a real shame. And not only did you not get Pete Alonso, but he went to a division team. The old Moneybags Baltimore Orioles, the team that really spends money, the Baltimore Orioles. So it's not like he re-signed with the Mets and it was like, oh, it wasn't going to happen, or he went to the Dodgers on some insane deal. No, he went for a very affordable deal, and that would have fixed a lot of your problems. So that's why I find myself in this weird spot where I do think on paper their roster is better than it was a year ago, but I also don't want to like throw a parade for Breslow because I really don't like all the moves he has made. I'm just saying you lost Bregman and Giolito, and you added 3 different starting pitchers to your rotation, and you added a couple of infielders in both Wilson Contreras, not a bad pickup, and then Caleb Durbin. I'm not like high on Durbin, but I'm just saying like he's at least your starting third baseman.
Yeah, and I think if you still factor in Campbell at second base, which I'm not sure if they do or not. Cora has said kind of mixed things on him. He said he's in the outfield, but he could play in the he's in the outfield, but he could be in the infield.
Yep.
Early this offseason, it sounded like he was a pure outfielder. The real answer is he's probably a DH. Does he have the bat to DH? I don't know. But so he's in the mix at second, Meyer and Durbin, like some combination of those three should be able to piece together second and third. And like if it really pops off for them, best case scenario, Campbell's great at second, Meyer's great at third. And now you're cooking with gas.
Yeah.
But how realistic is that? I wouldn't call that anything approaching realistic. It's in the range of outcomes. I wouldn't call it realistic at all. Do I believe in Breslow? Not as much as I did last year.
Like, yeah.
My confidence in him is shaken. Now, I still think he's a good GM. And I still think he's made a lot of good baseball moves. But here's my, if I was going to reach across the aisle to Johnny in Brooklyn or Justin in D.C. or the Twitch chat that hates Breslow or most Red Sox fans out there that don't believe in him, I think there's a big difference between him and Chaim Bloom. I think a lot of people think they're the same. I think there's a big difference.
No, he's actually traded prospects for players.
I mean, this is what I think.
Yeah.
And he's been doing
that's
it.
True.
He's done it again this offseason to the point where now some people complain he trades too many prospects, which I don't get.
Yeah.
I don't get that. So he ain't Dombrowski. He's not even close to Theo, but he's also not close to Bloom. Is my belief. Now, where is he in the middle? We're going to find out. Where I'll reach across the aisle, and I'll disagree with Brad Foe yesterday. We asked him about this. Hey, if they don't make the playoffs, is Breslow on the hot seat? He's like, no. He should be. And if they don't make the playoffs and you want to talk about taking his job, I'll listen. He's putting himself out there this offseason. And he's built this team the way none of us wanted him to build the team. He's building it around pitching and defense. He's pivoting because maybe the owner didn't want to spend, or maybe he couldn't close, or some combination thereof. This is his roster. You work for John Henry, you got to work within John Henry's parameters. None of us are happy with that, but you have to do it, especially with the potential lockout looming, which Henry probably wants to change the pay structure in this sport. So you have to work within his parameters. If you're going to be his GM, that's part of the job, and you got to do it well. I still think he's a good GM. I don't like what he's done this offseason. If he gets him to the playoffs, then good. I'll stick with him. If he doesn't, then I'm going to be out, and I think that's a fair trial run for him this offseason. If they don't make the playoffs and you want to take his job, go right ahead. That's what Henry does basically every 4 years.
Well, and I think that's why Bradford said he doesn't think it's going to happen.
Correct.
Because you got to remember, Breslow was the, I think, 30th option for them to take over baseball operations.
31.
They had like 10 interviews, and then I feel like they had like 10 people turn down interviews. So if you add it all up, we made the comparisons to Alex Van Pelt being the offensive coordinator to Craig Breslow taking over. Now, Breslow's been more successful than Van Pelt was. He's been given a longer time too, but just, acquiring Garrett Crochet, that alone, really good move. So I'm with you. I think he's better than Chaim Bloom. He is not as good as Dave Dombrowski or as Theo, but you also wonder at this point, the way John Henry is spending his money and also forcing you to trade Devers, like he forced Chaim Bloom to trade Mookie Betts, that is kind of, I don't want to give him excuses. It's his job. There's going to be some challenges to it.
How would any GM work in that role?
That's tough. And I think John Henry doesn't care that Jordan Hicks sucks. He's happy he's not paying Devers anymore. Now, this is where you get back to Breslow. And you're like, you got to get something from that trade. You got nobody from that trade. All you got was money being saved. So that part is really frustrating. You get Durbin. I also think one of Breslow's biggest issues is when he does interviews. Like, he just does not, even though he oddly was a baseball player.
I'm 100% with you.
Doesn't sound like it.
The messaging, the messaging annoys me as much as anybody, but I'm willing to also look at I feel like too many people just listen to how he talks and what he says, and they can't actually look at the baseball moves. What he says pisses me off and annoys me and everything else, but then I look at it and go, I kind of think he knows what he's doing with the baseball moves. So
he would find a way. They could have signed Kyle Tucker and Pete Alonso, and then to hear him talk about it, you would have been like, ugh.
Well, would you rather have a robot who makes good baseball moves, or a guy who you feel like you can go have beers with who makes sucky baseball moves? Like, I don't even think that one's close.
No, it's not close. But then the question is, like, how many good baseball moves is he making? Because the counter would be somebody like Doc Rivers, who people around the NBA think is a good coach because he's a nice guy and he's super easy to talk to, super friendly, and everybody loves him. Is he a good coach? For one season he was. Like, I don't know after that, right? So, like, that's the big difference. Breslow doesn't do himself any favors anytime he opens his mouth.
Hitting the ball in the air to the pull side, I think it was like a 20% air pull metric last year.
Trust me, I don't like
what
that
is
either.
that?
How
is that helping? That doesn't help me at all.
It feels low. You think a guy in Fenway, you want him hitting over there more.
Yeah, now I'm like, wait a minute. Weren't they telling Christian Campbell to hit the ball in the air like 100% of the time? Even though he's fast? So, yeah, it's stuff like that. So it's like if it's a move that you're like wishy-washy on, and then you hear him talk about it, you're like, oh, now I'm out on it. So I don't think he does himself any favors there.
But here's the thing, and I think it was Justin in DC who called the other week. He's like, they need a top 10 offense. I'm like, well, he's 2 for 2 in having top 10 offenses.
They scored more runs without Devers too.
So they did, and they had a winning record without Devers. And when Devers left to go to San Francisco, he ruined that team. So let's see how it all goes. All I'm saying is let's see. And if this experiment doesn't work for Breslow and he doesn't create another top 10 offense and they're not a playoff team, we can all agree and we'll fire him. I'll meet you there in the middle.
Yeah, I think especially if if the rotation kind of blows up on him, right? Like if Sonny Gray's not very good, like I think he's going to have because
Suarez can't adjust to the AL East, and Durbin is by the way, Bradfo tweeted this out about 5 minutes ago. Today, Durbin's at third, Myers at second, taking ground balls. Now they might flip that tomorrow.
They might, but that'd be my guess. Opening day, again, hopefully Meyer makes it to that point. I would put Meyer at second, Durbin at third. Now the problem is they're both at this point pretty bottom of the order guys. You don't have a lot of how many 1 through 4 guys do you feel good about?
2.
Roman Anthony
and Contreras.
Yeah.
Like, do I even feel good about Duran? No. Who else is hitting up there?
Trevor Story.
Yeah.
Probably
Story.
Abreu.
Like, Story to me is just health, but I don't feel good about his health. I'd say I feel good about 2 of their top 4 hitters, and then everybody else is like a bottom third guy.
Yeah.
So I don't expect the offense to be top 10. But if he gets it there, I think we can all give him credit and say, all right, the guy put together another top 10 offense, and he made another postseason, 2 in a row. And they were 500 the year before that when he took over a Chaim Bloom disaster. 617-779-7937. We got your phone calls there. Meanwhile, let's do this. This is wild audio from the Section 10 podcast. Jared Carabas.
Yikes.
They're asking Brock Holt about team chemistry.
Yeah, right.
They're really talking about Devers and how important chemistry is. Mm-hmm. Listen to where Brock Holt takes this, and then it's we can play a little fact-finding game here. Mm-hmm. But this is wild audio from Section 10 yesterday.
When there's a problem in the clubhouse, it affects a lot of things. You know, I'm not there anymore, so I can't speak to it. But
we had a guy or two like that in 18, and we got rid of them, and we took off. I'll tell you this: we were in Tampa and we were stretching before BP, and we were all in a circle having a good old time. Someone looks around at all of us and says, "You know what? I'm gonna bring a gun to the field tomorrow and kill all of you." And then he looks straight at me and he says, "And you're gonna be first." And I was like, "Dude, I know you're probably joking, but you can't say that."
Okay. The 2018 Boston Red Sox.
Yes.
One of the best teams this organization has ever had, arguably the best.
Loaded. Yes.
No pun intended.
The 2018, he was saying they were in Tampa?
Yep.
So in May in Tampa, this was the starting lineup that day.
Yeah, good.
Mookie Betts, Andrew Benintendi, Hanley Ramirez, JD Martinez, Xander Bogaerts, Rafael Devers, Eduardo Nunez, Jackie Bradley Jr., Christian Vasquez. David Price was on the mound against his old team. How many of those guys left the team?
Just the one, I believe.
Like within that month. Yeah.
No. Hanley Ramirez.
What a wild story.
Hanley Ramirez's last game just so happened to be in Tampa.
Okay. Huh.
That was on May 24th.
That was a weird one.
And then
that was a weird one.
On May 30th, he was released by the Boston Red Sox.
Got it.
He gone!
Yeah.
So, why does Brock Holt take it there when he's asked about team chemistry? And that's an extreme example. No one thinks that was going on with Devers, for God's sake.
No.
Why does he take it there?
I was like, huh? I don't know. Also, that story, he's been sitting on that story for almost 8 years.
Seriously, that was wild. You should have seen all their faces.
That's pretty funny,
Carabas,
yeah.
Milliken, you should have seen all their faces. They're just like, what?
Hold on, circle back to the gun guy.
But so not the specifics with joking around about killing your teammates, but the idea of replacing a power bat on the team, Red Sox, and they were a wildly talented roster. Red Sox moved on from a guy who hit 30 home runs, I think 2 years prior, 20 plus the year before, didn't miss him one bit. And so if you want to look to an example, again, an extreme example, and I'm not saying Devers was doing any of this. I just think Devers was pouting and didn't want to go play the field to help his team. He was selfish, and he was a baby.
Yeah, no, Holt did a good job, I think, breaking down both.
I don't think it was any of that.
Chemistry is important. You do need guys that can hit the 3-run homer, though, with 2 outs.
But,
right? So you sort of saying both things.
They overcame the power vacuum pretty easily. Now, that team had a lot more options to overcome the power vacuum than this one.
I got my lineup. Do you want me to hear my lineup?
Yeah.
How do you feel? Is this a top 10 offense? Leading off, Roman Anthony.
Hang on, Alex Cora, stand by.
Roman
Anthony leading off.
Roman Anthony leading off. Trevor Story second. Jarren Duran third. Wilson Contreras fourth. Willie Abreu fifth. Cedar Rafaela sixth. Marcelo Meyer seventh. Carlos Narvaez eighth. Caleb Durbin ninth.
Okay, hang on. We have Alex Cora on the line. Alex, is this a top 10 offense?
No.
Yeah, no. That's not a top 10 offense.
Well, that might not be their lineup, but I'm kind of trying to lefty-righty the thing all the way down.
I think I'd flip Duran.
Really making a trouble in the opposing bullpen.
I would flip Duran and Anthony. I don't want Anthony leading off. I know that's like old. I know that's like old funny.
Dude,
I think Cora basically told you he's going to lead off.
He had over 1,000 OPS leading off last year.
Yeah, he hit well second. He's going to hit well wherever he bats, I think.
But Jarren Duran,
he didn't hit well hitting fifth.
But Duran was actually better hitting cleanup.
I want him hitting third. Okay, so right by that same logic, they should hit Duran fourth. I don't want that.
All right, well they could, but I was trying to righty lefty this thing.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want Duran hitting there personally. I want Duran leading off.
Yeah, I mean, he was a really good leadoff hitter, but can he even do that against lefties?
No, so I'll meet you in the middle there, but Anthony's also a lefty if you want to lead somebody else off.
So last season, I misspoke, not fourth, but third. Last season, Jarren Duran, when leading off, was where did it go?
He was hitting like 255 with around a 700 OPS. Hitting third, he was like closer to a 900 OPS.
Yeah, batting first, 742 OPS. Batting third, 863. So 120 points higher when he was batting third last year.
But then I bet if you look at his career, he's a much better hitter leading off than anywhere else because he was a monster in 2024 leading off. So I think he can lead. That's his ideal spot in the order for me. And if you want to hit Anthony 2, which would be back-to-back lefties, or ideally 3, that's what I would do.
For his career, 793 as a leadoff, 846 at third. Although it is far, far, far fewer.
How many games batting third?
28.
Right. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's where I want him. If you want to, I'll agree to drop him down in the order against lefties, at least until he proves he can do that.
Actually,
year.
where he's at his best is 6th.
There you go.
Never mind.
So, like, to me, Duran, Story, Anthony, Contreras.
Yeah.
I
That's
like,
not bad.
I like that.
Yeah.
But you're leading off Anthony.
I am.
Okay.
I think they are too.
And hopefully nobody's like whoever that player was in Tampa.
We don't know who it is. We still, to this day, we're looking for him.
We don't know who it was. I just, for a fact, know that Hanley's last game was played in Tampa and was released 6 days later.
Copy that.
I do know that.
Yep.
Hope none of those incidents are going on with the Red Sox this year. Wild audio from Section 10. 617-779-7937. We'll get to a wild tweet from Jaylen Brown coming up a little over 20 minutes from now. Billy Lanny with all the latest in trending, and when we come back, Friday 4-pack.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending Now is brought to you by VisitFortMyers.com. U.S. men's hockey got the 5-1 win over Latvia yesterday. Brock Nelson scored twice. Jack Eichel, Jack Hughes, Matthew Tkachuk, and Quinn Hughes each had 2 assists in the victory. Up next, the United States will play Denmark tomorrow afternoon, followed by Germany on Sunday afternoon. Puck drop for both games is at 3:10. These games can be seen on the USA Network. The United States is currently in 3rd in the medal count with 14, 4 gold medals, 7 silver medals, and 3 bronze. According to Ian Rappaport, the Patriots are moving defensive coordinator Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on the staff, with Williams now cancer-free. They've opened up the DC position with inside linebackers coach Zach Core, who called plays during the Super Bowl run, a top candidate. Today, Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs was arraigned on felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery charges stemming from alleged dispute with his former chef. Diggs pled not guilty and was released without bail. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, BC will be in North Andover taking on Merrimack. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and puck drop from Lawler Arena is at 7. Hey Red Sox fans, it's time for spring training in Fort Myers. Cheer on your favorite team at JetBlue Park and explore the area between games. Turning a love for baseball into a relaxing vacation just feels right. Start planning at visitfortmyers.com. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
The exclusive home for Patriots.
Friday night, so everything is popping. I got skin to spin on the hand, so let the games begin. Yakety yak.
Friday 4-pack brought to you by Avelinos. If you're planning a corporate meeting or a private party, you can book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Go Avelino.com. We enjoyed their food very much, so great food there as well, plus the spacious function room. Friday 4-pack here on Jones and Keefe. We'll get to your phone calls, 617-779-7937. We'll get to Jaylen Brown, kind of an ominous tweet. We're on the eve of Tatum's return.
Classic Jaylen Brown.
Last night. So we'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But what's first up in the 4-pack today, Bill?
What is the best format for the NBA All-Star Game?
All right, so they have tried East versus West for many, many years. Then it was captain's picks. And then this year it is going to be sort of USA versus the world.
Yeah, Nick Wright has an idea.
He does also have an idea.
You're saying it's not that format?
It's not.
That's not mine either.
No, they're not splitting the teams up by race. I would say, I feel like because there are so many really good international players, I think USA versus the world's a good idea. Now, it kind of confuses things because you're still like, all right, are we taking 12 from the East, 12 from the West, and whatever else? But to get them to actually play a little bit, which has been the problem, because old heads would make the case, well, in the 80s, they gave a damn, and even in the 90s, like, they would play hard in the fourth quarter, whereas now they're taking half-court shots. Like, Damian Lillard's pulling up from half-court, and they're just shooting half-court shots. Like, I don't know. I think USA and the world might be a best shot at it.
I still think East-West. I still think that's the best thing for a game. I don't know that guys are going to play hard in it regardless. Maybe U.S. versus the rest of the world gets that going, but I think what happened with Four Nations, like this, we talked about this last year with Four Nations going on, and it's like, oh, well, look at how hard these guys are playing for their country. Well, that works for the U.S. when it's the rest of the world. They're not playing for their country. They're just playing against the U.S.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't think you can replicate Four Nations in a sport like hoops, at least not now, because there's not another country that's formidable enough. There just isn't. So
yeah. I also think in a way,
and there's certainly not enough of them like there is in hockey, where there's like 4 or 5 that could realistically win the gold. It's one in basketball every year.
But the excitement for the All-Star game, the ship has kind of sailed, and it's not just because we're getting older. It's just, for people growing up, like whether it was in the 80s or the 90s, like, do you know how many times I saw Clyde Drexler and Sean Kemp on TV? Not that much. So it was like, oh, they're all there in one spot for the All-Star game. It was incredible. Same thing with baseball. You saw Tony Gwynn once a year. He would show up. You're like, that guy hits 400.
Right. Red Sox. There was no interleague play. You weren't watching games. Games weren't available like they are now. Clips weren't available like they are now.
Guys didn't jump teams as much either. So like there would be like an East-West, and maybe it was Bird Magic, and like those were like sort of the anchors for those teams. Whereas now it's like James Harden's in the Eastern Conference one year, he's in the West the next year, he's back in the East.
Hard to even keep track.
You can't even really keep track. I wonder, like, kids under, like, middle school kids, like, do they still love it because it's like all the best players, or even are they sort of like, well, I can watch the highlights on my phone?
Here's why I make the case for East-West is just because it's simple and everybody gets it, and you're like, oh, this guy plays in the Eastern Conference, he's on that team. This guy plays in the Western Conference.
Your own uniforms.
Right, 100%.
You gotta do that too.
Because like right now, you're like, wait a minute. Jaylen Brown is an Eastern Conference All-Star,
he's on the
team with other Eastern Conference players, but all the guys in the East aren't on the same team. Like, that's just confusing.
Would you make it for home court in the NBA Finals? Like they did in baseball for a few years?
No.
Yeah, I don't think I would do that either.
I like record.
Would you do what was it, the Matt Elam ending or whatever? Remember, to get to a certain number of points,
yes.
They tried to tweak the ending?
They did do that in a couple of games.
They did. I know they did for a little bit.
I think that was good. I think that's a natural way within the game.
Yeah.
To get people to play hard. Again, that's confusing, though. I don't know that everybody wraps their head around that.
It is.
And so
you might just be stuck. And also for a league that guys sit out regular season games when they're healthy, they're not going to go balls to the wall in the All-Star game. It's just unfortunately not going to ever happen.
Yeah, I don't know how you get that back. And the nostalgia of, you make a good point. Like, games are everywhere. Clips are everywhere. You can watch every player, every cut up from every player on your phone within 2 seconds. They all play each other now. There's no interleague. And so,
it's also a good point on the text line,
the intrigue of that is gone.
The rivalries don't exist. Even if you did split it up and you kept it that way, they don't really care. The last time I can really remember it, and I give the Celtics a ton of credit for it, was the Garnett
and LeBron.
Yep. Garnett, Pierce, and Allen. There was a clip of those guys. It was the Eastern Conference All-Star Game locker room. And the Celtics were in one corner, not talking to anybody else. Now, maybe that was just the photo, but, like, I loved it. Then you had the 3 guys from the Heat, in a separate corner, and maybe Carmelo, like talking to each other and nobody else. It was like, oh, okay, that's cool. Now it's like they're all hugging each other, trading jerseys. Like they don't care.
Okay. That's how we'd fix the format for the All-Star game. What else, Billy?
Which Patriots free agent would you most like them to re-sign?
Okay, so the shorthand, I think, is like Chasen, Hawkins, Tonga, guys like this. Like
Hooper,
Gonzalez.
Gibbons.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of it for guys that played.
Gonzalez and Booty.
Jack Westover.
Gonzalez and Booty are contract eligible, extension eligible. They're not free agents. So, I mean, the easy one's Chasen. I just don't. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to pay him what he's going to want.
I would go Chasen, or I go Tonga. Like I liked when Tonga was healthy, and they would sort of line him up as a fullback and just sort of like a useful piece. Plus, if we're wondering the stability of Christian Barmore, now you could still spend bigger somewhere else. But like I think Tonga became kind of a fan favorite this year. I think injuries derailed it a little bit, but I'd take Tonga back. I'd be happy with that signing.
I don't necessarily want Hawkins back.
I don't either.
Like if he's your third safety, fine. He came into the year as like the third or fourth safety. And if he's a depth guy and he's okay with that, fine. And Vrabel seems to think he's a team leader. That was very clear in the video going around after the Super Bowl where Vrabel was bringing these guys in. So maybe there's more value in the room than I see. But on the field, that's a spot I'd want to upgrade. Chasen, if they strike out on some of the big-ticket edge rushers, Crosby, Hendrickson, Jalen Phillips, guys like that, Chasen would be the name I'd want back.
Gibbons, I feel like will probably be back. He's also a restricted free agent. But I feel like Hawkins and Hooper are both a good spot where you're like, hey, thanks for the year. You guys were good.
We can do better.
We can upgrade at both spots. And it's not like you have to cut them or trade them or anything. Like they're just gone. And then you get a better second tight end and you get a better free safety.
What else, Billy?
Could you survive a Friday the 13th movie?
I was about to ask why are we asking this question, but today is Friday the 13th.
Jones, it's Friday the 13th.
I forgot about
what?
that.
Next month, also Friday the 13th.
I know.
And I believe in November this year, also a Friday the 13th.
Hell yeah.
3 Friday the 13th. What does it mean? I don't know. Now, could you survive a movie? Now, most of the movies take place at Camp Crystal Lake, some in Manhattan, others in space.
Okay, good to know.
I feel like if you're in
the space one, I'm struggling, I think.
If Jason Voorhees wakes up on the ship when you're in space, you're dead.
Yeah, that's probably a hard one to get out of.
Camp Crystal Lake, though, this might be brag of the week. I think I could survive it.
Really?
I think I could.
The first one, I think we could.
He doesn't move great.
First one, he's not even in it.
First one's not him. It's
his
mom.
It's his mom.
I'm sorry, but he's not moving great in these.
He does
no. The remake, he moves.
Does
like
he? He cooks?
Oh, yeah.
Better. Yeah, he's better.
You're not outrunning him in the remake.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't move quickly. Also, it's a lot of like, oh, what's that noise? Let me go check it out. I'm not checking
You're
out
not checking out any noises.
I'm not checking out any noises.
No, that's how I act at my home right now. My wife's like, hey, what's that noise? I'm like, I don't know. You go look. I
You
don't
know
know
how the house moves.
Yeah,
The house moves.
Yeah,
Try that
Oh,
one.
wait, why don't you go check it out? You hear something at the door? Go open it.
I think you.
We do have a blueprint, though. Just throw on a blue sweater and a blonde wig, and he won't hurt you.
Oh, that's a good point. He's afraid of his mom.
All right, so run
His
around in
biggest
that.
fear. So you could do that, or as long as you're not the first person gone, just leave. Just leave. Now this car probably won't start. Those are usually tampered with. But
you got to know.
Just get out
You
of
got to
there.
know how to hotwire a car.
Just get out of there.
Yeah.
Get on a
Spark
little
plugs are
boat.
usually missing.
Yeah, I can't. Are they? Dang,
Oh,
I can't even change a tire. Never mind hotwire a car.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, right. Yeah, forget that.
I just
Also,
don't-
there might be no gas.
I just
in it.
electrocute myself.
You'd solve his
He
own
doesn't-
problem.
he doesn't even get me. I just.
He's like, do I get credit for that one? You're like, no. He did that to himself. Yeah, I think you could. Not to get cocky. I think you might be able to get away.
You think I could? You think you could?
I think I for sure could.
Could I? Nick,
Maybe.
let's let Nick weigh in. You think I could?
No.
I'm fast.
Oh yeah, he's the cheetah.
He's the cheetah.
I'm
Yeah,
fast.
Mickey
Yeah, but he's
Coleman.
so fast he'll run square into a tree.
Until I run out of breath, and then he catches me.
That's true. You got to know your way
He's got
around the
about a
woods.
40-foot window where Jones cannot run him.
That's true. Billy, how do you think you'd do at Camp Crystal Lake?
Dead.
Yep.
I'm drugging, I'm boozing, I'm slow.
This is
That's true. He does not like people drinking or doing intercourse.
This is true.
So we're safe there.
Yeah, I don't have to worry
All of us
about.
are
I
safe
don't have to
there,
worry about
but-
the intercourse part, but the drinking, that's a factor. That's a good point, Bill.
yeah.
That's a good point. Okay, so we think maybe Keith could survive. I'm at TBD. What else?
What's the best movie to watch on Valentine's Day?
Scream. I'm telling you, horror movies are a natural aphrodisiac. I feel like you're going too crazy.
Sometimes I turn around and there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot happening on these TVs behind me, which I understand what you're talking about.
IFC shows everything. So you could, I kind of think horror movie. I think you got to zig when people are zagging. Like, oh, leave me a rom-com. I want to watch a rom-com. Like, watch a horror movie.
Watch Hard Eyes, a Valentine's Day horror movie.
Yes, or My Bloody Valentine.
Or My Bloody Valentine.
You watch a couple of
Good
Valentine.
overlap there.
Yes.
Okay,
That's a good
yeah.
double feature. Hard Eyes and a My Bloody Valentine. That's what I would prefer rather than, I don't know, some Julia Roberts
So
movie.
this is what the Keiths are doing tomorrow?
No, Katie's not going to watch Scream. She used to like. She's like, I'm not watching that again.
Hard Eyes.
She would not watch Hard Eyes. I don't think.
Okay.
Either.
Oh,
No, probably not.
Okay.
I get her to watch we watched The Traitors and The Pit together. That's about it.
That's pretty much what you guys
pretty
watch?
much it together.
Yeah. Traitors is
kicking.
Let me tell you,
what a season of Traitors.
Despite not everybody in the building, and I get they're all up at like 4 a.m. or whatever. They're here at 5 or whatever. So I get they don't all stay up as late as we do because they have things to do. But hearing the conversation in the hall about Traitors, I'm like, oh, did you guys all watch? It's like Courtney, Tom, Twitch, Mitch,
palpable buzz,
big time buzz,
Yeah.
and they're all like, well,
Yeah.
we haven't seen the episode yet. I'm like, what do you mean you guys haven't? So what are you buzzing about?
Go
You haven't seen
watch
the episode. What are you guys talking about?
Plus, they spoil not them, but like Twitter spoils everything. So if you're on Twitter, people are like reacting and they're like live tweeting Traitors.
You're a For You guy. I'm a following guy.
Well,
if I'm just in following,
you don't see it.
I'm not seeing anything. So I don't have to worry about these algorithms spoiling anything for me.
Yeah.
Unless someone wants to get in my notifications. That'd be a problem.
Boy.
But that's why I watched
trouble.
the episode.
Yeah.
They're all like, well, don't tell me what happened. They're buzzing about Traitors and the episode. They haven't even seen it.
I haven't seen it.
It was a good one, though.
Ooh, good recommendation by friend of the show, Monty Mack, in the Twitch chat.
What's that?
True Romance. One of my 10 favorite movies of all time.
That's
And
a top 10 Keith movie.
Yeah, hell yeah. And a love story.
Monty Mack and Keith on the same page?
They're the
That
same.
doesn't happen.
Yeah. No.
What tier was he, Keith's Beefs, again?
Was he Frisky? I forget.
That sounds right.
We might have to update the Keith's
It's a
Beefs.
forgettable tier.
So
that does make sense. It's really insulting, actually, to be
Yeah.
put on that tier.
No, but True Romance is
Wow.
legit.
You guys are on the same page all
How
of a
about
sudden.
that? Spider-Man meme. Me and Monty Mack.
Spider-Man meme, exactly. Okay, well, that's the Friday 4-pack here. Every Friday, a 4-pack of questions on Jones and Keith. I got some questions for Jaylen Brown and his tweet last night. I'm sure Jason Tatum does as well. Let's get to that next.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
WEEI.
WEEI.
New England Sports Original.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. If your home or business has a clogged drain, call the name trusted by the pros. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Massachusetts. To join New England's most experienced team, go online to johnsewer.com to apply today.
The name to know when the drains don't flow. John Sewer. We get the job done.
February, the month of presidents. You may have some wads and rolls of presidents coming to you as in money you may not even know about from findmassmoney.gov. Benjamin Franklin? No, he wasn't a president, but who cares? He's on the $100 bill. The Massachusetts State Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Division is holding unclaimed property for citizens and businesses like refunds from utility bills, long-forgotten savings accounts, even uncashed paychecks. Search your name at findmassmoney.gov. That's findmassmoney.gov.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling sluggish, low energy, if your sleep is off, or if you're hitting the gym but not seeing real progress, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments, combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or visit northeastmenshealth.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hi, I'm Brian Williams, President of the State Police Association of Massachusetts. We're teaming up with Greg Hill and Service Credit Union for Protecting Our Communities, a campaign to address the critical staffing shortages facing our state police. One of the biggest challenges in recruiting highly qualified applicants is that our members are currently working without a contract. Service Credit Union stands with us because protecting our communities begins with well-trained, well-supported troopers safeguarding lives across the Commonwealth. Contact your state legislators today and urge them to invest in education, training, and the future of public safety. Thank you.
As players fight to avoid mistakes on the field, remember to make smart choices off the field this holiday season. If you decide to drink and drive, you could get a DUI or worse. That one decision to drive impaired could change your life and the life of others forever. If you're going to drink, the only way to be the MVP this holiday season is by planning a safe and sober ride home. Don't risk it. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Allstate is Massachusetts' trusted auto insurer, protecting cars across the state, from Boston to the Berkshires. We're by your side when you need us most, providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So, switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
Jones and Keith.
Jones and Keith on WEEI.
Get Boston Sports Original on the go wherever you go. Just download the Odyssey app.
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. I'm addicted to the thrill. I'm ready. It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes down. Got a problem? Tell me now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight. Who's gonna run this town tonight? We gonna run this town.
We are, yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance. Get your boutiques on. All black, everything. Black cars, all black, everything. And our girls are blackbirds, riding with they diligence. I get more in depth if you boys really real enough. This is not familiar, I'll explain later. But for now, let me get back to this paper. I'm a couple bands down and I'm
So it's funny, this Jaylen Brown tweet. I heard Greg talking about this quite a bit today when we popped in the car. Jaylen tweeted out a graphic that you and I were talking about in a break yesterday, Keith.
Pretty funny, yeah.
Where it's from NBC Sports Boston, Darren Hartwell. So no offense to Darren Hartwell. It's not even like it's Forsberg or like a Celtics beat writer, I don't think. How dare you. It's like it's a column there with these stats in a graphic in the middle of the story. And Jaylen somehow sees it, or someone puts it on his radar or seeks it out himself.
I'm sure he reads
pulls
Hartwell.
the graphic right out of the story.
Yeah.
Tweets it out and says, I'm proud of this group and staff / office. Looking forward to second half. Go see Shamrock emoji.
It's hilarious. Also not that surprising. Now, this specific
favorite season so far.
Thank you. The guy that said it's his favorite season so far, when he's won a title, he's been All-NBA, he's been an All-Star multiple times.
He's been to the finals an additional time.
But he's also talked about how much he's sacrificed. And he has talked about that a lot. And now he is the clear number one on this team because the number one got hurt. The number 3, 4, and 5 all got kicked off the team, or like they had to shave money. And so it is Jaylen Brown's team. They are overachieving, led by him. He's a true first-team All-NBA candidate, maybe like an MVP candidate, like 4th or 5th, somewhere in there. So he's having an awesome season, deserves a lot of credit for a guy that wants a lot of credit. But to tweet this out is why a lot of us have asked the question, what's it going to be like when he and Jaylen Brown, or I'm sorry, he and Jason Tatum like reunite? What's it going to look like?
It's totally fair. Because again, I said this yesterday, and I got flack for this on Twitter, which I don't really understand. They haven't missed Tatum at all. They haven't. Now they'd be better with him, and they're a true championship contender with him. Listen to these numbers. These are the numbers he tweeted out from the graphic at NBC Sports Boston.
Yeah.
At the All-Star break, 24-25 versus 25-26, i.e. with Tatum, without Tatum. A year ago, 39-16. This year, 35-19. Last year, 2 seed in the East at the break. This year, 2 seed in the East at the break. Last year, offensive rating, 4th. This year, offensive rating, 2nd. Last year, defensive rating, 5th. This year, defensive rating, 9th. So add all those up, net rating, 3rd and 3rd.
Yeah.
They are basically the same record. They are the same seed. They're the same net rating in terms of rank. The net rating, the number was a little higher last year. But in terms of rank, they're the same. Little better offense, little worse defense without Tatum and a bunch of other guys. I mean, that's unbelievable that the Celtics are right back here.
It is true. But what he's saying is like we're just as good without Tatum. And also
they have been.
Also, if things don't get better, just remember this is where they were. Right? So if these numbers change, if they're worse, so say Tatum returns and they're not the 2 seed, whose fault is that? We were the 2 seed before he got here.
Well, especially if they try to make Tatum the 1, and it's a clunky fit or whatever. But no,
this is pretty wild to me because he easily could have just taken the right side of the graphic, and it's still very impressive.
And been like, here's where we are at the break.
Yeah, like wow, like
we're doing so good. And honestly, the message would have been the same.
But not as like right in your face.
No. I agree.
With Tatum versus without Tatum. That's what this is.
The message would have been more subtle, but it would have been the same. This is hammering you over the head with it. We're just as good without Tatum and me as the lead dog as we are with him.
And you could have found some, I'm sure, like Stephen A. or clip, or you could have found something preseason of somebody's prediction being like, I got them 8th in the East. And then you could have put it side by side. And then that really is about what you've done with this group, and you deserve a ton of credit for it, which he does. But to put the side by side is hilarious. They made the analogy this morning on Greg's show. They were like, this is the equivalent of if Scheim filled in for Greg for a week.
I heard this.
And the ratings were really good. And not only were people like hyping up how good the week was with Scheim, but then Scheim being like, yeah. And then compared to the week like with Greg, we were actually the same or slightly better. Like, it is kind of like that. Like, it's completely unnecessary. But, my God, like, this guy, he desperately wants all the credit. But is he going to also desperately want all the shots, like, when the game comes down to the end? And I feel like they already answered the questions that they can play together because they can, and they won a title. But this is different. We have not seen Jaylen Brown have 50, 60 games or whatever it is as the lead guy and then have to maybe, like, slide back over to the passenger seat for the playoff run.
Right. He's been able to get along and get by and win at a high level with Tatum as the number 1 and him as the number 2. He's never had to be the number 1, have the team in the exact same spot. By the way, win 2 playoff games without Tatum last year. They won 1 against the Knicks. They won 1 against Orlando. They had a winning record last year. I think they had a higher winning percentage without Tatum in the regular season last year than with it. I remember bringing up that stat a lot. So they won a bunch of games without Tatum in the regular season last year when he didn't play. They won 2 playoff games without Tatum last year. They're in the exact same spot they were a year ago. And Jaylen goes, hey, like what am I going to get my due for this? By the way, without Tatum, it's not just like they're feasting on easy teams. They've beaten all the best teams in the East this year without Tatum. Detroit, New York, Cleveland. Now, they've had some losses as well. They just got smoked by New York. They, I think, lost the season series to Detroit, but they won a game head-to-head against them. Like, they've been able to beat the best teams in the East without Tatum. They've been able to win playoff games without Tatum. They're right back where they are again without Tatum. But imagine being Jason Tatum, rehabbing from your injury, working to come back from an Achilles, scrolling through your phone and seeing this.
Yeah, no, it's got to be alarming to him. Now, anytime we talk about Brown and Tatum and the return, I always bring up Jordan and Pippen. So in '93, Jordan and Pippen together won 57 games and a title. The next year when Jordan was playing baseball, Pippen won 55 games in the regular season, but lost in the second round. So, and then in '95, they weren't as good, but then Jordan returned, and then they also lost in the second round. But the year after that, they ended up winning altogether. And so Pippen, I'm sure if Twitter was around back then, probably would have tweeted the same thing.
Tweeting out graphics.
I'm sure he would have in 95 been like, we're on pace to win as many games. Hey, guys, look at me. And I'm also leading the team in every category. I bet he would have. But eventually, and I know Tatum's not Jordan, and I know that Pippen, even Jaylen Brown's not Pippen, but in this analogy, it did fall back into place, and they went on to have a ton of success. So I think it might be like
it did, but to your point, it took a minute. It didn't happen right away when Jordan came back.
No, it did not happen. Now, he came back with 17 games to go, which might mirror Tatum, or Tatum might even have more games to go. The other difference is I don't think they have to play Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway Magic team. I don't think there's one of those teams in front of them.
No,
but you
Cade
get the
Cunningham
idea.
and Jalen Duren are they're good, but that's a little different.
Little different. And even that might be in the conference finals, let alone like the second round. I mean, maybe it's the Knicks again and whatever. Like that'd be a tough matchup too. But it eventually worked out because I heard them this morning talking about like what's more likely, them winning another title together or them trading one of them. I'm like,
no.
I think the title is still more
to
likely.
me, the question's just about will it work down the stretch this year?
I think it could be a little rocky.
They'll fall back into their roles eventually. I'm 100% with you on that. I don't think somebody's getting traded.
No.
How's it going to work this year down the stretch? Can they coexist? Can Tatum be the number 2? Text line's asking, will he come off the bench? He's never come off the bench in his career. I'll be shocked if he comes off the bench. Tatum.
I mean,
shocked.
You would be?
He's never come off the bench once.
Okay.
So yeah, I'd be stunned. That doesn't mean he won't, but it would really surprise me if he buys into that role.
Yeah, Jordan also started right away.
Yeah.
He didn't come off the bench.
He doesn't have the ego to come off the bench.
Playing baseball versus an Achilles injury is different, but it was still like a year and a half. I was a long time away from basketball.
I think Jalen tweeted this out just like he wants the record out there. Meaning I want it on the record. Yes. Anybody who wants to come at me that I'm not a number 1 or I'm in Tatum's shadow and we're not a 1A and 1B, and that's constantly how it gets framed. Anybody who wants to try and bring that up, suck on this.
Definitely.
I think that's why he tweeted this out.
I think it's also like just keep an eye on where we're at before he gets back. And then if things change, if we slip in the net rating or if the things like that, it'd be like we were better without him.
To paraphrase Christian Barmore, it's not me.
It's not me.
It's not me is what it is. 617-779-7937. Speaking of the Patriots, let's get back to, well, I would call it a shift, I guess, on their coaching staff, but it's really not. It's status quo on the coaching staff. Significant news there, though. We'll get to it. We'll get to how the Patriots approach the offseason. Should they focus more on offense or defense? Plus, interesting story out of the NFL. Came out about an hour or so ago. The NFL PA report cards, remember those, Keith?
Sure do.
Apparently we're not getting them anymore.
What?
I want to update that with all your thoughts next.
Jones and Keith on WEEI. WEEI.
Winter weather can be frightful, but Shaw's and Star Market's pickup and delivery, delightful. To help with snow days and driving delays, Shaw's and Star Market offer free curbside pickup or get delivery. That's right. Just order ahead and Shaw's and Star Market will have your groceries ready for you curbside, or they can deliver right to your door. These convenient pickup and delivery services are available year-round to help you when you need it most. Download the app now. Shaw's and Star Market can save you time and money.
Hi, it's Chris Curtis, and right now, drug and alcohol dependency is affecting so many of us. If addiction is impacting you or a loved one, I highly recommend the New England Recovery Center in Westboro, a really compassionate staff and beautiful 25-acre campus where most major insurance plans are accepted. New England Recovery Center offers 24/7 admission with transportation available if needed. Why wait? Call 877-MY-REHAB or visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org today.
All you need is love and the 99 restaurant. This Valentine's weekend, treat your sweetheart to garlic shrimp top salmon, slow roasted prime rib, or share a bananas Foster cheesecake. Hurry in this Friday through Sunday. You gotta love the nines.
Hi, it's Andy in Snow Country, brought to you by Shaw's, perfecting the art of fresh. Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus super nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Time to get outdoors and enjoy all this great snow with warmer weather and every trail going this President's Weekend. Wachusett with the Machine Groom Snow and all 27 trails. The day and night skiing to Neshoba Valley, the same on 15 runs, running until 12 o'clock. At Bradford, you'll find the nighttime skiing as well. 9 lifts, and they stay at full operation. Into New Hampshire, Waterville Valley with fresh snow this week to the tune of about 8 inches worth. Over 60 runs there. Loon with 70-plus runs and 30 miles of terrain. At Cannon, staying up near full operation. Cranmore picked up some of that same fresh snow as well. They have 55 runs plus tubing. Stratton, Vermont, with near full operation. Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort where family fun is guaranteed. Visit smugs.com. More at snowcountry.com. I'm Andy Davis on WEEI.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease.
Help you find expert care and local support.
Give you tips for living a better life.
And share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org.
Or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
What's more Massachusetts than coffee and Keno? Whether you like it iced or hot, get your favorite cup, play your lucky Keno numbers, and follow all the action on the Mass Lottery app. Download it today. The Mass State Lottery. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Listen up. Partner with one of the most trusted independently owned lumber yards and showrooms around. Cape Cod Lumber and CCL Homescapes. Shop at CCL Homescapes for your Anderson 400 Series windows and doors for your next project. Anderson is the #1 trusted window and door brand. CCL, your go-to supplier for Anderson 400 Series windows and doors. Visit us online or come see us in person in Abington. CCL, 100% employee owned and operated. Find us at cclco.com.
This is Ty Law, Pro Football Hall of Famer. Aviva Trattoria serves beloved Italian classics and is a perfect place to enjoy a meal with family and friends. Enjoy fresh-made bolognese, marsala, piccata, and fried Montanara pizza prepared in their scratch kitchens from fresh local ingredients. Relax at the bar with the signature cocktail, now featuring my own Corvus Vodka, the official vodka of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I am proud that it is now the official house vodka at Aviva. Aviva is also the perfect place to book a special event in their private dining rooms. Visit AvivaTrattoria.com or stop at any Aviva location near you.
Shop Butchika's President's Week Ski and Boot Clearance Sale. All skis and boots are at the lowest prices of the year. The skiing and riding conditions are great, so now's the time to upgrade your gear at Butchika's and head to the slopes. Shop Butchika's tax-free on Route 28 in Salem.
Butchika. Hey football fans, it's Marcus Jones here for John Dark Credit Union. For over 100 years, they've been helping members reach their financial goals. Now we're teaming up to tackle financial wellness, donating $50 for every New England tackle, up to $50,000 to support financial wellness in their communities. Ready to join a credit union that puts you first? Visit jdcu.com today.
Federally insured by NCUA. Shares and deposits in excess of NCUA limits are fully insured by MSIC.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios, powered by Verizon. Every game, all season, the Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour, Jones and Keefe is brought to you by Jean d'Arc Credit Union. Get details at jdcu.com.
AUDACY. Type that into your app search, then download Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
That core
a name that fans should probably get to know, even though that his name sounds nothing like it's written. It's Core, like Coors, but with no S. That's just a fun fact for you right there. He is a coach who had a meteoric rise since moving to the defensive side of the ball, was an offensive assistant for most of his career. Say 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a little more, went to the defensive side, was the inside linebackers coach this year. All he did, Mike, was call a Super Bowl participating defense, really did an incredible job. They're going to do some interviews. My understanding is he is the leading candidate, which I would add very, very leading candidate. I might add to that very, very, very leading candidate. He's done an excellent job. He deserves the full-time job. The Patriots are certainly doing right by two of their excellent coaches and doing a real search, but then being able likely to keep both.
High noon, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. That was Ian Rappaport. Very, 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 very likely that Zach Core.
What's the betting odds?
Will be the play caller on defense for the Patriots. He says they're doing right by both. Are they?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know how you could.
If Terrell Williams really wanted to be a defensive coordinator, which I assume that he did, and with that responsibility call plays, he's not getting to do that. And he lost his job due to cancer is essentially what has happened here. And if he gets to keep the money that he's being made and he stays with the staff, it's not, obviously they're not like doing him dirty, but like I don't know if everyone gets what they want. That's a weird way of painting it.
Doing right by him would be, hey, you're the assistant head coach, you're the associate head coach, whatever title you hand out, and we're giving you a raise. Terrell Williams.
Sure.
And now Zach Core, you're the defensive coordinator, and you get the title, and you get the pay bump, and Kraft is going to pay both. That would be doing right by both of them, and I think that would be fair. You pay them both. You say, hey, T, awful year for you. We're sorry what happened, but you were the play caller for one game, and you lost to Geno Smith and the Raiders. This guy took over. We only lost 3 more games all year. He called plays all the way to the Super Bowl. The team's defense played well for most of that Super Bowl, at least until the fourth quarter when it was short fields and defensive scores and things like that. Like, I'm sorry, we're going to try to make you whole by paying you out and giving you a new title where you're getting a promotion, but this guy's going to call plays. And guess what? If he keeps calling plays at a high level, he might be a head coach in a year or two, and you'll be the play caller then, and that's the best we can do. I think that would be fair, but are they doing right by both guys?
You can't.
I don't know.
Because if both guys want the same job and only one guy has that job, you can't in any way be doing right by both guys. Now, you're not sending them packing or things like that. Like there's two different extremes, right? Like I don't think it's best case scenario for everybody, but it's not worst case scenario either. They're both still on the staff. They're both going to be a big part of the team. I just think when you look at it, I've always looked at NFL head coaches, or I'm sorry, like assistant head coaches. What even is that? That just does seem like we want to keep the guy on the staff, or we want like a fake.
It's a fake title, but I imagine it's accompanied by a pay increase.
Maybe it is.
Like if they just give him the title with no pay bump.
When you look at a team, are you like
coordinators are before the assistant or associate head coach?
Of course.
Yeah.
And when it's time to interview head coaches around the league, other teams don't go, where are all the assistant head coaches? No, they go, where are all the coordinators? So if Terrell Williams wants to be a career assistant head coach or whatever, then I guess they're doing right by him, and he's in a good spot with that. But Zach Core is the one that is really getting a true promotion. I mean, you can get a promotion like name, but like he went from linebackers coach, inside linebackers coach to defensive coordinator.
Are we giving Kraft too much credit, by the way? It's like he doesn't even want to pay his own offensive coordinator. He wants to bring in somebody else's head coach who's getting paid by the other team.
No, we don't know what Terrell Williams is getting paid.
So maybe we shouldn't even give Kraft this credit, but when Rap Sheet says they're going to do right by both guys, my guess is, and because of what Terrell Williams went through, hopefully, Robert Kraft says, geez, I don't want to give you both pay increases, but you're the assistant head coach, pay increase. Zach Core, you're the play caller, pay increase. And we're going to do that, and we're going to spend in free agency, and we're going to do right and do what we should do this offseason. Maybe. I don't want to give him too much credit until I know that.
No, I know.
But that's my guess as to what's happening.
Yeah, I feel like it's just semantics when you're like, all right, you're now the assistant to the head coach. Like,
Ready to burn some cash.
Like, what does that even do? Like, what are you? What's your responsibility and like all that stuff?
If every 2 weeks the paycheck is a little healthier, a little heftier, then I think that'll go a long way.
Oh, well, that's good.
The other piece, and I forgot about this until we played that clip for the second time there, rap sheet on the Insiders or whatever that was on NFL Network. It's Coors, by the way. I'm sorry, Coors. By the way. Yeah.
It's like a Coors.
It's like a Coors.
It's like Mike McDaniel.
Core, like Coors, but with no S. Mike
McDaniels, like Josh McDaniels, but there's no S. Right.
I get it.
You can just say core. It's not that hard.
You could.
Yeah.
He almost made him sound like he's Patricia switching sides of the football. Did you catch that in there? He's like, well, he used to be an offensive guy. Now he's a defensive guy. And I'm like, oh, crap. Let me look into his history. His whole time in the NFL, he's been on the defensive side of the football.
He is the leading candidate, which I would add very, very leading
Oh,
candidate.
good.
I might add to that very, very, very leading candidate.
Wow.
They like to have fun, don't they?
So in college, and he had a bunch of stops in college, Ohio State, Old Dominion, JMU, Rutgers, Texas State, Texas. He was an offensive guy. In the NFL the whole time, including with the Tennessee Titans, his first NFL job, defensive quality control coach, with the Titans and Mike Vrabel, inside linebackers coach, with the Giants a year ago, defensive assistant, this year inside linebackers coach and the play caller. So in the NFL, he's been a defensive guy, but I thought for a minute we had like a successful Patricia transition going on our hands.
Yeah, because he was with Vrabel at Ohio State, right? Where did they overlap?
Probably 11 and 12. When was Vrabel at Ohio State?
I think 12 to or 11 to 15. Let me double check.
Okay, so yeah, then they would overlap there.
He was at Ohio State 11 to 13.
He was an intern at Ohio State.
Yeah, but still, so they met at Ohio State back in 2011, and then he was with them with the Titans for a couple of years. So, yeah, he's one of his guys for sure. And he was great. Like that's the part of it. Like the whole it's it's not show friends, it's show business. So even if you get a job in like a really kind of unfortunate situation, if you do well with that job, you have a chance to keep it. And that's what's going to happen with him.
617-779-7937. Where do you want to focus this offseason in free agency? Is it on the offense or the defense, Keith?
So it is on the offense. I do think defensively, when we did our 5-point plan or just our 60-second plan, I want Max Crosby. So that'd be the biggest name that you're bringing in. And he obviously plays defense. But I think if we're looking at free agency, and even if you want to take it one step further and say sort of more realistic additions, I would say on offense. And throughout the regular season, it felt like there were times where we were having the debate, which side of the ball is better, which side do you feel better about? And the offense had the check mark a lot. And they had the MVP candidate in Drake May, and we were like, hey, we feel really good about
basically
the
whole regular season. I answered it offense.
But when you take the games that Milton Williams and Christian Gonzalez played in together, the defense was awesome. And then when you look at the 4 playoff games, and if we're going to weight them a little bit more against the regular season games, now I feel better about the defense overall. And if you can improve the offensive line, if you can improve wide receiver, if you can improve tight end, and certainly with Austin Hooper being a free agent, it makes it kind of easier to go out there and find a second tight end. Just all these different things that you can do to help Drake May. I think I would probably prioritize offense a little bit more than defense.
Same. Offense is where you got to focus. If you want a targeted strike on defense, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson. I like Jalen Phillips.
Or a Hawkins upgrade at free safety. Like I'm in favor of that too.
If you want to move like that, I'm not saying sign nobody on defense, but where should you focus? Offense. And especially now that I know it's Zach Core calling plays, I think the defense is in pretty good shape. I want to upgrade edge rusher. I want to upgrade safety, as you just said, but most of the focus should be on offense. Eric is in Chatham. Looks like he agrees. Go ahead, Eric.
Hello, Eric.
Yes, how you doing? Nice to talk to you. Yeah, I do agree. I know it might be more boring to spend the money, but Drake May, he's proven he can pass to anybody. He can pass probably to you, but
definitely.
But he needs at least to step 1 or 2 steps forward to pass the ball. I mean, you could have the best wide receiver in the world, but if you're throwing Hail Marys because someone's in your face, I mean, they're getting to him within 2 seconds. And it always seems to be the left side. Well, center had some problems too, but I mean the left side. I mean when Brady he had good protection. Who protected him on the left side?
Matt Light,
Nate Solder
eventually.
Yeah, Light.
Yeah. They were good. Yeah. Oh, big Trent Williams, good one.
It seems like that left side.
I'm sorry, Trent Brown.
That left side is that left side's always a weak spot. The right side didn't seem so bad.
Under Brady
coming at him
this year.
No, with May. Even with May. I mean, the right side, wasn't so bad. I like this kid. This kid Campbell. Oh, I'd die for that. But if you look at it as a business,
I do.
I mean, it's not going to change because they're going to have a tougher schedule. So if these guys were going through the left side field, that poor kid. I think they need to spend money to protect Drake May. Give him a little more time to pass.
Okay.
And once he gets one step or two steps forward, I think he's fine. Also on a tight end.
Well, Eric, let's stick with the O-line there for a second. He wants to fix the left side of the O-line. He's got another 2 minutes
agree,
on the tight end.
But I think Vrabel feels like it doesn't need to be fixed. At least that's what he said in his last press conference that we heard. I mean, maybe he'll move Wilson, but he was adamant about Campbell. And so, maybe you do beef up left guard. Maybe Wilson ends up playing center, his more natural position. Then you improve in theory from Bradbury. But yeah, the left side, even during the regular season when the offense was looking really good, that I feel like more of the issues came from the left side than the right. I agree with that.
I would agree. Listening to Scarnecchia the other day on the Greg Hill show, and Keith, you played the game at Hobart.
Yeah, not offensive line.
No, but I wonder, maybe you were aware of this, and it sounds simple, but it was a good way of putting it. He's like, the tackles are responsible for the width of the pocket. The interior guys are responsible for the depth of the pocket. So if you think his issue is stepping up.
Yeah, that'd be more the big fellas in the middle there.
Les Campbell. I didn't think his issue was.
You kind of want him stepping up into the pocket. That's kind of how you play quarterback. In
No. He's saying he didn't have space to step up, is what I thought the caller was saying.
But then he couldn't.
Then he's highlighting the left side of the line. So I don't know if that correlates with at least Scarnecchia's.
But also
analysis.
sometimes the pocket just collapsed because Campbell is getting pushed right into it, whether it was wide or deep or whatever.
I don't necessarily think it was the depth, although that play on Jared Wilson that you can't unsee, where he got thrown into Drake May.
That was tough to
watch. That was a depth problem.
Yeah.
Most of it was collapsing from the left, which is why you and I would both kick Campbell inside.
We would.
But I don't think that's happening.
Doesn't look like it.
You know what else isn't happening?
What's that?
We're not going to be getting our NFLPA team report cards, Keith.
Well, that's a big relief for the Patriots because, man, they would take a beating in this thing about the weight room, about the food, about how they treat the families.
Just when they're building this, I'm told, a gorgeous new weight room. It looks like a freaking office building down there, Keith.
It does.
It does not. I haven't been inside of it.
Could be state of the art.
It could be
state of the art.
From the exterior, it does not, to me, look state of the art.
All right.
It looks like a 3-story office building.
Are you a less
what
is
it looks
more
like.
guy?
Well,
sometimes more is more.
I always have been a less is more guy, not by choice.
No, it's true.
It looks like a 3-story office building down there, but look, it could be state of the art inside. I don't know. Something tells me it's not. Just when they're building that new locker room, such a shame that the NFLPA report cards are going away.
They pulled it, huh?
Oh, my gosh. Kraft, they were just about to do well in this thing. Adam Schefter, sources. The NFL informed all 32 teams today in a memo that it prevailed in its grievance versus the NFLPA and its quote-unquote team report cards. An arbitrator determined that the NFLPA's conduct violated the CBA and ordered it to stop making public any future report cards.
Now, could there be a workaround here? Could somebody like The Athletic reach out to everybody and be like, hey, it's not the official one, but we talked to 1,000 people, and here's what we came up with?
No.
Yeah.
Stop making public any future report. So is that the violation of the CBA? You can't make it public, so you can still do your report cards.
Yeah.
They can be submitted to the league. They can leak out to an outlet like The Athletic, or we're at Jones and Keefe if you want.
We'll take it.
You could leak that right out,
we'll
and somebody else could report on it. But so I believe, if I agree with you, if we're reading this right, they're just not allowed to make them public anymore. They can still do the report cards, in which case I'm sure that would eventually leak out, just like this memo leaked out.
I think we might get some intel on that. But plus, players already talk around the league, so it is one of those, publicly it's embarrassing, and then it gives idiots like us a chance to talk about it and know about it. But I'm pretty sure in the league, these guys all talk to each other.
Yeah, but with the
you don't think as much? Yeah.
Well, I think players within the league know who's cheap and who's not, and who has state-of-the-art facilities and who doesn't.
Yeah.
But I do think the reason the Crafts are building a new weight room.
Oh, is because they were publicly shamed.
Correct.
I know.
And so I think it's not just us we know what's going on and there's value. It's that the public pressure is what's getting some of these owners to change their approach.
Well, no, that's why they're changing it. But do you think before Milton Williams signed here, I don't think he was like, holy smokes, this is the weight room? Like, I think he was aware of it.
I would agree
and
with
I think
that.
they took it all into account.
I would
Whether it
agree
was
with
his
that.
agent or former teammates of his, and he could talk to him about, like, oh, by the way, like, how do they treat the families? What are the meals like? I'm sure they get that information ahead of time. But it's worse if that's just blasted out for everybody to see.
That's a shame. If that goes away, and like selfishly for us on the radio, that's just a fun day when that comes out, and we can read about all the pathetic things these cheap ass owners do, specifically the one here. But like, it's just funny to read about what goes on in Cincinnati.
Also shots at the coaches too, wasn't it? Also, it was coaches. There was a lot of stuff in there.
Tons of good stuff in there from the players. Okay, so this is not media. This is the players' opinion. Twitch chat's calling them babies. I think the previous midday show did a lot of that, calling them babies.
With the players?
Oh, they're just big giant babies crying about it. They should be thankful for their spot.
Do they want to go to Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah, exactly. I heard that a couple of times. So, like, to me, this is from the players, their view on coaches, the owners, the facilities, travel, weight rooms, all of it. It was great. And so, selfishly for us, that was just a fun day.
Yeah.
But, like, how do you get a new weight room built? The players could complain about it for years, and it didn't go anywhere. The public pressure,
you hear about it.
Two of these things, and Robert Kraft is like, crap, we better build one. Crap, we better take the ashtrays out of our crappy plane. So, like, they actually respond to it.
Well, it's also like isn't the presidential approval rating thing going away after like a million years? I think they're not doing that anymore.
Oh yeah, Gallup is not doing.
88 years they're getting rid of it.
Gallup's pulling the plug. So
Yeah.
it's like, well, sometimes you don't like what you're hearing. You just kind of get rid of it altogether. Because there were only a couple of teams that would come across really good in the NFL polling, but like the majority, because even if you were good at like this, that, and the other thing, there'd be something that you'd get like ripped for.
I think
you'd be in like the bottom 5 of.
I think you're right. We're getting this. We're still going to get the NFLPA is still going to do it. I'd imagine. Maybe it can't be public and it drops in like some document we can all read, but it'll leak out and it'll still get out, and these guys will still get publicly shamed. And it's pathetic.
Yeah,
that the owners are doing away. How hurtful is this to the owners, and how embarrassed are they by it? They're saying that the NFLPA violated the CBA. They're making up that they violated the CBA because they're so embarrassed at how cheap they are.
Pretty wild.
I mean, that is just pathetic. 617-779-7937. We got all your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. Let's get to the latest on Steph Diggs. Pled not guilty earlier today in court. Billy Lanny with all the latest there. And then we'll get into Diggs, his future in New England next.
WEEI Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson. Weekdays 2 to 6. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. U.S. men's hockey got the 5-1 win over Latvia yesterday. Next, the United States will play Denmark tomorrow afternoon, followed by Germany on Sunday afternoon. Puck drop for both games is at 3:10. These games can be seen on the USA Network. The United States is currently in third in the medal count with 14, 4 golds, 7 silver, 3 bronze. According to reports, the Patriots are moving defensive coordinator Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on the coaching staff. Zach Core is considered the top candidate to fill the team's D.C. opening. Today, Stephon Diggs was arraigned on felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery charges. Diggs pled not guilty and was released without bail. A pretrial hearing is set for April 1st. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, Boston College will be in North Andover taking on Merrimack. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and puck drop from the Lawler Arena is at 7. Celebrate your favorite presidents with money from FindMassMoney.gov. You could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll checks, or a refund check that never got to you. Take less than 30 seconds to search your name. FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
Winter weather can be frightful. app and listen on demand anytime.
Are we 100% sure that Stephon Diggs is a New England Patriot next season?
I am not.
The big holdup I have is what a flag bearer he was for Mike Vrabel and this culture and this team, which alone is not going to get Mike to be, sappy about this or precious about it, because he's got the whole locker room under his will and his vision. But there's something to be said for you lose that guy in that room. Who's filling the void? Matt Collins does his own thing. Keyshawn Boutte is more mature. That's cool. They're a little bit redundant, as I see it, in their skill sets. And you don't have a guy in Diggs that had such a connection with May that I have no idea where this goes. But I do think it's a good question to bring up, because it's not a guarantee that he'll be back, because they've got reasons to part ways. He's got reasons to say, I want more money, and they're totally justified.
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. That was Andrew Callahan on Steph Diggs. Updates on him today. I think he's one of three players, and we touched on this earlier in the show, and you can dial us up, 617-779-7937. We can review on the way about 15 minutes from now, so stay tuned for that. I think he's one of three players that are all under contract that they're going to have some decisions on. Diggs, Barmore, Gonzo. We could try to get to all of them here, but let's start with Steph Diggs, who earlier today pleaded not guilty to felony strangulation and other criminal charges stemming from an alleged dispute with his personal chef. This was initially reported on December 16th. The incident happened on December 2nd. He was supposed to be arraigned before the AFC title game. That happened today. He pled not guilty at the arraignment in Dedham District Court. If you forgot what happened, according to court records, the chef told Dedham officers that she and Diggs argued about the money he owed her for work. And during their encounter on December 2nd at his home, she said he, quote-unquote, smacked her across the face and, quote-unquote, tried to choke her using the crook of his elbow around her neck, leaving her feeling short of breath. Steph, do you have his lawyer, Nick? This was walking out of the courtroom today in Dedham. His lawyer is Mitchell Schuster. Had this to say.
Just tell me what you told everyone.
That Mr. Diggs will be exonerated. We believe he is completely innocent. And same thing I've been saying. It's a shame that this had to happen today. It's procedural. It's not indicative of guilt. But when the evidence is presented, we expect he'll be completely exonerated.
Okay. I don't know what else we expect him to say.
Right.
I don't get what he means by it's a shame it had to happen today. It was supposed to happen before the AFC Championship game in the middle of the playoffs.
I guess for him it would be a shame that it had to happen at all.
Sure.
But today,
today just was an odd word there.
Well, it's Friday the 13th.
True. So the whole Steph Diggs' whole legal situation, I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't think anybody does. I think we can all agree if he's found guilty, he's not going to be on the team.
Mm-hmm.
They basically owe him no money. It's like $1.7 million guaranteed. League year is March 6th or whatever when it starts. They do he's due some guaranteed money then. But really, they can get out of the contract very easily. I think Callahan and Giardi are talking there about, are they going to have him back anyway, like independent of this? And it's all rolled into the same thing. But even on the field, can you upgrade that room? Is he worth the money that he's on the books for? Is he open to restructuring? Or is he going to want that same deal? And if you want to restructure, he says, well, whatever, cut me. I'll go get it somewhere else. Like, how's that going to go with Diggs?
All right, so he's 32 years old. He will turn 33 around Thanksgiving. He had a 1,000-yard season. He had 80-something catches. He played in every game coming off the ACL injury and was pretty invisible in the playoffs. He had the touchdown against the Texans. He had a bunch of catches, but for no yards against the Broncos. Didn't even really notice him in the Super Bowl. Especially as somebody who took the over on everything.
He
had nothing.
He had like 126-yard catch later, something like that. He didn't do hardly anything.
And at that point, you're like, whatever.
Over.
So I just don't think they have anybody better on the team than him. And even if you want to say, all right, he is not the player he once was, and even if you think there's even a small step backwards from this year, I don't think that Keyshawn Boutte consistently over a 17-game span is going to be better than him. Matt Collins throughout his entire career has kind of proven what he is, and it's very valuable. I think it's I want him back, obviously. And then even Pop Douglas. Steph Diggs is the best guy you have. And unless you go out there and get a guaranteed difference maker and a guaranteed guy better than him, I'm trying to bring him back. And I know there's a lot of sort of baggage there and some off-field stuff, but it seems like Vrabel and Drake May love him. The team loves him.
Well, and that's Callahan's. But like as a leader on the field, he
Yeah.
was. I mean, they've look at what they've turned his
pregame stuff into.
Yeah. You know,
they don't have a lot of very vocal offensive guys, it doesn't seem like.
The
And he's one
rallying
of
cry
them.
of "We're all we got, we all we need." The team's making millions of dollars off that, I'm sure, with all the merch they're selling from that, or at least they were. Before
Maybe they
got
can
smoked
throw
in the
him
Super
some of
Bowl.
that on a new deal, because that's probably what it would be. It'd probably be some sort of like rework deal, save some cap space, give him a little bit more guaranteed, and then kind of move on.
You said that there probably is a middle ground there where, hey, none of your money's guaranteed. So we're going to guarantee you more.
Yeah.
We're going to lower the cap hit and everybody's happy. Is Diggs open to that? I don't know. And I agree with you. If you're going to move on from Diggs, then you really need to upgrade that player. So who is that? A.J. Brown? Sure. And he's got his own headaches, and that's team-related on the field headaches with A.J. Brown. George Pickens, another wild man, wants to get paid. I wanted him last year in the offseason. He moved for a third-round pick. Dallas got a great return on that. They're probably going to franchise and tag him and maybe trade him, or maybe he'll be back. So you're going to have to compensate the Cowboys, just like you'd have to compensate the Eagles in a trade there. The best free agents are Mike Evans, who I doubt leaves Tampa, Alec Pierce, who's not in the same class as these other receivers. So how are you going to upgrade on Diggs if you decide to move on from Diggs, or he decides he doesn't want to restructure?
Yeah, 19 wide receivers had 1,000 yards last year, and he was one of them. So if you're looking to an upgrade from him, we did the same exercise last year.
That's a lower number than I would have thought.
Yeah.
And some of those are, you said just wide receivers, or some of those are tight ends?
Yeah, wide receivers, because there was 20 total, but Trey McBride was one of them. I think he was the only tight end that had 1,000. But we did this exercise last year. I remember doing it because we were trying to improve the receiver room then. And you're like, all right, who do you have? Who are the guys? I forget who the player was. Maybe it was Jacoby Myers even. When we were talking about him, we were like, you could do better, but like, I don't know, I have guys that are really on the move. Because like the top guys aren't going anywhere. Like you mentioned George Pickens, maybe he goes somewhere else. And then what else are you gonna do? Like I feel like everybody else is pretty much locked in with their team going up and down this list right now. So it would have to be now. AJ Brown is one of those guys with 1,000 yards. Alec Pierce is one of those guys. He just got to 1,000. Did it on 47 catches. So I feel like if you do bring back, or if you do have Kayshon Boutte and Alec Pierce on the team, that's just a lot of Drake May chucking it deep to two different guys that have a similar skill set.
Pierce is a good player. I don't like the profile of a receiver like that. 1,000 yards on under 50 catches?
Right.
How repeatable is that?
I don't know. I mean, he's consistently in his career. He's like a 20-yard per catch guy, isn't he? Like, but I don't know. I don't like that. I would want the more versatile kind of route runner. Sort of the guy that Steph Diggs was.
Correct. Out of those two profile receivers, I way more want a Diggs type than a Pierce type. I agree with that. Okay, so Steph Diggs, if he's open to a restructure, could be back. Yeah, I don't think him and Barmore are both back though.
Yeah, I think Diggs is. Now it's one of these things where
do you agree that they're not both back?
I think they both start the year with the team.
I'm getting a little nervous about Barmore, the legal thing with both of them.
Yep.
And again, just the way the team treated it and their lawyer at the time treated it. Diggs has moved on to different representation.
Right.
The way they talked about what Diggs is accused of versus Barmore, they were much more willing to put their necks out there and say, we stand with Steph versus Barmore. That was the gist of it. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of it. So Barmore has had multiple incidents now. There was the incident in Providence a year ago and this, and some of what he's accused of is horrific. Plus, just watching him on the sideline in the Super Bowl, knowing that Vrabel was addressing the team coming off the field after the loss, and he's like, hey, guys, we lost this together. We're all pissed off as one team. We're not going to have factions within the team blaming each other. And what was Barmore doing on the sideline during that Super Bowl?
Yeah, he was telling Milton Williams it's not on us.
So what does that mean? It's either not on us as D tackles and the rest of the D is screwing up, or it's not on us as a defense. I agree.
I think it's definitely that.
And hey, blame the offense. And like that was Vrabel's main message coming off the field.
I know.
And who wasn't doing that based on what we saw from mic'd up inside the NFL? Barmore.
Yeah, but he might be good enough where you have to put up with the headache. Like, he's a pretty good player, and there's no team in the NFL with 53 guys that has no one you have to worry about. Like, between on the field or being disruption in the locker room, I bet it's impossible. And so If it's the 5th receiver or the 5th D tackle or the 5th linebacker, see you later. Super easy. Like, all right, you're a distraction. No thanks. Pack your bags. If it's one of your best 2 D tackles and it's one of the strengths of your team, like you might try to put up with it. Now, again, with everybody, there's sort of like a shelf life or a limit to what you can put up with. But my guess is both guys are sort of a need for the team, right? They're not really a luxury, I wouldn't say. It's like your number 1 receiver, and then sort of what makes your defensive front so dynamic is him combined with Milton Williams. So I think they're both back, but it's like I wouldn't guarantee it.
I want to let's commit to this. We got to ask Curran about Barmore next week.
Yes. Yeah.
I want to ask him what he thinks about Barmore because he, if you remember, he wasn't sold Duggar was making the team. Remember that when we were asking about that? He's like, oh, I don't know that all these guys are going to be back.
Right. He was on Duggar.
On when it might be another, Barmore, Diggs, and then Gonzalez is going to be on the team. But I couldn't believe what Reese wrote today. So it's the biggest question in free agency and the draft for all 32 teams. And the beat writer at ESPN gave their answer. His for the Patriots was watch Christian Gonzalez's approach with a possible contract extension. Which to me is just backwards. Like,
his approach?
How is Kraft going to approach
a great season.
him? What is it with his approach? Yeah. But so here's how Reese phrases it. He says this is the first time in his career that he's eligible for an extension. Remember, they don't have to extend him. Nope. He's under contract either way. Although good luck if you want to play that game with this guy. Even though he's technically under contract for 1 more year, Reese says, does Gonzalez force the issue, or will he be patient and let the process play out? Gonzalez reminded everyone in Super Bowl 60 he's still an elite athlete and critical to the Patriots' success. So I just think that might be some insight into how the Patriots look at it, not how Gonzo's looking at it, how the Patriots look at it. And I think it's easy for us to say Derek Stingley's the easy comp. 3 years, $90 million, $89 million guaranteed, go. And I bet they're looking at the Surtain comp, and they might even say, which is under $80 million guaranteed. And they may even say, well, he's been Defensive Player of the Year. You got to take less than that guy. And if that's how you're going to approach it with Gonzalez, this is going to get ugly because he wasn't even eligible for an extension in training camp and early on in the year. And it was already bordering on ugly between him and the team.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess around with it. That's why yesterday when we did our plans for the offseason, it was the first guy I mentioned before even getting into like all the new players you could potentially sign or trade for. It was like, just clean this up. And I think it's a great message to the rest of the team too, because this is a guy that does deserve it, right? It's not just some random guy in the middle of the roster demanding a trade or like Tyquan Thornton or N'Keal Harry. He's not demanding anything yet, but don't let it get there. Don't even let it get to that point. And also, he and Stingley are pretty good comparisons because obviously Gonzalez missed a ton of time as a rookie. He only played in 4 games and he got hurt. Then he played in 16 in 24 and then played in 14 this year, but then also all 4 playoff games. If you look at Stingley, he played in 9, 11, and 17. And then in the middle of March, signed his huge contract.
What are the accolades for Stingley? Has he been to like 3 Pro Bowls? What's he been to?
Let's see.
Because this is Gonzo's first?
2-time All-Pro, 2-time Pro Bowler. But
so when he signed, he was 1-1?
1-1, yep.
Okay.
1-1.
Gonzalez was 2nd-team All-Pro this year?
Yeah. And last year, right?
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. Hang on.
Wasn't it something stupid like last year he wasn't a Pro Bowler, but he was All-Pro?
Oh, that might be right. Hang on. Christian Gonzalez. I pulled up.
Oh, no. This year he was a Pro Bowler. Last year he was All-Pro.
Okay, there you go.
I think that's what it was.
Okay, that might be right.
Either way, 1-1.
So, yeah, I think they're a good comp. I think Stingley's a good comp. I think Surtain is probably too high end of a comp, but he also got paid 2 years ago. Right. Stingley's much more recent.
It's a different time.
How ugly is that going to get? Watch that. But anyway, between Diggs, Barmore, Gonzalez, some interesting negotiations and spots on the team with the Patriots this offseason. 617-779-7937. Phone calls there. We'll get to the Week in Review next.
The Greg Hill Show will be live in 4 months. Jones and Keith on WEEI. It's certainly been a week.
Yeah, why don't you feel him out here, Keith?
Here's some of the best.
Get the chainsaw! There's a whale at the compound! Get
We
the
gotta go.
chainsaw! Get everybody pile in the minivan, we're going.
And worst.
You guys are as bad as the announcers.
It's Jones and Keith's Week in Review
The guy sucks! The guy sucks! Get him out of here!
on WEEI.
Holy mackerel, what a week it has been here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. And Monday, of course, many of us licking our wounds after the Super Bowl, which did not go our way. Many of us on the show, including all of us, picked the Patriots to win.
Yeah, felt like a long time ago.
That was just this Monday.
Wow.
That was just this Monday we were talking about it. Here are some of the calls from that day. Let's hear from her.
Susan and Worcester, before you even say anything, where have you been?
Yeah.
Where have I been?
Yeah.
I listened to my favorite radio show,
Okay, which show is that? Don't
the
say it.
Alex Jones Show.
Jeff is in Rehoboth. Go ahead, Jeff.
Now, you know Will Campbell's having a hard time on the left side. Nowhere in the scheme did they load the left side. Nowhere did they put a tight end there to help block. They just let him bare ass out there and freaking suffer it. He's always on his heels. How the hell are you going to stop anybody coming at you when you're on your heels? I mean, that's like freaking one-on-one. Be on the balls of your feet and attack. I mean, I don't understand how they would even think the bastard's got a chance because he's getting run over like a truck.
How about Newcomb in Maine? Go ahead.
Yep. Hey, guys. First time, long time. So I think it's too early to give up on Will Campbell being a tackle in this league. They spent a first-round pick on him, a high one for that matter. I think he just needs more time to cook. What do you guys think?
So I think what?
He did call from Maine.
He
That was
pulls
right.
out after?
Oh, was
He's
that?
like-
I thought that was like a barnyard animal.
Or do you think he was on like a four-wheeler and he's like, all right, that's my take. Cow? He does his take, slaps his cow in the back.
No, I like your idea better.
Yeah.
He's just sitting on the four-wheeler.
Guys,
just
Will
waiting,
Campbell's
and
still
he
a
just
tackle.
Revs the engine.
So I think wild.
I forgot about all those calls.
Yeah, well, it was Monday. It does seem like a long time ago.
Bare ass and suffering. And then bastard's an underused word. That's an underutilized word.
It is.
And then that guy just peels out on his four-wheeler and or cow.
That wasn't Susan's entire call.
No.
It kind of went a little off the rails.
If you heard it over the air, most of it was dumped, I believe.
Also this week, now this is a little behind the scenes. We're going to bring it now in front of the scenes. You and I had to read some promos for the show.
Oh, we have
Yeah,
this.
Nick put this together.
Oh, I forgot about this.
So we had to read some promos, and they were written by Ken GPT. I don't know who wrote these. They weren't exactly the way you and I talk.
Well, we were given specific direction to make it
You can
sound
ad-lib
like
it.
us. Yeah.
So it's supposed to be like these things that I guess you would hear maybe on the Odyssey app. That's just like, hey, it's Keith, hey, it's Jones, and we're talking sports, and
Yeah.
like that's sort of the gist of it.
Yes.
Back and forth, tell you where you can listen, download the podcast, that kind of thing.
All right, so how'd that go?
Well, here's how some of it went. You think you know Sox baseball? We'll challenge you and make you laugh with hearty laughs while doing it.
From pitching. From pitching rotations to hitting trends, we break down what matters.
We're Jones and Keeve. Follow it. We're Jones and Keeve. Follow and listen on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods. Jones and Keeve connects the dots so you not only get what's happening on the field, you learn what it means for the season ahead.
I like how they're too stupid to connect the dots on their own. Local voices, insider debate, and takes that feel like you're a part of the city, no matter where you are.
Stay informed, stay sharp, and follow the season the Boston way. And follow the season the Boston way.
Follow Jones and Keefe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So you might hear those. If you're listening on the app at some point, you might hear some of those.
They really
through.
escalated. We read like 6 of them in a row, and they really escalated.
They got
more intense.
They
as
got
they
a
went.
lot more intense.
Yeah.
Speaking of intense, good Counting Crows discussion, including the lead singer Adam Duritz and his dating history.
Anyway, I heard the story about the Counting Crows. In my opinion, they should stop touring anyway. They're getting up there in age. Their hearts are not in it. I understand they're going to change their name to the Counting Crows Feet.
Counting Crow's feet. You get that? I got some of those going on.
Did you watch the documentary on them?
Definitely not.
Yeah.
There's a documentary on the Counting
There
Crows?
is. Lanny, did you watch that one on HBO?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Didn't know it existed.
Right. I'm just completely unaware.
Wasn't even on my
that's
might
a
watch
thing.
list.
Yeah.
No, honestly, it was like
It's
so
still
bizarre.
not on my might watch list. Yeah.
I watched the whole thing, Bragg, and at the end I was like, Why'd they do a documentary on the Counting Crows? Like
It should be just his dating history.
Well, they did hit on that a little bit, which is fascinating.
What's that?
He dated 2/3 of the friends, the 2 hot friends he dated. He went from Jennifer
Joey
Aniston to
Joey
Courtney-
and
yeah,
and Chandler.
Swimmer, and Swimmer, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Good.
No, he went from Jennifer Aniston to Courtney Cox, and he was with her for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's had a bunch of other famous lovers.
Where was Lisa Kudrow?
I think she was like
Where was Phoebes?
waiting for her turn, I guess.
Where was Phoebes this whole time?
I don't know.
That's like the white whale for him, I'd imagine.
Yeah. He's also been linked to Mary Louise Parker, who was also
Who's
in
that?
the you would know her from a little show
She in Weeds?
called Weeds.
Oh, the
Yeah.
lead?
Yeah.
The lead weed? I know her, yeah. Yeah.
right.
That's not, I mean, nothing to sneeze at. I don't know if it's
No.
Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox.
Oh, she's nice. She's a good actress.
Yeah, no, I'm sure she's good personality. Yeah,
Oh,
what else?
come on. You're not doing her any solids.
What else you got on that? Is that
Started
the whole list?
dating Emmy Rossum.
Yeah.
Shameless.
Oh, that. Yep.
Yeah, and
that one counts. That one counts.
Jones is one step away from being Tim the Toolman Taylor. We're close.
I could honestly, we should do more dating histories. That was a fun game.
We had our first chat with Paul Bissonnette, Biz Nasty.
Yeah.
Talking a little Bruins, talking a little Olympic hockey. He also had a great story. This would probably be a nominee for a brag. We have those coming up, but this was pretty good.
We had a few rookie parties over there. Like I remember when I was at the Coyotes, Adrian Aucoin, we were in Nashville, and he spotted Tom Green, who he's probably a lot more famous for guys probably our age.
Yes.
Maybe the younger generation isn't as aware. Like Freddie got fingered, and like his original. He's the
show
kind of the
and
original
road trip and everything
podcaster.
else. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Joe Rogan gives him credit for the podcasting idea. Like he went to his studio. So we ended up linking up with Tom Green, and Tom Green just so happened he was doing stand-up in Phoenix one time. We were going over to one of these parties at their house, and we had Trevor playing the piano, Tom Green's playing the guitar. It was just like I'm a kid from Welland, Ontario, 50,000. The fact that it's turned out the way it's turned out and all these crazy wild rides, man, it was a blast. So shout out to Tom Green and the Gretzky boys.
How about that?
Shout out to Biz. That was very good.
Just partying with Gretzky's kids. Parlayed that into a gig right next to Gretzky on the NHL.
It's going pretty well. Now he's on
Great.
Netflix, for God's sakes.
Seriously.
We also had one of the all-time great questions this week that kind of broke our brains a little bit.
Jerry is in Texas. Hello, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Morning.
Roman Anthony, as we speak, Roman Anthony or May? My call, Anthony. He was a grown man, had his big boy pants
Roman
on.
Anthony or May what?
Which one you get?
Roman Anthony or May?
What?
As what? Like the face of Boston? What is this
What's
question?
the question? They can both play.
No, obviously they can. I'm going with Roman Anthony because he, in the short amount of time that he had, man, was impactful, and especially against the Yankees, man.
What about Drake May? Do you think he was impactful?
Keith, Roman Anthony or May? Answer the question. Well, just stop dodging the question over there. Answer it.
Like one of them to play left field or one of them to be the quarterback?
On the Red Sox, I will take Anthony.
You can only have one. I'll take Drake May. He also did pretty well with the time he had.
Do I get Leah Anthony in this discussion?
No.
I don't?
Yes.
No, you don't.
All right.
It's not part of the deal.
All right. Then Drake May.
I like how he asked the question before we could even think about it. He answered his own question.
I'd
go with Anthony.
Oh, Anthony, yeah.
I'd go with Anthony. Like, based on what? All right, now we have our Brag of the Week nominees.
Ooh.
Let's start with...
I think it's a deep field this week.
It is.
Yeah.
And I'm being told there's one that might retire the segment.
Really?
We're going to save that one for the end.
Okay.
I haven't heard it, so I don't know.
Yeah, what could it
All
be?
right, let's
I
start.
didn't let anybody hear that one, so it's
Yeah,
gonna be fresh for
Nick
everybody.
was like, didn't even say what it was. All right, let's go with the first nominee is Greg Hill.
I've been offered many
Oh, my bad.
threesomes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
always decline.
Sick brag, bro.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Is it?
Well,
how do we know it's two girls?
Oh, that would have been a good follow-up.
Like, hold on.
Who else?
Hold on a second.
Who are you declining?
Yeah, what's the group look like? What's the team?
That
Triples luge.
does change the brag a little bit.
It changes the brag quite a bit. Quite a bit it does.
Greg and Ernie?
But who knows? But that's
I don't
Greg.
know.
Greg turning down threesomes is a solid brag.
Yeah, that's a good brag.
All right, one of our callers this week, this was Kathy.
So I was at the Super Bowl.
Sick brag, bro.
First of all, I love Bad Bunny.
Sick brag, bro.
I went with my brother.
Sick brag, bro.
Speaking of threesomes, there's 3 brags right
triple
there.
brag right there.
At the Super Bowl, loved Bad Bunny, went with a brother. Very good.
Triple axle of brags is what that was. Pretty good.
All right, another guy who I feel like on a per minute percentage has a lot of brags.
Ninko?
Well, no, Ninko's a good one.
Okay.
Another former player, though, who goes on the afternoon show, Stink.
Oh, big
Mark
time.
Slayer.
Big time
We've
bragger.
actually had him before.
Yeah.
I live in Denver.
Sick brag, bro.
I was in the gym the other day.
Sick brag, bro.
Lives in Denver.
And he was in the gym.
No, but brags per minute, I would say the leaderboard would be Andy Hart, Rob Bradford.
Oh, Bradfo's in there.
Stink and Nink.
That's a good show.
Then you go Stink and Nink. Oh, speaking of good shows,
Stink and Nink is at least a number 5 midday show in the country.
They were doing when they were talking about if Scheim took over for Greg and compared to Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Scheim said the name of the show would be Rise and Scheim.
Good name.
Damn, that's good. There's Stink on that.
Stink and Nink and Rise and
Stink
Scheim.
and Nink, Rise and
We're
Scheim.
sitting here like clowns, Jones and Keith.
Yeah,
That's a terrible name.
We have no chance.
No, seriously.
All right, finally, our last nominee.
Yeah.
From WEEI Afternoons, our very own Ted Johnson.
Beyonce hit on me.
Sick brag, bro.
Wow.
Beyonce hit on him?
Hang on.
Wait a
Beyonce hit on me.
Sick brag, bro.
Beyonce? Or
Wow.
Beyonce, or just a random woman named
Yeah,
Beyonce?
this is another. I maybe would buy Kelly Rowland or one of the other ones.
The other one?
Yeah. Well, no, you get this wrong all the time, Keith. There were originally, it was Kelly, Beyonce, 2 others in Destiny's Child. They kicked those 2 out. They brought in Michelle.
Oh, Michelle.
They brought in another girl, too.
Michelle Williams.
Very short-lived.
Right? Not that Michelle
Yeah,
Williams.
no.
Williams.
I'd maybe buy Michelle or Kelly Rowland. Beyonce hit on you.
Beyonce hit on Ted Johnson.
It might be time to retire it.
It might be. It was a good run.
Gotta-
We enjoyed the brag of the week.
Gotta go, Ted.
Beyonce hit on me.
Sick brag, bro.
Okay.
All right. That's brag of the. That's the brag of 2026 for sure.
Good text. Schlereth is ranked number 1 on Shredder's guest brags per min.
No, high BPM. Brags per minute on him for sure. Okay. Wow. 617-779-7937. That's the week in review here on Jones and Keith. We can get back to the Red Sox. Some thoughts on Jaylen Brown as well next.
Jones and Keith on WEEI.
WEEI.
same position. It's very simple. Where you have Roman Anthony, you have Jaren Duran, you have Don Raphael, you have Abreu, and by the way, you also have, that's for 4 spots. And by the way, you also have Masa Yoshida, who you're paying a lot of money to, and who for some reason is going to be traveling, to Tokyo in about a week to sit on the bench for Team Japan. So it's a weird dynamic. I still would not be shocked if there's a deal before opening day if all these guys are healthy. Because if you go into the season with this dynamic, it just is awkward. I mean, it's just weird.
Final hour, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Dial us up, 617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch for WEEI afternoons. They come your way at 2 o'clock. I think it's Hart again today, right?
As far as I know.
TBD. Hart, Fitzy, Ted. We're getting a bunch of texts about Ted, by the way.
Yeah.
Apparently he's done that brag multiple times.
I mean, I would too.
It's true.
I wouldn't say that once. If
Ted's-
Beyonce hit on him?
Ted's made that brag before. I've heard
Okay.
it before.
Okay.
Separate text, Beyonce hit on Ted at a slow pitch softball game.
Oh, yeah.
I would get that.
Softball,
he's probably
natural
knocking home runs.
aphrodisiac.
Yeah.
He's probably busting through the
So
softball
much,
jersey.
So much leather.
Yeah,
I think
that.
I think it's what it is.
I would have to ask him. I wonder what she said to him. Or did she just grab his arms maybe?
Yeah.
Or pretend to faint in front of him and he had to catch her?
Yeah.
Scooped her up.
He laid down and threw his jacket in a puddle for her.
Maybe.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know.
That's good stuff.
That is good stuff.
Beyonce.
I was unaware. First time I've heard that story.
I love it.
But it's this week's brag of the week.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go to @Jones and Keefe, you can also, I don't think we've mentioned this today, you can see our Haas of the week.
Oh, it's a giant bear. It's actually it's like how much did that bear weigh? Nick,
It's
the
bear.
stats on
It's
that?
bear 747 from Katmai National Park,
That's
known as
it.
Bear Force One.
Yeah.
The big fella. I'm reading here from Terp. This is his writing. The big fella is estimated to weigh over 1,400 pounds.
1,400-pound bear.
Bear Force One.
Yeah.
@Jones and Keefe. Congrats on our Haas of the week, not to be confused with our brag of the week. That's Ted Johnson. Oddly enough, never been a Haas of the week, I don't think.
I think he might have been. Wasn't it like his first show? Didn't we give it to him?
Maybe.
Maybe.
One time Haas.
Is that pre-graphic?
Oh, maybe. Not to bring everybody down,
Oh,
but the
boy.
Haas of the week, that's the bear, might be eating honey in the sky right now because I think the reason why he's on everybody's radar is because he was tagged and he's now missing. I think
Is
that's
the story?
I think that might be the story.
I tell you, Bear of the Day retweeted this, Keefe. We're going places
Okay,
with, our
all
Haas
right,
with our Haas of the week.
Shout out to Bear of the Day.
I
I don't know. I could be wrong, but I thought that was sort of the scuttlebutt on that.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the tweet.
You're
Yeah,
efforting?
I am
You're
too.
efforting?
747 is one of the largest and most dominant bears found near Brooks Falls,
Okay.
estimated to weigh over 1,400 pounds due to his size and ID number. He's often known as Bear Force One.
Okay.
Yeah, so apparently he wasn't seen last year, but the Bear of the Day account was like, hopefully he just changed his eating habits and he's moved somewhere else.
Oh, he's probably hibernating.
All right. Well, I'm just saying he's not like out and about. Oh no, yeah. Now he'd be
I
hibernating.
mean, he's
but
a hoss. He's not moving around too much.
That's a good point.
but it's a temporary absence. Nobody has seen him since October of 24. That's all I'm saying. He might be eating salmon in the sky.
Wouldn't be our first posthumous hoss either.
That is also true.
Twitch chat. Did the bear die? He did. Unconfirmed, but maybe.
Oh my God, he could feed packs of wolves.
Okay, so that's some housekeeping issues
Did
here
the
on
man
Jones.
die? He did.
Some housekeeping issues here on Jones and Keefe. You heard Bradfo. If you missed any of that, Odyssey app, use the rewind feature.
Yeah.
Baseball isn't boring every Thursday with Jones and Keefe. He says the roster doesn't fit together, which is part of why
It really doesn't.
when you say you think they're better on the individual moves, I get that logic, and I think it's a compelling argument. While the moves improve the team individually, I don't know if the team overall is better because none of the roster fits. It's all outfielders and starting pitchers.
So I understand that. When I look at it, I say, all right, no, there's like intangibles and all these other things, right? That's not on the stats. But you lost 18 home runs from Alex Bregman, and you lost 10 wins or whatever from Giolito, and you added Ranger Suarez, Sonny Gray, and Oviedo, and you added Wilson Contreras, and yeah, you added Caleb Durbin. I'm not even talking about Durbin. You added Contreras. So you still have all your outfielders, which I agree with Bradfo. Like, this is not ideal. I hate it'll work itself out. It works itself out more so with like pitchers. Guys always get hurt with pitchers. Plus, you have a couple of young guys that you can start in Worcester and then really figure it out. So now you're not even banking on a guy getting hurt in camp. You're worried about, all right, a month into the season, Suarez has to miss a couple of starts. Here comes Tolley. Like, you want depth there. I don't know how many teams go into the year with 4 legitimate starting outfielders and are like, we'll figure it out. Like, you usually have guys that are either clear-cut lefty platoon hitters or, a guy that might spot DH or whatever.
Think about 03 with the Red Sox. It was Hillenbrand. It was Millar. It was Ortiz. Ortiz was, like, buried early on there. It was Giambi's brother, Bill Miller. There were, like, 5 guys
Millar,
for 3 spots.
Yeah.
And they ended up dealing Hillenbrand. This is 03, so the year before they won.
Young Kim.
But then that started to, like, clear the runway where Miller could play every day at third and Millar could play first and Ortiz could DH. But, like, that, they had to clear that logjam. So maybe you could go into the year with this. When Bradfo said a trade is happening, look, he's way more plugged in than we are. He knows way more than we do. I'm just fearful this is the roster. And if you make a trade, that's more of like an in-season trade, not a trade before opening day, which it's not like it wouldn't count, and you couldn't fix the roster, and you couldn't upgrade the team. You could. 03 is a great example of that. But, man, I hope something happens before opening day. I just feel like that Durbin trade felt like the final domino. It feels like they have their roster now.
Yeah, and it felt like
it doesn't fit.
And it felt like not getting one of the big hitters. They pivoted and gave the contract to Ranger Suarez. So that was sort of where like the money spent was sent. And then, we need an infielder. We didn't get Bregman back. We didn't get Bo Bichette. We didn't get Pete Alonso. We'll get Caleb Durbin. So that leaves a lot to be desired. But
I think we're going to tier baseball players. He would go on the who tier. Which, look, sometimes we're wrong about that. We're wrong about Derek Hall and others.
Gets a lot out of,
I was not familiar with Caleb Durbin's game whatsoever. Never heard of the guy.
I guess you didn't have a NL Rookie of the Year vote.
I didn't.
Because he finished third.
I didn't.
If they trade one of the 4 outfielders for, like, I don't know, like a young guy or a minor leaguer or like a relief pitcher, then I'll change my tune, because right now you still have those guys.
You don't want
still have that
potential
production.
You want the roster to fit, the big league roster to fit.
Yeah, because you could put Rafaela in the infield for times, and I don't think it's really fair to him, and you're not using him at his best, but they've done that every year he's been in the league. He's played short, he's played second, he's played outfield. You have the DH spot, because Yoshida is not going to be the DH every single day. So as far as like Anthony, Abreu, Duran, their bat is going to be in the lineup every day, and Rafael's glove is somewhere going to be in the lineup every day. So, yeah, you're right. It doesn't work perfectly. It doesn't fit perfectly, but I still think in a strange way they have a slight upgrade over last year's team.
Yeah, I feel like even if the individual talent's better, the team is worse. And I'm nervous for my guy Breslow, Keith. I might be one of the few hangers-on, and even I am willing to meet people somewhere in the middle. I think he's entering the year – hot seat's too strong, but if they miss the playoffs, I think he's squarely on the hot seat and maybe out of a job.
All right.
So that's where I think he's at. We can discuss with all your phone calls here, 617-779-7937. I think Damian and Lawrence can explain the Ted Bragg.
Oh, good.
If you'd like.
I would like to hear that.
Damian, hello. Or maybe not.
Damian, are you there?
Damian?
Damien!
Such a shame.
Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, you're welcome.
I was on mute.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
We hear you now.
We heard that. Yeah.
All right. So, I heard that day that he was talking. He said that was when he was at the Super Bowl and Beyonce was singing the national anthem. She looked at him. That's why he's saying that Beyonce kicked it to him. But they never actually spoke or nothing like that.
Just to be clear, Damian. Just to be clear, this is when he was a player, or he attended a Super Bowl as like on like the sideline or something like that. When he was as a player for the Patriots.
I believe Beyonce sung at the Super Bowl when the Patriots was there. I believe he said.
Okay, and
it was like either he was a player or he was there that day. I wanted to look that up before I got, but I believe that she said that he was a player and won the Super Bowl when the Patriots got there. But also, I just want to give a shout out to Jaylen Brown and the Celtics.
Shout out Jaylen Brown and Celtics. We'll get to them.
Very good.
So she looked at him.
So do we revoke the brag?
Can I hear the brag again? This was the brag that Beyonce one time looked at him. Let me hear the brag again. I think it was a little more specific than that. Although maybe Damian, maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe
I was trying to look up when
Beyonce hit on me.
Sick brag, bro.
I was trying to figure out when she did.
Hit on me
the
or
anthem.
looked at me?
Yeah, see that now we're kind of
Beyonce hit on me.
Okay.
Sick brag, bro.
Because plenty of girls have looked at me and then just.
Passover Panthers Super Bowl.
Oh, there you go.
She did the anthem for that one. Thank you, Bill.
Plenty of girls have looked at me and then just moved on with their day. I don't consider that hitting.
But that's
on me.
hitting on you.
Yeah.
Oh well.
They've looked at me in disgust.
I think that's a compliment.
They've looked at me and laughed. There's a lot of looking going on,
Right.
but it doesn't always lead to what you might think or consider.
Okay. Well, this is
flirtatiousness.
This is Ted here for the crossover. We can ask him.
We good?
Ralph is in Cranston. Hello, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, guys. Look, first of all, with the Red Sox, if their defense is what it was last year, improved pitching, which I think it's improved, isn't going to matter as much. Now, what's lost? Durbin, let me tell you something, guys. You're going to love this kid. He's going to hit second in the lineup. He's another Pedroia. Look at this kid play. He's got, I mean, you might replace that clubhouse stuff you lost with Bregman with him. But Bregman was replaced.
This guy is a second. This guy's a second-year player. Bregman's won a World Series and been in the playoffs every year of his life, and been to the ALCS and all the World Series. He's won them. Like,
yes,
okay,
yes,
but okay.
Yes, he's got great points there. You think is he a Hall of Famer? I mean,
Bregman?
Real good player. He's won what, one Golden Glove, and he's been in two All-Star games.
Yeah,
Look,
okay.
He's a real good player. I wanted him back. But he's not that guy like you could have picked up and hit those home runs and win the games in the middle of the lineup.
Okay, so Durbin's going to hit ninth. Durbin's not hitting second.
He's
in this
hitting
lineup.
second. You blow.
Is he hitting second in this lineup?
No.
He's 25. By the time Pedroia was 25, he'd already been MVP of the league.
Yeah.
So, like, he's small like Pedroia. I don't see this guy being Dustin Pedroia.
I guess when he said Bregman, maybe he means production-wise.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's sort of where I'm at.
When I hear Bregman, who, by the way, has won 2 World Series and been to 3 All-Stars, just to tweak, including last year with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
He's finished second in the MVP.
Oh, no, he had 2 back-to-back.
They don't let cheaters in the hall, though. So
If you want to
when
say...
he knew what pitch was coming, he was smacking dingers left and right.
If you want to say this guy could hit 273 with 18 home runs and replace the production, okay, maybe. I thought what he was saying was more as like the leadership type.
I don't know
That's what I thought he was saying, but maybe I misinterpreted.
I was looking at this is baseball reference, not Shredder.
Tonight I dine on turtle soup.
Yeah.
But Baseball Reference projects Durbin to hit 258 with 12 taters and 50 runs batted in.
How many swipes, though? Don't shortchange him on the
Oh,
swipes.
14 swipes.
That's good.
Yeah.
He's a 12-14 guy.
He's going to be nabbed 4 times.
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to gun him down 4 times.
All right,
735 OPS projected.
Look, if this guy's Pedroia or Bregman, great move by my guy, Breslow.
Oh, my God. What a great move is right.
I'm not holding my breath on that.
No, I'm not.
In fact, the Brewers are...
No, I think it's sort of in between. Like, I actually don't hate the move, but, like, I'm not talking the guy up to be like that. I think he's going to hit 8th. He hit 8th for the Brewers last year.
Yeah. The scariest thing about this trade is that the Brewers gave up on him, and my guy Breslow's going back to the well. He just gave them Quinn Priester last year. Now he's going back to the well, and he's like, I'm going to give you another young pitcher. I know you guys all hate Kyle Harrison, but I'm going to give you another young pitcher, and you're willing to give up on a guy who was 3rd in the Rookie of the Year? Why? Why are you willing to do that if he's so good? If he's the next Pedroia or Bregman, why are you willing to do that? Oh, that's right, because he's not.
Well, Durbin's going to hit second, and the Twitch chat's got him hitting second, too. Well, he's somebody in the Twitch chat. They don't all speak for each other.
Josh Yu, 207, or is it Josh Yu?
Joshua Uche, I think it might be.
Josh Uche.
I think it's Josh Uche in the chat.
Okay, Josh Yu, 207 has him hitting 2. I don't know that the whole Twitch
Well,
chat
so
is saying
did
he's hitting second.
the last caller had him hitting second.
It's true.
So now it's a stalemate because you and I don't think he's hitting second. Billy to break the tie? Is he going to hit second?
No.
Second to last. 8th.
The penultimate hitter?
Yeah, I would hit him
the penultimate hitter.
I would hit him second to last. What's your confidence level in Breslow, Keith?
It's not very high. I don't hate all the moves. I'm just so mad about Pete Alonso still. Like, I'm hung up on that. Goes to the Orioles, so we'll see him a ton of times this year. But just Pete Alonso alone in this lineup, it's got to make everybody feel so much differently. If you had a 50 home run guy,
your right-handed sticks, the good ones, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Contreras, I think, is a real right-handed bat. Story, when he's out there, is a real right-hand or mistake-hitting right-handed bat. And then Durbin. Those are your righties. Like, Alonso would change.
Durbin, Contreras.
He would change the whole complexion.
Rafaela, Narvaez.
Yeah, like those are bottom third guys.
No, but
too.
like 50 home runs. I mean,
no, Alonso would change. Agreed. He'd change the whole complexion as a big right-handed bat in the middle of the order.
We don't know if the Zips predictions are going to be right, but they had nobody at 20. And this is a guy that I don't see what they had for him. Even if it wasn't 50, it had to be 40, 45. So, yeah, that one's frustrating. But he is also the guy that brought in Garrett Crochet and Aroldis Chapman and even Bregman a year ago. Brought all those guys in. They won 89 games. They went to the playoffs. They had a good offense. So, yeah, I just think it's tough to listen to him and then have confidence in him.
Right.
I think that's where a lot of the disconnect is. You hear him talking, you're like, ugh.
I'm
but then
happy
when
to
you
mock
highlight a lot of the moves are pretty good.
I'm happy to mock what he says, and we do that, and we were the air pull and all that other stuff we were doing this week. We've done it a bunch over the years. Like, I'm happy to mock him, but I am willing.
Leading the ball in the air to the pull side, I think it was like a 20% air pull metric last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
great.
I'm fine mocking him, making fun of all that, and his delivery's horrendous. But if he has
the results,
if he has a bad delivery and he's making good baseball moves for Crochet and Chapman, great.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to evaluate this team on the field, and everybody seems to not like Breslow, which is fine. I think he's way closer to Dombrowski than Bloom. Everybody makes him sound like he's Bloom. This guy's traded a bazillion prospects.
I don't think he's Bloom.
So I think he's closer, not Dombrowski, but closer to Dombrowski than Bloom. I like him as a GM. But if this team misses the playoffs, I'll get with all you guys and fire him after the year, and we can find a new GM. I'll do that.
Another thing where fans are going to be pissed at him, and John Henry may not be, which would thus keep his job, but the overall approval rating would be down amongst fans, is he went from Devers to Bregman to Durbin. And you're like, wait a minute. You had Devers and Bregman.
I know, Bregman 2.0/Pedroia is
well,
what he went to.
No, if he is, that'll help him quite a bit. But like, you went from both those guys on the roster to now neither of those guys on the roster in a year.
Yeah.
And really less than a year because they didn't even play together for a whole year.
All I'm saying, for my guy Brez,
yeah,
make the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you don't, you could be going the same way Bloom and Dombrowski and Cherington all. And two of those guys won World Series. And Bloom made an ALCS, and all those guys were gone 3.5, 4 years later. So make the playoffs. You went 81-81 in year one, and you inherited a mess. Year two, you made the playoffs. Make the playoffs again, and you'll be good, and I'll keep batting for you. If you don't, then I'll get with everybody else, and you can get in line, and we'll find a new GM. 617-779-7937. We got your phone calls there. Dial up WEEI afternoons. You got her. You got Fitzy. You got Ted, who one time had Beyonce hit on him. So stay tuned for that. We'll get you the clip du jour. And right after Trending with Billy Lanny, it's time for Grab Bag.
Grab it. Grab it.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. U.S. men's hockey got the 5-1 win over Latvia yesterday. Next, the United States will play Denmark tomorrow afternoon, followed by Germany on Sunday afternoon. Puck drop for both games is at 3:10. These games can be seen on the USA Network. The United States is currently third in the medal count with 14, 4 golds, 7 silvers, and 3 bronze medals. According to reports, the Patriots are moving defensive coordinator Terrell Williams to a higher-ranking role on the staff. Zach Core is considered the top candidate to fill the team's D.C. opening. Today, Stephon Diggs was arraigned on felony strangulation and misdemeanor assault and battery charges. Diggs pled not guilty and was released without bail. A pretrial hearing is set for April 1st. And tonight on WEEI AM 850, Boston College will be in North Andover taking on Merrimack. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45 and puck drop from the Lawler Arena is at 7. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books in Lucky One Sports. It's time to pick a side for...
All right, that's a former soccer player.
Got it. Oh, Cafu.
Yeah.
You meant.
Do you know Jenna Bandy?
No.
Influencer.
Oh.
Sham Sharania.
I do know him.
Yeah.
NBA insider.
He's in the celebrity game?
Dude, this might ruin his career in all honesty. He better be good at hoops.
Maybe he is if he's signing up for this. Taco Fall.
I'm going to say no. Yes, I know Taco Fall.
Looking
He's
down
a
on us.
celebrity player?
He's
Taco Fall?
He's a celebrity player?
I mean, did you hear the first three? What about Rome Flynn?
No, Roma Dunze.
Rome Flynn is an actor.
What was he in? It doesn't matter.
He was in How to Get Away with Murder and The Bold and the Beautiful.
Oh, soap actor.
It's in the soaps.
Okay.
Glorilla?
Yes.
No.
Female rapper.
Yeah, rapper.
Yeah.
Keegan Michael Key?
Yes.
Yes. Jeremy Lin?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lynn and Taco Fall on the same team. Think of the two-man game with those two.
What about Rick Schnall?
No.
He's a businessman.
Rick Schnall.
Yeah.
What was his business?
Just his businessman.
Okay.
That's none of your business.
Yeah,
what he does. That's Rick Schnall. I'm on Ross St. Brown.
Yes. Well, this is a good celebrity game.
And then making his third appearance, Dylan Wang.
Nope.
No. That's an actor.
Oh.
Actor.
That's
Looks
all
like
one squad, or those
yeah.
are two different squads?
like Giannis's brother's the coach. What is this? It's like all the Titakumbos and Mookie Betts are coaching that team. That's one. So that's one squad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me the other.
Keenan Allen.
Yes.
Badshaw.
Badshaw?
Badshaw.
No.
Rapper.
Oh.
Andre
3000.
DeGrassi.
What was that?
DeGrassi?
Nope.
Sprinter.
Oh.
Matt Ashibia.
Yeah, he's the owner of
He's
the
the owner of
Suns.
the Suns.
He's the one who just got owned by Simmons the other day.
He got
cell phones.
smoked by Bill Simmons.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He played at Michigan State though, I think. So
Oh,
he can
really? So he can hoop.
I think he can play.
Okay.
Cody Jones.
I don't think so.
He's a member of Dude Perfect.
Oh, I might know him.
That's an
if I
over
saw
two.
him. Yeah.
Simu Liu.
No.
Actor. Yeah, that's Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi from the Marvel movies.
Oh.
The one that you didn't know existed.
What about Mustard?
Yeah.
Not the condiment. Not the
Mustard,
condiment.
mustard on the beat.
No, looking for the
Mustard
producer.
Johnson?
Yeah, Mustard on the beat.
Mustard Johnson. Greg
Yes.
Mustard.
Yeah. Well, record producer.
Yeah, Mustard on the beat. I know him. Who doesn't know him? Yeah.
Adrian Nunez.
No.
Influencer.
Oh.
Taylor Frankie Paul.
No.
Influencer.
Okay.
Nicholas Van Steenberg.
No.
Influencer. And Jason Williams.
Jay Will?
Jay Will.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Their head coach,
Again,
obviously.
Again, which one? The murderer?
No. White chocolate.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Not the one from Duke either. Okay.
No, not that one either, who shortened it to Jay after the motorcycle crash.
Right.
They're coached, obviously, by Anthony Anderson. After a lot of back and forth, looks like Chris Paul is hanging up the sneakers. He is calling it a career.
He got bought out in Toronto, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't even know how he got there
I don't
anymore.
know either. People are throwing him bouquets.
Overrated player.
The single most overrated player in the history of the NBA.
Yeah, doesn't make him a bad player.
No, very good.
Overrated.
Nobody has blown more
Big
2-0 series
Big
leads.
time choker, too. Yeah.
Choke artist.
Great meme though, hitting a 3 down 54.
So, dirty.
Yes. And like the YouTube highlight of him cuts the lead to 54 or whatever.
Dirty.
Yeah.
Like most of the league did not like him outside of like the LeBron, Carmelo, that group of guys.
He, Doc Rivers, Blake, DeAndre Jordan couldn't even make it to a conference finals with the Clippers. He finally broke through, made the NBA finals with the Suns, was up 2-0, then lost
Big choke.
6.
Big choke. Yeah. Big time overrated player.
Okay.
Big time choker. Yeah.
We agree. All right.
up and I grab my bag, and I'm so strung out.
All right, Olympics action. Right now we're watching a little men's free skate going on right now.
How's the quad frog doing?
Quad frog was in first place after the short program.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
All right, not a frog.
Andy Hart was in second. Still good.
Yeah, it works every time.
I was taking a look at the hockey. Oh, did you watch much of the USA-Latvia game yesterday?
Yes, it's like the first 2 periods. Then
they kind of bodied him around a little bit. It was close. Close for a bit.
Too close.
Did you see?
I told you I blew that. I had the USA in a shutout.
You see Thompson's goal where he flipped it over his shoulder?
Sick.
And then they showed a fan in the crowd. So it's USA-Latvia men's hockey. And Latvia's kind of hanging with him. It's 2-1, and then it's 3-1, and then I think it was pretty quickly 4-1. They had basically a fast break.
And the U.S. had a bunch of goals wiped out before that. Yeah.
Well, and they were out shooting them 30-10. The game was in control, but it was a pretty close game. And then it was 4-1. They showed a bunch of Latvia fans in the crowd. One guy
had his head in his hands.
He was
that guy
crying.
Yeah,
it's
a bad day. It's a bad day.
I'm like,
bro, what did you expect?
I
exactly.
thought you were going to lose by 10.
Right.
The fact that you scored a goal is a win.
I ruined my bet.
I know it did.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, USA takes on Denmark. Big game against Denmark tomorrow. 3-10 once again. I had
the winner gets Greenland.
I had a nice parlay cooked up for today. Went up and smoked before I even got out of bed.
Oh, what was that parlay? How many legs first
of all? It was 4-legger.
Oh, yeah.
4-legger. I thought Sweden was going to beat Finland.
Yeah.
They did not.
Oh,
Finland
man.
won pretty easily, actually, 4-1.
Dang. You know what you got to do next time, Keith, with the parlay
Not
like
bet that?
You got to run it by #Team Huevos.
That's
true.
what
you got to do.
Yeah, I didn't hear
you
who
run it
Huevos
by,
had.
You didn't run it by Huevos?
No, I
wrong?
didn't.
What's
Next
wrong
time.
with you? Yeah.
I couldn't wait. I was jonesing for a bet last night.
Good point.
Lost.
Thank you for grabbing my bag. The Jones and Keith show's never a drag. From 10 to 2, they're your pals and your sports savants. Hey, has Bob Ryan tweeted? Let's guess a baseball player too. Who's your hoss? Who is this week's bragging boss? All us EEI fans say thank you for grabbing my bag.
I'll tell you.
Good news. Yeah.
Sneaky good voice on that guy.
Oh, he's got honey in his voice.
Honey in the voice,
It
for
was
sure.
like an angel sent down from heaven to provide that song. Good news for all the Ole Miss fans around here, as quarterback Trinidad Chambliss has been granted a 6th year. Initially, the NCAA was like, no, you don't need to play any more football. And then he took it to the courts, and they said, yeah, he does.
And then he said, hey, there's a guy in Montana playing his 9th season of college football.
Yeah, I was like, and this one also, he played at D2 Ferris State or whatever. So I'm like, if anybody I thought was going to easily get another year, it was him. It's not like he's played 10 years, like that tight end at Miami.
Crazy.
Or even like Carson Beck or all these other guys that have played for a big program for multiple years. I was like, this guy, I'm sure they'll give him one another year. And then he's got Joe Judge kind of helping him out.
Well,
so you don't think he helped him out?
I don't know if he's helping or hurting the cause.
But he got what he wanted at the end.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That technically.
That's the end game is he's back, and I assume at Ole Miss, right? Or is he going to transfer?
Well, good question. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think. Is he going? Yeah, I'd assume Ole Miss. He's not going to go with Kiffin to LSU, right?
I don't think so.
No, they have a quarterback. Who'd they bring in? I forget.
Yeah, they got a guy.
What'd you think of Joe Judge's comments?
Well, I mean, it's no surprise. It's Joe Judge. I wouldn't trust that guy. I wouldn't want that guy anywhere near my program.
If you missed Joe Judge's comments, go to the Odyssey app. I think, Greg, they did 4 hours on it today. But it was Joe Judge basically said in football season, we talked to the women girlfriends on this team, and we let them know that these guys need their rest in season. So, they're not up for midnight feedings and things like that.
All right, but I'll tell you right now. All right, if you're in the damn building, you walking through our locker room, you ain't seen that crap you saw before.
No, a great man once said, "Women weaken legs," and I think that's what he was insinuating.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
So,
I mean, look, show me the lie is what I would say.
Grabbing bags.
The Phillies have released Nick Castellanos. He then admitted to drinking beer in the dugout. Apparently,
no.
Bringing beer into the dugout.
Bringing a beer in. He claims he did not have it.
A few what?
A few small beers.
It's a long game.
Yeah.
Even with the pitch clock, I kind of get it. How many baseball games did you watch not having a few beers? So I really don't blame Nick Castellanos.
especially with the seats he gets.
Oh.
It's like one of the great seats.
Great view.
You're right there.
You're not going to have an El Presidente
You
there?
can see everything.
That was, I believe, the beer of choice.
Yeah, it's probably
El
ice cold.
Presidente, nice one.
Probably ice cold.
His
and
handwritten
delicious.
note to explain everything was a nice touch.
Handwritten.
Yeah, what was wrong with that?
So weird.
Bit of a maniac?
He is, if you want, Keith, a righty stick that plays some third base. Really more of a D. Well, that's a no? You're out?
No, I don't think I want that player.
Okay.
Hey, Jones, what you doing?
Good show. I like this show.
Hey, Jones, where you going? Who's that bag? That's being grabbed.
It's Jones. Good show.
Yeah, you like that show.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to this.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right. Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Few.
Couple of
No,
tweets.
I'm telling you, he takes a day off every week. So yesterday was his day off. He's back. Yeah.
He's back better than ever. And so this time he had a very rare just tweet on his own as well as a response to something else.
Oh, standalone.
So the response was some guy with, I don't know, engagement farming asking, I guess, if Rob Gronkowski's the greatest tight end of all time.
No.
Bob Ryan says yes.
That's me. Yeah.
No, Bob Ryan says yes. And then one guy, Uncle June on Twitter goes, he was a complete moron.
Yeah, Uncle June is probably a Jets fan.
And then Bob Ryan said, what's that got to do with anything? Gronk was a pigskin PhD. His standalone tweet was, you cannot exaggerate the importance of basketball officiating. Refs determine who will play and how the game will be played. Every ref at every level should ask him or herself, quote, why am I here? The answer is to adjudicate the smooth flow of the game.
Right.
That's what he said.
What was that in reference to?
I'm not entirely sure.
Do you think someone's informed him that he's just responding to AI influencers? He's had a couple of standalone tweets
Fake
in like
Elon
the last week. He's had a couple of standalone tweets.
I don't know.
You think someone's coaching him on Twitter?
I don't know what's gotten into him. He must have been watching a basketball game. He didn't like what the refs were doing.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Around 1:30 here on Jones and Keefe. So I guess that's why it's time for Grab Bag.
All right, we might have to add a separate did this person tweet to the mix.
Oh.
Did friend of the show Taylor Kyles tweet?
Oh.
Taylor Kyles, who covers the Patriots, joined us throughout the season. He had a tweet the other day that is still up that says, still in awe of how far this journey has taken me. Crypto opened doors I never thought possible and helped me get my new car. Welcome home, fire emoji, heart emoji, and then a beautiful Mercedes-Benz, 4 photos of it, one on the interior. Looks nice.
Yeah, I don't even know what cryptocurrency is.
You
And
should
then it
reply,
says-
reply, click on the link. You should reply to it. You can get a card just like that.
Well, I should. It says invest
like
in
our
Bitcoin.
guy Taylor. Yeah.
And then he responded after that, if you're interested in learning crypto, you can give my crypto coach a follow to get started.
Who's this crypto coach?
At coach_MIM. And then
Did Rob Bryan reply to this guy?
Yeah.
Not yet. 2 days ago, he had another tweet. Yesterday, I drove my new car home. Today, I secured a $150,000 profit.
Nice.
Sick brag, bro.
A reminder that focus, patience, and consistency truly pay off when you trust the process. Grateful to my coach, at coach_MIM, for the guidance. None of this was accidental. And then he has a screenshot of just how much he's worth. His portfolio. He's got a screenshot of his portfolio.
Taylor's a smart guy. How do you get hacked in this? Thank you.
1.429.
How do you get hacked in this scenario? Are you clicking on those links, or are people just like, is your password sold on like the dark web? How do you get hacked?
Maybe your
in that way?
maybe your password.
Because if you're clicking on these
got
links, that's real questionable.
Maybe your password got caught.
Hopefully, it got sold on the dark web. Hopefully,
I would say there's a decent chance of that.
Who do you call when your grab bag's busted? Call Jones and Keefe. 1-800-54-GRAB-BAG. Call Jones and Keefe.
All right, Jones, we did have a few NBA games last night.
How is that not sick brag of the week? It's a late entry.
That's
a good point.
Yeah, scrap Ted's for lying to us.
Yeah.
Give it to Taylor Kyles.
Taylor Kyle's just making a fortune in Bitcoin.
Which everybody else is losing money on.
Not Taylor.
No, he's cleaning
Not
up.
Taylor.
New car.
There were 3 NBA games last night, Jones. So let's find out who the best NBA performer was from last night. Was it Jackson Hayes?
No. In the dunk contest.
Oh, I should have mentioned that. Carter Bryant, Jackson Hayes, Kashad Johnson, and Jace Richardson are your dunkers. You in on that? Jackson Hayes is
We are dealing with amateurs.
He is 7 feet tall.
I like Jace Richardson.
3-point contest. You have a winner. Devin Booker, Con Knipple.
Him. Not Lillard. Give me Knipple.
Lillard, Maxey, Mitchell, Murray, Portis, Powell.
Yeah, Knipple.
All right. I'll go. Yeah.
Watch your profanity.
Yeah. I'll go. Give me Donovan Mitchell, I guess, is what I will go with there. All right. Best NBA performer, was it Jackson Hayes, 16 points.
That makes more
7
sense.
boards.
Yeah.
7.
Awesome Ain, Dieng, 19 and 11.
Nope.
LeBron James, 28,
James.
10 and 12. Not eligible for All NBA.
Oldest player in NBA history to get a triple-double.
Don't care. Was it Donovan Klingon, 23 points, 18 rebounds, and 7 assists?
Big night for Kling Kong.
Yeah. Or old buddy Drew Holiday in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
31 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists.
7.
It is my GOAT, the show's GOAT, LeBron.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, hot shots. Here we go. Last random player of the week. We did not have this guy 2 weeks ago, I can assure you.
Well,
I'm saying
3 weeks ago on the table.
99% sure
There
we
you
have not
go.
had this
I'll allow for
player.
that, yeah.
He is a right-handed arm, right-handed stick, but really known more for his arm because he was a pitcher. He was a starting pitcher for about half his career, also a starting pitcher, including 1 All-Star appearance.
Yeah.
Relief pitcher, staying starting pitcher.
I thought you said
He's a
starting pitcher.
and starting pitcher.
Yeah,
so
I think that's
good.
what you said too. But
Trying
yeah,
to throw you off the scent.
Starter and reliever.
Also out of the pen.
One-time All-Star where?
One-time All-Star whilst a member of the St. Louis Cardinals.
What year?
That was 99. 9 years, several teams.
That's it? That's a hint.
Cubs, Cardinals, Expos, Rockies, Angels, Astros, Phillies, Giants. Broke into the majors in 1992, hung up the spikes after the 2001 season.
A 99 All-Star bill.
Yeah,
with the
Bill.
Cardinals. Just picture it.
Yeah.
Ted Williams
Just
is out
like,
there. They're
close your eyes.
all standing around him. Picture it.
He made just over $8 million.
There's Nomar. There's
his
Tony
career.
Gwynn, who was right next to him in a Cardinals uniform.
No agent given. I assume he represented himself because he did not make a lot of money.
Oh, was
yeah. I mean, more money than I've ever made.
What'd he bring
but
home?
Just north of $8 million.
Oh yeah, he needed Dick Moss. Is what he needed.
Oh, he would have still playing if he had him.
Steve Traxel.
Ooh, Twitch chat has it.
Damn it!
Wow, what a pull.
I'm not. Well, yeah, I am.
You might have to.
Actually. Yeah. Mark Clark.
Nickname?
Kent Bottenfield.
He got it.
What?
So some of the random players, their names just tickle me for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Kent Bottenfield is one
That's
of
a
them.
good one.
Definition of random.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
Like this all started when Billy said Ron Karkovice, and that's one of my favorites. But Kent Bottenfield is fantastic.
Just works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was it? Was it Kent Bottenfield?
Yeah.
Who was it today?
It was.
Yeah, it was Kent
Yeah,
Bottenfield.
it was Kent Bottenfield. No, I'm confident we never had him.
Thank you.
617-779-7937. Random ball player every day in the grab bag on Jones and Keith. Stay tuned for WEEI Afternoons. You got heart. You got ball. And you got Ted. Stay tuned for it, and we'll get you the clip du jour next.
WEEI.
WEEI. New England Sports Original.
right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It's time now for our clip du jour. Jones, you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. It's the clip of the day. And today, we did our top 5 Winter Olympic events. So we each had our favorite 5 events. And, of course, the topic of luge and doubles luge came up.
Keith, you had Grok do your bidding, and you have us in a couple of...
Yeah, we look ready to go doubles luge. Took the helmets off so you can see the moneymakers, but you see us in the skin tight.
We're looking good.
Yeah, real good.
Honestly, that's I'm keeping it tight in that picture.
That looks real sharp. That you fly in those outfits.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we're going to have
I would take an injectable, though. Oh, no, you don't want an injectable.
No. Well, we have the very uncomfortable conversation now. Do you want to be on top or on bottom?
Where do you want to
be? Of the luge.
Yeah, where do you want to be?
Rotate it.
Ready, say it on 3. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3. Bottom.
Power bottom, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the answer.
I mean, you're allowed to rotate it? Like, you allow, like, one race you're on top, one race you're on top. You know
I think that's fair.
That's actually a good
Balance,
idea.
You know?
I think that's fair.
So this is what we do.
We going head to toe?
No,
that's not how they do it. Oh, okay.
Me and Nick were talking about the person on the bottom is going to be terrified because you can't see anything.
Can't see a thing. You're along for the ride, literally. As I guess is the person on top.
Skeleton on top, luge on the bottom?
Yeah,
maybe some of that. Maybe a little bit of that.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's a new sport.
Skeleton on top, luge on the bottom.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, man. It is good stuff. They've had a lot of that on the last 2 nights. I feel like it's been skeleton and luge, doubles luge.
Some would say not enough.
Yeah.
Is what they would say.
First year of the women's double luge, which I feel like they were just being sexist about the last several Olympics.
A lot of people calling their cable companies demanding more of that. What's going on, Hart?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, I'm not going to be blamed for this show going sideways, as I often do in the crossover.
Not your fault.
Sideways multiple times before I even got here.
Yep.
But you know what I just finished watching? And I don't know if you guys have watched the totality of it. We've been getting all the sneak peeks via social media.
New Traders.
No.
I did watch that.
Ooh.
No. I'm with you. I was actually thinking if you and I did a show, there would be zero like pop culture references or movies or TV shows.
There wouldn't be much.
Boring show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It wouldn't be great. We'd have to lean on our producers, you know. So for the right producer, maybe it would work. But no, I just watched the entirety of that mic'd up thing that came out yesterday.
Sick brag, bro.
Yeah, you also missed Schlereth when he said, I never struggled against the all pros. It was the crappy guys that gave me problems or something.
Well, I was listening to it in double speed.
Yeah, you could have gotten that one too, or if you need that for the future, it's always there. But we're going to start with that because I thought some of the audio and visuals from that, and I know it's a documentary and they can make you feel things and manipulate narratives. Patriots were done before a single helmet went on, before a single ball was kicked. Oh, my God, just toast.
Yeah. Wow.
Just toast. It made me think of, he doesn't think it's a damn exhibition. He thinks it's a damn fight. Like the Seahawks were looking to shut them out, inflict pain, become famous, and Drake May is getting, hey, keep your head up, kid. Smile, please.
Well, it was
he's getting coached like a little leaguer.
It was carryover from the Denver game, it felt like, where he was like, hey, this is hard, and then Josh McDaniels like got him through it, and you're like, oh, what a great story, but it's like he was still...
But it was everybody.
Yeah, okay.
You know, if you go back to the Morgan Moses when early on, maybe second, third drive, he's trying to get everybody going. They all have these blank faces, except Matt Collins. He's got this big, crazy-ass grin in the background, and he's the guy that actually made a couple plays.
He's one of the few guys who played well.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So we're going to start there. Were they beaten before they even started? Is that an indication of what? Is that coaching? Is that on Mike Vrabel? Preparation? Or just talent? Did they know they weren't that good? Did they know they didn't measure up? Were they just the inferior team from the inferior conference?
Isn't that a coach's job to get him to believe?
Yes, be frothing at the mouth. So the guy who pushed all the motivational buttons, wah, 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 at the end, and his team played as such.
And then he gets asked after the game, what would you do differently? And he's like, well, I wish Marcus had a pick.
Catch the ball.
Throw in a block.
Maybe block somebody.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, they were toast.
So that's coming your way today on WEEI Afternoons. You got Hart. You got Ball. You got Ted. Crossover brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. All you need is love and the nines. This Valentine's weekend, you can treat your sweetheart to garlic shrimp top salmon or share a Bananas Foster cheesecake. You gotta love the nines. Everybody have a great weekend. We are back with a Tier Tuesday, a Tommy Tuesday, a Kiefer Madness after the holiday.
All right, enjoy.
It all starts at 10 here on WEEI.
afternoon and welcome into WEEI Afternoons on what we're hoping will be a fun, fast, free-flowing Friday. Channel 7's proud of that alliteration in their headlines. Nick Fitzy-Stevens is off today.
He's off every day, Andy, to use Fitzy's voice against him.
Dan Ball in the big chair, sliding in.
Choosing violence to start the show there, Andrew.
Oh, no.
Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. I'm a little jealous, first and foremost. Let's get this out of the way. We are going to get to the Patriots. I thought we had put the Super Bowl to bed.
Yeah.
And then I watched NFL films. And
oh, my God.
The bed is not made.
What a
It is
disaster.
wrinkled, and people are jumping out of bed. So we got to get to that. I'm a little jealous that I missed the goal scoring for the U.S. hockey yesterday. You guys seemed like you really had fun with that.
It was electric, if I'm being honest. It was so.
You're the hockey guy.
Well, yeah, but so that's the thing. So you were out. I ended up hosting. Was grateful for the opportunity, and as such, I'm like the U.S. is playing their first Olympic hockey game since 2014. So automatically, that's already a huge event that's happening.
Right.
And I was thinking back when we were here last February when the Four Nations face-off was going on. We talked to Keith Kachuk, and we did like wall-to-wall hockey the day of the final at TD Garden. So I was like, let's make this an event. And I got to tell you, I had fun with it. Fitzy had fun with it. I don't know if anybody enjoyed it more than Ted Johnson. Did you see the video of him doing like him dancing along to the song?
Is he now like Puckhead Ted or something? Like the Thunder is gone. He used to be an NBA Thunder guy. Now he's a USA hockey guy.
I'm bringing him to my side of the street.
We got to get him like a red, white, and blue something that he can wear during these games, or like a sweater.
Yeah,
those are probably pricey. You guys can take care of that.
Let's start with a T-shirt. Start with we're still waiting. I think his Bengals jersey is still on back order, so we got to get that one before we get
that. That is true, but yes, I did see him enjoying it. I saw you guys all enjoying it. It seemed like fun, and they helped you out, obviously, by scoring goals in bunches and having a good game and living up to the hype.
They also scored 2 fake goals while we were talking to Tommy Curran. So Ted and I were talking in the middle of the interview, like, do we play it? Do we not? Oh, they're reviewing it now. Do we play? What's Tommy Curran going to think if we interrupt him with an eagle screech?
He'd get mad.
That was where I landed on it, but Ted wanted to do it anyway. So, yeah,
Tommy doesn't always have time for slapping and tickling and fun and hijinks and all of that.
So the playoff rounds begin on Tuesday. So assuming that the U.S. plays either at 3:10 on Tuesday or Wednesday, we'll bring it back next week.
Oh, let's go so I can take part,
Absolutely,
baby.
yeah.
I am ready.
Yeah.
But that's not where we're starting. We are starting where I didn't think we'd be starting at this point, because one day ago, and I watched it on YouTube. I don't really know where it's totally available in all the different places, but the NFL put out, and I'm sure most of you have at least seen and heard cuts of it on social media, mic'd up from the Super Bowl, whether it's the Seahawks bragging and doing all this or the Patriots doing whatever the hell they were doing throughout it on the sideline. The entirety is available. It's 41 minutes and change on YouTube, and I would urge every Patriots fan to watch it, I guess. You're not going to feel better. So it's not don't think you're undergoing an exercise to make yourself feel better if you watch it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 41-minute smut film for Seahawks fans is what it is. It is. I mean, there is 80% Seahawks praise, maybe 70% to just 30% Patriots falling all over themselves.
Absolutely. And speaking of falling all over themselves, I think it's time for you to fall all over yourself. I believe very early in this show, you owe me an apology.
Okay.
I told you Drake May was toast when he talked to Melissa Stark.
Yep.
And I think you pushed back a little bit, and you didn't really believe in my sixth sense, my instincts. Been around this game a long time in this National Football League. I thought he was toast before he stepped on the field. After watching all of this, would you like to update whether you agree or disagree with my take?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy was a puddle of goo when he was walking on the field.
Told you.
Unfortunately, and I do apologize, because I thought you were reading into something that was just Drake May's abnormal body language when he's talking to the media. Like, he's got the head tilt, he looks off and like he doesn't want to look at anybody who's talking to him. It's very odd.
No, he was hoping his dad came out of the stands and brought him up to the stands like the last time he watched a Super Bowl in that building, because he wasn't ready to play.
Yeah, that guy was right at the beginning or right in the middle of very much being seemingly afraid of the stage that he was about to step foot on.
Yes.
That's how it felt, looking back with the benefit of 41 minutes of hindsight.
So there was a lot of analysis in this game that was wrong. The wrongest of wrongheadedness was that the stage was going to be too big for Sam Darnold, that Sam Darnold was going to fall on his face and give the game to the New England Patriots, who seemingly played that style of defense. Well, just wait it out. We'll just wait it out. And there's clips throughout, kick the field goal. We'll win. Only takes one play. It only this. Or Vrabel lamenting even on Tuesday if Marcus catches that. But, well, he didn't. If my aunt. It never came.
Yeah.
And I don't think Sam Darnold, even though he had a couple questionable throws, I don't think Sam Darnold ever looked like a guy that the game was too big for him. The spot was too big. We talked a lot about making guys miss. Jalen Hawkins comes backside, boom, he makes him miss. He makes a play. Missed Jackson Smith-Njigba, but didn't take a sack. He could have made a great play on that.
Yeah.
He could have looked like Drake May for much of the year on that play. You had Milton Williams coming up the middle. He would just sidestep him, make a play, run. I mean, if we're being honest, the guy who looked most like Drake May was Sam Darnold.
Absolutely.
Not Drake May.
He looked like a guy who had nothing left to lose when he was in that game. He looked like a guy, honestly, who had been battle-tested, who has dealt with the worst of the worst in his career, and had, against all odds, with a new team, gotten to this stage, and he looked extremely ready for the adversity that he was facing in that game. Even when, their offense was being shut out and they had to rely on Jason Myers kicking 4 straight field goals, it didn't deter him. And in fact, the mic'd up video shows him parading up and down the sidelines, talking to the rest of his offense, going, we got to keep pressing. We're going to break through. We're going to break through. Like, everything that I would want from the leader of my offense in the quarterback is what Sam Darnold was showing, despite the Patriots giving him a lot to handle and making him run for his life for a lot of the first half.
So I'm going to throw the phone number out there early, 617-779-7937. Did you watch the mic'd up segment? What did you think of it? How did it maybe change the way you felt about the game, your coach, the quarterback, members of the defense, anybody you saw throughout the 40 minutes, or maybe just the beatdown that was inevitable? 617-779-7937. We already have some texts rolling in.
Okay.
So I want to read a couple of those before we get to some of the clips. We've pulled what we think are the handful, or a little more than a handful, of the most notable, sad, awful,
depressing,
ugly, embarrassing,
not having a chance to win. Yeah, and you let me know when you want me to pull the pin on the grenade of what I took away from this.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And we're going to get to that.
Okay.
Absolutely. But so the 978, Drake May is a crybaby of Mac Jones proportions. Whining, crying baby.
Okay.
How you like them apples?
I mean, clearly that person watched the same video I did.
You know what I feel like Stiz should have ready throughout this segment when we play these clips? Alex Cora saying, not great. So the, 978, nope, no, 704. Watched the NFL films of Drake May and Mike Vrabel. Is Drake a diva? Oftentimes when Vrabel is trying to talk to him, he's either walking away or looking up.
Yep.
And there were definitely a lot of instances where Vrabel, and again, we're going to get to some of the, look at me, get your head up, look at me. Like, I don't know if that's him being a diva. I don't really think so. I think that is the epitome of deer in headlights. A 23-year-old quarterback was not ready for the stage he was on. And that's just, I think we felt it when the game was unfolding. And then the more you hear and see of these details and the camera work, you're even more confident. He wasn't ready for the big game.
No, he wasn't, and that's very clear. But I think there's another step that you can take that. Are you not ready for the game, and yet you still keep battling and accept the fact that, hey, I still have some growing to do in my career? Or are you not ready for the game and go mute and don't say anything to your offense and don't say anything to your coach and don't make eye contact and blow right past them and throw your helmet down on the bench after you have a bad series and have your head coach have to follow you along the sideline going, let it go, let it go? That's what bothers me here, Andy. It's one thing if you just lose and accept that you're the lesser quarterback on the lesser team. It's another to be a baby about it. I'm sorry. It's another to be...
B-word came out quick.
It's another... You can't compete in the NFL if you're going to be a front runner. If you're going to be a great leader in the face of the franchise and a leader of men when you're winning, and regress and not be a vocal part of what's going on your team when you're losing. You cannot compete at the NFL level if that's the way you're going to operate when you're losing to a very good team.
All right, so Stiz, let's set the tone here. So we have some early audio from the Seahawks sideline that I would like you to play, and then we'll react to that. And then we'll react to that. We'll play it. And then we'll.
That's all we do, baby. The dark side. Let's go. We won the Super Bowl. It's time to have fun. Play with swagger all day, boy. All day. We're going to play with swagger today. Let's go.
So that's the Seahawks sideline.
Man, and the visual on that clip is even worse.
Yes. First of all, they're saying they want to play with swagger. They're preparing for the game with swagger.
Yeah.
On the sideline, they have swagger.
Yes, they're literally jumping around and they're dancing to the idea of having swagger.
And I will say Leonard Williams is one of their big mic'd up guys, and Ernest Jones. I would say those two kind of dominate their audio, and both are oozing confidence, leadership, energy, whatever you want to call it.
It's not just words, it's actions.
Absolutely.
What you hear from that.
Absolutely.
For sure.
And obviously, as the game unfolds, and I don't know exactly where all of this marries up to game action, obviously as the game unfolds, it grows worse, the divide, right? Because the Patriots aren't playing well. They don't have yards. They don't have points. And the Seahawks are making plays on defense. Right. And even their offense is putting some points on the board, right? So, like, the divide starts to grow, but it was before they took a single snap. It was before there was a kickoff. Okay, so that was the energy of swagger on the Seahawks sideline. Stiz, let's hear what Mike Vrabel was doing with his team on his sideline.
Move. Hey, get your head up. Hey, look at me. That's it. Hey, settle down.
So heads are down, and he needs them to settle down. He needs them to get their heads up. So they are sulking, even if they weren't sulking before the game, which I think some of them were sulking before the game. They are sulking by about 2 drives into the game.
Yeah. Your time code on that from a 41-minute video is in like the 7.5-minute mark.
Yikes.
That's early into the gameplay.
Yes.
It's like 3-0 at that point when this particular clip of Vrabel is coming out.
And there was another clip of Vrabel. I didn't have him pull it because it was one word, and I don't know that we needed to hear one word, where he's with Drake May before the game, and he tells him to smile, which I know you're going to make fun of me, brag, great story, whatever. I used to tell little leaguers that because you'd see kids that were kind of crapping their pants. They know they can't really play baseball. Yeah. They're not that good. And you go, look, just relax, smile. And, that would lighten the moment.
Yeah, it's the mind over matter kind of thing.
He's doing that with the 3rd overall pick quarterback who was supposed to be the MVP in the Super Bowl.
And as part of that soliloquy, he also, I will say, reminded him to be a leader. He told him...
Yeah, you didn't love that, huh?
No! You're the quarterback of the Patriots in the Super Bowl. You either are the leader of the team at this point, or you're not.
And this is why I was the perfect youth sports coach.
That's right. You would have had him ready to be a leader for the Super Bowl. He had to remind him, communicate what you're seeing, be a leader, smile. And then he walked away and he said, it's going to be a blessing. Almost like, I know this guy's big into religion. I'm going to talk to him in a religious tongue to see if maybe that will crack through.
Almost like it would have been better if maybe we lost gracefully in the second round.
No, it wouldn't. And we'll get to that later because there's a lot of outside opinions on your thoughts, Stiz, that continue to come through via social media.
They're still coming in, too.
Good they are.
Oh, it's
coming
bad.
hard.
Well,
Stiz.
one supported you. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I may have predicted who that one would be. This genius doesn't walk alone. You walk with another genius, I guess. But just the point about leader, be a leader, reminding him to be a leader.
Yeah.
If I wanted to play devil's advocate here.
Please.
Could I argue he's been doing that all year long? That he's been emphasizing and guiding Drake May as a leader from celebrations to how he handles teammates to all of that. Hasn't that been pretty high on the to-do list for Mike Vrabel all year long?
Yeah, no doubt.
So finishing that journey in the final game might be understandable?
Yes. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I
a point for Andy.
I understand that that's been a huge part of the journey between Vrabel and May this year. But at this point, you're playing in the Super Bowl. There's only so much that your words can. There's only so much meaning that your words can convey for 60 more minutes of football. At a certain point, I need you to be able to take the training wheels off and just trust your quarterback to go out and be a leader without me having to remind you to be a leader. I just need you to simply have it be a part of your fabric and of your makeup so that I don't have to be treating you and the rest of the team that was sulking before the first snap like children. It's just, it was the way that the message was conveyed. It wasn't firing Drake May up. It was, hey, Be a leader out there, okay? It was reminding him of something that you shouldn't have to remind him of at this juncture in the season. It just, I don't know. I didn't like the optics of it. I simply did not.
Especially when he is 4 days away from being one vote shy of being the most valuable player in the National Football League.
Yeah.
You'd think the most valuable player, especially for those of us that argued his value is in his value. It wasn't just the stat accumulation or the win accumulation. Is he's doing more with less, leading the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
You'd think he'd be a leader in the Super Bowl as well.
Well, and I mean, he's also been an emotional leader. You've talked about how his swagger has grown. You've seen it on the field. Look at what the entire play in which he got the first down against the Broncos to secure a trip to the championship is the perfect microcosm of what Drake May is capable of when he's in the right mindset. That's how we do that. That's how we do that. The point for the first down, the stiff arm to be able to get the first down. He's capable of it. It's just when the moment got too big, all of a sudden, that just kind of disappeared from his makeup.
And I think it's even more important. Consistency for a leader is arguably the most important aspect of leadership.
Absolutely.
I would argue. So let's go to a quarterback I know you don't like.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I would say one thing about him is he's consistent.
Absolutely.
Never too high, always has the frowny face, is always kind of sulky face. They could be up 42 to 10. He's probably got a rushing touchdown and 2 passing touchdowns, and he's not doing the Drake May airplane on the sideline, pointing to Nick Sirianni on the right. He never does that.
No, just because I think that he gets overhyped from a skills perspective, I have nothing bad to say about him as a leader of the offense and a face of that team.
So, whereas if you're Drake May and you're going to be excitable at times and you're going to be energy at times and you're going to have outward expression of celebration, when you don't have that, isn't your team going to read off of it and feed off of it? To some degree, right? Like you got to bring the same energy. Either don't have the energy even when you're up 42 to 10, or bring the energy when you've punted 3 straight times and you can't score in the flipping Super Bowl.
Right, because odds are, Drake May's not the only one that's a little nervous and a little worried of the stage that they're on. And as a member of the offense, you look to your quarterback as the guy that's setting the tone. He's the first one to touch the ball.
Yep.
So he's dictating if we're going to score on this drive or not, if we're going to be successful on offense or not. And if I look over at him and I see, oh man, he's somewhere else right now. He's in his own head right now. I'm not going to look at that as, as Travian Henderson or Pop Douglas or maybe one of the guys that hasn't been on the stage before and go, yep, that's my beacon of hope. We're going to be able to do this thing.
So, Stiz, as I mentioned, as the game started to play out, the mic'd up audio began to snowball against the Patriots to the point where even the Seahawks radio announcer, the Bob Socci of Seattle, was taking pot shots at Drake May.
I couldn't believe this one.
May drops back 5, looks, has time. Now he's going to get hit. He's looking for a place to fall in hopes that he doesn't break a hip.
He's looking for a place to fall in hopes that he doesn't break a hip.
That's so bad.
It really is bad, and he is 23. It's not Tom Brady bad, getting battered, or Peyton Manning when he was at the end of the line with the Broncos. But he was looking for a place to go down. I mean, that came after the sack that they roundly celebrated from the big white interior lineman who just took Jared Wilson and basically sacked him on top of Drake May. They started feeling themselves, and I think we've talked to Marcus Jones on a lot of Patriots Mondays about spinning the dial. And do you sense when an opposing quarterback is losing confidence or confused? And he said, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Seattle sensed it.
Oh, absolutely.
There was blood in them waters.
In one of the clips that came out before the full mic'd up video that we saw was, I think it was Julian Love on the sideline who was going classic young quarterback, and then went into the specifics of the hitch in his drop back of, hey, he pauses for an extra moment just to make sure his first read is open, and then he throws. So they not only knew what a rookie or young quarterback was capable of, they knew what they would do when they were struggling. So all of the warning signs were starting to pop up, and they were able to capitalize on it because it's a veteran-laden, well-coached group that was ready for the challenge that was coming.
617-779-7937. Up next, there was a moment in the Super Bowl that I think could have changed everything. Luckily, it never came to fruition. Luckily, I still believe Drake May is going to use this as a learning experience and will bounce back. But there is something that I think could have been the baddest of bad looks that might have changed the perception of Drake May more than anything else that happened in this game. We'll play that for you next here on WEEI Afternoons. But first,
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Now, Dan Ball has what's trending.
Nailed it. Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Cape Cod Lumber, 100% employee-owned and operated. Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs pleaded not guilty earlier today at Dedham District Court to felony strangulation and other criminal charges stemming from an alleged dispute with his personal chef. At the arraignment, Diggs was scheduled to next appear for a pre-trial hearing on April 1st. Yesterday, New England announced that Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, to a high-ranking role on Coach Mike Vrabel's staff. Additionally, per ESPN, inside linebackers coach Zach Kerr served as the defensive play caller in Williams' absence this past season and is thus a leading candidate for the role. The U.S. men's hockey team defeated Latvia 5-1 in their first game of the preliminary round yesterday. The Americans take on Denmark on Saturday and Germany on Sunday. Puck drop for both of those games will be at 3:10. Meanwhile, the U.S. women's hockey team plays their quarterfinal game against Italy this afternoon at 3:10. They won all 4 of their preliminary games. Overall, the United States has won 4 gold medals, 7 silver, and 3 bronze. Their 14 medals is good for 3rd at this year's Olympics. Norway and Italy are tied for the lead with 18 apiece. NBA All-Star Weekend is here. Tonight is the All-Star Celebrity Game, the Rising Stars Tournament, and the HBCU Classic. Tomorrow is All-Star Media Day, as well as the three-point, shooting stars, and dunk contest. The All-Star Game tournament begins between the World Team, the Stars team, and the Stripes team begins at 5 p.m. on Sunday. Tonight, Boston College hockey visits Merrimack. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. Coverage on WEEI 8:50 a.m. begins at 6:45. And tomorrow, Boston College basketball welcomes Cal to Conti Forum. Tip-off is at noon. Coverage on 8:50 begins at 11:45 a.m. Are you looking to transform your living space? Visit CCL Homescapes in Abington. From expert kitchen design to custom closets manufactured, designed, and installed. Get inspired in their fresh showroom or start your project online at cclco.com. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
I'm not sure whose anthem this is, if this is Vrabel, if this is Drake, if this is Josh, if this is the O-line. They all had some help in making this mess that was the Super Bowl that, again, I thought I had put to bed as of Wednesday.
Did you really, though?
Oh, I really did. I thought I had kind of like dug into it enough. We'd had the postmortem, criticism, lie where it lie.
Yeah.
And then I watched 40 minutes of mic'd up action from NFL Films, and it was just all brought back to the surface. Now, I do think, so we're getting shredded. I'm not, telling you anything you don't know. If you're on the Twitch chat, you're on the text line.
For what specifically?
Being negative, I don't know, a million different things.
I don't get how you, it's just calling it how we see it. I mean, they just
that's not
didn't
allowed.
play well.
Right. They were and they appeared in this very high quality video and audio footage of being overwhelmed before the game even started.
Well, can I take it, if it was just that they were the inferior team from a skill perspective?
Which they were.
Yeah, they were. But if that was the only issue, then this story would be done and buried.
So I would say fundamentally, emotionally, schematically, and talent-wise, they were overmatched.
Yeah, and it's
of those.
And it's the first one that I have the biggest issue with today. It's the fact that mentally, it seems like you beat yourself before the Seahawks then beat the brakes off.
Because you can't decide to make yourself better on Super Bowl Sunday. But you can try to match their emotion, their energy, right? Their aggression, whatever you want to call it.
What happened to the why not us? We all we got, we all we need that powered you through the rest of the season. This was the biggest opportunity for you to show nobody thinks we're going to win, but we all we got, we all we need. Why did that just vanish? And that's the kind of thing that you can't just fix with a couple of swift moves to your roster over the offseason.
I feel like they added "we all we got?" question mark because, Coach, I've been watching video. I think we need some more. Can you guys?
We need?
Yeah, we're not all we need, Coach. I added a knot to the second line. There's some new T-shirts we need to have printed, new sweatshirts.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Their slogan. That's not good.
But beyond that, so I said we're going to play a little audio that I think could have changed everything in a real negative fashion.
Okay,
didn't. But before we get to that, the 401 says, I do not think anything would have changed the outcome. Drake May is not the guy and proved it in the Super Bowl and the playoffs. He cannot handle the pressure, and this is going to lead to us drafting a new quarterback in a couple years.
What?
I told you, Rhode Island, they don't mess around in the 401.
Man,
they come hard.
I called him a baby, and even I won't go that far.
This guy's or gal is already preparing for the drafting of the next quarterback. This feels like they think this Super Bowl broke Drake May the way Mac Jones got broken in the Joe Judge and Matt Patricia
the
era.
Super Bowl was his Patricia. That's that's crazy.
I think it's ridiculous. I don't think there's any shot in hell of that happening, but
however, to not necessarily say that it's going to be true, we can't say that it's not true until we see him on the field next year.
Correct. We need to see the bounce back.
There is a chance for any number of possibilities mentally to come from this. There is a yips percentage that could come out of this. It's small, I think, but there is a chance. There's certainly a chance.
Absolutely.
You have to acknowledge it.
This is like when the ref in the NBA drops the ball to make sure it bounces back up. If this ball just stays flat and goes thud on the floor, Drake May, we're in trouble. Hopefully it just springs back up and you're like, oh, it's a good game ball.
So would we be having the same conversation, Stiz, if the Patriots had lost a couple of weeks prior?
Say it again. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
I was trying
got
to
some
back
phones
us.
ringing.
I was trying to back you.
Answer the phone, but before you do that, I need you to play something. So this is late in the game, few minutes left in the Super Bowl. Drake May rolls out to his right toward his own bench area, throws on the run, gets hit, and he's laying on the sideline, and Mike Vrabel says this to him.
In the gun, he got the snap, and he rolls to the near sideline and throws it away, heavily pressured. Come on. You want to finish? You good? Come on, I got you. Come on.
Excuse me, Mike, what'd you say? Coach Vrabel, what'd you say? Could you play that again one more time, Stiz? I want to make sure I get this right. What did he ask him there?
You want to finish?
Did he ask him if he wants to finish?
You want to finish?
Whoa. Was there a possibility of Drake May getting pulled?
You want to finish?
In the Super Bowl? And I don't know if Mike is asking that because of the shoulder. Drake did his usual kind of grab his face mask and head, which in the past may have indicated that he was a little dinged up and maybe need to look at.
Right.
Or is he just asking, you got any fight left? Do you want to finish? But I can tell you this, Stiz. If Joshua Dobbs had played even a single snap of offense for your New England Patriots in the Super Bowl, and not because Drake May was carted off, but because they just pulled him, you would have been right on your 3-point stance, because I think that is something you don't come back from. That is a seeing of the ghost Sam Darnold style that lingers. Remember when Drake May kind of waved the white flag and got pulled in the Super Bowl? They had garbage time. They put in Josh Dobbs. You don't come back from that, Stiz.
See, I'll shoot Vrabel some bail here because I honestly took it like he's almost asking it rhetorically. It's like, oh, come on, do you want to give up? He knows, of course not. So it's almost like
challenging his manhood.
Andy, Jesus.
Wait, am I not allowed to say that?
No, it's just
that's what you're doing there, right? You want to get up? Because if you don't, I'll find somebody else. And he knows the answer is yes, I want to get up, coach, but he wants him to say it and feel it and react to it. I get what you're saying there, but if there had been the visual of Josh Dobbs jogging on the field in Santa Clara to play a single snap, even if it was a kneel down, I don't know if you rebound from that, Dan Ball.
Why?
Because that's we always say like the vision, like we can remember this Super Bowl that Drake May sucked, that the Patriots sucked. But when you add a visual of, wait, Josh Dobbs played in the Super Bowl, why? Or like just a jogging on and jogging off, or Mike Vrabel guiding him to the bench, well, like that visual changes everything. And I don't know that he ever comes back from that. I think he's coming back from this. Yeah. I really do. I have great faith that he's going to bounce back from this. If that had happened. And I got to tell you, I don't love that the question was even asked. Even if it's Stiz's way to sort of manipulate his feelings, that's a moment right there.
Well, the question is that the only time that question was asked during the course of Super Bowl 60?
Ouch, babe.
I'm just saying, like that.
First quarter? Do you want to finish this?
No, but I'm saying like that there were plenty of times where he got cracked during the course of that game, and I don't know. I would be a little surprised if he waited until, because it's either 39. I think it's 47 seconds left in the game, incomplete, and then there ends up being a penalty for illegal use of hands. I'm pretty sure that's the play where this happens. It's one of two. It's either that or the 20-second mark when he missed Kayshon Boutte in that final drive. So he waited to ask that question until 40 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Or is this a continuing dialogue that was going on?
Okay, and I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah.
If there are examples in past Super Bowls, I don't recall this. Like the NBA, a coach will do that all the time, blow a whistle and just take the starters out. Like Joe Mazzulla does it all the time. We're down 20 with 4 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Boom. You go to the bench and you kind of just give up.
Yeah.
I can't recall that really happening in a Super Bowl, so I am really glad for the 30-whatever seconds. Yeah. It did not happen for their sake and for Drake's sake. 617-779-7937. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's go to Tim in Hanover to kick things off. What's up, Tim?
Hi, Andy. Hey, you know what? You know I love you, brother.
Yes.
But the thing is, I did say this team was a juggernaut to you, and I tell you what, I hope they don't fight it with each other, man. I really don't. I hope they don't go against McDonald's and everybody else. I just want to see them get a new line. I tell you, that line we got, everyone thought they were good. Oh, they're playing well. They're not bad. They're not good, man. And if it doesn't change, I'm telling you right now, we're going nowhere in the next 4 or 5 years.
All right, thanks for the call, Tim.
Damn. I mean, I said this yesterday. It is football malpractice, roster malpractice if you don't address that line. If you just say, I'm just going to roll the ball back out there with the same 5 guys.
Yeah, I mean, especially with an age situation with Morgan Moses.
Yeah.
I think that you have to have a good swing tackle who could either go in for Moses or go in for Will Campbell if the wheels fall off that situation and Vrabel has to change his tune that he's the left tackle for now at some point. They're going to have to address it. And it's a deep tackle. We haven't got there yet, but it is supposedly a deep tackle draft. So maybe at 31, if you want to take a tackle and he's let's say 4th or 5th off the board, he could still be a serviceable swing tackle and maybe a guy that could step up, develop. I don't know. But yes, I'd be stunned if they don't address it.
Yeah, I think it's you figure out the future for Moses. You have to bring in some kind of, like, it can't just be Will Campbell, set it and forget it left tackle. You need to at least have somebody who makes you have a conversation, who pushes him to be better. And I don't think it should be a given that Jared Wilson is a starter next year either. I think there's a chance that he moves to your second team and you're better for it.
I've said all along, I think he is the beneficiary of all the focus on Will Campbell because I think Jared Wilson's been pretty bad. I thought he was bad in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, that one sack where he just got absolutely manhandled by the guy who got his first career sack against him in the Super Bowl.
That was a nice big piece of that video, too. Was, hey, can you imagine how cool it is to get your first? I'm just like, oh, my God, just make this end.
Yeah, they were having way too much fun on that Seattle sideline. Speaking of having fun, are you up for a joke?
Always.
All right. Paul in Quincy has a joke about the Patriots. What's up, Paul?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. I got to agree with the conversation. I do believe that things began to deteriorate very early on, and it was apparent there was dissension going on between the offense and the defense right from the start. At halftime, Coach Vrabel tried to draw them together with the chant, but this time it came out like this. Warriors! We all we got? Man, we don't need you. You suck. Get the F out. There's the door.
Thanks for the call, Paul.
Well, I hate jokes now.
I asked you if you were ready for a joke.
Yeah, no, that's my
so that
fault.
was on you. You
Hand
said
up.
yes.
That's on me. That's
Okay.
absolutely on me.
Yeah, the Warriors thing really did fall flat, huh?
Yeah.
I think there was one reference in here after Mac Hollins' touchdown, maybe?
Yes.
He might have celebrated with a Warriors type
Yeah,
thing.
just a little too late.
Yeah, a little bit. But I give him credit. He brought the energy. He absolutely brought the energy. He was one of the few offensive players, definitely, that brought the energy.
Can I take a positive tone?
Sure.
On something? I gained a whole new appreciation for what Mike Vrabel did with this group in watching that video. And the amount that he was able to get out of this group of players to get them to this point, in watching how he was constantly just staying positive, being motivating, and you could tell that he was taking different tones based on the different players that he was interacting with. He was babying Drake. He was talking to the rest of the adults on the roster, things like that.
Wow, pot
and
shot.
I gained an extra, not that he needs it. He's the coach of the year, and he had what we argued yesterday was one of the greatest single-season coaching performances you'll ever see.
Mm-hmm.
I gained an extra bit of appreciation just actually hearing the verbiage and the amount that was required of him to try to keep his team in the game.
We need to get to one more guy that was notable on social media. I know a lot of people reacted to this. Christian Barmore had some interesting emotion and words late in the game. We'll get to that. Your phone calls, Paul, Ted, and others. We see you lined up, 617-779-7937. Do you feel any differently about your Patriots after hearing all this mic'd up action from the sideline? Your calls next here on WEEI.
The Christian Arcand Show.
WEEI afternoons, back here in our Brighton studios, powered by Verizon. Are they no longer beautiful? I don't know why I didn't say beautiful Brighton studios, but it's a nice day out, nice Friday, long weekend. I'm in a good mood.
I'm happy to hear it.
I don't know if you can tell based on the subject matter, based on the reactions to some of the texters, but there is one more guy we need to get to from this mic'd up audio from NFL Films, and I think many of you have seen it. I'll be honest, before we hear it, I just want to say I don't know what he says. I know a fight broke out in our text chain last night here about the show. Fitzy and Stiz were going at each other, arguing. This is Christian Barmore, late in the game, talking to Milton Williams. So I want you to listen to it and go in with an open mind as to what he says.
You good, baby? Come on. My fault, man. My fault. You good, bro? You good? I know. Nah, that boy, that it wasn't us, bro. It's gonna sting for a little bit. It wasn't us, twin. It wasn't us. I swear. It was good. Now we just gotta build on it next year, bro. Keep getting better and better. We're back in the lab.
So that was Christian Barmore. If you watch the video, and I will say, if you're a Patriots fan, I do think you want to watch this 40-minute video. It's not going to be pleasant all of it.
Watch at your own risk, but yeah, I think so.
Like for the totality of the season, the Super Bowl, like your knowledge, whatever. But this was Christian Barmore almost like physically pacing, having like a temper tantrum. I don't want to go
jumping up and he was jumping up and down.
He had energy that it looked like he didn't know how to control at that moment in time.
Right.
And Milton Williams is the opposite. I think he's like, the hay is in this barn. We lost. He's kind of got his arms full. He's just the veteran. He's won a Super Bowl. He's more mature, whatever you want to call it.
It was very big brother, little brother.
Yes.
Between the two of them.
For guys who aren't really that far apart in terms of age.
I don't think so, right?
What? No.
Yeah.
But that was, and now a lot of it went sideways on social media. It ain't on us. It ain't us. Something like that.
It ain't us twin is what he was saying.
Some people took that as he's pointing a finger at the offense. I didn't take it that way. I took it as like, we just put a showing that isn't us. Like, we didn't play up to who we are in front of a massive TV audience. You know, like, that sucks. We had our chance, and we didn't show them who we are. We kind of fell on our faces. That's how I took it.
I hope it is.
Maybe. So how did you take it,
No,
honestly?
I hope it is. I looked at it from a very, very similar way. We're looking in the mirror, and this wasn't us. But naturally, I think the majority of people who watched it saw them either pointing fingers at the rest of the team other than the two of them, like the two being the run stoppers in the middle. We did our job. It's everybody else on the outside in the secondary, and then the entire offense. Or it's just pointing a finger directly at the offense, and they let us down and didn't give us a chance. And I mean, for being honest, like you hold them to 4 field goals. It's 12-0, and you did everything you could to get Sam Darnold uncomfortable. You gave the offense a bunch of chances to come back on the field and at least put up a score and keep the defense off the field for a little while, and you didn't get it. So I hope that's not – I really do hope you're right, but I do understand the perspective of people who are going, oh, they're pointing fingers elsewhere on the roster.
All right, so in general, apparently we're way off, and I know that because Paul in Boston says, quote, we're way off. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys, you're absolutely right. Total malpractice, but on the part of Josh. Josh has been putting May out to dry all season with the long ball. He even said that in an interview. Everybody wants the long ball. Problem is that you get beat up. And if you look at the game, after the first 3 pushes on Campbell, the next 11 were on Josh. He should have changed it up. He didn't. And when you look at May as a quarterback, he got beat up by that team, but Mahomes got beat up worse by the Bucs, and the Bucs defense wasn't even as good.
Thanks for the call, Paul. So Josh McDaniels, we've, I think, thrown a lot of barbs at this week.
Yeah?
He did not have a good game. He did not adjust. He did not have a good game plan. You know, I also thought it was interesting. I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, Did he appear in this video?
No, not once.
41
I'm not even
minutes?
sure on camera, let alone mic'd up.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I know I didn't hear from him, but I don't believe I ever saw him in 41 minutes in the Super Bowl. The guy who a few days earlier was named the Assistant Coach of the Year in the National Football League, the guy that we've credited with building up Drake May, didn't appear.
Now, I will say Clint Kubiak also did not appear from what I could tell.
But he did appear in
Mike McDonald talking to him.
Yes.
Clint, now's the time to take a shot.
Take a shot here.
Yeah.
And they took a shot, didn't work. Almost got picked off by Gonzo.
Right.
Nice job, coach. Maybe you let me pick my own plays and stop telling me to take shots.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting. There was no Vrabel. Josh, mix something up. Josh, do something. Josh, like there was no Mike talking to Josh. There was no Josh talking to anybody else. There was no video of Josh. Can't you argue Josh is the most important person on that field because he's the guy who guides the 23-year-old quarterback?
Yeah, I think there's something to that.
We got Josh 2 weeks earlier, right, when Drake was like, this is hard.
But so what do you want? What would you have wanted to see to make you feel better?
I want to know what Josh was doing, saying. Why is Vrabel coming over and telling the quarterback to keep his head up? Why is Vrabel coming over to, what was Josh doing? There had to have been a lot of, and are they saving Josh from Josh? Was it boring? Was Josh not mic'd up? That could also be a possibility. There might not have been a microphone.
That's the thing. I think this particular nuance of it was just more the arrangement that it seemed like it was head coach, quarterbacks, and then a couple impact players across your roster. That's the thing. However, I do think it was interesting that there was no showing of any kind of communication. Even that one Mike McDonald to Clint Kubiak, hey, take a shot here.
Yes.
Just like a very quick, hey, you can do this if you want. There was none of that shown, and I would guess that would have been. I would guess that'd be something they want to feature.
And if you don't even want to make it negative, you don't want to make it Vrabel calling Josh out or overseeing him. Couldn't he have Mac Hollins' touchdown? Did they not cross paths? Be like, all right, we got one. Let's get some positive one.
Yeah,
because there was a little high five, I think, between Kubi, a low five actually, a real in-passing low five between McDonald and Kubi. Nothing. No. I never saw Josh.
And I mean,
that's weird.
I always think about what Vrabel said on the Greg Hill show a couple months back, saying how I learned my lesson not to get too involved in the offense and the play scheming, and he blamed it on the wrong personnel. It can get chaotic, and it can lead to penalties and whatever. But he said it. He made a point to go out of his way and say, I try to keep my hands off the offense unless absolutely necessary. It was necessary. I'm just telling you, I still think that there is much more of just a business relationship, almost head coach of the offense, head coach of the football team, than we give it credit for.
And if that's true, then I need to hear from Josh. The offense is falling on its face against a great defense in the Super Bowl, right? Like Drake is falling on his face. If Josh is the head coach of the offense, then I need to hear or see Josh because he's a key character in this narrative that's on display here.
Yeah, and he had his worst day of the season.
Absolutely. 617-77, and there weren't many, 779-7937. Let's go back to the phone lines. David in the car. What's up, David?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So that's a very interesting topic you guys brought up. And Andy, you were saying that you didn't take it as they were putting on the offensive line. I think a lot of people did. I did. There's that clip that it showed the defense on a sideline when that fumble or that turnover happened, the pick six, and they just looked totally discouraged, like, what just happened? We've been fighting so hard, which they did. They kept that team up to the halftime. They kept the Patriots somewhat in the game, and I think they were referring to the offense. I really do.
Thanks for the call, David. Yeah, I would say just in general, the one takeaway you're going to pull from this video and these quotes is discouragement on the Patriots sideline.
Yep.
Who it's targeting at or whatever, they were all discouraged. They were all feeling down, and nothing but energy, excitement, aggression, building confidence on the Seattle sideline. And that just plays out in the game as it unfolds, but it started that way, too. 617-779-7937. We see you lining up on the phone lines. We'll continue to take your phone calls on the other side, but it is 3 o'clock. That means Ted Johnson is going to join the fun. And I have a 3-point stance for you where I am going to defend the idiocy that is Stiz. That's next here on WEEI.
The exclusive home for Patriots.
Hour number 2, WEEI Afternoons. And the USA Hockey superfan that is Ted Johnson's in the house. What's up, Teddy?
Man, I had fun yesterday. That was a good time. Can't lie. I would say my love of hockey and the Olympics all stems from my childhood, though. It all goes back to 1980.
Oh, yeah.
During the Cold War. And it was, good versus evil, USA versus Russia. It was Al Michaels. Most people watching tonight don't know the difference between a blue line and a clothesline.
Did he say that?
Yeah, it's his opening line.
Oh, that's
awesome. It's one of the best lines ever.
That's awesome.
Do you believe in miracles?
That I've heard.
So it's just, so I get kind of, you know what? And I'm just, what I love about it is, and we had Razor on yesterday, is I love how much our players are into it.
Yes.
So if our players are going to be into it, then I want to be into it. The question is, I think, because Canada and the United States are obviously predicted to meet in the final, for the gold. Who wants it more? Who does it mean more for, the Canadians or the Americans? And I think that could be the difference. There you go. There we go. Let's get a little Keith Kachuk in there too. I mean, it's so that to me, it's just fascinating story because of how. There we go, Keith. How into it the men's team is.
So you mentioned 1980. Have either of you watched the new Netflix documentary?
No.
That is supposedly very good. I saw
keep meaning to.
Aruzioni or one of them say it's the best that's ever been done.
I got a buddy that was listening to the show yesterday. He goes, "You have to watch the documentary." He says it is just as good as the movie, which I think Miracle might probably be my number one favorite sports movie of all time.
It's up there. It is. I don't know how you can watch that and not be jacked up.
Oh yeah.
And which they played on for the commercial for Mick Ultra during the Super Bowl,
which was for a very
Russell.
a niche audience, but they that's my favorite sports movie of all time. Maybe movie or Full Stop all time. Maybe I don't know.
Ted's Movie Club, top movie of all time. Miracle.
We just wore out that DVD going to hockey tournaments and stuff like that growing up.
And it is I would say,
so many great lines.
Yeah. It's a Five Johnsons movie. It's definitely a Five Johnsons kind of movie. I mean, others could tie it, but it is going to be in the running for.
There's so many cool storylines within the main storyline.
Yes.
Herb Brooks was cut from the team, comes back, gets to coach, and it just his why he was so motivated to win that was based off of his experience prior as a player.
And I think it resonates with all the me's of the world, the hardo sports guy. Again, who do you play for?
Again.
Right? All of that hits people.
Did you leave that scene saying he didn't skate him enough?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think one more down and back would have been
absolutely
probably better.
All right, Stiz, it is 3:06. It's time for the 3-point stance.
It's the 3-point stance.
Just count to 3. That's 3! 3 shall be the number thou shalt count.
Pierce for 3. It's good.
3 fabulous flyers. And the number of the counting shall be 3. Your tip scores! Ties it 3-3!
On WEEI Afternoons.
Quickly, our guy Brian Frizzoco just sent this. It's not breaking news, but it's from Adam Schefter. Patriots quarterbacks coach Ashton Grant has decided to remain in New England rather than discuss the vacant office Raiders. Grant now officially will be staying in New England to continue helping with the development of Drake May.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
it's so bad in Vegas.
Yeah. Or it's so good here.
It's true. We talked about that yesterday.
Look at that optimism, baby.
Or it's so
It's
good
all about
here.
perspective, Dan Ball.
That's right. And we talked about it yesterday, how there are a couple assistant coaches. This was around the discussion of Zach Core and Terrell Williams when that broke yesterday. But we talked about how there are some assistants who may get chances to be coordinators, Todd Downing maybe, and Thomas Brown and Ashton Grant, all that kind of stuff. But would you want to go to a rebuilding team? We used Las Vegas as the example. Or do you want to stay on the staff that just got to the Super Bowl? They seem to be building something good, and I guess we kind of got our answer on that one.
That's it. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign.
Also, may give you a little insight onto Mendoza, how people feel about him. If that is Andrew Luck, is Ashton Grant saying this guy's a generational talent?
Yeah.
I'm going to go hitch my wagon. He's going to turn things around in Vegas, and I'll be a head coach somewhere in 2 years or 3 years working with him. Maybe he doesn't think Mendoza's the next big thing.
Maybe he doesn't want to, work for Alex Guerrero. Maybe that's what it really
That
is.
is a strong argument, Ted Johnson, that you made there.
That's wellness coordinator Alex Guerrero.
He's just so you know, he's not a doctor. I don't know if you know that. But he acts
studied
like
Chinese medicine or something?
So he can design water to eliminate concussions from ever happening.
I think he cured cancer with some green pills at one point.
It's amazing. That guy
for him.
is allegedly amazing.
Wow.
Walks on water too, huh?
Yeah, very impressive.
And he's just humble enough to be just an advisor at the Raiders. Wow, look at this guy go. Time for today's 3-point stance here on WEEI Afternoons. 3 hosts, each of which will present their stances on the biggest stories in Boston sports and beyond. Andy, you gave an impassioned tease for what your 3-point stance is going to be.
Yep.
So, are you ready?
I am.
All right, here is 60 seconds. Strap in. Go ahead.
Okay, so on Wednesday, my guy Stiz made a very strong argument in his 3-point stance as to why it would have been better for the Patriots to lose prior to getting embarrassed in the Super Bowl. I could not have disagreed with it more. I went into that argument to beat him, and I wiped the mat with him. But I did nothing like you lowlifes on social media have been doing to Stiz since. We are a family here at WEEI Afternoons. We can poke fun at each other, but if it comes from the outside, we stand back to back with our fists up. So Glenn Ordway, yes, he read it. Get off his back. What's wrong with that? Bill Polian just read a statement on Sirius talking about his vote for the Hall of Fame. It's fine. He wanted to get his thoughts out. Jerry Thornton, I don't know what your issue is and why you're coming at him. I thought you were boys with Fitzy. Apparently not. You got a problem with Stiz. Everybody's coming at Stiz. Do I agree with his argument? No. But is it the dumbest thing ever said on the airwaves? No. There's always something dumber day by day, time slot by time slot. He had an opinion. He has his right to his opinion. I disagree with it, but I'll defend him against you old farts, wannabes, never weres, all you podcasters and social media tough guys. Leave Stiz alone. He's wrong, but he's wrong with us.
Attaboy.
Oh, Andrew.
That's what I like to hear.
I honestly think this is because one person tweeted at me and said, are you trying to take Andy Hart's place as the dumbest person on the show? And I think that's where this all stems from.
No, it just annoys me. And then they're like, maybe this is why your ratings suck and all. They're like, okay, low-hanging fruit, whatever. We're allowed to have opinions. We're allowed to talk. We're allowed to share those opinions. It just annoys me when it becomes personal. Is Stiz stupid because he has an opinion? Isn't that what sports are all about? Aren't we allowed to have just opinions, right? Like, if they're dumb, tell me they're dumb and move on. But, like, they get so personal on social media. And it's not necessary.
The one thing I want to just clarify, this was not some grand scheme for us to get clicks. We almost didn't even post it. I asked Brian to do it at the last minute, but I never thought this would blow up the way it did.
I also, and this is going to sound like a shot, it's not meant, you're not the first person who's brought this up. This has been debated over the years with various guys like Joe Montana and his style. Ben Volen has brought it up for years, and I saw Ben reached out to you, Stiz, and said, Stiz isn't wrong on social media, so you got Ben Volen as an ally. Like,
yeah.
What? I don't get it. And Ted, you kind of went back and forth the other day.
Well, I understood his point.
Yeah.
As the fan, and then as the player, I was sided with with you on that. So I'm pulled in both directions.
Yeah.
And so, you know what I wish? I wish some of these guys that come after, for your opinion, they come after you because there's your opinion it's your opinion. There's no right or wrong answer. It's
right, and you don't agree with them, so you're wrong.
I want to do how Joe had the pickup game with all the reporters.
Yes.
I want to have a pickup game with all the reporters.
Oklahoma drill with Ted Johnson.
Yeah, Oklahoma drill, bull in the ring.
Yes.
Just a 3-on-3 drill.
Can we do that? Anyone who came personally at Stiz, you got to go through Ted to get to Stiz. If you go through Ted, you can get to Stiz. Then you can have yours. Good luck with that.
That seems fair.
If so, you've set a precedent. So if you come after one of us, then we're
a team.
Okay, well. Where were you when I was going after Belichick on 10%?
I was with you.
I didn't hear
No,
anything.
that's dead wrong.
Yeah, nothing.
I absolutely defended you.
Oh, did you?
To the guy in question here.
Okay.
Ordway seems to have a lot of thoughts about all our opinions. I want to thank him for being a P1 and listening to everything,
Thank you,
Ordway.
Glenn. Thank you.
I
Appreciate
defended you because him saying, I remember how I defended you. He said what you said here was the dumbest thing ever said on this station, and I said, no, Glenn, the dumbest thing was when you said benching Malcolm Butler was a football decision. That was the dumbest thing ever said on this station.
He did not say that.
He absolutely said that time after time, week after week, day after day, hour after hour.
Malcolm Butler said the same thing with Teddy last.
It's a lie. They stick. What do they tell you? The most important part of a lie is sticking to it.
Where did Malcolm Butler? Didn't they bring him back, give him a signing bonus, and then cut him?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what that was all about.
Yeah.
That's, what that was all about.
I believe that's called hush money.
Re-sign him, give him a signing bonus, cut him.
It's almost like a guy who's negotiated with him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, attaboy, Andy. How do you feel, Stiz? Feeling good?
I like it. I appreciate it.
My guy.
All
You're
for
wrong,
one,
but you're
one
my
for
guy.
all.
Got your back, bro.
There you go. Okay, Fitzy's not here. I forgot to ask. Ted, you want to go second or you want me to go second?
You go ahead, bud.
Okay, Stiz, if you could pull up the Sonny Gray audio in the afternoons folder and just let me know when you have it. As I start my 3-point stance, telling you that I think we have the new Alex Bregman on the Boston Red Sox, the new veteran leader that comes in from another program and is going to kind of be the whisperer for some of the younger players. This time it's a pitcher. Go ahead.
I don't have any, like I said, I just have to watch and listen and be around. And if he has a feel or something, then I have input if it happens. But it has to organically happen. I can't like watch one thing, go up to him like, hey, you need to do this, this, this. It just doesn't work that way, or it's just not beneficial. That's
Sonny Gray talking to the media about watching a bullpen of Brian Bayo and offering some critique and some improvements and some notes from his veteran MLB career to possibly help Brian Bayo out. And I would imagine that this kind of wisdom that he's imparting on Bayo is also then being imparted on Peyton Tolley, on Connolly Early, on some of your young and up-and-coming stars based on the experience that Sonny Gray has had. Sound vaguely familiar? It does to me. It sounds like Alex Bregman a year ago and what he did on offense. So will Sonny Gray be a Cy Young candidate? I don't know. Did he have a mid-4 ERA last year? I don't know. But I am starting to think that Sonny Gray may end up having the reputation as a leader and a fan favorite at the end of the year. And unfortunately, his contract's done at the end of the year, so it's another one-year leader that comes and goes.
We'll see, leader or locker room lawyer? We're going to find out.
Oh.
You know,
You're not a believer?
I don't know. We'll see.
Mentor, suit buyer?
I mean, have they played even had a practice yet?
Not really.
Okay, so
Kinda
we don't
just
know
working
yet.
out
But
down
it's something to monitor.
Yeah.
Will he be willing to, what was the story? He was supposed to have the day off, but he's like, no, I'll ride with the young kids for 2 hours on the bus.
Bought him suits.
On a Monday afternoon when all the major league guys just came off a full weekend of playing, went with them, did Bregman. So, yeah, again, this is a way too early takeaway from one snippet, so I'm extrapolating a little bit, but it just rang in my ears as something that we heard, talked about, and praised all year last year.
I will say he's a good hype man for Brian Bayo because I think he said something like, I'll say crap, but holy bleep, his stuff when I saw him out there, the kind of stuff he has. And I think he could be a sneaky good story because we're all fixating on, the top of the rotation with Crochet. He's got a new pitch.
Of course.
And then the new guys. And now Bayo can just kind of, you know who are all? Tolley and Early.
Yeah.
So he's kind of the forgotten guy now. He was Baby Pedro 3 years ago. Now he's just, he could be quiet and then boom, great year.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope that, the pressure, less pressure being moved down in the order, the pitching order maybe relaxes him a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. But he got tired at the end of the year. I mean,
Absolutely.
he kind of fell apart there. And then we saw what happened in the playoffs. But so interesting. Sonny Gray, Connor Wong's a really good, kind of source for knowledge and pitching. Didn't he fix?
Yeah, he was the one who, on his pitch comm on his leg, said, just throw the ball here. And then rolled the shot and went, whoa, I can aim my pitches?
That's incredible.
I still can't believe that.
I know. I would like to know what the actual story behind that is. It feels like it was kind of, emphasized a little for PR purposes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it was
One
fun.
other candidate for clubhouse leader that I heard weirdly posed by, I believe, Ralph and Cranston on the Jones and Keefe show was Durbin. That Durbin's going to slide into some Dustin Pedroia spark plug leadership third base role. I don't even know if he's an everyday player. Never mind if he's going to be the centerpiece of the emotion on this team.
I don't think they know that information either. I think it's three guys for two positions. It's Romy, Marcelo Meyer, and Durbin, and they'll just rotate.
And we know Cora loves Romy.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that is an earned privilege. I mean, he had a hell of a year last year.
But I'm just saying.
Is he a starter on a championship caliber team? I don't know the answer to that.
Is Durbin?
And is Meyer at this point in his career?
Touche.
Yeah, that's
You're right. They got no starters.
So,
now you're talking me out of my optimism again.
Now, so this is also, I mean, I'm praising Sonny Gray and we're praising Caleb Durbin. It's not, I would much rather be sitting here go, wow, look at what Pete Alonso is telling Roman Anthony about his swing. But That's not the case, so I have to grab onto the positive straws that currently exist on this roster, and that's where I stand. Okay, Ted Johnson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Bob.
All right, here's 60 seconds for your 3-point stance. Go ahead.
All right, so a lot of talk about what happened after the game. Was there a divide between the offense and the defense? You guys have already kind of talked about that, given some evidence about when you listen to kind of Barmore on the sideline with Milton Williams. What are they really saying? Are they upset with the offense? Well, listen, this was Mike Vrabel after the game, kind of just shaking hands with the guys as they were coming in after the game. Just listen to kind of some of the things he said to his players. It's really quick as they walked into the locker room.
I appreciate you. Look at me. Hey, we got to make sure that whatever happens in there, that we're pissed together.
We got to make sure whatever happens in there that we're pissed together is what he said. And
Who's that to?
I believe that is to Jalen Hawkins, a defensive player. That wasn't an offensive player. That was a defensive player. So it got me to thinking that, if this defense is all upset with the offense, it's like, okay, defense, you don't forget you played some teams in the playoffs that really on offense really weren't up to snuff, if you will. Justin Herbert had a banged up offensive line. You had C.J. Stroud, who was terrible in that game, and then you played a backup quarterback in Jared Stidham. The offense all season long pretty much carried this defense, right? Pretty much all season long. They basically ranked better than him in almost every category. So settle down, defense. You're a bit overrated if you think you're that good, in that you were playing good in the playoffs, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. You got ran on. The MVP, for crying out loud, the Super Bowl was their running back. So you didn't do very good against the run. I just think the defense needs to kind of check themselves a little bit and realize they weren't as good as they were kind of pumping their chest out at the end of the season.
I also didn't think they were as good in the game in a weird way as people are making it out to be. I get the score was 9-0 in the third quarter, so just going by points, I got to judge you on that. But you let Walker run all over you, and the guy who led the NFL in giveaways didn't give you one.
Right.
You never made him give you one.
Yep,
Elements of the defense. I mean, Christian Gonzalez had a great game. Seemed like your pass rush was successful.
Greg Woodson had a great game.
Yeah.
Woodson was very good. Your pass rush was
getting
put some pressure, but not getting finishes.
Yeah.
They didn't finish some of those, which could have changed the game.
Right.
Well, and the pressure they got was schemed up, too.
Yes.
I mean, Jalen Hawkins had a good blitz on, so he was unblocked. So you didn't see Barmore making great moves. Milton Williams got in the back. I thought Milton Williams had a decent game.
He did, but if he had finished early, he could have had a game-changing type game. He was one of those guys that I think Vrabel pointed out, he had that early busted right through, and maybe you hit.
Sam Darnold just slid. Sam Darnold was moving good in the pocket, and they couldn't get their hands on him.
I said earlier, Sam Darnold kind of looked like Drake May in this game. And I don't think Sam Darnold is as good as Drake May physically. I don't think he has the whole grip and rip or just skip and rip the whole thing. Because that's kind of what he tried to do on the deep ball to Jackson Smith and Jigba that he just missed.
Yeah.
He kind of tried to do a Drake skip and rip, and he just overthrew him.
Yeah.
That would have been the highlight of the Super Bowl for them if he hits
the offense outranked the defense all season long in total offense, or total in the total category, in passing, in running, in the red zone, and on third down. So the defense needs to kind of check themselves. That's all.
So only one of us sitting here at these microphones has been in an NFL locker room for 10 years in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Is this like a real thing? Does this happen? Offense, defense, divides, fingers pointing?
For sure. It's not to a point where it was ever divided the team.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you one little kind of example. If you remember, it was in 1997, 1998. There was a stage diving incident. Bledsoe, Zoe, they went to Everclear
Paradise
concert. I can't remember. There was a Thursday night before we played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we go down to play Tampa Bay. And Mike Allstott and who was their other running back? They had Allstott had a 1-2 punch. Work done. Thank you. And they held the ball for 40 minutes, averaged about 3.5 yards per carry. Had 40 rushing attempts. Our offense was 3 and out. And you don't think we were sitting there going, I hope you all had fun. I hope you guys had fun at that concert, because our offense sucked that day. And there is a point in which you do feel, certain games, or if the defense has been rolling and the offense is just keep turning the ball over in a consecutive games, where it can get a little. But that's where I remember Rack having specifically saying, hey, we're a team. We're not, we're all in this together kind of thing. So coaches had to intervene before it got to be a thing, if you know what I mean.
So it's not that far out of the realm of possibility that a playoff run, which you can say the defense carried the offense for 3 games, could have that kind of bleeding in effect.
No question.
Going on.
I could totally see that. Just be careful. Be careful. You're mic'd up now. So
what did you make of the Williams and Barmore audio? We just talked about it a few moments ago.
My instinct is to side with the idea that they were mad at the offense.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
that's my gut feeling.
Versus Andy, you brought up that they could be more mad at themselves. They didn't have it's not us being like it's not our game that we played.
Yeah,
today.
we didn't put us on tape today. We didn't put us on the field.
Then Vrabel's comments to Jalen Hawkins after the game doesn't match up. If they so I'm trying to piece all the evidence together, thinking how guys think. They've been humping their chest out. Hey, why does anybody pay attention to us? We're a really good defense. Well, you also played some soft, we had softer schedule, played some bad offenses, so it's a little bit inflated, I think. I just don't think that defense is as good as they thought they were.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And then we talked about earlier, and this was happening, and I get the game was unfolding, but on the other sideline was the opposite. Ernest Jones at one point said something like, go, Sam, do what they said you couldn't do. Like he's hyping up the quarterback and Walker and all that.
Don't talk about my quarterback that way.
Yes, don't talk about my quarterback.
It was kind of awesome.
Let me tell you something, guys. I know we got to get to our guy, but, dude, you can sense it on the other sideline that the team that you're playing against doesn't have it.
Really?
You can see it in their eyes. It's like a boxer. When early in a fight, you can almost kind of dude, my first couple series, I can come back to the sideline and I'll say, hey, Brew, these guys, they better pack a lunch. It's going to be a long day. Or there's sometimes I'll come back, I'm like, oh, did you pack your lunch? It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day. You can just kind of feel early in the game where the other team's head is at. And it was clearly the Patriots weren't ready. And I just think that at the end of the day, my final conclusion on that is they just ran out of gas, man. They ran out of gas. The young kid ran out of gas. I think he was exhausted. I think he had a shoulder injury. We talked about this yesterday. He got hurt in that Jets game, week 17. So he had to play 4 more games before he even got to the Super Bowl, basically on a bad shoulder, and he was tapped out, man.
All right, good job, boys. 3-point stances, as Ted alluded to. Up next, our guy, Mike Giardi, fresh off a week out west at the Super Bowl. We'll get his thoughts on the game. We'll get his thoughts on the potential divide between the offense, the defense, the mic'd up segments. Mike Giardi, Boston Sports Journal, next here on WEEI Afternoons.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. New this afternoon, Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony is set to replace Corbin Carroll on Team USA's 2026 World Baseball Classic roster pending a physical. The tournament will be played from March 5th to the 17th of 2026. Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs pleaded not guilty earlier today at Dedham District Court to felony strangulation and other criminal charges stemming from an alleged dispute with his personal chef. At the arraignment, Diggs was scheduled to next appear for a pretrial hearing on April 1st. Yesterday, New England announced that Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with cancer, to a high-ranking role on Coach Mike Vrabel's staff. Additionally, per ESPN, inside linebackers coach Zach Core served as a defensive play caller in Williams' absence and is thus considered a leading candidate for the role. Also new this afternoon, Patriots quarterback Ashton Grant has decided to remain in New England rather than discuss the vacant offensive coordinator job with the Las Vegas Raiders. The U.S. men's hockey team defeated Latvia in their first game of the preliminary round yesterday by a score of 5-1. The Americans take on Denmark on Saturday and Germany on Sunday. Puck drop for both is at 3:10. Overall, the United States has won 4 gold medals, 7 silver, and 3 bronze. Their 14 medals is good for 3rd in this year's Olympics. Norway and Italy are tied for the lead with 18 apiece. Tonight, Boston College hockey visits Merrimack. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. Coverage on WEEI 8:50 a.m. begins at 6:45. And tomorrow, Boston College basketball welcomes Cal to Conti Forum. Tip-off is at noon. Coverage on 8:50 begins at 11:45 a.m. Just in time for Valentine's, get savings you'll love at Shaw's and Star Market, like a dozen rose bouquet for $29.99 and 1 pound strawberries for $2.49 each when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Treat your special someone today at Shaw's and Star Market. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. More afternoons with Mike Giardi coming up right after this.
Back here on WEEI Afternoons, we go right to the guest line because we don't want to waste any time getting to our guy, Mike Giardi. And, of course, we have to have time for the intro for the best radio hit on the phone in the business.
It's time for Mike Giardi.
Stink, stank, and stunk. The bulging in his disc in his back. The bulging disc in his back. What do you gain by keeping Bill Belichick around? I want to see as much Drake May as possible.
Angry Giardi is here.
Wiggy appears to have a bit of a man crush on Cam. I don't know if you want to take the cheese again.
Mike Giardi, folks, is an angry man.
I'm not pissed today. I've got you by at least 2 inches.
On Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
Mike Giardi, have you recovered from all the partying you did out west?
Well, I mean, Teddy kept hitting me up and wanting to go out in the town, and I was just keeping my head down, doing my work. That's what I was there for. It was a business trip.
These guys all have slowed down in their older age, man. I was like, let's go. I was ready to go every night.
You should have went with Teddy. He told the story earlier this week that Beyonce hit on him, so you never know who.
That was in a different Super Bowl. That was when I was a lot younger, but
yeah, I still believe in you.
Yeah, she could still probably have a peg for me, I'm sure. But
Michael, I'm a simple man with simple questions, so I'm going to reuse one I gave to Schlereth on Tuesday. If I gave you the options of who had the worst day on Sunday, Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniels, Will Campbell, or Drake May, who would you say had the worst day?
Drake May.
Ooh.
And I don't think it's necessarily he's not all to blame for what happened offensively, but based on the year he had and then sort of the uneven nature of his postseason, you were just hoping that he was going to be Superman again, and he didn't come anything close to that. And I think, as you guys have talked about on the radio and it's everywhere else about, like, does this change your perception of Drake May? Was it all fool's gold? Like, that whole thing, which I reject completely, but that's what's being talked about.
Because Andy's going to let Josh McDaniels off the hook on this show, I won't. What did you make of the offensive game plan against the Seahawks versus other game plans from Josh McDaniels that made this group a bit more successful?
Yeah, it's interesting that they never went to the jumbo. Even after halftime when they had run it once, they didn't go empty at all. Which, look, I understand the argument against it. Well, you're not pass blocking very well, but quicker, easier answers for Drake in that scenario. So I kind of put it like a C- type effort. I think what I look at is twofold. One, Mike McDonald, they were ahead of him the entire game, right? Come out, blitz early, and have them, we don't expect this. Then they do it. Then how do you adjust to it? And then the Patriots seem always like a one step behind. But then the flip side is, like, my guys aren't winning one-on-one. Pretty much anywhere, whether we're talking about offensive line play, whether we're talking about receivers, whether we're talking about Trevion Henderson in the flat, like, you're not winning. And if you're not going to win one-on-one against a team of that caliber, you're just not going to win.
Mike, I was a little bit surprised. They didn't go empty. It's because you got to get the ball out fast. It declares the defense has to declare itself. So I thought that was a missed opportunity. But anyway, your thoughts on Will Campbell and the future of him playing left tackle are what, Mike?
I'm not surprised that Mike Vrabel said what he said on Tuesday, right? I don't expect him to come out and be like, oh, no, he's not our left tackle. They love the makeup of the player, and there are clearly, I think, based on what we saw on social media from the Willie Andersons and the Andrew Whitworths and the Joe Thomases, they all view it more as a technique issue, which then leads me to the question, which I guess I did a bad job during the course of the back end of the season and the postseason. What did Doug Marrone do? Like, we know that this unit elevated from what it was last year, but last year it was historically one of the worst offensive lines in history. So they found this higher level, but did they not find an even higher level because maybe they weren't being coached technically enough? Like, did Will Campbell and Jared Wilson improve enough in that regard to make you go, oh, no, Doug did a great job? I think we all looked at it just because they were so much better that I didn't put them under the microscope as much. And then to hear these guys all talk about how his technique stinks, you're like, well, what the hell are you watching for the last 22 weeks as a coach? So that it does raise some questions about, that relationship there.
Mike Giardi, Boston Sports Journal here on WEEI Afternoons. Mike, we watched and we talked a little bit about earlier in the show this elongated 40 minutes of mic'd up action from NFL Films. And the first takeaway is just sort of the difference in energy and confidence and the way it sort of snowballed as the game goes on. Do you think this team maybe fell in love with its whole don't change the recipe mantra when maybe they needed to change the recipe as a big underdog in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it's a good question, Andy. I wonder, you spent 2 weeks getting ready for this game. You watched the tape, and maybe you just look at them and go, they're just better than us. So I don't know if that like play a role in their mentality, or maybe sort of not having the same kind of juice to start the game. I mean, I know talking to some people after the fact, like Devin McCourty and some of those other guys that were on the field, they were like, the energy was evident way before the game. Like Seattle was bouncing all over the place. In fact, I forget, maybe it was Devin or Jason Garrett who said, like, I was wondering if maybe they were a little too hyped too early kind of thing. But it was just, I think they had supreme confidence that they were the better team and they were about to show it. And I mean, obviously they did.
So where does that lack of energy from the Patriots come from? Is there a way that can be remedied, or is it simply a factor of they're a young team, they're a team that hasn't been there before? Like, is there a way that could have been remedied, or was it simply just going to be that way no matter what?
Well, I just wonder about, and you mentioned the young players, I wonder about someone like Drake, who clearly feels like the shoulder thing made him less than 100, and that he kind of carried that a little bit, and maybe that's sort of, I don't know if I can let it rip, or I'm not the same guy, or whatever the case may be. Will Campbell, I haven't played well in the postseason. Like, is this going to be another one of those days? Like, these guys are really good. I don't know. I don't know if it can be remedied. I think it's just part of, you go through the experience and, you build up some calluses, and then you hope that next year, if you're in a similar spot and you're in a tough spot, you figure out a way to answer significantly better than you did in the Super Bowl.
Mike, it's crazy to think that 18 of the last 19 quarterbacks who lost their Super Bowl debut never got back to the big game. And so that's, that is obviously, a scary stat to kind of look at. But is this game, in the way Drake played in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl, does this make you nervous going forward that he's not a big game player, or do you use do you lose the conditions and the fact that he was hurt as a kind of an excuse for this year's performance, and do you think he's a guy that's going to choke in big games in the future?
I mean, now he's going to have that thing that we're going to ask anytime they get in a big game, right? And it's not even going to be in the regular season, although if he has a bad performance in the regular season against a good team in a big game, then I guess it will carry over. But it's going to be next time you're in the playoffs. What does it look like? Are you completing 55% of your passes again? Are you looking something less than what you were during the regular season? So whether that's fair or unfair, that's just sort of how this thing works. And so he's probably going to have to carry that a little bit. But I'm not all that worried. Like, I think you're going to rededicate, to me, this offseason once again is about focus on the offense, better protection, better receivers, like they need more explosion there. Like, that's what we're doing. And then, you realize if you're bringing in some young players, some rookies, that's going to take a little bit of time. So I'm not really all that worried about him. I think he did too many great things this year. And tight window throws and the downfield stuff for me to think like, oh, he just doesn't have, like, he had an awesome regular season. It didn't look the same in the postseason.
Mike Giardi, did your ears perk up at all, or did you react, your eyebrows maybe, when Mike Vrabel was asked about what he would do differently in the game? And it seemed like his answers were Marcus Jones should pick the pass off, the offensive line should block somebody, Milton Williams should tackle the quarterback when he's in the backfield. Seemed like he pointed at very physical things that players did and never really got into his own decisions.
Yeah, I did find that a little bit interesting, but I think there's also part of it that he was right. Like, I think their plan, I think one of the keys to victory was turn over Sam Darnold. I think they felt like they could get him, and I think as I sat there and watched the game and probably tweeted about 3 times, he's just aching to give him one, and they just never did it. And, if they got one, like, let's just say the first pass, Marcus Jones right there, like, how different is the game? Like, maybe it doesn't change. Maybe Seattle is just like, we're still going to stomp you like a grape. Or maybe all of a sudden the energy that we're talking about and the confidence that maybe was lacking shows up because he intercepts the ball in the first series. Like, they had multiple opportunities to make that play and they just didn't do it. And that was a big part of, I think, their whole idea. Like, we're going to win. And if we're going to win, we're having to keep doing what we did in the postseason, which is turn teams over.
Mike, something that came up on the show yesterday from Tommy Curran when we talked to him is in looking back at the job Mike Vrabel did, he said he thinks there's a good chance that Vrabel won't be able to do as good of a job in years to come as he did in 2025. So your thoughts on that idea for Vrabel, and does he need to do as good of a job as he did in 2025 for this team to be successful?
Well, you hope that what they have in the offseason, and what I think I've talked with you guys about numerous times, is like they knew that this was sooner than expected, and they know that their roster needs at least another offseason of work, and that's draft and free agency. So maybe he doesn't have to do as good of a job because you have more talent on the football team, but I'm not totally sure where Tom's coming from on that one. I would just say that like everything Mike touched this year until the final game basically worked, right? It basically turned to gold. And I don't know that you can remain on that kind of a heater. I think all year long, like how many times did you say like, oh, they got outcoached second half of the Bills game, right? Like maybe the Raiders game, and that's, the first game, you throw that out because those are the most skewed things that have nothing to do with the end result, as we saw 2 years ago when the Patriots beat Cincinnati and then were the worst team in football. So yeah, I don't know that you could quite match it, but I don't know that I'm like, oh, well, he's never going to get to this similar level, at some point down the road here.
Mike, I don't think he has to match it. I think he did a lot of the heavy lifting this year to kind of establish a culture, and it's established. So that's just my take on it. What are your, they enter the offseason. You're the general manager of the Patriots. What are your top priorities this offseason as far as, player acquisition or positions of need or even contracts?
Yeah, I mean, get Gonzalez done. I think that's an obvious one, and probably sooner than later, because if you wait for Witherspoon, then you're going to have to pay higher. It's just like the Sauce Gardner thing with Stingley, J.C. Horn, get the deal done earlier rather than later, and you might save yourself $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, which, whatever. I don't really care whether Robert Kraft saves money or not, but if you want to get in, if you're a salary cap person, and I know there are plenty of you out there, if you really want to, look at they managed to save $2.3 million over 3 years on Christian Gonzalez, go for it. So get that done. And then for me, it's just, like I said, it's offense. And whether you can make an argument that it's offensive line again, you can make an argument that it's receiver. And you could make a good argument for either one. To me, you've got to devote resources, both in free agency and the draft, to those two areas. And then you want an edge rusher because you can't pressure with four. You just never did it all year long. You had to be a blitz team, and that, can be exposed at times. So those would be the three things at the top of the list for me. And it seems like, at least on the wide receiver and the edge part, those are two good spots in the draft for those positions.
Do you bring Steph Diggs back?
Not at the money he's on. No, I don't. And I don't know what the happy medium is there. He's only got 1.7 guaranteed, and then I think he gets $6 million on the third day of the league year or second day of the league year, which is March 13th-ish. So, obviously, if he gets that, then he's probably here unless something unforeseen happened off the field again. But I'm trying to rework that number. He's not coming back with a cap hit of $28 million or $27 million. And there's a strong argument to be made that you can do better there. Four games in the postseason, 110 yards. He continued this habit of late season disappearances, which goes back to his time with Buffalo. So that's a spot I'd like to upgrade. And if you end up with nothing, you bring him back. But if you can get Alex Pierce, if that's what you view as an upgrade, or if there's a receiver out there, DJ Moore might be available. If there's one of those things you could do that you say, no, that's better than Steph Diggs, then you do it.
Mike, let's end on a more likely, my favorite question. More likely the Patriots win the division again or miss the playoffs?
Miss the playoffs.
Yep, you're right. Good call, Mike Giardi. That's why we have you. You're the best in the business. I think we're going to keep talking to you, right, as needed? Maybe not every Friday.
I
but...
don't know. Have Stiz drop the contract, and there we go.
Okay, we're drawing it up, and it's going to be the same as last year's contract, so we'll talk to you next week, Mike. Thank you.
We can't quit you, man.
See you, Mike. Mike Giardi, Boston Sports Journal here on WEEI Afternoons. When we come back, I want to revisit that Steph Diggs answer.
I do too.
That was a very good answer from Mike Giardi. We'll talk about Steph Diggs and his future with the Patriots next here on WEEI Afternoons.
The Fort Myers first pitch, 8 days.
Games in the postseason, 110 yards. Continued this habit of late season disappearances, which goes back to his time at Buffalo. So that's a spot I'd like to upgrade.
Mike Giardi, Boston Sports Journal, just moments ago. You missed it? Go back on the Odyssey app.
It's hard
Yes,
to
Ted?
upgrade that. 75 catches, 1,000 yards. Oof. I mean, that's a lot of production.
AJ
Not in the
Brown?
playoffs.
Definitely not in the playoffs, but he wasn't the only one. That we
But
can't
you
send
know
everybody
what-
packing that
You know
under.
what kind of bummed me out is not only did he disappear, in the offense, he disappeared just his leadership. I didn't see him. I don't know. He had more of a presence in the regular season. I just felt like if he wasn't catching the balls, he was, I don't know, not being the same leader. But I could have missed some things too. But that's the way it looked like to me.
Dan Ball, would you move on from Steph Diggs?
Yeah, I think I would, unless you can live in the absolute perfect world where, like Giardi said, you can restructure it for a lower salary cap, and you can put him in there as your number 2 receiver if he's your second option. Because I just think that those numbers you talk about, the receptions, the over 1,000 yards, I feel like it's a bad bet to bet on another 1,000-yard season. There are some hard miles on Stephon Diggs, and now you're tacking on another full playoff run on top of all of it as a number 1 receiver after his injury. So those are too many on-field risks, let alone the stuff we talk about off the field.
He had a lot to play for last year. He had new contract. He wanted to prove everybody he could come back from his ACL.
Yep.
And so those are driving motivations that he doesn't have maybe this year as much, right? I think you sell high. I don't think you're going to get the same Steph Diggs next year if you bring him back.
But what if you do get a number 1? Doesn't all that change if he slides into a 2 role where there's not as much expectation, not as much coverage, everything?
If that's the case, then he's going to take a significant pay cut, and I'm not sure he's willing to do that. The good thing is March, mid-March is he's got basically a roster bonus due to him. And so they'll have to make a decision early. Now, if they don't give him that and free agency comes and the Patriots don't find anybody to replace him, then they can all and Steph Diggs hasn't signed with anybody. Then they can come back and revisit it and then maybe rework a new deal. But chances are, I feel like if they're going to let him go at that March date, they don't want to pay him. He's not going to want to come back.
Right. Spitefully, he'll take less somewhere else to just move on, probably. Because he won't have a lot of offers, I don't expect. He had none before the Patriots called.
If you do keep him as a 2 and he sees a diminished role, that's exactly what happened when the Bills changed offensive coordinators. They took the ball away from him. They started spreading it around more to get it to Gabe Davis and Dalton Kincaid. They had a bunch of good players, but that was kind of what started the precipitous drop of his relationship with the Bills.
But what about in Houston, though? He wasn't the one in Houston, and he was okay there, right?
He was for the 7 weeks that he played, or whatever the number. I just think I give him an incomplete grade for that one. It probably would have went great, just like it went good here. But if you then gave it another year where he was behind Nico Collins and behind what were some pretty good pass catchers in that offense, I just feel like there's diminishing returns there after that happens.
Does the emotion matter? Because it did seem like Vrabel and Drake May both really liked playing with Diggs, having Diggs around. And those are the two most important people on the offense, right? The head coach and the quarterback. Do they just bring him back because, damn it, we love him?
I think that's going to be I compared him to Bregman, the impact he had, the leadership. There's a lot of value in that. There's a ton of value in that. So, but maybe Mike feels like, hey, we already had a really good year. We set the culture. We don't need him as much. That leadership is going to be as valuable this year as it was last year. But there is, if I'm a coach, I want good leaders, and Steph Diggs, at least this past year, proved himself to be probably the best leader on the team.
And a big point there that I want to get into, we don't have time, we're coming up against it now, is do we even know how good a team this was in terms of leadership when they won 10 games in a row in the middle of the season? They won 14 games. Like, their adversity wasn't a lot of adversity, right? You kind of got one out of the way that was weirdly forgotten against the Raiders, right? And then you lost to the Steelers. Then you didn't lose again until you lost to the Bills, who you were blowing out.
That's right.
So there wasn't a ton of adversity to overcome, tough times to be a leader. We might need to rehash how we evaluate.
Well, it's
the
interesting.
leaders.
You could say if this past Super Bowl was any indication of how they lead when things go bad.
Correct.
That's not a good sign.
Ding, 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 ding. So we may need to get into that as this offseason rolls on. Coming up next, you started a little series without me yesterday.
Yeah.
Grading some of the positions on this roster as we head into the offseason.
Yesterday.
I heard.
You
didn't want me back. No, screw Andy. Stay home on Friday. That's what I heard. We don't need you.
That's an option.
Have so
Yes.
much fun.
We're moving on. It's weird. One thing changed. Everybody had more fun. But you did the quarterbacks yesterday. I think we're going to do the running back position, which I think is really, really interesting to grade on the totality of the season, a position that had a lot of ups and downs. So we'll grade the running back spot next here on WEEI Afternoons.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy,
Rusty Stevens.
And 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
WEEI Afternoons, breaking down technology and the downfall of the human race in America.
You know what? It's Ex Machina. You ever seen that movie?
Great movie.
Great movie. That's where we're going. Ex Machina. That's where it's going, man.
Is that in the Ted Movie Club when we bring that?
Oh,
back?
it should be.
We should. It was rated very high. It did well with the critics.
Okay.
Ex Machina. I don't know the leads.
Oscar Isaac, one of my favorite,
yeah,
and then oh my God, ScarJo? Is it ScarJo?
Yeah, I
Might
don't know.
be Scarlett Johansson.
Oh no! Scarlett's not in it.
It's not?
I wish. No. I don't
called
remember
her
who plays
ScarJo?
That's her nickname.
ScarJo.
I like that. I've never heard that.
I've never heard that. Apparently, we're not like that. I thought she was Scarlett Johansson. ScarJo.
Yeah, but it's AI's running AI. The machines are.
Oh yeah, they got their own language.
AI is building AI now. Did you read that? Story on Twitter? There was a Twitter article that came out talking about. It was this guy basically just doomsdaying, hey, my job has already been replaced by AI, and you should be prepared to have your job replaced by AI in the next 5 years because it's growing exponentially. And it came out Monday morning. Like, you're just starting your week Monday, and it was just like, you should be aware of this information. So
okay,
just don't go on the internet.
I'll be
Just
dead
don't
by then.
read anything ever.
All right, so the running back position. What did you guys land on for the quarterbacks yesterday? Can I? Not that I wasn't listening. I listened to all, but I must have misheard the one time you gave out the grades. What was the grade for Drake May yesterday?
I gave him an A-.
I landed on B+.
Ooh, tougher grader.
Yeah,
you're not giving that Harvard A.
No, it was a A for the regular season, C+ for the playoffs, high B+ for the full package of it.
I had a hard time figuring out how much. Dude, he had a bad shoulder.
Right.
He had a bad shoulder the whole time. And so it's like, I mean, I got a grade on a curve with that. So I gave him a higher grade than my compadres because I just think the shoulder was, it was more of an issue than they let on.
Okay. So we are moving on to the running back position today, which I think is a really interesting one. So you had Ramondre Stevenson, who had the fumbling issues, and then down the stretch was awesome.
Yep.
You had Travion Henderson, who got off to a slow start and had a slow finish, but in the middle was as electric as any running back in football. He actually led the team with 911 yards, 5.1 yard average, 9 touchdowns, all paced to the group. Stevenson was next, 600 yards, 4.6 average, 7 touchdowns. And then if you remember, because some people kind of forget about this guy, Antonio Gibson is still in the mix. He tore his ACL, had the big kick return. He would have had fair to say, significant role, Ted, on this team?
I absolutely think so. Yeah.
And he is, I double-checked, he is under contract.
He had a really good camp.
Yeah. So he's under contract for next year. So assuming he's healthy from the ACL and coming back, those are your 3 guys coming back next year. But for this year, everything that went into it, are we grading the position or each individual player, first of all?
Individual player.
Okay. Can I start with Ramondre Stevenson?
Absolutely.
I am going to say B-. Feels strong heart. You like him, so you're giving him a good grade. He did have a fumbling issue, but once the coach stuck with him and once he got healthy, I don't think you go as deep as you went in the postseason without Ramondre Stevenson. I said it. I thought, and Ted, you had all the stats to back it up. Didn't he average 9 yards after contact at one point there in that little stretch?
In the last 5 games of the season.
Yeah. So
if you take it from the bye through the beginning of the Super Bowl, you can argue he's the Patriots' best offensive player.
And you can argue he's one of the best running backs in football.
He was statistically the best running back in football the last month of the season.
Okay, so I'm going B- with my guy Ramondre Stevenson. Ted,
same thing. The fumbles were an issue to start, but he came back strong. I mean, he had a great, even though he was fumbling, he still had some big games in the passing game. Remember that Miami game?
Yep.
So I'd give him a B-. If he didn't have the fumbles, he had definitely an A. It was a little bit quiet, and I thought the offensive line wasn't the best. So he was, I think, running with an offensive line that had its issues. So definitely a B-.
Yeah, I honestly sweep the board with you guys. I was even considering bumping it up to a B just because of the the reputation of Ramondre Stevenson coming into the season, the reputation at the beginning of the season where he was still putting the ball on the ground.
Everybody wanted to cut him.
Absolutely. And I think you were justified in saying that. And with the belief of the coaching staff and seemingly just the mind over matter that was able to get him over that, he became a very reliable between the tackles back for you. That I think that him finding his game as a guy that you could trust in early downs also then opened up the playbook for Travion Henderson to be a little bit more effective outside the tackles, catching passes, things like that. Yeah. So him being the anchor of the run game, I think made the run game a lot better. So I'll curve it up to a B. Flat B, that's where I land.
So you just brought him up. I'll let you kick things off with the rookie offensive Rookie of the Year finalist. I believe he was one of the final 5, second-round pick, Travion Henderson. Grade.
So going through the schedule and just looking at the game log was an interesting experiment because through week 7, useless, D+. For the rest of the regular season, A-. I had very little from week 8 onward. He became, I think, exactly what you were hoping for, which was kind of the offensive Swiss Army knife. I can deploy him in different situations. Playoffs, drop back to a D, I would say. So my overall grade, I think I'm right on the B- C+ range for Travion Henderson overall. I'll go up because he's a rookie to the B-. I thought he was good. I think he's going to be even better. It was just you had blips of really good play. You had blips of leaving some things to be desired.
Ted.
Yeah, I'm giving him an A-.
A-?
Yep.
Ooh, doggy. Easy A, Ted.
Yeah. You know, I was adjunct professor a couple of years.
Were you?
I gave A's like you read about. I wanted everybody to go, Johnson gives out great grades. So if you just showed up for my class, you pretty much got an A. 5.1 per 180 carries, 5.1 per, 9 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns for a rookie. Are you kidding me? That's outstanding. Yeah. So Travion Henderson for a rookie, I thought had an excellent year. So he gets an A-.
I think this is one of the hardest grades on the team. Because you said it, the first 7 games, nothing. Then he's elite. Then in the playoffs, goes back to nothing.
Yeah.
But then Ted's also right if you just look at the stat line. Like if you missed all the games. If we looked at a player on another team and said a rookie running back led his team with 900 yards rushing, average 5 yards a carry, 9 touchdowns, big play after big play, we'd rave about him.
Absolutely.
But we saw we were too close. We saw too many of the indecisive pitter-patter, tackled for a loss, or whatever kind of runs. So I think this – so I'm going to say a B because I think you have to give him credit for playing a key role in the middle of the season when they were going on a 10-game winning streak. Those big plays.
Yeah, Ramondre was hurt?
Yeah, Ramondre's hurt, and he's your SID numbers were blowing up. 50-yard catches, 50-yard this.
And he got a lot better at blitz pickup too.
Right. So my question would be, what do we think he is moving forward? Because I struggle with this. Like, there started to be Jahmyr Gibbs comparisons.
Yeah.
That became the popular comparison, that he was like sort of in line with Jahmyr Gibbs.
I mean, the game is molded in a similar fashion, just in terms of what he does well.
So is he a thunder and lightning, two-headed monster running back? Is he more of a...
That's what I think he is. I don't think he's an every down back.
But he also doesn't feel like a natural third down back either.
Correct.
So
Correct.
It's...
But
change of pace.
You know, I think he could be a third down back because he's an excellent at picking up blitzes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he was known for in college. He struggled to start the season, but he got a lot better. I think he'll get much better as he gets older. I think you can use him as a third down back, but there's a lot of people that watch him at Ohio State that swear that he's a between the tackles first and second down back too. So I think. Look, I think he's just a valuable player to have. I do. I'm sorry. I mean, you could have put him back there on maybe kickoffs, you know, if you wanted. I think he's a valuable asset for this offense. He's an explosive guy. He's a guy. Not many running backs can you hand the ball off and will they hit their head on the goalpost? He's the type of guy that can. So those guys don't grow on trees. And if he's your second back, for crying out loud, please, all day.
And I think that the interesting thing about the comparison to Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit is that offense also doesn't go as efficiently as it does without David Montgomery being the other running back.
Right.
And there are different games that call for either one of the two of them to be your feature back. If you just need a ground and pound, I need you to get me 3 yards in a cloud of dust, that's when you see David Montgomery kind of pick up some of the slack. But there are also plenty of games on a given NFL schedule where a guy who's a gadget player, who's extremely quick and agile, who can turn on a dime, is a guy that's an offensive coordinator's best friend. So, Teddy, I think you nailed it more than anything else. He is the ultimate best friend and kind of X factor in the game plan for an offensive coordinator.
So I missed day one. Are callers allowed to offer upgrades?
Always.
Okay, 617-779-7937. Let's go to Ted in Dedham has a thought on our Stevenson grade. What's up, Ted?
Hey, I was just calling to say I think B- for Stevenson is a little rough. I think the fact that he did get past his fumbling issues and could convince the coach to stay with him, because we all know a previous coach probably wouldn't have played him the rest of the season after that problem, and he stuck with it and got better. But also, I think during the season, he played a great outlet and did some big catches, some downfield catches that he made. I think his effort and commitment to the team this year was a little bit better than B-. I'd probably give him a B, but maybe even a B+ for getting over the fumbling issue.
All right, thanks for the call, Ted.
I landed on B.
Yeah, and he's definitely a guy that has had the reputation always of being a good teammate.
Yeah.
Even when he's been dealing with his issues, whatever. I remember Ivan Fears used to say he's the first person he had that literally got better every day of his rookie season. He was a guy that got better every single day he came to work, and I think you see that now. Like, I think he's a great teammate. My question in regards to Henderson, part of the reason I asked what you see him as, I also could see Ramondre Stevenson getting old fast and kind of losing a step, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, he used to break that arm tackle. And you're right. I think part of the greatness of Gibbs is Montgomery.
Yeah.
It's a tandem. And if suddenly Stevenson gets old, I don't know how you evolve.
He won't get old as fast if you have Stevenson. I mean, Travion Henderson on the roster. You need if Stevenson was getting the lion's share of the carries, which he is here, but if he didn't have anybody to really share the load with, then I would be more worried about that. But there's guys that have been around. I mean, who was you got Derrick Henry. I know maybe he's a different beast, but he's a physical player like Stevenson.
Yeah.
So he's still producing. Saquon Barkley's still producing. Like some of these running backs, believe it or not, who was the guy for the running back for the Rams? They always had 1,000 yards.
Todd Gurley?
No, shoot. I should have brought him up. He's borderline Hall of Famer because he had so many. He was so consistent. I just think I haven't really seen signs of that him wearing down, but he's at that point where you would start to think that he might. What is he going into his 4th year? I think 5th year coming up.
5th or 6th, maybe.
Ramondre Stevenson into his 6th season next year. Age 28 season.
Now, year 8 or 9 is when I'm starting to worry about it.
He had like no
Steven Jackson. Boom.
Oh yeah, Steven Jackson. Well done.
Jackson.
He had very limited carries in college. He was like a community college guy and then an Oklahoma guy and split carries. So like not a lot of Derrick Henry like college carries. And I think one thing, honestly, that's in my head right now, literally, is recency bias. I thought in the Super Bowl he looked a little slow, and I don't know if he looked slow or the defense looked fast. So that's a separate topic.
Yeah.
Also, I think I was comparing him to Walker, who was getting to the outside, getting to the sideline, getting downfield. So it's like in my head, he was the older, slower running back. In that matchup.
Their offensive line was getting. I mean, I don't know. Walker was pretty dynamic.
Oh, he was awesome.
Cow, but
he was awesome, and the Le'Veon Bell thing.
But it's just different styles.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have that to worry about. And then we talked about it. How does Antonio Gibson get worked back in here? Is this backfield set? Is this a guy that, I mean, are these the 3 guys you're going to have at the running back position, and this is not one we're going to be talking about targeting this offseason?
I think I might be okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say that for every position, but this might be a position that, I don't know, Dan, I feel, depending on Antonio's knee, I feel pretty good about it. If he came back and was playing like he did to start this past season, I'd feel good about the running back position.
I do too, especially because, you mentioned you gave kind of a rough number to shoot for an offseason of, 10% of your roster, 5 to 8 players that you're turning over. If you use that as the archetype, I just think you're too busy elsewhere. You need at least one wide receiver. You potentially target a pass-catching tight end, maybe multiple offensive linemen. You need an edge rusher, and on down the line. Yeah, I think actually from start to finish of the season, the running back room became the most consistent in that I'm comfortable with where it sits. So, yeah, I think those 3, and if, Dearness Johnson sticks around, however they kind of round out the depth chart in the practice squad, I like where that group's at.
Or it's also a position where you can take a flyer on a guy you like in the 6th round, and he could end up being like a 600-yard rusher, or no loss, no shame. He's on the practice squad.
10 picks
like
in this
Bucky
year's
Irvin,
draft.
those guys. Like guys, every year it feels like there's one of those day 3 pick at running back who helps some teams. So, use one of those picks late, put him on the roster if he doesn't evolve. Now, I would say the Gibson thing, have we reached the point where the guy had the ACL injury early enough? I think he'll be ready to go. We kind of just don't even consider that an issue anymore type injury?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
You never know. Everybody's different on how they react to their surgeries. But, if assuming he's healthy, I feel really good. The thing that makes me feel really good about this group is that you have a home run hitter. Like, not every team has somebody on their running back group that can take it to the house like Travion Henderson
Which
can.
matters. Especially
Hell
for an
yeah.
offense that I feel like for years I've had to listen to Ty Law on the Greg Hill show say, if I'm on defense, there's nobody on that offense I fear. Well, I can tell you should fear Travion Henderson because he's gone like that.
Yeah.
Although I don't think did he ever get your wheel route touchdown?
He never did.
Because somebody stole it.
Yeah, that was Demario Douglas stole it. from the
Demario
backfield.
Douglas
Yep.
stole it from him. I knew
the
that.
Atlanta game.
Next year he will have
next
the
year.
wheel route touchdown. Probably could have used it in the Super Bowl, Josh McDaniels, but that's a different topic for a different day. 617-779-7937. Coming up next here on WEEI Afternoons. So while I was off yesterday, somehow a rant percolated. I'm listening, I'm watching, I'm seeing what's coming out of Seattle, and it's starting to really annoy me. And I don't really feel like I usually play the role of Homer and the Homerific take, but I think I have kind of a Homerific take in regards to what the Seahawks have been doing since Sunday ended. This is not a game thing. This is how they've been handling themselves the rest of the week. So my rant about the Seahawks up next here on WEEI.
Oh, he's such a homer. He's such a homer.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. New this afternoon, Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony is set to replace Corbin Carroll on Team USA's 2026 World Baseball Classic roster pending a physical. The tournament will be played from March the 5th to the 17th. Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs pleaded not guilty earlier today in Dedham District Court to felony strangulation and other criminal charges stemming from an alleged dispute with his personal chef. At the arraignment, Diggs was scheduled to next appear for a pretrial hearing on April 1st. Yesterday, New England announced that Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, has been moved to a high-ranking role on Coach Mike Vrabel's staff. Additionally, per ESPN, inside linebackers coach Zach Core served as the defensive play caller in Williams' absence this past season and is thus a leading candidate for the role. Also new this afternoon, Patriots quarterbacks coach Ashton Grant has decided to remain with the organization rather than discuss the vacant offensive coordinator job with the Las Vegas Raiders. The U.S. men's hockey team defeated Latvia 5-1 in their first game of the preliminary round yesterday. The Americans take on Denmark on Saturday and Germany on Sunday. Puck drop for both of those games will be at 3:10. Overall, the United States has won 4 gold medals, 7 silver, and 3 bronze. Their 14 medals is good for third at this year's Olympics. Norway and Italy are tied with the lead at 18 apiece. Tonight, Boston College hockey visits Merrimack. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. Coverage on WEEI 8:50 a.m. begins at 6:45. And tomorrow, Boston College basketball welcomes Cal to Conti Forum. Tip-off is at noon. Coverage on 8:50 begins at 11:45. All you need is love and the 99 Restaurant. This Valentine's weekend, treat your sweetheart to garlic shrimp top salmon, slow roasted prime rib, or share a bananas Foster cheesecake. Hurry in this Friday through Sunday. You gotta love the nines. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
WEEI.
WEEI, New England Sports Original. More of WEEI Afternoons
with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
At what point in the game did you guys realize we are better than them?
We knew we was better than them before we even got to San Francisco, honestly. I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, the way we studied film and just watched and prepared and how we saw those guys operate, we knew we couldn't be stopped. They knew they couldn't mess with us, especially defensively. We knew we were the best in the world, best in the league. All week, our mindset was, go out there and show it. These guys can't hang with us, and we were able to prove that on Sunday night.
That was another mouthy Seahawks defender. And yeah, I'm starting to get annoyed with them. Yeah, you were really good. You won the Super Bowl. You were really impressive. But who the bleep do you think you are? You're not the 85 Bears.
Oh, yeah.
You just admitted that you watched film and knew you were going to beat up on an inferior team. With a bad young O-line, a young quarterback, you knew right away they couldn't mess with us. This is like Devin Witherspoon. Oh, we knew exactly what they were doing based on every play because they set differently. I knew how to blitz. Or Ernest Jones, it's a run, it's a run. Okay, great, you're awesome. We saw it. You won. They literally give you a parade and a ring and a trophy.
I got 2 words for you. You.
Yeah, well, bleep you and shut the bleep up. I'm with
words.
Dante Scarnecchia. I don't know if you guys saw Karen asked him about some of these Devin Witherspoon comments, and you won. Shut up. When was some this is like beating up the bully on the playground and then trying to brag to everybody. I mean, beating up the weak kid as the bully and then bragging you beat up the weak kid. Everybody knows the weak kid. You were supposed to beat up the weak kid.
Yeah, but I honest to God think it's a little bit because it's the Patriots. I just feel like people do not like the Patriots.
So that gets back to when you say the Patriots, you mean Tom Brady and Bill Belichick in history.
People can't distinguish the two, though.
Like Drake May did nothing wrong 10 years ago. Drake May has no scandals, no gates, no nothing on his resume. He is the new age quarterback of the Patriots. And these guys, did you guys do this?
It would have been better if they didn't even make the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
No, it would not.
Oh my God, Dad,
no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. But it's a perfect example. Let's just say the Broncos had made the Super Bowl. Seahawks would have beat up on them too. You know why? Because the inferior team from the inferior conference, the AFC wasn't as good. I don't care who made it from the AFC. The lone outcast is Josh Allen. Yeah. Does he have a Superman day type thing? But I think the Jags, I think the Texans, I think the Broncos would have gotten their asses whooped by the Seahawks. But one thing I do want to remind the Seahawks, who are fancying themselves the 85 effing Bears. They're acting like they're the greatest defense that ever lived.
The metrics would show that.
Screw your metrics. They're not as good. My mind remembers something different. Little fat Andy watched that game, and that was a different time. But correct me if I'm wrong, Dan Ball. Had not a tight end from the Rams dropped an easy pass,
that's correct.
The Seahawks would have been watching the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No, they would have just played. They would have just played the Rams in L.A. as opposed to the Rams coming to
There was
Seattle.
also a drop in the playoff game.
Okay,
okay.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. What's your point?
No, my point is when you're this close to not even playing in the Super Bowl and then to I'm the greatest of all time. But it's annoying.
But they beat the second best team of football, did they not? Right?
No, you people told me they didn't because you weren't even sure they were the best team in the AFC when I asked that on.
No, in the NFC Championship game.
The Rams,
the Rams.
The Rams are the second best team in the NFL.
I would argue the Rams beat themselves, but. Yeah, that's a different case for a different. I don't like this. And they also beat up on the Niners the week before. The Niners are a shell of themselves. The Niners had nobody left. The Niners would have made sense on the Patriots trip to the Super Bowl. A team that doesn't have its players, everybody's banged up. That would have fit the narrative nicely if they had been in the AFC. But what's wrong with just winning the Super Bowl and keeping your mouth shut? Why are they so and maybe Stiz has the answer. Maybe this is a Patriots thing, or maybe this is just a modern athlete thing.
Yeah, I think it's a modern athlete.
I don't remember this back in the day when you guys dynasty.
I was trying to think. Did we ever kind of just twist the knife a little bit?
Only on the field. Only on the field. Some of the flapping of the. This is on a podcast with Jordan Schultz. You need to be like, we knew they never had a shot. It's also easy to say they never had a shot after the game.
Yeah.
Funny, why didn't you tell me that last week? Because I would have thought you had balls the size of bowling balls if you went on opening night, Monday night in Santa Clara and said, you know what we did last week? We watched tape of the Patriots. And you know what we know? They got no shot to beat us. What did he say? They can't be with us or they can't mess with us. If you had said that last week, so you wait till they fall on their face and say it?
Yep.
it's annoying. It's just annoying.
So you want them to act like
win with class? Yeah,
act like you've been
win with
there.
some class.
Well, I mean, this
Classless?
is not an overly nuanced take, but they were the victors. History's written by the victors. They're allowed to celebrate their championship however they will please. I'm going to be honest with you. You sound like a sore losing fan with this rant,
and I might be.
Kind of the old man. Before we even got to San Francisco.
Is it
honestly.
aggressive? Yeah. Do Patriots fans probably find it pretty obnoxious? Yeah.
You know who I blame for this?
I'm trying to think.
Stiz is going to like this answer.
Okay.
President
Trump. Donald
Trump.
Yeah.
This is the world Trump has created. You got to be bombastic. You got to yell. you got to tell everybody how great you are.
You can't be MAGA heart when it's convenient for you. You can't go throwing Trump
I blame
under the bus
Donald
for this. Okay.
Donald created this world.
Losers.
Where the Seahawks have to. Don't we all know how good they are? Was anybody not giving them the credit?
I don't know. I feel like
everybody picked them to win the game.
Right.
Everybody, they were getting their flowers. Yeah.
And everybody said how dominant they were.
Yeah.
Everybody so why the need to then go out and
because they proved it. Because they proved it.
Yeah, exactly. They proved it with their play, correct?
Yeah.
Apparently they don't feel like they did. They're so insecure in what that old theory where you let your play do your talking? They don't think their play talked enough. So they got a talkity after the game.
That's a weird way to put it. Jeez.
Well, I mean, we spent the whole first hour talking about that damn 41-minute mic'd up video.
Yes.
Clearly, they are a very confident, very swag-based group. Clearly, there's a lot of verbal communication and hyping each other up, and there's a lot that's going on. Clearly, that's just a fabric of the quote-unquote dark side Seahawks defense, that they're a very boisterous group. That's just their fabric. Maybe your dominant defensive unit that you had with the Patriots wasn't as vocal with their dominance and wasn't vocal in the way that you hyped each other up. You just kick the crap out of other teams and let your play do the talking. It's simply part of the fabric of what makes the Seahawks as good as they are.
Yeah.
They're bragging and boasting about how dominant they just were. And it's just part of what makes them them. And honestly, if the Patriots don't like that, beat them. Do something about it. Let your play do the talking, because you just got embarrassed by them a couple days ago.
I haven't actually heard any actual Patriots complaining. And Dante Scarnecchia, who's retired, and I don't think Scar likes this stuff in general. I think Scar comes from an era when you don't talk.
I listened to his interview with the Hill man. I thought he basically said they have every right to say what they wanted to say. I heard it differently.
That's not what he told KG. He told them to shut up.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Did she put that in her article?
Yeah. She had a little blog thing she posted about scars.
Well, if you listen to the interview with the Hill man, I think he went the other way. He's like, hey, they have every right. They beat you, so
I do think you hit the crux of this, though, that I think there is a bit of old school versus new school going on right now. There is, with social media, with the multitude of different ways that media cover athletes, there are many more ways for athletes' voices to be heard and their personalities to be seen now. So I do think that's part of what's going on here. Not the full explanation why, but I do think that that's a new school approach to what's going on.
And I would also, just one more thing, I'd be more okay with it if it was like Sam Darnold doing this. And I know they had the T-shirts with the middle finger from Sam Darnold, because he was questioned and is still questioned. There's probably still going to be people that don't give him credit. That defense has gotten a lot of credit.
Why would you?
What, give Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I mean they're all stand up for Sam. It's not like Sam won you that game.
He's got the same number of Super Bowl rings as Aaron Rodgers, and
I'm not with you on that, though.
Roethlisberger.
Sam Darnold, through his play, did not earn the right to be as boisterous about it as the defense did. The defense dominated for an entire season, best scoring defense in the regular season, and then played pretty damn well all the way through the playoffs.
So this didn't bother you at all?
Well, I mean, as a fan of the team, do I like to see them dancing on the Patriots' grave? No. Obviously, I don't, but they earn the. What am I going to do? I sound like a sore loser if I tell you can't celebrate in the way that you deem right.
They were in the Super Bowl, and so you're saying that the weak kid made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, number 2 offense. Right?
So for them, they don't see the Patriots as weak kids like you do.
And do you think they're as good as some of these historic defenses? Do you think they're with the Ravens, the Bears,
No, but they're a notch below.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't sense that they're claiming to be those defenses. I could be wrong. But they're a notch below. They do not have weaknesses at any level. Are they as dominant? No, but they're really damn good, man.
They were dominant on Sunday.
You know what they are? they're as dominant as you find in the NFL today.
Yeah.
And
That's probably fair.
That's really all the context that you need to act as though you are the cock of the walk.
They enjoy it, guys, because it's hard to sustain that kind of level of defense year in, year out. I feel like you can win a Super Bowl with a great defense as a one-off, not as like a dynasty. Right. You can't build a dynasty on dominating defense. You build a dynasty with great quarterback play. That's what you build dynasties on.
You have to be damn well sure that when you break camp in September of 2026, you are ready to back up that talk.
617-779-7937. Let's go to the phone calls. Jim in Weymouth has a thought on the Seattle defense. What's up, Jim?
Yeah, the Seattle defense should have won the MVP for that game. Their offense only scored one touchdown.
Okay, thanks for the call, Jim. I don't know that you can actually give it to the entire defense. You'd have to
Witherspoon would have
pick
been
somebody.
the guy.
Yeah, probably Witherspoon. But the reality is, it's a rarity that a running back won it. When was Terrell Davis? 25 years ago? I don't know.
1997 season.
So like 28 years ago, something like that, since a running back has won it. Right. It usually goes to the QB. And yes, that probably tells you what people think about Sam Darnold. He wasn't in the consideration. It was probably the defense, the kicker, or the running back.
Well, it tells you kind of how the game went, how it looked aesthetically. Not the best game to watch.
No, but there was also that point where I think Collinsworth made the point. The difference in this game is Sam Darnold's athleticism when he was avoiding bad plays, avoiding sacks, and sometimes making plays, sometimes not. There was that one play he was running downfield. I think he faked out Tavai. I think Tavai thought he was just going to head towards the sideline, and he cut back across the grain and picked up another 5 yards. He made some plays. He made plays he needed to.
I think you were right. A lot of his game was that's kind of what Drake May looked like during the regular season. The ability to improvise despite pressure and make plays in situations where otherwise a lot of quarterbacks wouldn't.
Joe in Randolph has a great question. What's up, Joe?
This is not a great question.
Yes, hi guys, enjoy your show, but I've got one question. If the Seahawks were so damn good, why didn't they go undefeated?
It's a great question, Joe. Ted, can you answer that question for Joe? It's a great question.
I'm giving him a pass. That's the best.
You laughed at him before he was on the air.
So I don't know. Did 85 Bears go undefeated?
They did not.
Okay.
You know why? They played with their food occasionally.
All right. So undefeated. I mean, please. Right. It's you don't have to go undefeated to be considered great.
Right. And are we looking at this Seahawks team? I love that you called your shot before we even heard it. But are we looking at the Seahawks team as the beginning of a dynasty, or were they just the best team of the 2025 season?
Yes. Because because of Sam Darnold.
Right.
That's why I don't look at him as a dynasty. Like if Sam Darnold was a better quarterback, I'd say, oh, watch out for these.
You don't like quarterbacks that win 14 regular season games in back-to-back seasons with two different teams? Sam Darnold did that.
I like rosters and coaches that do that, but quarterbacks that are he made the most of his system twice in a row, and I think his time with Kevin O'Connell is still the ripple effect of what we're seeing here. But I'm with you. The defense, the running back, your number one wide receiver, and your coaching staff, that's a team that could win for a while.
Well, but he is going to have the thing where he loses his play caller. Clint Kubiak leaves. Now, I'm guessing I think they're going to keep him in the same system, but it is different. It's a different voice. It's a different flow to the game and those types of things. So let's go back to the phone lines. Mike in Hamden. What's up, Mike?
How you doing, guys? Enjoying the conversation there. I just had a quick point on Travion Henderson. For a while, I was really excited about him, and I was wondering why they didn't play him more than Ramondre. Now, but in spite of the fumbling issues, once he seemed to resolve that, my concern about Travion was he seemed to be like a home run hitter. I don't think he has the vision. So many times he was not hitting the hole. He was not cutting back. It was like if he got free, he was hitting a home run. He'd rack up the yards. But I think the offense, in order to be consistent, need a running back like Ramondre or somebody like that you can count on for 3 or 4 yards at least. He was getting 0 yards. I would love to see the stats to see how many carries he had 0 or negative yards on. He was either a home run when he got free and it was straight away. I rarely saw him do any cutting back and hitting holes that were not the design holes like a good running back will do.
Thanks for the call, Mike. We've all talked about his vision, his hesitancy, whatever it is.
His vision looked pretty good in that Tampa game.
Yeah. No, but his vision looks good when it looks good, and then there's other times you're like, what are you doing?
But he's a rookie.
That's what I would say.
I mean, this isn't a third, fourth, fifth-year guy. This is a rookie. So I'd really kind of just, okay, for a rookie season, 900 yards, 5.1 per, 9 touchdowns. I mean, come on.
50-yard play after 50-yard play.
Are we kidding?
How about 945 yards? And now this is the one number that changes, 10 touchdowns. That's Jahmyr Gibbs' rookie year. So
same thing.
Yeah. It's you are right on track, except for the fact that he didn't score quite as much. But at least numerically speaking, from a season view, he's on. If that's your comparison, then you can't be that disappointed with what you saw.
He caught 35 catches for 221 yards, 6.3 per. I'd like to see him maybe do more in the passing game. Screen.
Yeah, I think he will. Game. I think he's a guy that Josh McDaniels spends an offseason sort of figuring out how he can best use him, where he fits, certain plays that are just for him to get him plays.
I just feel like with the quarterback you have, the style in which he plays, he's an explosive quarterback. You need explosive player. He fits that bill. That's explosive running back. Now we got to get explosive tight ends and explosive wide receivers.
All right, we see you lined up, 617-779-7937. We'll continue to mix in your phone calls, but it is indeed a Frizzoco Friday. He has an opinion on Jaylen Brown. I don't think our opinions are going to mesh. We'll talk about it next here on WEEI.
Oh, it means everything. I think this has been my favorite season so far. Being able to get an opportunity to lead a group of guys who, some of us, we have some championship experience, but we have 5 or 6 new guys who haven't really played NBA basketball. And now we look like one of the better teams in the league. And that's just credit to our coaching staff and credit to our leadership that we've been able.
That's Celtics superstar Jaylen Brown, MVP candidate, starter for the Stars or Stripes team or one of those teams in the NBA All-Star game this weekend. Talking about his favorite season, and that is going to be our topic, I think, on a Frizzoco Friday as we head into the All-Star break with the Celtics in the 2 seed. So the floor is yours, Brian Frizzoco.
Well, first of all, is anyone excited for the All-Star game here?
Zero excitement.
What
Nick Wright didn't get his way, so
nope.
It really has gone. I feel like it used to be sort of an event, even when I was sort of growing up. I feel like the dunk contest still had a bit of cachet.
Oh yeah, you should. Well, our age, when we were your age, I mean, try to say this dunk contest was everything, man.
Awesome.
And now it's like G Leaguers and everything. But that's not what we were talking about. Ted Johnson wasn't aware of this until the break coming in here, but we started talking about Jaylen Brown's social media post last night.
Bro.
They got put on Instagram and Twitter. Before I even say anything, Ted, you had a visceral reaction to this, so I want to get your thoughts on the air.
Well,
here.
why don't you lay out what it is, and so and then I'll react.
So
to
last night on Instagram, Twitter, Jaylen Brown posted the caption was, "I'm proud of this group and staff/office. Looking forward to second half Go Seas," with a little shamrock emoji. And the graphic that he posted was at the All-Star break comparing this season to last season. So the 2024-2025 Celtics compared
what the record
to this
was,
season.
all the
team's record,
statistics,
their seed, offensive rating, defensive rating, net rating. They are just about better in almost all these categories. Now, defensive rating, they're a little worse this year than they were last year, and the record is a couple games worse. But seeding-wise, they're still the second seed. Their net rating is the same. Their offensive rating this year is actually second in the NBA compared to fourth this year. So just sort of comparing the teams that this Celtics team, whereas last Celtics team was heading into the All-Star
And what
break.
was just tell the folks what he said with the graphic. He had a little line there.
Yeah, so he said, "I'm proud of this group and staff/office. Looking forward to second half. Go Seas, shamrock emoji."
Great leadership. He's just pride in his teammates and coaches and office. I assume he meant front office, and maybe it got deleted. It's just great leadership there. It's positivity.
You think so? You really think so? You're going with that? That's where you're gonna.
I can go with it.
Where you're gonna hang your hat on? Was that's just
big hat?
I don't understand the guy. I mean, he just when things are going good, he's one of those those people that like they just can't stand. Like Belichick's a little bit like life's going really good. You know what?
Self-sabotage.
Let's throw self-sabotage. Let's just throw a turd in the punch bowl and get people. Because it was just going too good. I don't feel comfortable when everything's going good. Jaylen Brown, I don't understand you, bro. I don't get that guy. Why
feels
would
like
you do
a guy
that?
who likes to create chaos. Between the comment we just had played coming in where he says, "This is my favorite season ever." Like, the dude has won a championship, yet this is your favorite season.
Come on.
To this right now, like, forget what he's actually.
I'm doing more with less than they did a year ago when they were supposed to be a super team. They were supposed to set records for wins and all that.
He's inviting this. He is asking for fans to make these implications. He's asking for fans to sort of create
Praise
these
him.
narrative storylines, whatever. But he has to know how
Say
people
he's
are gonna
better
react
than
to him.
Jaylen or than Jason Tatum.
Because what has
That's
been
the
the
point.
story
That's what
since
he wants.
Jason Tatum was drafted is, how are these two guys going to mesh together? What's the future going to be? When they started winning games, well, okay, they're winning games. Are they going to win at a high enough level to win a championship? Even when they won a championship, I think some questions have lingered. Okay, they won one with a really easy path. Can they do it again? And he just continues to fuel this narrative, this storyline that should have been put to bed years ago. And for all the fans who want to keep sort of hinting at it that there could be a problem, he's adding fuel to this fire.
He is, man.
And I'm glad you brought up Belichick, because it's very similar to the recent Belichick run in which we said he became a sympathetic figure because of the voting in the Hall of Fame, and then the Jordan thing. And it's like, wait, did you not like being the sympathetic figure? You wanted to screw it up and get back to the villain?
You got exactly what you wanted, Bill.
Right.
And then you just can't stand just having things go good.
And I feel like JB's the same way. Like, he's been insecure, and he hasn't gotten the credit he deserves until this year when he's an MVP candidate. Last he was third, I think, on the Kia ladder or whatever, and he's a starter in the end.
All-star.
So why do you need – people are acknowledging how good you are and what you've accomplished this year. Why do you need to do this?
And I don't know why he needs more attention. So I grabbed this today because I was watching First Take the other morning and heard them talking about the MVP conversation. So I spliced it together because it was about an 8-minute segment. But Stiz, if you don't mind.
If I had to vote today, Jaylen Brown gets my vote for MVP. He is the best two-way player in the game. Jaylen Brown is doing more with less. So he would get my MVP vote.
We haven't had an American win the MVP since 2018. If Shea misses enough games, and I don't know how long this injury is going to keep him out, I do think Jaylen Brown is a compelling case.
But I'm with you guys. I'm going to go Jaylen. I'm with Perk, too. I'm going Jaylen Brown. Vegas thought without Tatum, they'd be a 500 team. I'll go Jaylen Brown, Stevie.
It's a toss-up to me between Jaylen Brown and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Jaylen Brown comes in. The part where he's doing more with less matters. The fact that he's doing it without Jason Tatum really speaks volume.
That was 2 days ago. 4 people on the ESPN panel, and sort of 4 of the bigger national voices when it comes to basketball. Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins, Chris Mad Dog. Like, these are guys who, Brian Windhorst, obviously, like, these are guys whose voices, I don't want to say matter, but sort of matter, especially in the eyes of fans and voters. They're all giving him credit for being an MVP, and yet he still feels like he doesn't get enough credit, and he still has to go out and make a post that he knows people are just – he was becoming sort of a – I don't want to say sympathetic figure in the way Bill was, but people were sort of finally taking his side. Wow, Jaylen Brown's proving us wrong. Yeah. Wow, he actually can lead a team. And then he goes out and does something like this. Like, he just has to create his own chaos for whatever reason.
He undercuts his effort. You know, you sit there, you get down with how he's approached this year, bringing all these young guys together, and they're playing hard, and he's playing great. And then he says something like this, and all the respect that you gain, he loses it with one post.
Can I add a conspiracy theory kind of look at this? So a couple weeks ago, over the last couple weeks, Jason Tatum has made himself a story by talking about, if I come back, what am I going to be? Chemistry. Should I even come back? Should I wait? Stephen A. says I'm supposed to wait. This could take 18 months. He didn't like that. And he's reminding him, don't come back then. Don't come back. Because you know what? Without you, we're the same as what we were with you. We don't need you. So I think there could be a little bit of a tete-a-tete being played in sort of the social media circles here by Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I love that. I think you're onto something there.
Because I always think that with Tatum. Like, sometimes he's trying to steal the spotlight back.
Well, and especially,
JD might think it too.
Let's say Jason Tatum does come back and they go on a run, and Jason Tatum's even 75 to 80% of what he was. He plays well. Who's going to get the credit for that run? It's going to be Jason Tatum.
It's always
still going to
Tatum.
be Jason Tatum's team no matter what. And I think Jaylen Brown sort of recognizes that, right? Like, no matter what I do, unless Jason Tatum doesn't come back and we go on a run, I'm still not going to get the respect I deserve just because, we won a bunch of regular season games. At the end of the day, nobody's going to remember that. They're going to remember what you do in the playoffs. So if Jason Tatum comes back and they go to the finals or, hell, even win it, Jason Tatum's going to get all the credit, not Jaylen Brown.
I also think Jaylen Brown, we all have alarms on our phone. Remember to wake up, remember to go to work, all that kind of stuff. I think Jaylen Brown has an alarm that's set on his phone, and then he hears it ding, and he remembers, that's right. It's the time of day where I have to make it about myself.
That's right.
Yeah. And it just goes off, and then time to fire out a tweet, time to go stream, time to do whatever. It's been too long. There's been too many days without workplace injury. I erase the number, I put a 0, and I make it about me. I just think it's part of the fabric of the guy.
Is it also just maybe he likes it? Like in an Aaron Rodgers, I just like attention and bickering and talk of me. Whether it's good or bad, he almost doesn't care as long as they're talking.
No press is bad press?
Right.
Kind of.
I feel like maybe that's part of it. Yeah. And he doesn't care for the people that rip him because he knows some of the people are going to be, he just likes being in the middle of everything in the NBA and the Celtics.
Positive spin. It also does seem like he's somewhat fueled by it. So maybe the more negativity, the more you can't, you won't, you shouldn't that he hears, the better that he turns around and plays.
Right
we just then have to see the ripple effect on Twitter.
Right up until they're on the court together and they're ripping the ball out of each other's hands, trying to take it back and forth.
My team.
617-779-79. This mic'd up information that NFL Films put out. Back here on WEEI Afternoons, fourth and final hour of the last day of the week. Heading into a long weekend. How about them apples?
For most of you.
Oh. Sorry, Dan.
That's okay. Me and Justin Turpin on Monday.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah, with Frizzoco on the ones and twos.
Oh, Pure Hoops coming out of NBA All-Star Weekend.
Yeah.
Breaking down the three-point contest.
Yeah.
Pure ball.
Knipple.
Oh, I like that.
I like that.
I like that. There's some
actually
branding
pretty
there.
good. That's actually pretty good. Well done, Stiz. Wow. Frizzoco said it, though, before we get into the drive and everything. Is anybody interested in the All-Star game?
Couldn't care less.
Nope. No?
No. I really wish I had a reason to. It's just
Nick Wright tried to give you a reason.
Yeah, I was going to say, Andy, I thought you had an idea.
Nah, nobody wants to talk about that idea, so we'll just stick to the world versus USA.
You're
Stars
welcome
and stripes.
to. I'm
Go for
happy
it.
to read on my phone while you talk
Well,
about
what
that.
I'm alluding to is Nick Wright said the way that they could add some spice to the NBA All-Star Game, make it interesting again. This is Ted's guy, Nick Wright.
Okay. bring me into your argument here.
Not my argument.
I'm sitting here chilling on the sideline.
Yeah. Nick Wright was on the Bill Simmons podcast, and he said they've had this whole effort where they do like the U.S. versus the world. They do rosters in different ways, and he thinks they could do the black players against the white players.
Yeah.
And he thinks there has been no better time for this to happen because the white players obviously includes Americans, but also you'd get Jokic and Doncic and all the Eastern European players.
Yep.
I got to tell you, and he said, quote, I think he finished the idea. Bill Simmons was laughing uncomfortably in the background and turning very red while this was being said on his podcast.
Isn't it funny how that works when co-hosts do that?
Yeah.
But he finished. He said they would play hard. They would absolutely play hard. You would get all those people that say no defense is played in the All-Star game. They would play, and people would watch. I don't know if it'd be good for this country. We have enough things that are dividing this country. I'm not sure it'd be good for the country. People would watch.
Okay. You have yet to give me one reason that it would be a really good thing to do.
People would watch. You're trying to get people to watch
You're
the
just
NBA
trying to get
All-Star.
people to watch.
Interest.
But why would people watch?
Because there's a lot of racism in this country. I mean, that'd be part of it, right? I mean, am I wrong?
I mean, us whites would get smoked. I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
I don't know. Jokic, Doncic Cooper Flagg is probably like a year away from adding his name to the mix in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Bill Simmons threw in a Peyton Pritchard can shoot.
I find no appeal to that. It doesn't even register.
I think
Like
it's
so,
interesting.
Nick. I just think you guys are off. I don't get it. What's so interesting about? I don't get it, man.
Will Compton did this a couple years ago when he tried to build like the all white football roster.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think it's coming from a good place. I don't think anybody has ill intentions behind the thing. It's more or less like just like a funny bit.
And people get uncomfortable when race is involved. People get uncomfortable.
Yeah,
that you're
nailed that part.
And you're like the funny thing, Stiz, is the football teams for years, literally for decades, when people would bring up stuff like that, it's like, who's going to play corner? Is Jason Sehorn still in the league? Jason Sehorn was the answer until Cooper DeJean became the answer in the modern game.
Him and Reed Blankenship were the game changers for that exercise.
It's just a funny little thing. And now, I don't know if it would have legs. I don't know if it would work. But I do know, and this is a bigger picture we don't need to get into, all All-Star games are dying. No one cares anymore.
Then just stop playing it. Why?
I feel like you should.
I feel like we're getting there.
We're close.
The only form of All-Star game that seems to be working was not even an All-Star game. It was the Four Nations face-off.
Right.
You forewent the All-Star game in order to do a national tournament, and it worked because it was only that. I even think because this year it's the world team versus the Stars team versus the Stripes team. I think that's like the round-robin tournament that they're doing in the NBA, and then they play a championship and somebody's crowned the winner. Even that bit of nationalism wrapped around the All-Star game facade still has nobody caring about it. So it legitimately has to be simply just a nation best-on-best tournament for people to care. And you also really don't have any great All-Star skills challenges left. I still like the home run derby, but dunk contest doesn't have anything left. Three-point contest, other than I kind of liked the idea of the Steph Curry versus Sabrina Ionescu a couple years ago. That was kind of fun to watch because it was new, but I don't know. Have All-Star games run their course?
I think so. And I said to you guys in the email, I think one of the issues is decades ago, you didn't get to see everybody. there wasn't as much TV and national packages and everything.
Yeah.
So seeing all the stars in one place at one time meant something. Now, if you want to, you can order the NBA package and watch every game every night. Like, they're all playing each other. You know, in baseball, you no longer have the real separation between American League and National League. Everything's kind of been broken down.
Yeah.
To the point where I've seen it all. I've seen that guy go against that guy. Why do I really care? Like, and they don't try. That's the other issue.
That's also, you get out of it what you put into it.
Right.
If I see the NBA players just taking half-court shots for an entire game, I don't really care to see that.
No defense.
No, the NHL is now 3-on-3 where guys are just kind of screwing around. I don't need to see that. Baseball, at least you still kind of have to ramp it up and throw hard in play. So they're kind of the last remaining sport that has something left in the All-Star game. The Pro Bowl is just dead and buried. Just we're done with it.
It got played and no one knew.
Yeah,
the freaking flag football, no one knew.
You want to name him a Pro Bowler and just say, "Hey, congrats, you're a Pro Bowler." Great, but there's that thing is.
They
nothing
played
left.
it in the basement of the convention center, like at 5:00.
That's right. You couldn't even kick because the ceiling was too low. That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. So it's sad, but it's this weekend. Jaylen Brown is starting for one of the American squads, and we'll see what happens, even if none of us maybe watch it. 617-779-7937. Before we get to the drive, let's get a couple phone calls. Jason in Pawtucket's been waiting for a long time, so I'll give him the floor, even though I may not like his take. What's up, Jason?
Hey, Andy, thanks for taking my call. I've been watching you guys. I remember when you used to write for PFW, the newspaper.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I'm not a fan of McDaniels. I had flashbacks to Super Bowl 42 with Brady running from his life from a four-man pass rush. What was so frustrating was that McDaniels refused to run the ball. 13 carries the whole game. At halftime, it's 9-0, and you're still not running the ball. It's so frustrating. He's not a genius. He's not a Ben Johnson or a Shanahan or a McVay. Those guys run the football. We learned the last two Super Bowls, you can still win with defense and a running game. I mean, you look at the Eagles, they had a defense and a running game. The Seahawks, defense and a running game. So I'm so frustrated at McDaniels.
Thanks for the call, Jason. Let's keep this trend going. We don't even need to respond to that because Peter in San Francisco has a similar thought. What's up, Peter?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. I had the same complaint. I mean, I don't know how Josh McDaniels in the NFL for 23 years, and he didn't think to play 13 personnel versus the Seahawks. I mean, when you look at all the Rams games versus the Seahawks, they played 80% 13 personnel, which is 3 tight ends and 1 wideout. We could have done a lot of fun things with it, like go Mumford, Hooper, Henry, or even do Mac Hollins instead of Hooper because he's such a great blocker. And when the Rams did that, they were able to score 30 points against the Seahawks each game. This is the only weakness the Seahawks had, and McDaniels had 2 weeks to implement this into the offense, but he couldn't do it. I just don't get it. He's been in the NFL for 23 years. How do you not watch the film and pick this up so easily?
Thanks for the call, Peter.
Yeah, he's right. Peter's on the point with the 13 personnel, but you know it's their tight ends for the Rams aren't maybe the same as ours. But what's interesting is Mumford was in for 1 play, and it was the largest gain I think of the game.
Yeah,
21 yard completion to Booty.
Never did it again.
Never did it again. Yeah.
I can't. All the complaints for Josh are accurate. I don't know what he should have done. I'm not going to pretend I'm the second coming of a coordinator. I just didn't see enough effort, trying things, doing different things. Like it didn't seem like he had secondary pitches. He was like Peyton Tolle. He's like, I'm throwing my flipping fastball, and if you hit it, well, I'm throwing my flipping fastball again. He had nothing.
Some people are excusing it away as well. You had 2 rookies on the left side. You had a quarterback only in his second year. It's like that's all garbage. I don't want to hear excuses for not having another alternative game plan for when it wasn't going right.
You did text us in the middle of the game, Andy speaking. Can Josh McDaniels block? I think was the way that you started making that.
So I think that's actually a fair criticism of the criticism, basically. But that doesn't excuse from tempo, empty, trick play, whatever. Like, try some of those things. They may not work because maybe Will Campbell and Jared Wilson and company are going to get their ass kicked, but try it.
Yeah.
This had this feel again of you're trying not to get blown out rather than trying to actually make plays.
And you're lauded as one of the best offensive minds in the game in the last 25 years, if not longer. why are you sensing this but not making changes to react to it? You've had these same offensive line issues or discrepancies against good pass rushes all season long. Why now, with an entire season's worth of hindsight with which you can work, are you not recognizing that and game planning around it? It just, Andy, it's not overly nuanced, but I just came away from it going, this makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree.
What I think I know about Josh McDaniels as a play caller and a schemer and just a football mind compared to what we saw just doesn't make sense. It seems like it was a perfect marriage of maybe a game plan that didn't fit, players that were really struggling on the stage and with what they were facing, and just the kind of the temporary implosion of a system that we saw.
And another indictment against Josh's, the Witherspoon, he had a couple sacks. Knocked the ball out, that strip sack, fumble, interception, whatever you want to call it, pick six. But he blitzed 6 times, 4 times he came unblocked.
Crazy.
They never could figure out that blitz.
Right.
It was insane to me.
Yeah, I can't answer that. I don't have an answer to that. My only other defense of him, and one of the callers, whichever one mentioned it, is like, oh, Shanahan. Well, Shanahan joked on the pregame show the last 2 times I played him, I haven't scored a touchdown, or I've scored 1 touchdown. So he's acknowledging what Ted just acknowledged. They're not the 85 Bears, but that defense is really good. They're really hard. And they threw some wrinkles, right? They blitzed more early than they normally do and threw some different things. And then all of a sudden, you're on your heels. I felt like the team and Will Campbell were the same situation. They were always on their heels. They were never moving forward. They were never attacking. They were never punching. They were getting punched.
They were reacting. Every snap relatively easy into the game just sounded like if you had the mic'd up thing for the entire game, it was just, oh my God, 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 and then somebody got hit. Like, it was just panic.
You know what the worst play for me was? Like, it's a little...
Oh, wait, sorry.
It's a little simple play. Just it was the first opening drive of the second half. The first third down. Keyshawn Boutte was a comeback on the sideline.
Yeah.
Yep. And the defender, it was almost like a joke. He just he batted it down. He had it covered so easily. Like, Keyshawn Boutte is not a comeback guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't run hard 10 yards and then straight come back and then he gets separation. He's the straight line guy.
Yeah, there was actually, it might have been that same play, because there was a cut in the mic'd up video where you can hear the Seattle defender go, deep ass curl or deep ass cut or something like that. Like, he almost laughed at the play call that they had there.
Yeah.
I think it was that same play that you're referencing. So yeah, it was plays to players that just didn't make sense. Didn't make sense. It was. I think the entire offense, Andy, to try to not even defend your guy, but just acknowledge what happened, it just got desperate early. It got late early, to quote Yogi Berra. I think that's just kind of what we saw across the board, unfortunately.
All right, Stiz, it's 5:17:44. It's time for the drive.
I would say so.
Ray has a big stick.
I thought we were in the drive.
Forgot we weren't in it.
This is the drive.
Swings and drives one. High and deep into left field. Gone!
The top stories, stats, and quotes from around the sports world for your ride home. On WEEI Afternoons.
Today's drive brought to you by New Car Toyota and New Car Hyundai in North Kingstown. Discover why everyone loves a new car. Teddy, sometimes before you can get on the highway for your drive home, you hit a little traffic, takes a little while, we got a little backed up here, but the drive is rolling.
All good.
We kicked the show off with the audio that's been making the rounds first on social media. Now you have the full dump from NFL Films on YouTube. 40 minutes of, I guess, Seahawks porn and Patriots pity party, I would call it, based on everything that happened on Sunday. Stiz, I think this is the most potentially telling moment in the game. It's late. There was a lot in this. There was the emotion early from the Seahawks, lack of emotion from the Patriots, but this was an exchange on the sideline late.
In the gun, he got the snap, and he rolls to the near sideline and throws it away, heavily pressured. Come on. You want to finish? You get? Come on, I got you. Come on.
That was Mike Vrabel scraping his quarterback off the turf and saying, do you want to finish? Ted, I don't know if that resonated with you, but it's late. It's under a minute to play. But that question, like, do you want to finish, was, I won't say alarming, but that struck a nerve with me to hear Vrabel say that. Like, was there ever a possibility he wasn't going to finish?
I just think he saw it in his eyes, his quarterback's eyes, that he just was, not feeling it that day, not having it that day. Probably if he was being honest, was like, yeah, I wish he would have pulled me in. So not a good look. I wish they didn't put that in there, quite honestly, because I think with the last week, Josh McDaniels, or 2 weeks ago in the AFC Championship game, Josh McDaniels with 6 minutes left saying, hey, man, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Basically Drake May saying, this is tired, man, this is hard. And then compound it with that, people are like, all of a sudden, Drake May's, doesn't have the chutzpah. He doesn't have the guts. He's not the guy. It's like, I just think that's unfair. I really think because I given this injury a lot of credence, I think there was something to it. Again, he played 11 games last year. He played 21 games this year with the shoulders injury, with the bad offensive line. I think that is more that we should focus on than Drake May doesn't have the balls or isn't a gutsy player in crunch time.
And there probably is a trickle-down effect. We just spent 10 minutes ripping McDaniels, and I know he didn't have a good day, but there probably is a trickle-down effect of, I know my quarterback has to put more effort into every throw. He probably can't feel his shoulder when he's throwing, so I can't have the same confidence in the deep shots we were taking with the historically good accuracy it had. Have to rely more on the run game. They were sniffing out the run based on the potential tells from the O-line. All the stuff that we've analyzed this week, you could probably at least loosely connect to, well, our quarterback's not at 100%.
I also think it's interesting you bring up there, Ted, that you're a little surprised or wish they hadn't put that in there. It's interesting who he's playing against. I think the guy he was playing against, Sam Darnold, once got screwed by ESPN when they did the seeing ghosts thing.
Yeah.
Like, done dirty, whatever you want to call that. Like, I get it. It's good TV, but should you be doing that? Like, we're all kind of in business together. You're kind of breaking a man on national television.
Drake May's the quarterback in 10 years when they play the Seahawks again in the Super Bowl. They're going to be talking about that soundbite.
Just like in this game, they were talking about Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. And Fred Warner even referenced it to say Drake was the one at halftime seeing ghosts. And I just, like, these producers, these audio guys, they have a lot of power. And how they use it and how they manipulate the narrative. And I said to Dan, for all I know, all the stuff that was left on the editing room floor from this game, you could have packaged a different way to make the Patriots look better, make them look more confident, make them look more energetic. But you picked certain pieces to fit the story you wanted to tell that went with the score and the game. So it was interesting. But I would tell Patriots fans, you may not enjoy it for 40 minutes, but I think it's worth watching.
Yeah,
I really do.
I think so.
To kind of put a bow on the whole experience.
I think it adds a lot of really interesting context to a game that we all watched and just went, the hell is going on out here?
Yeah.
Like, it really gives you an interesting peek into the psyche of the Patriots and the fact that everything that Seattle was given during the course of the week was earned, and the Patriots were well aware of it when they got into the game.
All right, we also talked to our guy Mike Giardi from Boston Sports Journal. He had a lot of interesting answers. He had an interesting answer on Stephon Diggs and whether he should be back. You can hear that on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. But we also asked him at the end, my favorite question, a more likely question. And Stiz, is the question in here, or do I need to post? The question's in here, so interesting option question and what he had to say. Mike, let's end on a more likely, my favorite question. More likely the Patriots win the division again or miss the playoffs?
Miss the playoffs.
Yep, you're right. Good call, Mike Giardi. That's why we have you. You're the best in the business.
Here comes the compliments when Giardi's agreeing with me.
Well, I'll say this, though. Did you guys notice there was not a single, oh, that's a good question, or pause?
Yeah.
He didn't miss a stride.
No.
Didn't miss a beat.
He knew it. That was something that he had thought about, he knew, and he was ready to deploy. I mean, it's no joke who they're facing next year, guys. Outside of the Jets and the Dolphins, there really isn't a cakewalk to speak of. The best you can do is Steelers, Raiders kind of stink out loud, but Vikings maybe, but it's your Broncos. And it's the away schedule.
And the away schedule's insane.
Kansas City, Seattle, the Chargers, the Bills, the Lions, the Jaguars. Like, I mean, that's a murder.
They either made the playoffs or we think they're a playoff team. They just didn't make the playoffs this year kind of team.
Yeah.
Those are all basically playoff teams you play in their barn, as they say in the old hockey biz.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Do they play the Lions on Thanksgiving? That would be sweet.
That would be.
That would be sweet.
Would it be? I'd like to have my Thanksgiving for myself.
No, I love
a post-game show. Yeah, Andy, go after you have all your turkey and stuffing, go do the post-game show with Fitzy.
All about him.
You're damn right it is. It's always about me.
I think guys,
Andy with an I.
I think, in regards to Giardi answering that question, pretty quickly and without hesitation, I think for a lot of people that were really paying attention, you saw that this team still has work to do, right? And maybe a lot of it. And, for all the external factors, why we reached the Super Bowl, whether that be schedule and backup quarterbacks, this team still has a lot more work to do.
Yes, and I think they know that. I think it's going to be an interesting offseason. I mean, I think Vrabel knows they overachieved. You know how I know that? He actually said we overachieved when he finally answered it honestly.
It wasn't right. He wasn't saying we were overachieving in the middle of the season.
Nope.
To wait until the last game to say we overachieved.
But it means he knew it along the way.
Yeah, of course he did.
Son of a bitch, we keep winning? I didn't think we were this good.
Exactly. I don't think they've it wasn't like we all saw it one way and they saw it differently.
And Ted, this could be another comparison to your 2001 Patriots. The difference being you guys won the Super Bowl in upset fashion. I think there were a lot of people, including Bill Belichick and Scott Pioli, that were surprised that team made it to the Super Bowl.
I agree.
That didn't think it was a Super Bowl team and knew they still had work to do.
Agreed.
I think after that, when you got to 03 and 04, it was like, we're a Super Bowl team. We're a real contender. And that's where you hope Vrabel's Patriots get in a year or two from now when they finish this rebuild. When what did he say, 307 days?
Yeah.
He said after the Super Bowl. When he's saying like 680 days or 900 and whatever days, that they'll be a legitimate Super Bowl contender by then.
How much changed between 01 and 02, if you can speak to that?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
In that same kind of like 5 to 8 player range that you talked about?
You bring in, then you bring in Rosie Colvin. You bring in Tyrone Poole. Like, you bring in some little Rodney Harrison in 03.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So
you drafted Branch
in 04.
And Branch and Givens, the receivers. So you brought in young receivers to develop.
Right. So it was, like 10, 15%.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Interesting.
But the core's intact.
Core's intact. Okay, just interesting to try to draw a conclusion between, how much, is there an added urgency in your offseason based on what you know is coming this year after with the schedule you have coming versus not?
But I think it's worthy of the comparison continuing between this year and 2001, even though this year didn't finish the journey and have the surprise Super Bowl victory. There is still some comparisons with the build and the rebuild and where they're theoretically and hopefully going. All right, that's going to do it for the drive. Up next, we see your phone calls, 617-779-7937. And I think we're going to keep taking a bite at the old apple. We decided since we never won a single pick-six parlay during the football season, we're going to keep on going, right? You miss all the swings you don't take, the shots you don't take, baby. We're going to keep taking shots. It's an off-season, any sport, Olympics included, pick-six parlay next year on WEEI Afternoons. But first, Dan Ball has what's trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now on WEEI, brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. New this afternoon, Red Sox outfielder Roman Anthony is set to replace Corbin Carroll on Team USA's 2026 World Baseball Classic roster pending a physical. The tournament is set to be played from March the 5th through the 17th. Patriots wide receiver Stephon Diggs pleaded not guilty earlier today at Dedham District Court to felony strangulation and other criminal charges stemming from an alleged dispute with his personal chef. At the arraignment, Diggs was scheduled to next appear for a pre-trial hearing on April the 1st. Yesterday, New England announced that Terrell Williams, who missed the 2025 season after being diagnosed with prostate cancer, has been moved to a high-ranking role on Coach Mike Vrabel's staff, which opens up the defensive coordinator position. Additionally, per ESPN, inside linebackers coach Zach Core, who served as the defensive play caller in Williams' absence this past season, is considered to be a leading candidate. The U.S. men's hockey team defeated Latvia 5-1 in their first game of the preliminary round yesterday. The Americans take on Denmark on Saturday and Germany on Sunday. Puck drop for both of those games is at 3:10. Overall, the United States has won 4 gold medals, 7 silver, and 3 bronze. Their 14 medals is good for third in this year's Olympics. Norway and Italy are tied for the lead with 18 apiece. Tonight, Boston College hockey visits Merrimack. Puck drop is at 7 p.m. Coverage on WEEI 8:50 a.m. begins at 6:45. And tomorrow, Boston College basketball welcomes Cal to Conti Forum. Tip-off is at noon, and coverage on 8:50 begins at 11:45 a.m. All you need is love and the 99 Restaurant this Valentine's Day weekend. Treat your sweetheart to garlic shrimp topped salmon, slow roasted prime rib, or share a Bananas Foster cheesecake. Hurry in this Friday through Sunday. You gotta love the nines. I'm Dan Ball on Boston Sports Original WEEI. More afternoons coming up right after this.
WEEI. New England.
WEEI Afternoons, and this drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Before we get to the Pick 6 parlay, before we make you some money, let's go to the phone calls. Let's go to Marcus in Roxbury. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, guys, I know you guys are joking, but that idea about black and white is the worst idea in the world. Ted, you called it right. That's ridiculous. So what are they going to use, separate bathrooms?
Oh, boy. Okay, thanks for the call, Marcus. Yes,
You wanted to go
the
here.
slippery slope you go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Did you just put the
Buses,
team name on your
bathrooms.
jersey?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Can I reiterate? This wasn't my idea. This was Nick Wright's
But
idea.
you
on
like the
Bill's,
idea.
I think it's interesting. I like creative minds. I don't like when people are
I don't
afraid
understand
to think.
why it's interesting.
Because it's different.
Okay.
Different
That it is.
It's interesting.
It's not.
Try something.
I wouldn't call it interesting, though.
Okay, unique. I don't know what word you want to use, but we know that the All-Star game is dying, and this is at least an effort to get some eyeballs, get some interest. The whole world will be talking about it. Go to Truth Social. The president would have an opinion.
Yeah.
The president might live tweet
not
this
surprising.
thing. The president might live tweet a game.
But
such
God
as
forbid
this.
the Whites lost. It'd be bad.
Yeah.
So, again, not our idea. Blame Nick Wright if you don't like the idea. Reach out to him. He's got a lot of good ideas. They're not all winners, you know. Genius walks alone. He's probably telling his friends right now. Speaking of walking alone, let's go back to the phone lines. Jake in Boston. What's up, Jake?
What's up, boys?
What's
as
up, buddy?
much as I want to lament Drake May is going to half-heart the offseason, spend more time on vacation, probably get his wife pregnant than actually work hard. Guys, the 18-1 Patriots were just taken off the hook as one of the biggest choke jobs in sports history. Let's go to the Olympics. Ilya Malinin, the men's figure skater, was a minus 10,000 to win the gold medal today, and he choked, and he choked, and he choked. It was the biggest choke job in sports since the Russians in 1980. It may have been bigger given those betting odds. bigger than the Falcons 28-3, bigger than the Yankees in 04. The dude hasn't missed for the last 2 years, and he missed 4 times in this program. It was unreal. Football's great. Football's great. I love football. Figure skating is better. 4 years for 4 minutes on a quarter-inch stainless steel, and if you choke, it is absolutely cruel and cutthroat. Drake may get back there in the next 2 or 3 years. This Elia kid, he's going to check himself into rehab. This was so bad today. Unbelievable. What a day.
Thanks for the call, Jake. Not where I thought that call was going.
I love that Jake is just basically, Drake May, he's given up. He's letting go of the rope.
He's going to go impregnate his wife and have an off-season.
Yeah, football doesn't matter anymore to him. He's not going to work hard anymore.
He finished with a score of 156.33, good for 8th place. That's pretty bad for minus 10,000 odds or whatever the number was that he cited.
Wow.
That's the most I can give you via ESPN.
So that is now the biggest upset. Bigger than Buster Douglas? Is that bigger than Buster Douglas?
That's pretty big.
Similar event that no one saw necessarily live and tape delayed and whatever?
I think it's in that family. If we were Mount Rushmore-ing it, then I feel like that's in there.
And he fell 4 times, is that?
You want the direct ESPN quote?
Yeah. Sure.
Malinan tried 2 quad axles, who among us hasn't, but pulled up short on both of them and stumbled on other jumps. Then finished it. Kazakhstan's Mikhail Shadorov took home gold. Japan's Yuma Kageyama and Sato Shun took home silver and bronze.
So did I understand that he was a clear, far and away favorite?
Yes.
And he just choked. Gotcha. All right.
This was Miracle on Ice level from what this was the Soviets getting taken down level, if not more.
There's the way Jake kind of laid it out. It is you do feel bad for these Olympians. They have 4 years between performances. In the NFL, you have a week feels forever. If you have a bad performance, you just can't wait to get out there, right? Man, you have a bad performance in the Olympics, you got to wait 4 more years.
And we spent all day yesterday talking about the hockey game and playing the screech and whatever. But, these guys are going to finish the tournament. They'll be heartbroken if they lose, but they'll go back to their NHL schedule a week after it's done. You're right. He's going to sit there for 4 years and just rewatch and rethink because you're out of the spotlight for 4 more years, except for a very small niche of fans who knew what was going on.
Yeah.
That is a brutal way to go out.
I'm wondering how hard he made his routine. Like, if you're kind of that far in the lead, right? Because you already have all these other performances that I don't think they add into your overall score, I think, right? So it's almost just do a basic routine. Just do something simple. Don't take chances.
Yeah.
With the triple indies and stuff, and you'll win gold.
That's what I can't speak to. Like, did he put together a routine that's so tough where the maximum score, the maximum point total is so incredibly high that even if you screw up once, you still win? Versus, are you good enough where you can just do a baseline, very simple, something that's worked for me before and win? I don't know.
What was he doing last night? Is he hungover out there or something? It's crazy. Because I'm guessing, I have no idea. We'll probably watch tonight. I'm sure it'll be in the main broadcast tonight, tape delayed.
Maybe he thought, Tin Cup was better when he was hungover.
Right.
He went out and got hammered the night before and had the dry spit, and
who knows?
All of a sudden, he was a good golfer again.
All right, Stiz, time for the Pick 6 parlay.
A pick 6.
He's picked. Touchdown on a pick 6. Jones with the pick 6.
And he flips the game. Let's go!
All right, so Andy nailed it. We may or may not have not won anything during the course of the NFL season, but it was our spirit that really prevailed. It was the friends we made along the way.
I won.
Let me rephrase that slightly.
11-5.
What are you, a wild card team with that record?
11-5.
We didn't get all 6 picks correctly for 1 week on the same week. I do think those T-shirts went off the rack like hotcakes.
Wait, 10-2? You finished 11-5?
You know what?
Struggled down the stretch, huh?
You know what? I had such a big lead.
Interesting.
Yeah. Are we going back to the Secretariat example? He's so far ahead.
Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'll just cruise into the finish line.
Turn to smell the roses on the way across the finish line. So we're bringing it back. Just because it's football season's over doesn't mean we can't use it as a chance to kind of look towards what we're watching over the weekend. So, Andy Hart, you were first in our group chat this morning to make your pick. I had to inform you how a puck line works, but what's your pick for today?
Oh, you had to update me because my app was giving me bad information, but I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about A, hockey, or B, Olympic hockey anyway, but I want to watch the USA versus Denmark tomorrow, and I want to get that energy and vibe you guys had yesterday watching it live on the air.
Let me get a screech. If you have a sec. Go ahead.
And I want to do that. So the best way to do that, have a little juice on the game. So I will say USA minus 3.5.
There you go. Be a lot of that going tomorrow.
This is Ted's kind of music, huh?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
A night at the Roxbury.
I love it.
Minus 3.5 goals versus Denmark. If the women are any indication, then the U.S. and the men and the women are just going to roll until maybe they get to Canada. And I think that's what everybody's rooting for. Let's have USA-Canada men, USA-Canada women, and see what happens.
Yeah, I like that pick. Denmark has a couple of names from across NHL teams. It's another one of those, like Nick Ehlers from Carolina. I'm not even going to bore you with trying to explain who
I
the
love
rest of them are.
that Dan Ball knows, like, international hockey.
Ted, I picked a flag.
Awesome.
That's what I just bet with. I picked a flag.
Wait till it's my turn to pick. Wait till you see I pick.
Hey, I always tell you guys how you talk about football is how I think about hockey. It's just like it's that level of obsessiveness that I appreciate. All right, Andy is not alone in betting something related to this U.S. game tomorrow. Stanley, what's your pick this week?
Yeah, that's right, Dan. I am going with team total goals for USA in the first period over 1.5. That's plus 105 on that. So that's what I'm
two
gonna go
goals
with.
in the first
two
period.
Two goals in the first
we'll
period.
We'll both be
baby.
cheering.
That's right.
I'll be well on my way to covering, and he'll have his 2 goals.
That's right. I like that. I like a better start than they had against. It took them a little while to get going. They had a couple goals called back yesterday, so I like a fast start. I like really kind of putting your foot down early on. So I like that. So we got 2 picks coming from that particular game. Brian Frizzoco is the one that's really elevating our parlay value right now. He's got Tyrese Maxey as the 3-point champion at plus 650 odds.
So he's the one that is the reason we lose.
Well, you might have said
we
it.
either win big or we lose.
I want it on record. You said that. I might have thought it, and it may be true, but you're the one that said that.
You know, Knipple.
That okay. Ted Johnson. Do you have anything you want to throw in on this one?
I got a game I'm interested in.
All right, what do we got?
I got a little NCAA basketball.
Oh,
men's
yeah.
basketball. And Colorado's taking on BYU.
Let's go. Hey, speaking of betting a logo, let's go.
Yep. So BYU kicked our ass in the regular season. They kicked our ass in the last year's what was that? Alamo Bowl. But not this time, guys. You're going to lose to our Colorado Buffaloes. The BYU is favored by 14.5 points, ranked 22nd in the country. But Colorado's got players like Isaiah Johnson, Barrington Hargress,
Scrolls to find rest,
Sebastian Rancic, that are going to show everyone that that was a bad line. So I got Colorado winning this game. Not just
outright.
Winning outright.
Plus
please.
850 is what we're adding into this.
We are swinging for the fences.
I love it. You're going to love the number at the end of this. I have last year's Pebble Beach champion Rory McIlroy finishing top 10. He's tied for 18th right now going into the weekend, so it's plus 112 for him to get a top 10 finish. So going into the weekend, I like it. So our number, we have the United States against Denmark tomorrow covering a minus 3.5 puck line. We have the over on USA team total for goals in the first period. We have Rory McIlroy top 10 finish. We have Colorado not only covering but winning tomorrow.
As a 14-point underdog.
As a 14.5 point underdog against BYU. Road game for the Buffs as well. Yikes. And then we have Tyrese Maxey as the 3-point contest winner. We are accepting the odds changes to tell you that $10 wins you $3,750 bucks, and Andy's $2 will win him a clean $750 on this weekend's pick 6 minus Fitzy because he's not here parlay.
Perfect. All right, that's a winner hopefully because it's big money. That'd be nice. Pay off all your Christmas bills. Get ready for the spring. Whatever you want to do. Get the Harley ready. Get something's good going with that money. Up next here, Ted Johnson has something he wants to talk about. There was some interesting information coming out of the NFL today that I think the owners love, obviously, and is another example of just how weak the players are. Ted tells us all the time, weak union. Another example of that today. We'll have that next in Odds and Ends on WEEI.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on